Good Thursday morning, everybody. John and Lance, along with Dell, for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 95 and 92.5. We have got a lot to talk about, especially basketball. Especially, we'll get to the draft in just a little bit, and we'll get to the Astros in just a second. But so you were worried, extremely worried about the Fred VanVleet deal.
Terrified.
Well, and how do you feel
a
now?
little more apt.
How do you feel now?
Really good.
See,
not 3 years,
25.
2 years.
I mean, it's not league.
And it's an actual league value contract.
Well, that's exactly right. Now, to lure him here, they had to give him $40 million, right? They wanted the leadership. They wanted somebody.
Well, they also had to spend, like they had a certain amount of money.
They had a bunch of money to spend.
Yeah, they had to spend it.
It's not like they don't watch basketball and see the value. And even Fred, it's very rare that an athlete has some self-awareness.
Yeah, that was my problem.
And an athlete has, will go from 40 to 25.
I can't do that. That's poverty. I'm poverty stricken.
Right.
But Fred doesn't really feel like a typical athlete, to be honest with you.
No.
He doesn't really look like it. Doesn't really feel like it.
No, he looks more, I don't know.
Well, he looks like an everyman. He looks like somebody who might be playing at a YMCA.
Yeah, he looks like every man.
I see guys who look like him playing at the YMCA from a body type standpoint, from a side. No, he plays better. No, he plays better, Dell. Hold on, what?
Not what you said, what he said.
What did he say?
Did you miss what he said?
I missed what he said. You put your hands to your head like Surrender Cobra.
I can't believe he said it. Well, I should.
What
did he say?
But I can't believe it.
Well, I mean, it's not like a secret, Dell.
You say he looked like Mike Evans. You could have said that.
Well, okay.
Mike Evans. Who else does he look like? Oh, no.
He said something that I'm not repeating.
Oh, he did not.
I didn't say anything that was in.
I just said he looks like a YMCA player.
I wasn't reacting to what you said.
Lance Zierlein, Mr. Commissioner, said he looked like a guy who might play at the Y.
I just said he looked like everybody. What did you forget this morning? I saw a text that said, "Oh crap, I forgot something."
No, Dell just told me what you said. I had to turn the mic off while he told me. Let's start the segment over.
Wait,
play the music, Dell. Play the music. Play the intro music.
Okay, you haven't seen the memes.
Hold on a second.
Okay,
I've seen it. Play the intro music.
Okay. Start the show over. Good Thursday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Astros win again.
Right.
We'll get to that in just a little bit.
Yeah.
2-0. How about shutting out the Phillies twice in a row? How about
I know.
that? That's great with great pitching. But we're going to talk a lot of basketball here. We got the NBA draft. But we also got Fred VanVleet.
Man, I
How
was
about that?
so happy when I heard they weren't giving him a 3-year deal, and he got a league value contract of $25 million. And I'll be honest with you, John. Let's see how this goes. I mean, to me, he doesn't strike me as one of these non-self-aware players. He does seem like he's self-aware. I just figured his agent or whoever wouldn't allow him to take, and I didn't know if the Rockets would offer him that. I mean, he looks like a guy who plays body type-wise, who plays pickup ball at a Y.
Yeah. To me, he looks like a guy who just took $25 million a year.
Yes.
Okay, for 2 years.
Very good. That's a
All
great
right?
call.
That's what he looks like.
That's a
to
great
me.
call.
Yeah. So here we are with Fred VanVleet in the fold, Steven Adams in the fold, Kevin Durant in the fold. Look at this offseason. I mean, I don't know. I know that, Dallas had themselves a night last night. San Antonio had themselves a night last night, right? They're going to be they improved. Well, Texas basketball in Texas is much better since the end of the season. Basketball in Texas is really, really, really good. So, congratulations to. I mean, the Rockets won yesterday, despite the fact that they traded away that pick, and it ended up being Malawak. That was surprising that he landed at number 10. There were a few surprises in the NBA draft last night. But the Rockets, listen, Fred VanVleet has made a ton of money. He didn't live up to a $40 million contract. But as much as they depend on him, and you saw the difference in the basketball team with and without Fred VanVleet, Fred VanVleet means a lot to this team. He means a lot to Ime. Ime, we probably don't see half the things that Fred VanVleet does on the floor that Ime sees. Will you give him that? I mean, Fred,
100%.
He loves what Fred
Intangibles.
Intangibles
are a major reason Fred is back.
Even when Fred VanVleet is shooting terribly, Ime doesn't care.
He's a pro.
It doesn't bother Ime. He doesn't pull him like the other guys he pulls.
Yeah, maybe he should, but he's a pro. Like Ime brought him to this team, and Rafael Stone had him on this team. To help make this team, to help turn a young team into a more professional team. It's the reason, and Dylan Brooks came in to make him tougher. And I think it's worked on both fronts. I think Fred did his job over 2 years. Fred did his job. Would you like that back? Yeah, at a reasonable rate, but not at $44 million, or I think that was 42 to 44, which was the option year. And I was like, oh my God. And then you talk about extensions. And I'm thinking, Steven Adams just got 3. I don't want 3 for Fred VanVleet at however many, not even at $35 million. But instead,
and the second one's a player option. He may say, you know what, 25 is not enough. I'm out of here.
It turned into 2 at 25. Yeah. Tremendous contract by the Rockets. I mean, it's actually a fair contract for both sides relative to what Fred brings to the table. Fred is not going to be the best player. He's not the second best. He's not the third best. At best, he's the fourth option. You don't pay the fourth option in a $30 million range. You don't do it. And the Rockets didn't do it. And so I give a ton of credit to Rafael Stone. I just passed along a little note to him yesterday. I didn't hear back, but I just said, well done, because that makes me happy. 2 years, you don't have to play Fred all the time. He probably will. But it's not like you're beholden to. There's always more pressure to play a guy making $40 million. It's like a contract that hangs over your head. $25 million is not that. No. And it also gives you, just like with Dylan Brooks, a number that is tradable in the future if you need to, and helps you get to another contract number. If you're trading young players who are not, making as much money, you need somebody making a little bit more money. So it's a good contract all the way around.
I don't know what Steven Adams' value was. I don't know if it's more than $13 million a year. It may have been. If he went out of the open market, he might have gotten 15, 17, whatever. He might have gotten something more than that because, listen, his numbers with Alpi, and if you've got a young center that you can pair him with, you go, wow, that two-tower thing is tremendous. And look at the numbers that he was putting up, and the Rockets were putting up with him on the floor. But he took $13 million. Fred takes 25. According to reports, Kevin Durant is willing to take less than the 60 max that the Rockets.
But have you seen that from a credible source? I saw that somebody on the internet say that there were reports. I didn't see it from Shams. Did you? And I'm be very happy if it did come from a credible source. Did you see it from a credible source? I did not.
I don't remember where I saw it. No,
I just saw it. According to reports is all I hear. According to sources. Yeah, I didn't see Shams say it.
No, we'll see. I mean, Shams isn't the only guy that covers basketball.
No, but I mean, I didn't see Chris Hayes say it. I didn't see a basketball guy say it. I saw a Twitter guy say it.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, we'll see. When the contract comes up, we'll see what happens next offseason. We'll see whether or not, first of all, the Rockets don't have to. They've got them on the last year of a contract. They don't have to do it. It would open up $50 million right now if they didn't.
Can I tell you what happened with Kevin Durant in the past? Here's this from an article in 2008. It says, for the fourth consecutive year, the Warriors are playing against the Cleveland Cavaliers in the NBA Finals. But this time around, in order to keep their championship team intact, Durant agreed to a nearly $10 million pay cut ahead of the season. So he has done that before.
Well, there you go.
I didn't recall that, but he said he only signed a 2-year contract with the team that pays him $25 million for 17-18. That figure is $1.5 million less than he made the previous year and $9.5 less than he was eligible to receive. So Kevin Durant, to win a championship, has taken a pay cut in the past with the Golden State Warriors, and not just a $2 or $3 million pay cut. He took a much more substantial pay cut.
Yeah. So there you go. I mean, he is okay. He's proven his
And he said,
altruism.
Kerr says Durant's generous pay cut allowed the team to keep Andre Iguodala and Sean Livingston, which will hopefully lead to Durant and the team winning more titles. So this is it's really an important thing to be under the apron, because now you can go out and get a guy like Quentin Grimes, Gary Trent Jr., just two names that we've talked about here on the show that can shoot it. So Kevin Durant has done that in the past. I don't see why he wouldn't do that in the future, unless he's like, I've already done this before and we're good enough to do it. And Fred's contract gets us under the apron, which I think it does. So we'll see. But he does have a history of, like, it is in his history. So I am, all of a sudden, I'm moderately optimistic about that.
Mm-hmm. No. And listen, he's done it before. We'll see if he'll do it again. Neither here nor there. The Rockets offseason has been great. Even if Kevin Durant doesn't re-sign for, oh my God, wait a minute. Hold on just a second.
Okay.
We buried the lead.
What?
I got a text from you.
Oh, you're just seeing this?
At 16 minutes till. Dal, did you get this text from Lance?
I saw it.
This is troubling.
Mm-hmm. But let me
So
show you something.
Let me ask you a question.
Let me show you
Lance.
something right
Can
here.
you show me? I've never said this before. Can you show me your feet? Could you show me your feet?
See this?
Oh, no, that's a shoe. That's a shoe.
What?
So okay. So
show me your feet.
At 16
my
minutes, at 6:44, you sent a text out to me and Dell that said, "I forgot my bleeping shoes," or "I bleeping forgot my shoes."
Yeah.
Where did what? Now what? Now how did what?
I left them on the. So I was pulling in and I realized, oh my God, I don't have shoes. I don't have anything in the car I can wear. And I had to make a decision. Do I just go do the show in socks and just walk around in socks the whole show?
So what'd you do? Buy shoes?
No, I turned around and sped back to my house, because lucky I don't live super far away. And I got back here about 45 seconds before the show started.
We've had a lot of rain. Right?
Yeah. I mean, we've had some rain. It's not soaked. And
when you leave the house,
I'm just walking on concrete that's dry.
you're walking on concrete.
Yeah, that's dry.
You realize that the concrete feels closer to your feet than it
but
usually
I
does.
do this all the time, so this is not a big deal. I'll grab my shoes, I put the socks inside of it, and I'll just go out to the car. Or I'll have socks on, I don't have my shoes on.
And then you put your socks and shoes on after you've been on dirty pavement.
Yeah, but
so
I brush my foot off with my
all
hand.
day long inside your shoe.
It's my pavement is clean.
Your pavement
because
is
of the
clean.
rain washes away
You
any
don't-
dirt.
And you were pushing back when I mentioned you left your dirty socks in here. They're not dirty, Dale. They're not dirty. Of course they're dirty. You're always walking on bare
No,
ground.
sometimes I have shoes on when I leave the house.
He was like,
Actually, many times I have shoes on.
well, that's what a lot of us
This
do,
is just
actually.
one of the times that and then when I left the house, I'm like, what am I missing? And I'm like, I've got Charlotte made the food. So I've got food at my office. I've got my phone right here. Like, I guess I'm not missing anything. And I get all the way to the office and I have to turn around and speed back home. And I've got 88 more days where I can't get any tickets or anything because I'm on probation for a disposition. You know, you get your ticket, your speeding ticket erased if you do disposition or whatever.
Or if you don't get a speeding ticket, you don't get that.
Well, yeah, if you don't, but who's not going to get a speeding ticket at some point?
I haven't gotten a speeding ticket.
I haven't had one I haven't been stopped for
in
speeding
like 15
for
years, I think.
Well, me was 6, but still.
Well, so what is this 88 days thing?
Well, you go in and you say, okay, you got to go down.
No. If you haven't gotten a speeding ticket in 6 years, why are you worried about this?
Because he got one.
Well, because I got one, and so I had to pay. And
just,
they say, okay, this speeding ticket will be expunged from your record if you don't get anything for 90 days. You just pay your fee, and I don't have to do defensive driving. But I can't get one for 90 days. Now I got to go back and get shoes at my house and try to get on before the show starts.
Explaining to the
and I'm
judge.
going a little faster than I
what
want.
cop hasn't heard that before? I forgot my shoes.
I know and I was thinking that too. Like when I'm speeding actually to get back to the show, if they pulled me over, like I had to go back, I'm doing a radio show and I'm late because I left my shoes at the house. Like, he's just going to say, what?
Well,
Wait, what? You're late because you left your shoes at the house. I don't understand what that means.
no one.
And then I'll be later than I should have been.
No one understands. But at least you didn't leave them on top of the car.
No,
so they
I've
were
done
in
that
the street.
before.
Yeah, you've done that before.
I've done that before, but that didn't.
I don't know anyone that in mid drive to work says I forgot my shoes.
Longer than mid drive.
He was.
It was at the end.
It's at arrival.
Yeah, it was as I'm getting ready to turn right into the thing off that side street, and I'm like, oh,
then you
no.
realized.
And I'm
As
looking all
opposed
over
to
like, where's my
before
shoes?
before you open the kitchen door to walk outside, as opposed to that.
I call my wife, like, get my shoes. She goes, what? I left my shoes. Where did you leave your shoes? On my kitchen counter? She was accusatory. And I said, no, I don't remember where, just somewhere. Just have them ready. She said, I'm using the bathroom.
Why
I
does
said,
she
just
have to
forget it. I'll go get it.
He has a special pair he wanted to wear today. He couldn't just grab any pair of shoes. Like she had to
No,
go.
I did. I just grabbed shoes.
Yeah, but get my shoes ready. Or just go in there and grab a different pair.
I just had to go grab them out of the kitchen.
Yeah.
I just had to go find
the
where they were.
kitchen.
Why
Why
did
are your
she-
shoes in the
why did you
kitchen?
have to call her?
The shoes are in the kitchen because I got to
he
walk
was-
through the
he
kitchen to
was
get out of
pressed
the
for
back
time,
door.
John. He didn't want to actually have to go find them. He wanted them.
No,
ready
I was
for
just
him.
trying to be fat. I was trying
Yeah.
to make her come outside and hand them to me. Speed it up. Speed this whole process up.
Hand me my shoes.
And I had to go inside and go pick up my shoes off the
God
chair.
forbid you had to walk into your home and pick up your shoes.
Yeah. This is not the first. It's not the second time. It's probably not the third
Just
time.
wear the shoes.
I once wore golf spikes, and I'm not even sure they were soft spikes. This is at 610 when we worked at 610. So it would have been like 2005-ish, maybe 4, maybe 3. I may not have even been wearing soft spikes back then. I'm not sure if they had soft spikes back then. I had to wear golf spikes, the shoes that I got there, and I lived in Sugarland, so there was no turning around. And I get there, I'm like, oh my God. And maybe it was the time I left my shoes on top of my car and drove off, and they ended up wherever. And I had to like go to my trunk and get out a pair of golf spikes, and wore golf spikes into the show.
Normally I'm a do what you want, live and let live.
Yeah, thank you.
Just don't bother me. I mean, live your
You're
life.
a deleterian.
Live your life. Just leave me out of it.
Yeah, thank
For
you.
some reason, this one bothers me quite a bit. I don't know. Just the fact that all the things that you feel like quote unquote normal people do that he doesn't do, just put your shoes on before you leave the house.
I mostly do.
That seems
It's really not that
A majority of the time.
Not majority.
I
Do it all the time.
a majority of
So
the
you
time.
don't have a scenario like this ever pop up.
Like I do that 100%.
100%.
100%.
You never like bring your shoes out to the car to put
Why?
them on.
No, I put my
Okay,
shoes
if you've
on.
been running late somewhere, you never said, "Ooh, I'll just put these on when I
No,
get
you
there."
know what?
Like
You
to
know why?
church or
Because
something.
your feet get dirty.
Like you're
That's
going
why
to
you wear
church.
shoes. You protect them
I just
from the
took a shower in the
crowd.
morning.
How dirty you think you're going to be?
Like I could see your wallet or your you can't drive without your keys. I could see losing those,
Well, like
leaving the
shirt
house,
and
and then having
pants,
to go
I
back
always
in.
100%
Well,
on shirt
yeah,
and
you should
pants.
probably have your shirt and pants on before you
Yeah,
leave the
that's
house
an
too.
obvious one.
Congratulations that you
All right.
figured that out.
You can speed things up if you don't put your shoes
I
and
can't
socks
I
understand
should
on.
have
it.
never brought this up.
You can do it at a
11
stoplight. You can put
We
your
got
shoes and
a
socks
break.
on.
We got a break. Just wear
Carrying
your
shoes with you?
Just wear your
Yeah,
shoes.
what's the big deal?
We got a break. We got to talk about game day men's health. How about mental health and focus? Because here's the deal. You can get focused, okay? You can get peptides that will help you focus on your work, on putting your shoes on. You can get these peptides at Game Day Men's Health. They will help. How about peptides that will help you lose weight? How about peptides that will help you feel better? How about peptides that will keep your estrogen levels down? How about peptides that will help you with your workout and your recovery, okay? There's peptides that can help you do all of these things, and Game Day Men's Health has them. And Game Day Men's Health has the testosterone that you need. And you need testosterone, especially as you're aging. If you don't feel the same, you're not getting the same results at workout. You're not feeling the same sexually. All of those things, all of these things was where Game Day Men's Health comes into your life. Absolutely free consultation, labs in everyone. 11 locations around the city. Game Day Men's Health is here for you. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Tell them that you heard it right here. If you're not feeling great, or if you're at another place and you just feel like a number like I did. I was doing testosterone at another place. I said, no, you know what? I went to Game Day Men's Health, and it's different. It's better. GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
Hey guys, Lance Zierlein here from ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You can catch me arguing with John Granado and Dell Olaleye on the radio on a regular basis. But when you miss the show, how are you going to know what you missed? How are you going to know about our conversations and what everyone's talking about? Well, you can follow us on our social media pages, and I'm talking about for the radio station. We do a great job at taking all of the show content that you see on our show and all of the great shows on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5 lineup, and we will recycle and let you hear the best of the best. Conversations about big wins, the most disappointing losses, who's doing a good job as manager or head coach. We're talking about it all. Do not miss it. Listen to the radio as often as you can. But if you miss it, follow the social media pages, like, subscribe, and never miss a second of the great content right here on the station.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Ryan Gusto's last start, you got to win. Colton Gordon's start, you get a win. Okay? You didn't get the win last time out of Walter, but that's okay. He got lit up. You didn't come back. But you did enough to win both of those starts. When you're doing that, and then you got Fromber and Hunter, it just feels like you're winning. It just feels like you're ahead of the game. Getting that kind of start, I mean, he was a big dog yesterday, Colton Gordon, against Zach Wheeler. Are you kidding me? And the Astros score in the first on Trey Turner just not bending down. He decided not to bend down. That was awesome. That was awesome. And then how about Colton Gordon getting out? He's got two on. He's got Marsh and Turner coming up, and he gets out of that. Gets out of that jam. So you win Colton Gordon starts, Brandon Walter starts, Ryan Gusto starts. Holy crap. And then you can bring in a guy named Trammell out of I don't know where. No one knows. Didn't know he existed. Mm-hmm. He was a big toe guy. All of a sudden, he's making plays in left field. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, but now who's this guy? Never heard of him.
It is crazy. It is crazy how much like this is. You know how you'll sometimes go back on Baseball Reference or Basketball Reference or even Pro Football Reference, and you'll go back to a season, maybe during dark times of your organization, which this city had some in baseball for a little bit. In basketball, it didn't last long, but we remember when it was. In football, we've had a couple different patches like that. You go look at some of those rosters like, oh, my God, I totally forgot this guy played for us. Or I don't even remember this guy playing for us at all. It feels like this is one of those seasons where we have, except we're winning a bunch of games.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Yeah. We have guys playing who we'll never see again, potentially. And a lot of they're not veteran. Usually that happens with veteran names, obviously. But you go back to some older, like if you went to 2000 and you could just go to like 2011, probably Houston Astros. No, they were really terrible. You're not going to know a lot of those guys, but you know what I'm talking about. This is one of those years where we're going to have a ton of players in Baseball Reference will have played for this team. In the past, it's going to be the same names over and over, and maybe an occasional minor leaguer might come up, one or two. They've had, between pitching and hitting, they've probably had 10 minor leaguers come up. And that might be on the low side.
It's incredible.
And we're not to the and we're officially, are we officially halfway point now? We're right there at the halfway point. This is insane how many guys are coming up and actually making plays.
Right.
Taylor Trammell.
27
years old.
Played for Seattle.
Taylor Trammell. Yeah, he's been around. I knew the name. I mean.
No, he's not. He's Taylor Trammell.
Okay. Well, he's not a hitter per se. Career 166.
Not per se.
Yeah.
Well, and he was close to his average yesterday. He was 0 for 2.
Yeah.
He was close to his career average yesterday.
He hasn't had a lot of what we would call at-bats over the last year and a half.
Those at-bats.
Over the last year and a half, he's had what we would call 16 at-bats. And from a hit standpoint, what we also refer to as 2.
Right. In 16.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Yeah. That seems to be not a lot, not as many as you would like. To me, that doesn't seem like it's as many as you would like to have. Right? So,
but here he is making some plays for us. 2-0. I mean, now this wasn't a one-run game where the Astros are 16-7 in one-run games, lead the entirety of baseball. But I mean, it might as well be. You get a 2-0 win. In the game, you scored 1 in the first, and then you don't score again until the 8th inning. So you're hanging on that entire time. And this was not Hunter going. This time it wasn't Fromber who had just, who helped you win the last one. This time it was just Colton Gordon and a series of, and you're going up against Zach Wheeler, who's, a pretty good player. I mean, he's always been a good pitcher. He's having a pretty Zach Wheeler season. And Colton Gordon does his job. Kurt does his job.
Mm-hmm.
My guy Sousa does his job. King, not as much.
Well, he got
out of it with 23 pitches, gave up 3 hits in an inning. That's about as bad as you can do.
Yep.
Well, without giving up a run. And then Hader came in for the second game in a row and shut the door. This is now Hader has pitched 3 of the last 4 days. Hader has pitched.
Yeah.
He can't be available today. He pitched Sunday. He pitched Tuesday. He pitched Wednesday.
He has been so good, dude. I mean,
is he an all-star?
Yes, he's got to be an all-star.
How many do you think we're going to get? I mean, Jeremy Pena is an all-star. He'll be an all-star. You can't put other people on that list ahead of him, even though they're big names of the position. We went all over all the stats yesterday. It's really not even close. Jeremy Pena is smoking everyone other than Bobby Witt.
Yeah.
Hader has a one. Yeah, man. Hader has a 173 with 21 saves and a WHIP of 72. I mean, Hunter Brown's got to be on. The Astros have to have 3 guys on. It's got to be Hader, Brown, and Josh and Jeremy Pena. They've got to have 3.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, what about Fromber?
I don't think Fromber makes it. I have to go look at all the pitchers in the American League, but I doubt Fromber makes it.
Yeah. I don't know.
He's got a 288. I mean, he's 8-4 at the 288. It's pretty On the hoof, it looks pretty good. His whip is a 1-1-3, which is typical for Fromber because he does, he will walk some guys because he doesn't want to give in and he knows he can entice double plays. He's got 102 strikeouts, 103 innings. Like some of those key numbers are not, they're not outrageously great even by Fromber standards. I think Fromber has been better at some of but hey, he's having a good year, and any other year he could be an all-star. I don't know if they give the Astros 4 all-stars.
Yeah. They got they're in third place for record in the league. Right
But
now.
they're Houston Astros.
Wait.
AJ will be the manager, won't he?
No.
No.
Last year.
It's the last year, so it would
World
be
Series.
who's in the World
Boone,
Series?
It
right?
was the Yankees and Dodgers.
Wouldn't it be Boone?
Oh yeah, it would
Yeah.
be Boone. Forget it.
Yeah. I don't
Forget
know.
it. Hader
I
won't
don't-
make it. Anybody that they could potentially trade for. See, you got to put Pena on now because he just hired Scott Boras. So he could be a Yankee in the future. So you have to. Hunter Brown could be a Yankee in the future.
I saw a post.
Josh
somebody-
Hader probably won't be a Yankee in the future. They don't have to put him on.
I saw a post. Somebody said, "This is actually the Astros' punishment for the scandal.
What?
Is that Scott Boras is dismantling this team? He has got an edict from Major League Baseball to sign all good Astros players, and disperse them to other teams.
I mean, Altuve's the one rarity.
Couldn't get him.
He's
Yeah.
one of the
Well,
he's one of the only rarities, and that's because Altuve said, "I don't want to go anywhere. I want to stay here."
Yeah. Right.
Why even hire Scott Boras if that's the case?
Right. And,
You hire Scott Boras when you want to maximize your money, and to maximize it, you get to the market. You don't do early deals,
Yeah. Right.
and that's why we think. And the Astros don't sign guys who get to the market. That's why we think Jeremy Pena is gone.
Yeah, another thing I saw was how everybody who gets to the Astros are just amazed. There's no cliques. It's not the Latin guys and the white guys, or there's no jealousy in the locker room about stars and money and all of those things. That it's just a welcoming place. That guys really like that locker room. It's continued, and that's Jose Altuve. That's Jose Altuve. I mean, he is the guy that keeps that thing. He's the one constant for all these years. And look at this team. They've got. I mean, they're
well, and HEB also, when Scott McClellan was there, it was also HEB that helped bring together different people.
Well,
Alex Bregman and Lance
right.
McCullers spoke Spanish on some of those.
Scott McClellan less of the
I don't know.
credit.
Don't know about that, John.
He's the one who brought
How
together
can you fight?
Alex Bregman and Carlos Correa and Altuve, brought them all together. Then he brought together Lance McCullers and Jeremy Pena and Jose Altuve.
Mhm.
And he does. Scott McClellan in the past, and HEB in general now, brings together a cross-section
So
of this team.
how can you have clicks when all you have to do is sit down around some ready-made steakhouse salmon from HEB
Yeah,
and
good point, Joe.
and their mashed potatoes? Hey, just throw it in the oven for 20 minutes. The guys hang around, have a conversation.
Chips
the food's
and
ready to
salsa.
go, and you eat and you bond. And so Altuve, a close second to Scott McClellan.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And HEB now that McClellan's not there anymore.
Yes, now it's HEB.
Hunter Brown is also a Boras guy.
No, I know he's gone too. That's why.
Well, I just saw another story that said after the 22 World Series, Jim Crane went up to Hunter Brown and said, "You are going to be our future ace. We want you to be here."
Okay, I'll believe it when I. That's a cool story. I'll believe it when I see it.
Yeah, I'll believe it when I see it.
I'll believe it when I see it. You know what Michael Connor told me? Oh, wait a minute. I can't remember if this is on the air, so maybe I should, because Connor has a lot of inside Astro stuff from when he covered it full time. But apparently, I can say this. Apparently, the Lance McCullers deal was literally Bagwell was 100% the Abreu deal. Montero was Crane, and Lance McCullers was Crane, and apparently Lance just kept wearing out Crane. Crane decided on a golf course, he's like, "Fine, we'll do this deal."
Yeah, good. Well, that's who I go to. That's the guy with the money.
Yeah.
That's the
Now
guy with
those are not well, those are not, those aren't Hunter Brown deals. A Hunter Brown deal is going to be potentially reset the market for starting pitcher deal. And that Jim Crane ain't in that business. If he's in the business, it's his first time in the business. So that's why it's not a good feeling to know Scott Boras. But frankly, Scott Boras or no Scott Boras, once they get there, there is no instance of Jim Crane battling against other combatants to maintain his players.
Yeah, no, well,
we just haven't seen it yet. It's zero.
No, zero. All right, we got a break. When we come back, I got a question for you that I posed yesterday on Twitter, and let's see what your answer and Dell's answer. Chastang Ford is what we're talking about now. Chastang Ford is, I think, the best place to get your Ford on. It's the best place. I mean, listen, you can say what you want about the Lightning. I'm driving a pickup, and yet I have the burst of an electric car. Because if you haven't driven an electric car ever before, I want to tell you something. It moves, but it moves, Daddy. It can go. It can go. I love that. Okay. Plus, here the gas prices are just stupid, and it's just the best. Well, I plug in, and I spent, I don't know, minimal on my electricity bill. If you're thinking about it, it is a great car around the city. It really is. If you're looking for a Lightning, get on over to Chastang Ford and get in one. I highly recommend it. I love it. It's a favorite vehicle I've ever had. Now, you also got all of the other, you got gas. I mean, and you got customized the way that you want it, not the way they want it. Businesses, they've seen everything, every type of business. They know what you're looking for in your business. If they haven't seen it, you tell them what you want. When you walk in off the street, you're not a business. You're just a guy walking in or a gal walking in off the street. Well, you customize it the way you want it, not the way that they want it. They're not going to add on. They're not going to mark up. They're going to get you at the price you need, and they're going to give you employee pricing right now. So I don't know that there's a better time to buy. This is awesome, and Chastang Ford is at the front of employee pricing and getting you that transparent, not adding on or marking up. ChastangFord.com. Tell them I sent you. ChastangFord.com on 610 and Homestead, not Hempstead, 5 minutes from downtown Chastang Ford.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776, the number. If you want to get in here, Dell, you said, what was his name, Troy? Troy is on hold. It's the shortest wait times in the history of radio. So get on in here. Troy just called, and he wants to get in. Hey, Troy.
Yeah, that was nice. Thanks. You guys were kind of touching on it, the makeup of this crazy Astros season and roster. I was worried about it coming into this, who our emotional leader was going to be. I just wanted to see what your guys' thoughts were on that. It was clear, Correa was our initial dog, so to speak, and then it became Bregman. But who's our spokesman that if we need somebody to, hold a team meeting, who's that going to be? I just don't know who that is on our roster right now.
I don't know. Who is it, John? You're not in the locker room. I'm not in the locker room. I don't even know.
It's Altuve.
Probably, right?
Yeah.
Who else could it be?
Altuve has got the respect of everybody in there. He's more of he's a quiet leader. He's not going to get,
literally everyone is gone.
Yeah, it's Altuve. Altuve's the man.
I mean, at one point it would have been Correa.
Yeah.
Maybe, probably never ever Kyle Tucker. George, Correa, Springer, Bregman. I mean, Bregman, Tucker. Bregman might have had something to say.
Bregman is a baseball rat. Yeah. Bregman was a guy who
Lance McCullers talks a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, but you know what? It's not being around, it hurts your leadership. It really does. You got to be there. You got to be doing it. It's Altuve is the man. He's just the man. I mean, everybody respects and loves that guy. So if he says something, that, and I don't know that you have. Look at the pros in there. Jeremy Pena, a workaholic. I think Jordan, he is beloved. He and Dubon are best of friends.
Mm-hmm.
Jordan is beloved. Just get back there, Jordan. Get on the field. But Jake Myers, they're all workers. They're all workers. So, this is so. You and I both thought early on this season, well, this run is over. It's over. But, man, this is an amazing organization. You don't stay this good this long.
The run still may be over, but this is
lose the guys that they've lost and be one of the best teams in baseball. And make no mistake, this is one of the best teams in baseball.
I mean, John, it was 2022 where I'm not going to read your exact lineup, but I'll read the starters. Martin Maldonado, big-time leader, gone. Yuli Gurriel had been with you since the beginning, really, since 17 championship at least. He was there. Jose Altuve still there. Jeremy Pena still there. Carlos was gone about 22. Alex Bregman gone. Michael Brantley gone. Chas McCormick still there. Kyle Tucker gone. Yordan Alvarez has passed. So, his hand has passed.
Well, no, he's starting to. He picked up a bat or something.
I heard he picked a bat up. That's a good sign. Aledmus Diaz was on that team, gone. Mauricio Dubon still there. Trey Mancini, your boy, gone. Jake Drake still here. Jose Siri is gone. Christian Vasquez gone. Jason Castro, don't care. JJ Matichevich, I don't even know what ended up happening to him. Nico Goodrum, you remember him playing? Well, he did.
Vaguely.
Your boy David Hensley, the tall outfield player, gone. Corey Lee traded.
Robert Hensley was on this team?
David Hensley.
Oh, yeah.
Yainer Diaz only got played in 6 games. Got 8 at-bats on that 22 team. Somebody named Taylor Jones had an at-bat, and a guy named Joe Perez had an at-bat.
I don't know Joe Perez. I remember Taylor.
Jake Odorizzi, do you remember the great
baseman? Remember he was a tall first baseman,
mm-hmm.
and he made a play. He dropped a ball near the wall, a foul ball.
Who are you talking about? Taylor Jones?
Yeah, Taylor Jones.
Oh, the foul ball?
Yeah, the foul ball.
And then it led to a win.
Yeah.
That was him?
That was him, Taylor
Oh,
Jones.
wow. And look at the starters. Fromber, Justin Verlander, Jose Urquidy, Luis Garcia, Christian Javier, and Jake Odorizzi.
None.
There was no Hunter Brown then.
Fromber.
Although Hunter, wait a minute, there was still a Hunter Brown.
Yeah, Hunter came in September.
Yeah, there he is.
Yeah.
Yep. It's how things change rapidly in baseball.
Mm-hmm. All right, we got a call. Who is it, Del? Brandon. What's going on, Brandon?
Yeah, I was just saying, in my opinion, in years past, there are probably 5 or 6 Astros that would be all-stars on this team, but it's been so many years of voting Astros into the All-Star game, and they just declined to go. So I think Astros fans are tired of it. They don't care to vote anymore.
Yeah, Jose Altuve has declined before.
Your opinion won't decline.
No, Pena won't decline.
And Hunter Brown probably won't decline.
Pena's got to get there. He's way behind Bobby Witt and Jacob Wilson. Jacob Wilson is running away.
Well, he's not going to get voted in. He's going to have to get selected in. And I think he will get selected in. Yeah. It's going to be on merit, and there's no one that's – it's done on merit once you get to the backups, and he's clearly a merit guy. There's no way around it. So he'll get in, and he'll want to play. It would be his first All-Star game. He would want to play. These are better. Y'all are talking about Jordan. Brandon, we're talking about Jordan, Altuve. I mean, the fans should understand that Hunter Brown will want to go. Jeremy Pena will want to go. I don't know about Hader. I think Hader will want to go. He's made an All-Star game before. You never know. He might want to just hang out and go to a lake and do jet skiing or whatever. He does for fun.
He likes to hunt.
Okay, hunt. I kind of put him on hunter and jet ski guy, but he may want to do that.
Yeah. I could see that. He's like, he seems to me like a guy. I don't care.
Yeah, that's why I'm not sure, but yeah. I'd keep on voting, guys. But it is true though. I don't know that there's the same amount of Astros intensity. I don't see as many Astros shirts. It's a good season, but I don't see that same hype train rolling around the city that I used to see.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Bedazzled Astros shirts and things like that. I don't see it as much.
Well, it's been so long. It's just, it's like, oh, here we are again, another baseball season. We're really, really good.
Mm-hmm.
First place.
That's what happened in Atlanta eventually.
Yeah.
Rays fans were famous for kind of falling off because they were always there.
Oh, the Astros fans haven't fallen off.
Not that way.
I was at those Braves games on the road when the Astros were there in the late 90s.
It was afternoon games.
It was ridiculous. It was like half full for a playoff game.
I will say there's been some games at Daikin that have not been as full as maybe they would be in the past, or at least that's my perception of it.
I think it depends on the team that's in town at the time. I think that Astros fans are still really good. If you look at the attendance, Astros fans are really, really good. We're this team is, but I agree with you. I don't think there's the same fervor for it. I think that last year's Detroit series kind of put a little damper on all of it.
The Astros right now are 10th in the league in average attendance.
10th, that's still,
not bad.
For a team that's been as good as long as they have been, that's not bad.
In 2024, they were 8th. In 2023, they were 7th.
Don't forget, you got a smaller stadium here too.
In 2022, they were 7th. In 2021, which is also a World Series year, they were 6th. In 2019, World Series year, they were 9th. And that was 35,000.
Yeah.
And in 2027, they were 15th, 29,000. So in 2017, which became a World Series. Now, we're still on the come up.
Yeah.
Now we're already there, and the Astros average attendance right now is 32,399. Last year's average attendance was 35,000. So, but we're just into summer. Kids are out of school Harris County kids are out of school for like 3 weeks now. So those numbers during the summer will probably come up.
Probably pick up. All right, we got a break. 713-780-3776. You want to get in here? I want to talk about Billy Brown. I want to talk about Aqueduct Plumbing. I want to talk about the need to have that guy on your side because at some point it's going to happen. And it might be happening right now. When was the last time you cleaned out your tankless water heater? Okay, because if you haven't, that stuff builds up, and now all of a sudden your faucets, now all of a sudden your shower heads, none of that is working as well. Lance had that done at his house. I wish I had done that. Who's ever going to buy my house? You need to do it. Call Billy. 281-488-6238. There's all kinds of preventive stuff that you can do. Have Billy's guys out to your house and do that. Check it out and make sure that everything is good. Now, if you have an emergency, you have to have this number. We've had emergencies, Lance and I both. 281-488-6238. And Lance, people will text us on Twitter, hey, what's the plumber? No, be ready.
Yeah, aqueductplumbingcompany.com. They are, as John mentioned, the tankless water heater thing. Let me focus on that for a second. I had to have my system cleaned 3 times. Here in Harris County, we got some dirty-ass lines and water, and so a lot of sediment. And so you're supposed to get it cleaned once every year. If you haven't done it, like I hadn't done it for, 5 years after it had been installed, they had to go through and do it 3 straight times just to get it clean the way they needed to. But they don't shortcut it. They do it the right way to make sure you get the best out of everything that they do. That's the Aqueduct plumbing difference way. aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
Is all systems go. We love our Astros in Houston and all across the Lone Star State. We're Texas proud and we shout it loud. Our brand of baseball is great. Our outfield has plenty of muscle. Our guys can sure hit a ton. From Minute Maid drills.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. just saw, and I hope it's accurate, the Astros are in contract talks with Jeremy Pena. According to Ari Alexander, the Astros they were.
They were deep into discussions on a 5-year deal worth exceeding $105 million.
Yeah.
And then someone who knew Pena probably said, "Excuse me, do you know what you're doing this year?
Yeah.
Let's slow this down and hire Scott Boras."
Yeah.
This was all before he hired Boras.
Oh, that was before Boras.
Yes.
Well, then that's over. That's over. Then that's over. I'm looking at the timeline of it. I asked this question on Twitter yesterday. Get your response. Better big three: KD, Alpi, and Amen. Anthony Davis, Kyrie, and Flag.
Oh, I'll go with the Rockets. I don't even think that's that close.
Well, I don't know. Kyrie's
coming off.
You're
of
joining
ACL.
two top 7. Yeah. Well, who knows? I mean, ACLs. People.
I guess if everyone's healthy, we have to say that. But 2 of the Rockets' 3 are always healthy for the most part. Well, Amon's still young in his career, and he did have an injury last year. But and Alpern had an injury last year, but still, they're not like chronic injury guys. Kyrie was not always injured. He just would not, when he was with the Nets, he
had a birthday party to go to.
He'd go to birthday parties. He would take mental health days. He would not go to the bubble, then wanted to hang out at the bubble. He had all that stuff going on, but he typically will play, and he hasn't really been too crazy the last couple of years. He hadn't done his Kanye.
I know.
Kanye went way over the top, and Kyrie kind of went, you know what?
At their best.
I'm going to pull back.
At their best, the Mavericks won. Ceiling-wise, if we're just going ceiling-wise, the Mavericks one is better.
Yeah.
But as far as reality, availability leans Rockets, although, of course, the Kevin Durant concerns are there.
Cooper Flag is still
we don't know. We think Cooper Flag's going to be the greatest thing we've ever seen since Wemby, it wasn't that long ago as far as generational stuff.
Kind of an Adam Morrison type?
Well, that's what you're saying, but I just know generationals, he's been tagged with that, so we'll see. So ceiling, like I said, ceiling is the Mavs, but there is a reality component to this. So I'll take the Rockets because at least I can.
Yeah, right.
I think those guys will play. But if Kyrie comes back in, let's say January, and Anthony Davis somehow plays 65 games or so, 70 games, that's formidable in Dallas.
AD's really good.
Yeah.
When he plays, he is really good.
He's
it's just
really
that
good.
He gets hurt you guys say stuff about me. AD just in the first game that he played, I'm going to show you what you're missing, Lakers. Ow, my groin. Ow, an oblique. Ow, a stomach muscle. He just gets hurt moving.
You remember that time, Del, that AD forgot his shoes in the game?
Well, you don't know if he didn't.
No, I do know.
Headed to the game? No, I got my shoes on right now. And people just joining us don't know what you're talking about.
You have shoes on right now?
People don't know what you're talking about just joining us. They don't even know.
Well, do we force them to the podcast, or do you tell them, John, what you're talking about?
Lance forgot his shoes this morning. Had to drive back home.
He messaged us. He was,
which is not that unusual.
Within minutes of walking through the door for work.
Why do you tell us these?
Because
things?
he was afraid he was going to be late.
I didn't know if I'd be able to get back on time.
I
had to turn around and drive back the other way, and I was going to have to speed, and I'm not supposed to do that. It's against the law.
It's like when I text you guys, traffic jam, accident. It's going to be tight just to get you prepared. That's what I'm doing. But it's out of my control.
Same thing.
No, it's completely
it's out of my control when I don't have my shoes.
No, you can put them on.
It was in my control in my house.
It's always in your
out
control.
Of my control. Got into the car.
There should always be, unless you forget your shoes in the car.
And Sam was listening.
Which no one does that either.
Our social media director was. A lot of people probably do that. Sam, I mean, it's a move. You should 100% do it. Because you're going to stop at stoplights. You got plenty of time to put your shoes and socks on. If you would have walked around in socks, I would have cooked you. That's what Sam says. Wouldn't give her the chance. She wasn't going to get the chance to cook.
I love the thought of her seeing you walk by and just
what are those?
Spending 2 minutes looking at socks. Your crew socks and yelling at you about them.
I know. Nice try. You didn't get to.
Oh no, but she can. We all still have. See, I wouldn't tell people these things, Lance.
But he's just as much as he's a terrible person, he just wanted to let us know he might not get there on time.
Mm-hmm.
So just be aware, and this is
How
the reason.
about my alarm didn't go off?
But that's a lie. I can't lie.
He doesn't want to
tell a
lie
lie
for some reason.
I'm just like George Washington's myth. I'm saying I cannot tell a lie. I chopped down a cherry tree. When you have the honesty that I have, when you're an honest person like me, you just have to tell the truth.
You're not that honest.
Mm-hmm.
You're not that
have
honest.
to tell the truth.
The
truth is, I'm happy about the Fred VanVleet contract,
yes.
and I hustled back to my house and got the shoes right where I left them, which is one of the chairs right next to the little homeschool kitchen table that my wife used to use, and now is going to turn into her puzzle table. Just the truth.
You're a notarized liar, so I would not necessarily say, like, I had a notary come
notarized.
I had a notary come in and go, he's a liar.
I didn't get notarized
like,
as a liar.
Put a stamp on it.
I wasn't notary. You didn't have Esme come in and notarize that.
I did have a conversation with her about you, and she said, yeah, I could get that done. So I don't really believe you don't lie, but for some reason in text, you like telling us when you have screwed up and you might be late.
Being honest.
Yeah. We like that honesty because then we use
good
it
for the
against
show.
you.
Yeah.
But I mean,
it's show content.
Yeah.
People don't believe me, but it's real. Like yesterday, I went to my sleep doctor for memory stuff. You know, right here on the show, I can't remember the names of basic stuff, and I'm like getting worried about it. So I saw my sleep doctor. I hadn't seen her for a while, and she goes, "Well, you wear your CPAP, which is really good." And she said, "I can tell because when you have them, it sends us information. Like you do a really good job, and and it's actually doing really well. You're not doing bad at all." She said, "When are you going to sleep?" And I said, after 11-ish, sometime 11:30. And she goes, "And you do morning radio, right?" I said, "Yeah, I do." She goes, "I told you when you borrow from your sleep bank for the last, 2+ decades, you have to pay it back or you're going to have these issues." So she's demanding I get 8 hours of sleep right now, a night. And I'm like, well, I'm eating gummies at 9 o'clock then because this is going to be hard to do that. But she said, none of your stuff is all short. Your stuff is all, she said, I wouldn't worry too much. It's this kind of memory stuff is just based on you not getting enough sleep. It's a classic sign. Yeah. So I'm like, so if I start getting more sleep, I'll be able to remember players that I wrote 2 weeks ago in football, wrote up scouting reports. Yeah. She goes, you should. I said, what if I keep watching all my shows and I keep streaming, shows nonstop? She goes, well, it doesn't help if you just stream shows. And she told me this, we as humans need to learn to turn our minds off, not listen to podcasts when we're doing stuff, not stream shows nonstop. Have a moment where you sit in silence. Can you sit in silence for 30 minutes?
Can you sit in silence now so we go to break?
Yeah, can you?
That's impossible.
I got a question. What was she wearing when she said all this?
Oh,
no. Scrubs.
Oh, God. Okay.
Scrubs.
All right. Why don't you talk about being a top dog right now?
Dr. Talavajula. Shout out to my doctor, Dr. Talavajula. She didn't tell me bad news, so I like her. I didn't want any bad news. I got good news for you about fireworks. Are you somebody who are you somebody on 4th of July that likes to go nuts? Maybe when you were a kid, maybe you want to do it again. Like I used to, sometime we'd be at my grandparents' house in Kansas. They're out on a farm, and we would go crazy with fireworks. Now, we had sparklers, and we had those snakes, those black pellets that you light, and they just go, and they turn into it just goes up, and they called them snakes. It was not really a big deal, but we felt like it was a big deal. Now the fireworks they have are incredible, and Top Dog Fireworks has them all. And as a matter of fact, they've got 14 locations around the Houston area, so there's no excuse. They have an incredible buy one, get one wall, a BOGO wall with over 100 items where you can buy one, get one free while supplies last. When you spend $250 or more, you're going to receive a sweet reward. And they also give you a chance to be a winner for their Top Dog Beast assortment. What you do, it's a great holiday giveaway contest. Each store location, each of the 14, will have a winner of a fireworks assortment valued at over $450. So you got a chance to win that. And everyone who enters is going to have an opportunity to win the grand prize, which is the Top Dog Beast Assortment, valued at over $1,100. To enter, just visit Top Dog Fireworks location or visit their website at topdogfireworks.com. 4th of July is coming up. Get your fireworks today and don't miss out on their great buy one, get one wall with over 100 items on it. It's topdogfireworks.com.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. As always, the shortest wait times. Those of you that want to call in, we'll get you right in. Elliot had to wait through the break. Sorry about that, Elliot. But we get right to you. What's going on, Elliot?
Hey, morning, fellas. Headed to Philadelphia tomorrow, so shout out Astros, hoping for that sweep so I can go to the wedding and talk a bunch of smack to Philly fans.
That's awesome.
Got a question for you guys. So Houston over the years have made some really big splashes, specifically the Astros and Rockets. I guess the Texans have as well. But where would you rank this KD acquisition compared to, let's say, the Justin Verlander one? Or, I mean, even though it's not as big a name, but Carlos Lee was a big deal. Or if you want to go to Tracy McGrady or all these different big name people that Houston's acquired, what would you rank this over the years compared to other acquisitions?
Well, I mean, as far as excitement or what they did, you know, acquiring Randy Johnson, Justin Verlander, Dwight Howard, Tracy McGrady, now KD, other big ones, Lance.
Well, I mean, you had Pippen, Barkley.
Yeah, Barkley.
As far as
Pippen.
acquisitions now.
Yeah, but Pippen was at the end.
No, it was considered a big deal at the time, though.
Mm.
It wasn't. Scottie
I
Pippen
didn't
wasn't
feel like
as
it.
old
I
as you
mean, I didn't
probably
feel that
think.
way, but okay. I felt
well, because he
bigger
was
about,
after Barkley. It was already feeling like they were old.
Yeah. Yep.
You might be. I mean, Scottie Pippen was in the era of playing more years in college, so he was probably older by the time he got to Houston. He was 33. You know, nowadays that doesn't seem as old, but remember he came into the league at 22, so he was a little older. I mean, you know, first would probably be. I mean, Clyde Drexler was a monster addition because of Phi Slamma Jamma in Houston, and it was just a really big deal getting Dream and Clyde back together. It was huge. Charles Barkley was huge. I'd put, you know, Kevin Durant right after. I'd put maybe Dwight Howard after that, then Kevin Durant. They're all kind of in the same category. Those four would be the big. Those would be the big four that I can think of, and those are huge. Now we're not counting. Oh no, T-Mac. Tracy McGrady in his prime. You mentioned that, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Clyde
T-Mac in his prime has to be inside of there.
Clyde was a huge acquisition.
I think Clyde. I mentioned Clyde. I think Clyde is. I mean, T-Mac is inside your top 5 for sure. Yeah. And James Harden. It turns out that it was maybe
turned out your
biggest.
Time.
But at the time, it was just a really. It was a really big move. But the Rockets have made so many really big moves over the years that no one else over the last, you know. I mentioned this before. No one over the last 30 years has more big monster moves than the Houston Rockets. And even if you want to go back over the last 10 years, when did let me see, James came in around, I was in Portland. It was either 11 or 12. So James came in. So if you want to say the last 15 years, the Rockets have had Dwight Howard. They've had Kevin Durant. They've had James Harden. I mean, those three are huge moves.
Yeah.
T-Mac was obviously.
And the Harden trade, did it happen right before the season started or in season?
Yeah, it would happen. So I was in Portland doing an SEC guy thing, and we were watching the World Series. We were watching. It was, it was like it was before the season, like less than a month before the season.
He was traded for October 27th. That's late.
Yeah, super late. It was like a week before the season.
Yeah, I remember it was his debut in like Detroit or something. He had a big game against Detroit.
He had a huge first game, and it was a big deal because he hadn't even hardly spent any time with the team.
Yeah, it was for Kevin Martin, Jeremy Lamb, and 2 first-round picks in a second.
It was 2012 when he did it.
Yeah.
One of the great Felicines of all time. James Harden, the Thunder offered James $55.5 million over 4 years, which is $4.5 million less than the max deal Harden coveted and got from the Rockets. That's what we were looking at in 2012. That's how quick.
So the story spun that they didn't want to pay him. They just didn't want to go full in although it was minimal, the difference, and he was insulted by it, I guess, and said, "I'm out."
That's what ESPN's saying. Yeah. We wanted to sign James to an extension, but at the end of the day, these situations have to work for all involved. Our ownership group, again, showed their commitment to the organization with several significant offers, said GM Sam Presti, who's still there. And we were unable to reach a mutual agreement. And then this is what I like. And therefore executed a trade that capitalized on the opportunity to bring in a player of Kevin Martin's caliber.
Yeah.
A young talent like Jeremy Lamb and draft picks, which will be important to our organizational goal of sustainable team.
Kevin Martin was involved in another big trade after that.
Yeah, we had Kevin Martin come into the Rockets, which was at the time, a pretty good trade. Like, he was a pretty good player when he came over.
Yeah, no, I mean, we traded him to.
We traded him for James.
For James, and then he was in another big deal after that.
Was he from Oklahoma City?
Yeah, I think it might have been the Clipper deal. He was in another big deal.
One of the first-round picks acquired by the Thunder in that trade led to Steven Adams. They used that pick on one of the picks on Steven Adams.
Oh, from the Rockets?
Yeah.
Look at that.
How about that? Stuff just happens. You don't even realize.
You just don't even realize it's kismet, as the kids say. No kids.
All right, so kismet means
kids from the 30s say that.
So kismet would have been not giving Fred his extension and bringing our good friend James in to team up with his good buddy.
No. And by the way,
kismet.
This kills all those James Harden lovers.
You should be thrilled about that.
The Fred VanVleet signing kills all these nonsensical James Harden stuff that people try to throw out there.
Yeah, let's stop that. Please stop
that. It's done now. I don't want to hear it one time from any Harden lover. Not one.
3 things we need to stop. James Harden to the Rockets, the wave, and cart path only.
Okay. By the way, I saw a Rocket fan online yesterday who was arguing with everyone. He's a Jalen Green fan. And so he's got a Jalen Green Suns jersey. Like, he's already got the Photoshop, the AI Jalen Green in a Suns jersey. And he was saying, and it says Houston Rockets versus everyone or something like that. And they're even telling him, dude, you need to change your name. You're not a Rocket fan. You're a Jalen fan. And he one of his things, he goes, that's it. This year I'm on Alperen Şengün's ass all year long. Anything less than blah, 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 because I'm not putting up with it. This is what this city stands for. And he's just so sad about Jalen being gone. And so now he said he's going to be all over Alperen. I love that. I love when a fan starts the season by saying they're going to be all over a player or a coach or whatever. You're not really a fan. You're just kind of like, that's the definition of a hater. You start off pissed off and ready to down somebody. Kind of like your guy Israel with Reed Shepherd. To him, Reed Shepherd is a bum. He was a bum from the day he was drafted, and he waits for moments that he could badmouth Reed Shepherd. I used to see it with Derek Bell. I thought people treated Derek Bell some people were outrageously. I get that Derek Bell was, had his ups and downs. Derek Bell was a pretty good Astro for a little while, and there were people who couldn't wait to be down on Derek Bell no matter what. There's always somebody who gets slapped around by the fan base, but this is different. This is somebody who just wants to hate a coach or a player, and so all they do is look for confirmation bias.
I know people create their accounts. They can be a Harden muse or a LeBron muse. Hell, a KD muse. I'm sure we're going to have those infiltrating the fan bases.
Yeah, we already have that.
Well, he doesn't label his account that. I'm sure that'll come and they'll have KD and Rocket stuff. But I feel like it's kind of sad to attach yourself to Jalen Green, be a Jalen Green muse or Jalen Green stan. He has not done enough for you to use that moniker as something to have your fights on social media. It's a weak argument you're going to have all the time about what Jalen Green can be and what Jalen Green is. Pick a better player. If you're going to adopt a persona where all you do is hype up one guy and trash everyone else on the roster because you think it's taking attention away from your guy, pick a better player.
And how did you function?
Yeah.
How did you wake up and function during the Golden State series? Like, it must have been a horrific.
The Golden State series. What about the 3 times a week where he's putting up tour dates? How does that go for you? The 3 times a week he's 4 for 15.
Oh, tour dates.
You have to defend that. Why would you want to live that life?
Yeah, that's like Steve Francis fans. Like, I get that at least Steve had, well, actually, there is some similarities in terms of explosiveness, highlight reel dunks, things like that. Steve had some crazy handles, too. Steve did things to this day. There's an era of fans, of basketball fans, who never really watched Steve, who they believe from the highlights that Steve Francis might have been one of the most underrated players in the 2000s. Trust me, he wasn't. Trust me when I tell you Steve was not one of the most underrated players of 2000s. But if you just watch the highlight reels, John, have you ever got caught? Have you ever seen any of the new Steve Francis highlight reels that are out there?
Well, that's going to be
incredible plays.
In 20 years, that's going to be Jalen Green.
Maybe.
Yep.
Maybe
I
if
mean,
you've never seen
incredible highlights.
Yeah, but it's anything before the YouTube era, where there's less footage, I guess. Steve Francis is there's a growing sentiment that Steve Francis was that's why, frankly, Dream benefits from that. Dream, there's a lot of young people who believe Dream might be the best center that ever lived, which I'm good with that argument, but it's because his highlight reels are so good. Like, he's got some stuff that other bigs just don't do, and they haven't seen it because they don't have big men that do this now. There's no such thing as a big man who has the moves and the footwork Dream had on the post. Like, you don't see it. And so you show this to a young person, you show Hakeem Olajuwon highlights to a young person, they'll be like, oh my God, this is incredible. That's right, son. It is.
Yep. You're right, son. All right, let's get Chris in here. Hey, Chris, what's going on?
Hey, what's up, guys? Love the show. Hey, so, Lance, I'm not exactly sure how old you are. I'm 44. And so I remember in the 90s, I think what's changed a lot of the, acquisitions for me, I love the caller's question, is in the 90s, we didn't have, all the social media. I mean, we've been hearing Kevin Durant for, a month and a half. We didn't have all the social media stuff. So when it popped up, kind of okay, cool. That's cool that it happened. One of the biggest acquisitions for me in Houston was when Hannah McNair took over for Cal McNair, and I'll hang up and listen what you guys think about that.
When Hannah took over for Cal.
So that acquisition would have been made years before when he married her then.
Yeah. We didn't know that she was going to get so involved.
Yeah.
And by the way, I'm not sitting here complaining. Let the record reflect. I am not complaining that she has become more.
No.
Now, I'm not sure everyone in that building is always going to be happy about that.
John is kind of intimated.
Yeah. He went from being a huge Hannah stan to kind of going anti-Hannah.
Mm-hmm.
It was a sad day, I remember.
I was sad. The joy he used to speak
what happened?
In his voice with Hannah has changed.
Mm-hmm.
It's just.
This is what I'm. That sound.
You hear
that sound.
You hear
this is what we're talking
you can
about.
Hear it.
It's just not great.
See, it's just not great, is what he said.
Either way, but you know what? It was worse. So there's
what's wrong right now?
He won't tell, but he's heard
division
things.
championships are upset
it's great,
you.
Lance, it's great.
D'Amico, there, thank you.
This is one of the mysterious turns that we've never got a real explanation
him leaving
for.
Chicago, we'll never get the answers.
We're not gonna know why he's not allowed back unless under cover of night, and we don't know why he's turned.
What caused him to turn?
Yeah,
he used to be one of the big fans, and now it's just like,
I mean,
that's fine.
But we do credit him. We do credit him with showing some restraint, because normally, with other things, he's
this is
a fastball to the head on someone. But this one, he's like, I don't know. I'm just gonna.
You start messing with the owners of teams. It's especially if they have any ability to get him on a golf course. He's not going to do that.
Oh, you think he's playing the long game?
Tillman can get him on a golf course.
That's not. That has nothing to do
Crane
with it.
can get him on a golf course. Actually, Hannah can't get him on a golf course that I know of.
No John Chill today, unfortunately, for you John Chill fans. He won't be able to come on. So we won't have.
You missed him last week. He came on with us last week.
Oh yeah, I missed him, but I know. But he's here every week. He just won't be here today.
That's unfortunate. Is he ill? Do we know?
No.
Just busy running the Golden Nugget.
He's got some house. Some workers at the house. He won't be able to come on.
Got it.
So
they're asking right now: Is Hannah
we
McNair the best female owner in the NFL?
There are three of them in the AFC South.
And we got three.
We have three in the AFC South.
We got power.
Well, I mean, Cal is technically the owner, but it's a combination.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. It's
Strunk in Tennessee. We got the Irsay daughter. In Indianapolis.
They say it's daughters, but it's
the one, right?
It's the one daughter.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not ranking female owners in because, we're just fine. It's better than it was. That's all I'll say. It's better than
What
it
a
was.
ringing
Division
endorsement.
champs.
Two-time.
Division champs with Coach of the Year in D'Amico.
No, they're doing great.
Offensive Rookie of the Year, Defensive Rookie of the Year.
Do his job. They're letting D'Amico do his job. There's no idiot in the front office that's that's destroying all of the. Yes, it's better. It's just better. That's all. It's just better. But I don't know. Wouldn't you like to have? I guess I don't know.
Well, what are you saying? He's leaving stuff off the table that we have no idea.
He is doing the thing we talked about yesterday. He goes, "What would Wendy want me to do?" In the middle of him about to say something.
Is that what he's
Yeah.
doing?
What he's looking at his wrist and going, "You know what? It's better that I not say anything really about this."
It's
What
not
would Wendy
that.
want?
It's not that. I just, you just hear things.
You've heard things that you don't think are right to say.
That
That's
I
all.
can't talk about.
That's all.
Can't you guys catch a hint? You hear things that can't.
John,
talk
that's
about.
the point. We
Too
can
late.
catch the hint, and
I've heard
the
things
hint.
too, but
no, we know the hint.
I've heard things too, but as long as my product is good on the field, I don't
That's
care.
what I
It's not
said.
my
It's better than it
business.
was.
Yeah.
That's what I said.
Like, it's good
There's
right
no
now.
Jack Easterby in there anymore,
Yeah.
and Hannah had a big part
It's
in that.
good
That's great.
right now. I don't care.
Right.
I don't deal with anyone behind the scenes, so I don't care. Long as my on-field product doesn't get messed with, that's all I care
right.
about.
That's what I said.
Yeah.
They're letting Nick do his job. They're letting D'Amico do his job.
That's
That's
right.
great. It's great.
That's all the listeners care. That's all the
That's it.
Texans fans care about.
That's it. So, man, the Pelicans are catching it today for trading away their first-round pick next year for the 13th pick this year.
Unprotected, yeah. And they're
Unprotected.
going to be bad, probably.
Yeah,
They're going to
this
be
is-
really bad.
Well, your 13th pick.
It's going to be better than the 13th pick.
Who was it? Who was the 13th pick?
I'll look and see
It
who they
was-
chose. But they traded up and they gave up an unprotected 2026 pick for a team influx who are open for business in terms of trading players that would contribute to winning. It was an odd
Queen.
move. Yeah, Derek
So
Queen
Derek
out of
Queen.
Maryland.
So obviously they have Derek Queen. Wow, Derek Queen from
But to move
Maryland?
up that many spots,
Well, they
just a
obviously
few
have
spots,
him really high on their board.
that's fine. But just a few spots to give up an unprotected.
Well, they're moving up a few spots for a guy they have as a top 4 player in the draft, more than likely, something like that.
Well, because
because
they
then
better
you
make
don't
the
care if your
playoffs.
stuff's unprotected next year. You've got a certain grade on him that you believe is really
But
high.
even if you think he's that good, are you going to give up the chance to add another really good player next year if you're bad? Why would you do that? Like if you're in the lottery, considering how the lottery is now
That's a good
gone,
point.
even if you are barely missing the play-in, your record could prop you up into the top 4. We've seen that happen with the Spurs and the Mavericks. So
And
is Derek
honestly,
Queen enough to give up that
and
chance?
you can't get rid of Zion Williamson. Like that's the problem. Is it's not like you can get off Zion's contract right now. I don't think you can. I don't know who would take Zion Williamson.
No.
That is a little strange. To instead of you're basically going 2 picks for 1 player rather than 2 picks for 2 players. It is, but I mean, you got to have an exceptionally high grade on Queen, and you got to believe that Derek Queen, is a big time star potential core player to be giving up an unprotected pick next year. That's probably going to be a top 8 pick. I mean, based on what we've seen so far. And you just dealt CJ McCollum for who? Who did you move CJ
Jordan
for?
Poole and stuff.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
that could be kind of a push potentially.
Yeah.
I don't know. Hey, it's not my business. We don't even have draft picks. We're all good.
We don't care.
We don't care about
this was the
stupid
least
draft.
interesting draft ever.
Snacks went to a draft party with his friend Ethan. I said, "What? You know that they don't have picks, right?" He goes, "Yeah, they only have second rounders." I said, "No picks.
They got the last pick of the draft.
No, they don't. They've already dealt it.
They already dealt it. Okay.
No, like it is seriously. It was part of the.
Well, what were they going to do with it?
I think it was
anyway?
part of the draft. It does. Yeah, exactly. I don't care. Last pick of the second round. Yeah, I don't think that's their pick either. I think they moved that pick. I don't think they have any picks. Now, I will tell you, a good friend of mine who I argue basketball. Well, we just discussed basketball. He told me the other day he wasn't crazy about this trade. He thinks Jalen's got a chance to still get a lot better. And he said, I'm telling you right now, if that big from Duke ends up going in the Rockets spot at 10, I'm going to be pissed off. He said, because I think he's going to become a really valuable player as he keeps growing into his body, shot blocker, rebounder, and become a better offensive threat. And sure enough, the 10th pick was Malawach, or I think that's how it's pronounced, from Duke, who ends up going to listen, this trade, we're going to keep an eye on Jalen. Like, worst case scenario, Jalen goes for 26.5, turns into a 40-point three-point shooter next year. And this big from, Duke develops into a big-time player, and Kevin Durant suffers through injuries. Like, there are going to be, as is the case, we do this, national people do it, it's natural. We look at trades and we say, okay, let's continue to see how this trade worked out year after year after year and see who won the trade. For right now, Rocket fans are just fine with how this went down. Well, a good number are. But that perception could change in a couple years. We'll see.
Yep. All right, we got a break. You got to talk John Daspit.
I'll talk about John Daspit. John Daspit, as a matter of fact, he texted yesterday while he was, I guess he was listening to, I don't know if he was listening to the show or listening to a podcast. But Daspit he was giving me idea. He said, okay, Şengün, Adams, Whitmore, Smith, or Tari, or Shepard, whichever one the Rockets like the least, and picks for Giannis. He's already thinking about what you could do to get Giannis on this team. Now, I know that John Daspit simply doesn't take any time off from anything because he's thinking about this Rocket stuff. He listens to our show every day, and he is incredibly busy with his own workload and then the cases with some of his other lawyers where he will step in and give them advice on what to do or even step in and start handling elements of it. John Daspit is nonstop, 7 days a week, 365. Despite the fact he has a wife, he has kids, he likes to do fun stuff, but work is all encompassing. I've been places with him where he gets on the phone, and we were headed to an NIL shoot in Georgia a couple of years ago. He's on the phone with his lawyers working on stuff. That's what he does. He's going to make sure that his law firm works the hardest for you in a personal injury law case to make sure that you get the best settlement. And that includes all your bills paid, all your physical therapy paid, making sure that you get the x-rays and MRIs and everything that you need to make sure that all the injuries are accounted for and taken care of. Time missed from work, that's a big one. Who's going to pay your bills? Who's going to pay, to put food on the table? Well, it's going to be the insurance company if you're hurt for a short period of time or long period of time. And then, of course, your pain and suffering is accounted for as well with John Daspit, and he's going to get you a strong settlement. It's what he does. He's a winner. He's going to win for you. 713, call now. That's 713, call now, or go to daspitlaw.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. As we mentioned, shortest wait times in the history of radio right here. Larry is up. Let's bring him in here. Hey, Larry, what's going on?
The White Sox had shoeless Joe Jackson. I guess we have shoeless Lance Zierlein.
Uh-huh, we do. With Hall of Famers. Both, no, actually, only one's in the Hall of Fame.
Only one of us is in the Hall, John.
Well, but Shoeless Joe's going to get in.
I had this report from the Associated Press.
He was part of a scandal to throw.
No. But just recently, Pete Rose is eligible now to get in.
I know they're eligible.
They'll
Pete Rose didn't throw any games. Shoeless Joe did.
Look at his average in that series.
Shoeless Joe threw. Well,
Shoeless Joe
that's the argument,
besmirched and should. And,
Jose Altuve got besmirched. That's true.
Yep.
But Shoeless Joe's. But it was Ricky McDonald's niece is actually the one who told Mountains Kennesaw Landis that he cheated. So
and John Boy wrote about it.
John Boy wrote about it. Whoever the 1900s John Boy was.
What else, Larry?
Okay, the reason I'm calling is the Associated Press had this report, but I need to preface this by saying Kentucky, a member of the most dominant athletic conference in the country, is converting its athletic department into a limited liability holding company. And the University of North Carolina, another big athletics program in the major conference, they're projected with the new payment to athletes starting in July, they're projecting a deficit in their athletic department of $100 million. So that's the landscape we have. And Lance has mentioned in the past how smaller schools and non-power conferences, that they're going to struggle to keep up with the big boys. And you're going to have volleyball, track and field, other non-revenue sports. You're going to lose athletes. They're going to lose scholarships. So I just wanted to give that to lead into this Associated Press story. State of Louisiana will be the first state to raise taxes to fund college sports. It's going to be a 21% increase. 1/4 of the tax revenue from online sports wagering will be split equally among public universities in Louisiana, I guess, like LSU. Go for the benefit, quote unquote, of the benefit of student athletes, including scholarships, insurance, medical coverage, facility enhancements, and litigation settlement fees. So it's a 21% rate increase that they're going to use earmarked specifically for college sports. And you're going to see it in other states like Texas as well, where they're going to have legislation where people's taxes are going to go up specifically to fund these.
Well, you said online.
Sports.
You said
well,
online
actually,
sports.
that's not.
You said online sports, right?
That's not going to. It's actually going to come out of gambling. So, I mean, first of all, in Louisiana, that's a relatively new tax, and secondly, it's not coming out of taxpayers' pockets. It's coming out of, a
lot of the people actually wagering online are from that state.
From revenues generated from a new source, actually. So, and if that's how they want to allocate it, you know what? Then good on them.
Well,
now,
it hurts DraftKings.
If they went and said, gasoline now, we're gonna increase gasoline taxes, that's another story. But if you're going to take money, if you're going to appropriate money from a new revenue stream, oh well. And especially gambling.
Is it still great though? For like, what it hurts is for example, DraftKings gets killed. And I as somebody who owns stock, they're doing this in Illinois, not for that purpose, but they're taxing it. So they have to charge a tax. Now they pass it on to the consumer. It does have an impact, like for all those sports books, DraftKings, FanDuel, MGM, whoever the sports books are, they're the ones online and brick and mortar, by the way. They all pay that. I don't think it's great that it's not a great sign that they're having to go to the tax coffers to fund universities because of this rev share.
No.
That's not a great.
No,
that's not great, because what it was, usually revenue share in the professional leagues is you get a certain percentage of revenue that comes in. And so those numbers are fluid based on the CBA. It should be that way at universities too, depending on what the accounting is of, how much revenue is brought in, which is actually pretty easy to look at it in terms of, what they consider incoming revenue. It's going to be different from school to school, obviously. So it's tricky. What's going to happen is, look, small schools keeping up with the big schools. Larry, that's done. That's been done. And it's frankly maybe never even been the case anyway. Once NIL started, especially with once transfer portal started, small schools were finished. They were cooked. But what's going to happen, what has started to happen is mid-level programs and smaller programs will have to now eliminate sports. And they're not going to eliminate women's sports for fear of Title IX lawsuits.
And what's crazy is Louisiana is basically broke.
Yeah.
All right. And it's coming that the first taxation, the first taxes that are going towards student athletes come from Louisiana.
I know.
Now, it just is amazing to me that these things, with the revenue, the television revenue that all these schools are getting, with the attendance revenue that all these schools are getting, that they can't figure this out. I mean, honestly, the kids are not making that much compared to what these major universities are getting. Yeah, it just is amazing that you have to use tax revenue.
No. That's not, like, you have to pay everyone in the programs.
Well, I get that.
Like
I get that.
Everyone just thinks this is a lie. It's crazy. We just decide that anything that's from a government is a lie. Anything that's from a university is a lie. Anything that they say, it's not. Talking behind the scenes, like, these are not lies. I had this conversation with a good friend, like, surely there's enough money there and I just said, listen, some places have that money, but you don't understand. This is the accounting. I've gone through with the accounting. One is a small school and one is a big school. And one is Texas A&M. Texas A&M has all the money in the world, John.
I understand small schools. This is
the small schools, I get it.
I get that.
The big
but
ones.
You can't tell me that the revenue that Alabama gets from basketball and football and even baseball, LSU, what they get from football and with the television money, basketball money, and their baseball money, you can't tell me they can't fund all their programs. You can't tell me that. You absolutely can, especially when there's a cap of $25 million.
Talk before you say that. I know you think that. Go talk to somebody from LSU and just find out. I don't know. I can't speak to LSU. I can speak to A&M. I know what A&M's going through.
Well, here's
A&M's making cuts behind the scenes. They're making a lot of cuts.
That's right. And here's where the cut should come from. These coaches that are making $10 million a year, $12 million a year.
It's never that. It's the guys making $40,000.
Well, it should well be. Well, you know what it's going to be? That guy's going to make $12 million, but his staff is going away. You know what? There's fewer people behind the scenes now.
Yeah,
those are the guys.
There's
the ones that are getting squeezed.
No, absolutely. Well, it's always like that. It's always the top dogs. They don't get squeezed. The top dogs. It's the lower level people, and that's what's happening. And positions are being eliminated at major universities, and A&M's one of them, where major universities are having positions that are completely eliminated. It's going to be interesting. It's not going to be the same from school to school. And some schools don't have the same outline of cash for, head coaches in basketball and football. Like, do you know that, oh man, I don't know if I should. Well, let me put it this way. There are some universities whose general managers, because you have to have a GM now, whose GMs make close to $1 million. Yeah. There's other major universities where they make $200,000, major Power 4 universities. So there's a lot of differences on how money is spent. The money is not going to be there for a long time. College football they had a run in college football, salaries just shooting up. Those days are over. Now, maybe not for head coaches and maybe not for a coordinator here and there, but the rev share is going to drastically change it. And a lot of people are not going to care. They want the players to get all that. But I do think there's a good balance to where I want to see all the programs still be able to be funded. Like, I want men's tennis to keep going. I want women's rowing or whatever. Usually the revenue generating sports, power those. I think that's great. I think it's great for those universities. Hopefully you can continue to do both. There is a concern about it, though. I will say that.
All right. 713-780-3776.
As long as don't get in my pockets, though.
No.
Do not get in my pockets.
Well, you could argue that, the 20% of sports betting revenue is not in your pocket. It's just not.
Right,
because
I'm saying
that was going to be taxed anyway. They're just appropriating.
You can't tax.
They're appropriating it poorly, but I wouldn't say they haven't. Taxed the consumer any more than they would have anyway.
If you take money
just
away from
it
the right, the people would turn on universities and the NCAA and the players so quickly. If you start taking money out of regular tax coffers,
right,
for that, my gosh, it would be a loser across the board.
All right, you want to be a winner? HR&P. Your business wants to be a winner. Your people that work for you want you to be a winner. They want you to succeed. I would think for the most part, if you work for a company, you want them to succeed. The better off they are, the better off you should be. Okay. And the bottom line, even if you're putting the extra money that you would save from using HR&P instead of whatever admin company you're using now, or if you're doing it yourself, even if you just put that in your pocket, okay, you do it how you do what you want with your money. It's your money. But think about the way you're doing things. Let HR&P come and evaluate the way that you're doing things. You're not an expert in payroll. You're not an expert in HR. You're not an expert in taxes. You're not an expert in 401ks. You're not an expert in insurance. You're not in any of the benefits packages. You're just not. They are. They know what they're doing. We have so many people that can attest to this, that come on our air and talk about what HR&P has done for their business. Your business is there. Is your business struggling? Are you just want to be better? Just be better. Even if you're doing well, maybe there's a chance you could do better. Let HR&P evaluate your business and see the way you're doing things and whether or not they can help. Maybe they can't, but probably they can. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Israel is on the line. Lance, I don't know what did Lance say earlier about, what did you say about Israel?
Something about Reed Shepherd or something.
Oh, about Reed Shepherd. Yeah, I just hate.
I say Israel was straight out the box was ready to hate on Reed Shepherd.
Right.
And then as soon as Reed Shepherd wasn't playing or had a bad game, let's go. It's not really about being a Rocket fan. It's about being, you know how it is. I mean, we know the deal. He's fans of certain guys and enemies of certain guys.
Yeah.
I'm fans of Rockets, of Astros, which includes Cam Smith. I'm a bigger fan than Israel is.
Yeah. All right. Well, Israel wants to respond to that here.
Okay, bye.
What's up, Israel?
What's up? Yeah, I'm a grown man. I can root for, don't root for who I want. I'm not like you. You do what you do. I do what I do. You know what I'm saying? And with Reed Shepherd, he's not off limit. All the top 10 people, the young guys who got picked yesterday, they are expecting them to come in next year and contribute some way. They're not picking them in the top 10 to be talking about he's young, all these excuses. They getting them guys to come in immediately. They ain't wasting no time with these guys. And KD, well, I'm tell you what's going to happen. KD gonna get to Houston. They just re-signed another vet. They're gonna get another backup vet point guard. And when they get into practice, at camp, you can't even compare Cam to Reed. Cam can hoop. Reed just can't. Guys like him that come from Duke, they like Danny Ferry and Christian Laettner. They do all this, they do, but when they get in there with them guys, they just are not the guys. And I can have my opinion. He's not Teflon. He could be talking. You talk about Shador, you talk about him, you talk about that. Reed Shepherd. Then you want to get soft, huh? Oh, Reed, I'm gonna tell you something. When they get into practice, and my man, the guard, is doing them dirty, and Cam doing his thing on the second team against KD, and he'll be like, man, what is this bum doing here? Who is he? Oh, that's he's the third pick. What? They went to the third pick on this clown? So you can like what I'm like. Well, I ain't got to be no fan for whoever I want. You speak on yourself. All right.
I guess he told you.
He would have if Lance was actually in the room. He didn't hear a word of that.
He's a grown man.
Lance didn't hear it. The message was out there, but not to the person he wanted to hear it. Lance left the room.
Oh, you did?
He wasn't in there for any of that. So, Israel, appreciate the call, but message not delivered.
Oh,
Lance, you can come back. I think he went to the vending machine.
He went to the vending machine?
Yeah. He went to go to something.
Or maybe he went to Charlotte's office to get some food.
He specifically said he needed his debit card. I don't know if Charlotte has a card machine with her. Yeah, he went to go get some chips from the vending machine. Are those going down the hall? Oh, he's actually got chips for himself, not down the hall this time.
Oh, he's not. They're not going down the hall this time.
Skinny Pop, excuse me. He got Skinny Pop.
You got Skinny Pop? Yeah, Skinny Pop's good for you.
Yeah,
all right.
100-calorie popcorn. It's no big deal.
I was telling everyone that Israel's message wasn't delivered because you weren't in the room.
Oh, yeah, I don't listen to that dude. I told you I was done with him.
Can you just make sure?
If I know you don't operate on good faith,
yeah,
I don't mess
yeah,
with
we're on to something else. Can you make sure none of that winds up on that microphone? Don't eat right over the mic.
Oh, see, he's gonna popcorn too.
Yeah, it's gonna.
There's gonna be popcorn.
There's gonna be a kernel right there.
All over.
Yeah,
all over.
So what's
none
up, guys?
None
what
will
are y'all
fall
talking
into
about
his.
now?
None will fall into his shoes because he forgot them today.
What are y'all talking about? Did he have some good stuff to say to y'all?
He was just barking
he's a
at
grown
you.
man. He can root for who he wants. Okay.
Hey, as long as you down a guy based on his color, that's all I care about. Just beat down people because of the.
I forgot to ask him what he thinks of Cooper Flag.
Hates him.
What's that?
Generational.
Hates him.
Oh, okay.
Generational talent.
Generational hater.
All right.
Silky
Remember
Johnson,
when he had that magical, mythical thing in his mind where he believed that we were anti-Cam Smith?
Yes. He still believes that, I think.
I mean, because he wants to believe that.
No, because we're not We're not fanboys. Just listen. I'm
a big fan of Cam Smith.
I'm a big fan of. I'm a big fan of him too. I am. Yeah. All right. Israel's done.
Did he say anything about Hannah McNair?
No, he didn't say
Okay.
a word. No,
He didn't say anything about Hannah McNair, did he?
not at all. I think it
I didn't
was
hear that.
mainly focused on you can't tell him who to root for. He's a grown man. And then he mentioned Reed Shepherd's going to get bullied in practice by Cam Whitmore because Cam can hoop. And KD's going to watch.
If Cam gets traded, I pray for Israel.
Hey, to Cactus
The
Jacks
caller.
today, huh, boys? The boys are going to be noon till 6. We're going to be out of Cactus Jacks, right?
Is it part of our summer circuit
Is
continuing?
that Beaumont or Mount Bellevue? Where is it?
I think it's Baytown, isn't
Is
it?
it Baytown? Baytown. Yeah, and you can sign up to win the 2
Baytown, yeah.
electric bicycles that we're giving away, $4,000 value from E-Power bicycles.
It's got some good reviews too.
Yeah,
the food looks good.
Cactus Jacks.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right
get on
now.
over there today from noon until 6, and all you have to do is sign up, and you got a chance to win those e-bikes. So let's go. Get on over to Cactus Jacks today.
Yeah, looks legit.
Today, man. Cactus Jacks in Baytown. Let's go. Let's go. Time right now, though, to talk a little Zadok Jewelers.
Zadok Jewelers, speaking of legit, Zadok Jewelers is absolutely legit. Go to the website, zadok.com, and go look for, and listen, I don't know what you're looking for right now. Did you know that they have their own Zadok collection? They've got earrings, necklaces, rings, bracelets. Their designers that they have in-house are developing very unique pieces that are going to be, if you want to have one of one or one of just 2 or 3, you can get that with the Zadok pieces that they are designing in-house. It's the Zadok collection. You've got fine watches for men and women. They buy, they sell, they trade. They've got some of the best jewelry you're going to find, some of the best designers and makers from around the world. If you're looking for diamonds, loose diamonds, they've got so many sources for loose diamonds that they'll find a perfect cut, clarity, color for you and for that diamond engagement ring that you are looking for. They can even take family heirlooms, melt down the maybe you've got jewelry that's been passed down. They can melt it down and turn it into something new, something updated, something really cool for you to continue to pass down generation to generation in your family. Zadok does it all. Over 4 decades here in Houston, family owned and operated. All the Zadok family is working there, and they want to really take care of you with the best product in the city of Houston. 1801 Post Oak Boulevard at Zadok Jewelers.
All right, our final hour this morning here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. We've had a bunch of calls in here. If you want to get in, you are more than welcome to join us here on the show. Astros win. We haven't talked Astros baseball in a while. Colton Gordon did the job. Okert did the job. King did the job, even though he struggled. And Josh Hader again. Yeah, he's been working. Josh Hader's been working hard lately. We got to give him a little break. Got to give him a break tonight, okay, or this afternoon. It's a day game today, right? So how about holding this Phillies offense scoreless over 2 games?
And pretty impressive.
Well, anytime you're going to bring a Colton Gordon to the mound against a Zach Wheeler, you know what? It's an unfair fight. An unfair fight. You stake a Colton Gordon to a 1-run lead in the first, and it's lights out for your team.
Right.
They knew they had no chance after that first inning.
Right. Yep.
They knew they had no chance.
Yep. Somebody said that, I didn't obviously hear any of it, but Israel said that Reed went to Duke.
Did he say that?
Yeah, everyone was saying he said something about Duke players that he was talking about. I could see where you'd make that.
Why would he
Kentucky,
assume that Reed went to Duke?
Blue uniforms?
White.
Oh, you
white and
blue and white uniforms?
Blue and white.
Blue and white uniforms,
Okay.
probably.
Okay.
Yeah, he went to Kentucky. He didn't really start there.
And Kentucky guards have had a good run. If we're going by track record,
Very
Kentucky
good
Kentucky guards show out in the NBA.
White Kentucky guards?
Tyler Hero's an all-star.
Yeah.
Did Tyler Hero go to Kentucky?
Yep, for a
I
year.
don't even remember that.
It was only for a year, just like everybody else.
Yeah, but he gets thrown around like a rag doll.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean you're not a good player. So
Yeah, he is a good player.
Yeah, so
I think
do
Reed
have an
might get
example
thrown around like a rag doll by Amen too.
in a practice.
I
or
think
two.
Amen might throw a lot of guys around like a rag doll. Here are your Kentucky players. Jamal Murray, ever heard of him?
Pretty good.
Malik Monk, okay. Julius Randle, Bam Adebayo, Anthony Davis, P.J. Washington, De'Aaron Fox, Devin Booker, Trey Lyles,
whatever.
Shaden Sharp,
Shea Gilgeous-Alexander,
SGA, Emmanuel Quigley.
Yeah, they don't do too well.
John Wall, Ty Washington. You remember him,
Former
the great
Rocket,
Ty
Washington.
Former Rocket.
Look, Calipari. One of the reasons they
Jason Wallace. Oh my God!
They kind of ran him out is because wait a minute, all these guys are really good to great NBA players. Why didn't we win more?
Yeah,
beat it. Now he's at Arkansas.
I mean, a bunch of guys in the league right now doing some things.
Will Arkansas have a bunch of guys now?
That's his mold. Huh?
No,
that's what he does.
No, not with NIL because he used to have the sweetest deals.
Well, I'm sure they'll pay. Arkansas will pay.
You're going to be
That's how they got
you're going to
Calipari.
be as good as your. You're going to be as good as your alumni.
Well,
base.
I think didn't they have a giant booster make sure Calipari came into town? I don't think it's going to stop at paying Calipari.
You got to take care of the football team too.
Got Kentucky, not the same. Arkansas, not the
Arkansas.
same. Not well. I don't know who's their head coach right now.
Sam Pittman.
Feel like they're if
they're going to have to get a new.
If
coach
they have
after
to
this year.
choose, if they have to choose, I think it's going.
New coach
I think it's going to Calipari.
$6 million a year for your new coach next year.
You don't sign Calipari to let him, meander through the SEC.
I'm telling you, a lot of this depends on how it's really getting to be the point where how much money does your alumni base have? It's really an arms race now. It's a wallet race. And I don't know, Arkansas might. I don't think Sam Walton's kicking in. I mean,
Sam Walton's he might be kicking in. I think that's how they got Calipari.
Maybe so. I mean, Sam Walton, we know that we know the Walton family has some cheese.
Yep. How big a mistake did Utah make taking Ace Bailey, who is so not Utah?
This has one contract and done written all over it. Did you see what he wore?
Yeah.
The riding boots?
Well, he's probably gonna wear that in Utah. And I mean,
I feel like there's some red flags with Ace Bailey.
Why would a guy that wanted to go to Washington, D.C. not be thrilled to go to Utah? So
the entire thing was, and I was reading up on this yesterday, it literally is his handlers believe that he needs to go to a place where he can score a bunch of points early on and get a max contract right off the bat. It's just a money play. That's all.
Yeah, he did not want to go to a place where he was a piece of the puzzle. Like with the Sixers, health obviously a concern. If they're healthy, he's just a guy who fits in with George and Maxey and McCain and
a chance
Embiid.
to win at a higher level.
Chance to win. He wanted to go to a place where he could stretch his wings and be the dude. And he identified places where he thought that could happen, and maybe they even gave him word that could happen. And then Danny Ainge said, "I don't care that you don't want to be here. I'm taking you anyway."
Well, the Wizards have improved a little bit now.
But just talking about what his thought process was. And maybe not that Utah is so crowded with great on-ball guys that he couldn't make a path there. That might be just about not wanting to be in Salt Lake. But you know what Danny Ainge said? I'm Danny Ainge. I'll draft you. It doesn't matter what you think. This is a draft. You come play here.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the way you want to operate. But I just every once in a while, like there's enough red flags here. It's not about, well, he doesn't want to be there. Everything that he's said and done leading up to the process, are you sure that this is a guy that's going to embrace the city, that the city will embrace him, that he's going to work towards being the best teammate? And I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's going to be the case or not. It was an interesting fit. Ace Bailey to Utah is probably, as John mentioned, maybe the most polar opposite fit of the draft.
And is Daryl Morey? I know. I mean, I like Edgecombe, but you're looking. Kneppel is Daryl Morey puts such value on the 3-point shot. He's got a great 3-point shooter sitting there in Kneppel.
Does he really put that value? At what point in Houston did he put?
He
does theoretically, but at no point does he add players.
Did he always say 3 is more than 2?
Yeah, he
always
says
said
it.
that.
Now, what's the headband guy who played at Florida?
The one that John always talks about, Corey Brewer.
Corey Brewer, 2-time Rocket. Corey Brewer, Brick City.
Yeah.
Is that value in the 3?
Well, he's it's so crazy.
Who are the guys he added? The only guy is Ryan Anderson.
He's an
Ryan Anderson came back
guy. He's an analytics guy. He loved James having the ball all the time, shooting threes.
His efficiency,
it's good basketball. It's smart basketball. And then he's got Kneppel sitting there, and he takes Edgecombe.
I mean, to be fair, would Israel have done? What would Israel do? What would Israel have done at the 3rd pick?
Well,
do you think he would have drafted Kneppel?
Well, if you look at what just happened,
one of the Duke guys
in these finals, he wouldn't have. In these finals, Kneppel's got one of the worst agility ratings. And can you put that guy on the floor and be a two-way guy in a final series, or he's always going to be a guy who gets picked on?
He strikes me as a piece, and that's it.
Edgecombe can D up. Probably not great in the half court right now. That's going to have to come with time. But you can put him on the floor, and you don't have to worry about him being picked on.
There's going to be some real defensive concerns for Khan on the next level, I think.
Well, Edgecombe's good.
Yeah,
he's a good player.
Yeah, he's good.
Daryl can do whatever he wants to do.
It's not our problem anymore.
Not my problem.
Man, your bias has just leaked through, John.
It kind of is. I just never understood Daryl, his love for the 3-point shot and never getting 3-point shooters, ever. I just don't get it. Edgecombe's a good player, though. Edgecombe may turn out to be a really good NBA player.
Yeah, it never made sense. Daryl's put some sharpshooters out there. What are we doing?
Well,
and the one time he tried to do it was with Ryan Anderson, a stretch 4, but he wanted him 3 or 4 years prior. By the time he got that version
he
was
couldn't shoot at home. Was that the issue for Ryan Anderson? Couldn't shoot at home.
Well,
Daryl
terrible.
Lance asked him about
that's
that.
where
data dredging.
I asked him about why does he have so much trouble shooting at home, and Daryl's like, "Oh, you're data dredging," and I didn't know what it meant. And I asked him, "What does it mean?" And he told me, and then I still wasn't sure. And I asked him again, and he gave me an example, and I realized, oh, Daryl thinks I'm just pulling statistics to fit a narrative, when the reality is that dude didn't shoot well at home for 3 years.
Yeah.
That's not data dredging. That's a pretty good sample size.
Yeah, right.
He was disgusted. I asked about, hey, why do you think, is there anything that you can pinpoint about why Ryan Anderson is shooting so poorly at home? Oh, you would have thought that I threw a knife at him. He was so disgusted. That's a legitimate question. You're stretch 4, a big free agent acquisition, can't make threes at all at home. I should be able to, that should be a question that you can
He should be able to answer that question if he's going to ask us to take stuff out sometimes because he's afraid of the
exactly.
NBA coming after him.
If you're gonna ask us to pull things off of the entire podcast, like don't have that. I don't want that out there. Okay, then can you answer a question without accusing me of data dredging? That's not data dredging. That's like, how come this guy can't shoot at home? That's just real.
My human
talk.
eyes.
It's a real question.
Can tell me that, and the numbers back it up.
This guy's bricking. That's data dredging. No, every year this guy can't shoot.
He's just not a good shooter at home. He's just not a good shooter at home.
He turned into one of his worst pickups. And he had a love affair with Eric Gordon.
Well, he brought him to Philly.
Old players, man.
He took him to Philly.
I know. He brought PJ Tucker to Philly. He brings everyone to Philly. Like, man, he's in that old man mode where he brings, if the older you are, he wants to bring you in. No thanks.
And the Rockets got one of the oldest players in the league now.
Yeah. Daryl was super jelly.
Well, yeah, it is Kevin Durant. I bet he was.
Star
older player.
Aging?
Yeah.
Yes.
I bet you he was
got
jealous.
Some injury issues. That's his jam.
I'm sure he did make a call to the Suns.
Hey, was Shedeur Sanders mentioned last night when Danny Wolf was sitting there crying?
I didn't see that.
Oh, he was crying?
Yeah. It was rough for the former Yale Michigan player. He was a little upset.
Oh, that's him that I saw.
His brother was crying after he got drafted.
His brother cried. That's what I saw. I saw his brother
Wolf
crying.
was emotional as he kept falling.
Yeah.
I mean, let's be fair. Big
What?
white guy.
What?
Where did he think he was getting drafted?
Hey, Wolf has got moves now.
No, Wolf is a ball handler.
Yeah.
It's hard to believe that he's as tall as he is. He's like I think he's just below 7 feet. That dude's got handles. He's a passer.
Yeah.
Like, he looks like a pretty skilled player, actually.
He really is.
But he had to know what was coming. If you already have Knipple in the top 5, Cooper Flag, we only have so much room.
Well, the Kasparis dude that was mocked to the Rockets.
He actually got dropped, too.
When they had the pick,
he
fell to 20.
Yeah.
Behind multiple point guards. Walter Clayton Jr. got taken ahead of him, right ahead of him at 18. And then Nolan Traore.
Just trying to keep Whitey down.
Well, he's Lithuanian, so does that count?
Once again, I don't count that.
Okay.
He's white.
No.
He's
not
we're
American
talking about
white.
American white, John. You know the difference.
Does America want to ship him out? If a high percentage of people want him deported, then he's not a white.
I'm not sure. He's from Lithuania. I'm not sure they're under attack or anything. The Lithuanians are in the country.
Right now, I've just noticed people want to, like, Lithuania's got to go too. But if he's playing good basketball, they may let him stay.
What's your name? Casper.
You know what?
What's that? Casper. I swear, it's just Casper. He doesn't add the S. He doesn't add Kasparis because then he's in trouble.
Well, what American family would name their kid Casper?
A rich one?
No.
Yes.
You be the ghost. You be the friendly ghost your whole life.
Oh, you think
that show hadn't been out for a while?
Yeah, I don't know if you would be.
Your mom.
Everybody knows who Casper the friendly ghost is.
No, I don't know.
No, I should. I'm gonna ask our.
I'm
gonna ask our intern. We got an intern out there. I'm gonna ask her.
Ask her.
Yeah, and see if she knows
ask her if
that
she knows.
reference.
I don't think she'll know Casper.
All right. In the meantime, I'm going to talk. Everybody should know what the Golden Nugget is. Okay. Now, Golden Nugget is fantastic. I love me some Golden Nugget. 2 hours and 15 minutes. I've tried to make the case for this all the time, is that it's so much further to go to Vegas. It's so much more expensive to go to Vegas. If you got a limited budget on how much you can spend on gambling, listen, you get a wild hair, I want to go gamble. It's a 7-hour trip to get to Vegas. It's 2 hours and gas. Okay. 7-hour flight. How much does that cost? Especially if you want to do it, that day, next day, whatever. You can jump in your car, drive 2 hours, and go to the Golden Nugget. Either stay the night or not. Drive back, whatever. All right. It is so good. It's right there. It's a Vegas-style casino. It's well kept, and not every casino in Lake Charles is Golden Nugget. They care. The hotel's beautiful. Casino is wonderful, clean, fair. I mean, telling you, just everything about it. Restaurants, pool, golf, poker, concerts, everything you could want. Nightclub. There's nothing that you don't want. If you're looking for just a quick trip or nice weekend and spend it in the pool and in the hotel, GoldenNuggetLC.com, GoldenNuggetLC.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. The number if you'd like to get in here with us. You got time. We still got a couple of segments left. Astros won yesterday. NBA draft yesterday. Fred VanVleet. We haven't talked about that in a while. 2 years, $50 million. Down from, he was supposed to make 44 with the team, but it was a team option. They refused that. They worked out a deal. Almost $20 million less. Almost $20 million less this year for Fred VanVleet.
Which is, to be fair, we've commented on this, he was never performing at the level he was paid. He just happened to come in at a time where Rockets needed what he specifically brought to the table, and they had to spend a certain amount of money to hit the floor. You know, they had a lot of young players who were not making a bunch of money. So they had to bring in veterans, and they were going to bring in, remember, it was going to be Robin Lopez, or was it Brooke? No, it's Brooke Lopez. It was going to be Brooke Lopez, Dylan Brooks, and Fred VanVleet. Instead, it turned into Jock Landale, who ended up getting money instead of Brooke Lopez. But they had to pay a certain amount of money just to get to the floor of where, you know, you had to spend. So in that way, he benefited. I think Lou Dort also had a situation like that where he got to benefit financially. So, you know, good for him. Now, I am very happy this happened. I had my doubts, but they reset his value towards a more appropriate value based on what he does. Yeah. And I got to tell you, I love what Rafael Stone did. 2 years, good deal. The number is a movable number in a trade, and it's also a piece of at $25 million. It's something that can help you take a young player, but aggregate the salaries to match another salary. And worst case scenario, well, best case scenario, Fred shoots better, more consistently from three for the next 2 years. And, you know, the Rockets become maybe a top 10 3-point shooting team with Kevin Durant. I mean, I don't know, Jabari Smith. I don't know that there's going to be a world where Amen Thompson's an average 3-point shooter. And that's okay. DeMar DeRozan.
I'm not going to put that. A kid's a hard worker.
He is a hard worker, but it may not be his style, John. He may be a mid-range.
Maybe not, but it may be. I don't know.
But play to your strengths, like DeMar DeRozan did his whole career. Play to who you are. Don't try to force it. And it's going to take some time to become a good 3-point shooter. It does not happen overnight.
No, it doesn't happen overnight. But that kid's work ethic and his love for basketball, I ain't putting it past him. Would
it make you, okay, let me ask you, how would you, and this is, I've often thought about this. If Michael Jordan played in today's NBA, he would have turned into a high volume 3-point shooter. We would have missed out on so many epic things that Michael Jordan did in terms of inside the 3-point line, because the game is played differently, and Michael would have shot a bunch of threes when he was young. He would have gotten pretty good at it. You know, he probably would have done that. I don't know that, I think teams would be more than happy for a 34% 3-point shooting Amen Thompson to start taking 5 threes a game. I think they'd love it. In fact, I would. I'd be like, dude, thank you for shooting outside, because you're a pain in the ass when you start driving to the basket.
Yeah, I guess so. But I'd also like to see him, you know, open up his game so guys will come out and guard him and he can run by him. I mean,
sure.
Yeah,
sure. And there's always the threat of a three is valuable.
Not only actually making threes, but actually opening up the game for him. Kevin Durant's going to open up the floor inside for people with his outside shooting and his mid-range shooting. Listen, there's no downside of Amen being able to shoot threes. No downside, none. So I'm hoping, and I believe again, nobody loves basketball more than Amen Thompson. That dude lives, eat, breathe. That's what he does. And so it wouldn't surprise me at all if he doesn't become a prolific, maybe not prolific, but a good 3-point shooter. So, yeah, Rockets just doing work. Rafael Stone just doing work this offseason. Nicely done. Nicely done. Everything just seems to be a huge positive. And, again, I don't think he's done. I don't think he's done.
I don't either.
I don't know. I don't know. They talk positively about what Cam Whitmore can bring to the table. I'm not sure he's an Amen guy. He's an Ime guy. So we'll see whether or not they don't do something differently, and it wouldn't surprise me at all if they don't do something differently at the backup two. It would not surprise me at all. And Reed Shepard, we'll see what they think of him as well, because they didn't think much of him in his rookie year. Have you seen this Mizorowski guy? Have you seen the Brewers pitcher?
Yeah, he throws gas.
He's 6'8". He had the Twins no hit for 6 innings. He's thrown 16 innings so far, and he beat Paul Skeens last night. Skeens gave up a 4 spot. He just mowed him down. Nothing. Just get out. I'm out of here. Another 5 innings of he's got 19 strikeouts, I think 7 walks in 16 innings. This kid, holy crap. We were watching him the other night. It was Saturday night, I believe. He threw against Milwaukee and against Minnesota. And he was just lights out. He is something that we got to keep an eye on. All right. We're getting some guys. We got Jacob Wilson.
Mm-hmm.
We've got Mizorowski. We've got Pete Crow Armstrong.
PCA as the streets are calling him.
We got Denzel. We got guys now that you got to keep an eye on that are good looking players. We got Cam Smith. What? That's right. We love us some Cam. Let's not leave Cam Smith out of this equation.
Mm-hmm.
Our 5-hitter.
No, that's right.
How about he's batting in front of Christian? Oh, by the way, he's batting in front of Christian Walker. Caratini, when he plays, he's hitting cleanup. When Yiner plays, he's hitting 7th now. So, I mean, that'll tell you what Joe is thinking about the 2 catchers.
The coin has spoken.
Relatively, no.
You never know what the coin flip will say.
Look, it's not a coin flip. He's doing this
Our
every
Sunday
time.
lineups are very much coin boy lineups.
Well,
the
that
coin
wasn't
has
a Sunday
spoken.
lineup, although it did have Hummel and Trammell in it. Okay, it wasn't a Sunday lineup, but even though it seemed like it, with Caratini batting cleanup. How is this team tied for 3rd best record in the majors when Caratini's cleanup, Trammell is in left, Hummel is in right or center or wherever he's playing? I mean, what the hell is going on? How are we this good? Like Colton Gordon on the mound or Ryan Gusto on the mound or Brandon Walter on the mound? It doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter with our team. It's awesome. They just keep plugging guys in and they just perform. That's all. 713-780-3776 is the number if you would like to get in here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Another quick reminder about HRP. HRP is really, really good. HRP is we love what HRP does for us. If you're somebody that is in the need for HR payroll, if you are doing it yourself, you're doing it wrong. If you got an ad-bid company that you don't love, you're doing it wrong. It's something that you need to think about. You need to think about the way that you're doing things. The proprietary technology that Mike Holly has developed here is really second to none. People have been trying to buy this from him, get it away from him, and he just hasn't sold it. He loves his company. He loves the people that work there, and that's what it's all about. We built up. I mean, they're like partners in your business. They're partners with us. We rely on them. We rely on them for advice. We rely on them for the HR. We rely on them tax time. We rely on them payroll time. We rely on them. And then I had an issue with one of my payroll checks. I called them. I didn't have to go through Laura Beavers and our department. I called, explained what my situation was. I made a mistake, and they fixed it for me. So your employees will have direct access to HR&P. Everybody gets that access. And HR&P will handle all of the issues that you don't need to handle. You need to sell your widgets. Let HR&P handle all of those issues for you. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net. Tell them you heard it right here.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Uh-oh. Got dad joked on Twitter. Justin, country music, I call him legend. He says, hopefully the Phillies stopped by Shipley's this morning because Houston's giving them nothing but donuts.
Hopefully what?
Hopefully the Phillies stopped by Shipley's this morning because Houston's giving them nothing but donuts.
Wouldn't it be they don't need to stop by Shipley's?
That's,
they already got
he
donuts.
could have done. Yeah, could have. He knew he had a donut thing in there with the zeros.
Right.
He knew
They
he
already
had
got
that.
donuts.
He just wasn't sure. I
They
think
don't
what to do
need
with
to
that.
stop at Shipley's.
Yeah, I think that would have worked out.
No need
Yeah.
to stop at Shipley's, Phillies. You Astros have already given you a bunch of donuts. See,
Right.
that would have probably hit a little harder.
And
I
with
appreciate
their
the
best
hustle, though.
with their best pitcher going today, Hunter Brown on the mound.
Yeah, good luck, guys.
Yeah. Right.
Which Philly is Hunter Brown going to hit and then challenge to a fight today?
Ooh, I like when he does that. I like it.
Which Philly stands on the plate?
Hunter's got some.
Not Schwarber. Schwarber's kind of like Fred.
No,
Flintstone. Barney
Schwarber. You
Rubble.
don't want to go after Schwarber.
He's got a Barney Rubble strong.
Go after Trey Turner.
Yeah.
He's a little skinny dude. Little skinny white dude. You crush him.
Well, Hunter is also a white dude. Less skinny, but also white.
No, but not as skinny. He's got tats. Hunter's got tats.
What's that mean?
Maybe you don't
He's
know.
a badass.
The tat thing's not really a signal anymore.
No, not really.
That was back in the day. Everyone's got tats.
Everyone's
now.
got tats.
All the Gen Z.
The
have
woman we
tats.
saw at East River 9, tats all down her leg.
Yeah,
It's just a thing.
that's the thing. They all have tats.
But you see that all the time with Chinese golfers.
Nah,
Do
here
we?
go?
Do we know that
start
she
the
was
show all over again?
Yeah. Do we know that she was Chinese?
No, we don't at all.
Yeah.
No, we don't.
No.
You can't say, yeah. You didn't ask her. You don't know her name.
And beside that, so name the Chinese golfers with all the tattoos that you know.
Oh, you want me to name them?
Yeah. No, actually, I don't.
Yeah,
Actually-
what professional golfers who are
No.
Chinese?
Do you know who you're talking to?
Well, he does know the difference.
No,
between,
not that. The
between
pronunciations.
South
You can
Korean
hear him right
golfers.
now doing it. The pronunciations. You
I'm
know what he's going to
warming
do.
up.
Why are you
Oh, I
putting?
didn't hear him warming
Yeah,
up.
what are you talking
Yeah,
about?
that's on me.
Yeah,
I
it
gotta
is
do
on
better.
you.
I got to do better.
Why would you put him in a spot where you think he's got
Because
an
he said
open
something he
field to do
shouldn't have
that?
Said, so I was going to put his feet to the fire, but
You can't put his feet to the
I
fire.
know.
The guy walks on hot coals all the
You
time.
can put my feet to the fire. I got shoes on.
That's
You can't
true.
What
put
Wendy
Lance's
would
feet to
want.
the fire.
What would Wendy want?
For him not to start
What
pronouncing
would Wendy-
Chinese golfers' names.
Would Wendy
What
want
would
you to
Wendy
start
want?
pronouncing?
WWW. Is that what that's what the internet's? What
First
would
of all,
Wendy
I want to
want?
know, like, are there Chinese golfers? Don't say Korean golfers, South Korean golfers. They're not, obviously they're not the same. Who are all the Chinese golfers in the
Yeah, I don't
working
know.
in the pro circuit, John?
Oh, there's all the there's like 6 with the same name. Those are maybe Korean. No one knows.
Yeah,
for
they're
sure.
Korean. The Parks are the Koreans.
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
There's,
That was my point.
Don't they normally have flags next to their name?
All right, I'll look it up right now and I'll tell you the names.
But
I'm looking at
Chinese.
them right now.
But please just say their names in a normal way.
Like I'm in China.
No,
That's
not like
normal.
you're
No,
in
not
China.
like you're in China.
Like you're an American-born man who will struggle with pronunciation. Say it like that.
Shan Feng is a well-known
Like
female
that. Say
golfer
it like
from
that.
China.
Oh.
No,
I've never heard of her.
he's not Japanese. Why would you? Why
Oh,
would you
that's
make that
right.
noise?
Chinese female golfers. Okay.
Nope. I just forget I
You
asked.
did
What
this.
else did we?
You did this
I know.
because I know he's just going to name a dish.
I know. So what?
No.
Yeah. Here comes.
I know that's what
something
he's going to
about-
do.
I can. You want me?
No, I don't.
Here comes something from him like drunken noodles. I'm just not going to do it. What did we miss, Del?
Kettlefish in a.
That is not a person.
That is not. I'm telling you. I'm trying to figure out whether or not it's a person or a food. Okay.
It's not what we asked. Del, once again,
Once again, what?
what did we miss?
What did you miss?
Yeah.
What was a big deal last night that we didn't talk about? Of course, we talked about the draft. Not a lot of Houston stuff in it. I'm trying to think. There's not a lot that we missed that we would normally talk about or care about. Your favorite, Caitlin Clark, out again. Injury prone now. She's out tonight because of a groin injury. So we can put
Well, I think it's because of suck. She's been terrible lately.
Since she came back from injury, she had the one game where her initial game back, but since that point, she hasn't been good. So she's out with the groin. So the WNBA ratings will go in the tank again, I guess. We didn't ever mention this, but remember all the conversations about the ratings in the finals and how much they would stink. Well, Game 7 had the highest ratings in 6 years. Of course, it's a Game 7, so people are going to tune in.
That's pretty impressive.
But the highest ratings in 6 years for a finals game was Game 7.
It's the first. It's the first Game 7 since
in a long time.
Yeah. So I think that obviously helps. People are always willing to tune into a Game 7.
Yeah. No, yeah. No matter who it is, it's exciting. Yeah, we didn't miss much today. We were dead on. We even got Israel to tell Lance how it is.
Our intern, she hasn't been here very long, but she's listened to enough. She said, so what's the deal with Israel? I was like, what do you mean? Is he just racist against white players? I was like, yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Pretty much. He's told you, like, our quarterbacks are beating your quarterbacks now in the NFL. Like, our quarterbacks. Is there a separate team I don't know about?
There is. You heard about the racial draft.
For him, yeah, there is a separate team. My quarterback is C.J. Stroud. That's all I know.
And then before that, it was Davis Mills.
It was Davis Mills before that. Yeah.
Whoever's putting on that Texas uniform.
Couldn't really buy into him a whole lot.
He was your quarterback for a little bit.
I mean, yeah. I even had to have Matt Schaub for a bit.
Sure.
But that's fine.
You had some Tony Banks in there, David Carr.
Mm-hmm.
And you didn't ever go, that's not my quarterback because of what they look like.
No, they're my quarterbacks. They're my quarterbacks. Now I have favorite players on teams, obviously.
Of course.
In baseball, it's Jose Altuve right now. My favorites are always weird. My favorites were guys like Mike Madden. I actually like the off-brand black baseball player, like Mike Madden, who was traded when Kevin Bass got traded. Mike Madden was one of the pitchers, left-hand black player, and I'm like, that's my favorite player. Cesar Cedeno was not off-brand. Julio Solano, Lewis Lloyd in basketball, even ahead of Dream. And then over time, it's like, nah, I got to stay true to Dream because Lewis Lloyd's out of the league for cocaine. I patterned my basketball after Lewis Lloyd, noted cokehead, apparently.
Did you pattern your off the court life?
I did not.
Like
I was
Lloyd?
only a sophomore in high school,
okay.
But
just trying to figure out.
Yeah, Black Magic Lewis. Barry Warner gave him everyone else called him Sweet Lou Lloyd. His playground nickname that Barry Warner knew because Barry Warner was a color commentator on Channel 20, which had the Rockets games. Black Magic. His nickname was Black Magic Lewis Lloyd. So, I just roll with Barry Warner on that one.
John, do you think we missed anything?
John's favorite players were all a bunch of white guys.
Dick
Whitey
Allen,
McWhiterson.
It's not a
Dick
real
Allen,
person.
Walter Payton, my two favorite players.
Can we trust them on that, Lance?
I'm not trusting him on that.
No. My
I
two
think
favorite
it was
players growing up.
I think it was Dick Butkus.
And Ray Nitsky?
Yeah,
Ray
and then
Nitsky,
some
Green Bay
defensive lineman
Packer?
like Mongol.
Why would I like a Green Bay Packer?
He's white, apparently, according to John Lance. If he's white, you like him.
Mikowski, that was your guy.
You talked to him. Didn't you interview Don Mikowski?
No, I hosted his TV show.
He hated James Lofton, loved Don Mikowski.
I always thought James Lofton was running bad routes.
Thought he was a little too uppity on his TV show.
Uppity?
No, Don Mikowski was
Sterling
a down
Sharp. That was Sterling Sharp.
Who was running the wrong routes?
No, Sterling
Uppity.
Sharp was a guy who wouldn't talk to the media.
Oh.
Sterling was kind of a hard guy to get along. I remember he was really
hard.
Yeah, he and Shannon. It must have been something to raise Shannon Sharp and Sterling Sharp.
Although I will say that Sterling, actually off in a way from the cameras and whatnot, wasn't a bad guy.
He wasn't?
No, he was a nice guy. But he just as soon as you walked up with a camera, I walked up to him. I was in Green Bay for a week, and I walk up, hey Sterling, blah, 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 and he's like, man, what are you doing? I said, what?
Oh, really?
I'm asking you a question. He was like, I don't do interviews. I was like, oh, I didn't know that. Oh, well, sorry about that. And then I
what
moved
are
on.
you doing?
I was like, what? Why don't you do interviews? Then when he was on Don Mikowski's show, first question I asked him, I said, why do you hate the media? And my general manager was like, why did you do that? I said, because That's because he's an a-hole all the time.
You've always. This is why your nickname is Trouble.
I am
The problem.
The problem. That's right. The problem. Because you've always been causing problems.
You're damn right.
That's a go along to get along city. The Green Bay Packers are everything. You can't mess with them.
Go along to get along. They were a bunch of a-holes at that time. Ronnie Hallstrom and I'm telling you, they had some good guys. Leroy Butler was a good guy. James Campen was a good guy. But there were some a-holes on that team.
Were your favorite athletes the 90s Astros?
My favorite athletes were the
90s into
Astros.
2000s Astros?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. That was the best. They were the best. With Lima and Berkman and Bagwell and Biggio were great. For superstars, those guys were great. They were great guys. Yep, that was my favorite time, and no question.
I wish John was on the beat as a reporter during the Silas years. Like if he had to get stuff out of Jalen Green and others. I wish that was when you were trying to make it. You had to be in the locker room at 10:30 talking to those guys.
KPJ.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I couldn't handle the James Harden years, actually.
That's probably true. Yeah.
No. Yeah.
Him and Dwight. Him and Dwight together. How John would have been able to be in that locker room at that time.
The mid-'90s Rockets were great too. They were great. The Dream was very accommodating. Barkley was fantastic. Always a go-to guy. Robert Horry was great. Kenny Smith was great. Those guys were awesome too. All right, 713-78. No, we're done. We got News of the Weird coming your way next, and a story that you two will have to tell me how smart I am and how dumb you two are.
Wait a minute.
That's right.
That we have to do that?
You're going to have to do that after you hear this story. After you hear this story, you will.
We'll see. You don't know.
I know. I do know. I just said it.
You don't know.
So brokers are just better. And usually when you get a middleman in a deal, that's a bad thing because it's going to cost you more. Like ticket brokers, okay? That go-between is going to cost you money. But in the mortgage game, you need a broker. You have to have – he actually is the exact opposite of a ticket broker. A ticket broker is going to add on every time. A mortgage broker is going to take money and put it in, keep it in, not only give – he's going to give you thousands and thousands of dollars because he knows how to do it. It's a skinny. He doesn't split commissions. It means you save thousands. You're not paying for that big, beautiful mortgage building that these other guys have. Kent Jones is a guy that's been doing this for 30 years. He knows all the hacks. He knows how to save you money. James, who just did it with him, he saved tens of thousands of dollars, literally tens of thousands of dollars. He can hook you up with the insurance agent, the survey, the title company. He does all of that stuff that you don't know anything about. He makes sure that he gets you – those are going to be at the best rate you can possibly get those guys. If he can even find you a buyer's agent that will rebate part of their commission if you don't have a buyer's agent. So, listen, there's one way to buy a house, and that's with a broker and with our guy, Kent Jones. He's great, and you will find that out. 975loans.com, 975loans.com, 713-520-5626. You're going to buy a home? You need Kent Jones, Dream Rate Mortgage. Let me ask you a question. If you could add 18 minutes to your life today, would you do it?
Yes.
You would do it.
I'm kidding.
Del?
No, of course not.
Del?
You mean add an extra 18 to the back end of my life?
Yeah.
Sure, why not?
Okay. I'm going to do it, but you two aren't. A new study reveals that every hour of golf played can extend your life by 4.5 minutes. Okay? Playing more golf is the best way to live a longer life. Boom.
But don't
I'm
you
living
think
a longer life. Dell dead. Lance dead.
don't you think you've balanced that out by all the drinking you've done?
Oh, yeah.
No, I'm not. Well, but here's the deal.
Yep.
If I didn't play golf, then what? I would die sooner. So
Understood.
I'm extending my life.
But perhaps the person who doesn't obliterate themselves doesn't need to play golf and will still live longer than you.
Yeah, but why would I want to live?
See, these
So
are the
there's
things you
that.
have to have.
My will to live would be gone.
I don't know.
so
You seem very willful when you're not drinking during Lent. You seem
that's
fine,
not true.
actually.
That's not true. You don't know behind the scenes how awful my life is.
Are you depressed?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Didn't know that about you. You get depressed during Lent.
Yes, I'm depressed because why would I want to live like this? Okay.
That sounds like a dependency.
But I know that there's an end to it. So
that you don't even really aren't bothered by. You just go back to drinking because of the habit. It's not like you are thirsting and craving to drink at the end of Lent.
All right, you're deflecting. I'm going to live longer than you and Lance because I play golf.
That's
I'm
no proof of
extending
that.
my life by 18 minutes today.
And
boom.
What about
winner,
the drinking? Maybe it balances out,
loser,
and you still
winner.
die at an age that you shouldn't have because you've been drinking.
That's right. That's fine. No, sometimes. Okay, did you ever see the guy who lived over 100? What was the secret? A Coors Light a day.
You know why those things pop out? Because they're outliers of what's going on. If everybody extended their life by years because of drinking, then it wouldn't be a story anymore.
I will. So
okay.
Boom.
We'll see.
18 minutes plus
We'll
Coors
see.
Light. I may live forever.
I'm not Gilbert, but I got you down for.
I may live forever.
I got you down for like 20,
he
35.
Just said I may live forever.
I heard what he said. I'm not
You hear
Gilbert.
that nonsense?
But 2035, I got you down for.
Okay. 2035.
See, now it gets now you're a little shaken. What do you mean 2035?
No. 2035 is way longer than I should have lived, so I'm good.
All right.
I'm good.
So we'll check in.
Yeah. Oh, no, I thought I'd be dead at 40, so 2035.
You did
boom,
come from the
I
mean
win.
streets.
Again, winner. A beekeeper was pulled over by the cops. You know what he did? He unleashed a swarm of bees on him so he wouldn't get a traffic ticket. Oh, guess what?
Wait.
That didn't work out.
So if you purposely unleash bees on the police, is that a crime?
Yeah.
What's the crime?
That's a deadly weapon.
Is it?
A bunch of bee stings have never killed anyone?
No, I'm saying what statute says if I just release these bees and
assault with a deadly weapon?
I wonder if that's the case.
So
trust me, it's the case.
The cops had to go to urgent care. The cops had to go to urgent care, but police tracked him down and arrested him. Yes, that is a deadly weapon.
So he got charged with assault with deadly weapon?
Yeah. I don't know what exactly.
I want to test the legality of that charge. Sorry, look, I can't control what the bees do. I just let them out, and what they do is what they do.
I think you have an idea of what bees will do.
Nope, I don't know that they'll sting you.
I'm not in charge of these bees.
They are wild animals.
Yes, you actually are. You're the beekeeper. You are in charge.
Once they get out, I can't predict what they're going to do. Like if I let a bear
your
out,
argument holds no water.
Like if I let a bear out and he attacks you, did I tell the bear to attack you?
Good point, Dale.
No,
that's a fair point. You don't know what a bear is going to do.
Yeah, it's a bear. A bear's being a bear.
Bears
if
before.
you have a pet bear and you unleash him on the cops,
if it's a pet bear, he's domesticated. What can you possibly expect? People don't even go to jail for pit bulls attacking things.
And what about bees? Are they domesticated?
Don't know. I think they're wild animals.
Then if they were, why are you wearing all that netting?
I'm safer than you are.
I have seen videos of people who don't wear anything.
I've seen that too.
Now they walk slowly, and they're beekeepers.
Well, yeah.
Ain't gonna be me. I'm not gonna be a beekeeper.
Yeah. A man apparently he admitted to killing neighbors at a nudist resort over a hot dog. Do you think that you should be killed killing neighbors over a glizzy.
What did the naked people look like, John?
Well, they weren't great. Okay.
Then case closed.
Yeah.
Maybe they deserved it.
Apparently.
They're walking around naked and not attractive. Maybe you don't deserve to live.
They gave him a hot dog, and he felt like it was a jab at him, making him
making fun of him.
Yeah, making.
There
fun
wouldn't
of
have
him.
been a Vienna sausage instead.
Yeah, I don't know. That's what set him off.
They're making
and so he killed him.
If someone hands you a hot dog while you're standing around naked, it feels like a compliment. Like,
well,
they hand you like a little link.
Unless they gave you a half a hot dog.
This is what I'm saying. How was it, like a Dodger dog?
I don't know.
Kielbasa?
Yeah, I don't know. It wasn't an Italian sausage, that's for sure. It was just a little, might have been the Tuesday night Astros hot dogs. That's an insult.
Well, then that's insulting.
That's insulting, okay? Is it Wednesdays or Tuesdays now? No one knows. All right, we're done. Mopey and Mapes are next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I'm going to extend my life. I don't know what those two are doing, but y'all have a great day, and we'll talk to you again tomorrow, buddy.
I'm Nicole Murray with Your Money Now. Nestle said it will eliminate artificial colors from its U.S. food and beverages by the middle of 2026. It's the latest big food company making that pledge. Last week, Kraft Heinz and General Mills said they would remove artificial dyes from their U.S. products by 2027. BP's stock price jumped as much as 10% after Wall Street Journal reported that rival Shell is in early talks to acquire the British oil company. A potential deal would put Shell in a position to rival competitors ExxonMobil and Chevron. If it were to occur, such a merger would mark the largest oil deal in decades. Fortnite gamers who were charged for unwanted purchases while playing the online video game could receive a slice of the $126 million in refunds the Federal Trade Commission is sending out this week. The settlement was first announced in December of 2022. Stocks are moderately higher. Dow Industrial is up by 271, the Nasdaq up by 110, the S&P 500 up by 34. Once again, stocks are moderately higher. That's your money now.
Welcome into the show. So, while I did not watch the draft, because why would I? You get the picks one way or the other, whether you're online or through social media or just going to whatever site you want to. It got me thinking, considering the Rockets made a move over the weekend that took them out of the draft, and with all the news that was breaking, kind of that broke during our show from the Jeremy Pena non-extension after he and the Astros were deep in talks, and of course the Fred VanVleet extension. I was trying to figure out who's the most competent franchise in the city. It does feel pretty good to know that at a minimum, the city, at least for the three major sports, are run competently. You can have your issues with not bringing back established stars if you're the Astros. The Texans don't draft offensive linemen particularly well. And of course, the Rockets had years of being bad until this most recent uptick when you hire Ime Udoka and you continue to hit on draft picks. And Rafael Stone has done good business over the last couple of years, certainly, particularly in the last 2 weeks or so, with the Kevin Durant acquisition and the Fred VanVleet, and throwing Steven Adams as well. Those two guys returning. Dynamo and I don't really know much. All I did was tune in last night, and they're getting their ass kicked 3-0. So I don't know if that speaks to how they're run, but they're getting it put on them.
Poorly run
by Minnesota yesterday as I looked at Apple TV. One of the times where they actually just let me watch as opposed to asking for me to sign up for the MLS package. That was just a game that was free for regular old Apple TV Plus subscribers. So I'll leave the Dynamo out. I'll leave the Sabercats out. Can't speak to how rugby is run. But the three that we discuss on a relatively daily basis, at least they're competent. But who's the best? Like the Astros have the World Series titles to back them and say, of course we will run the best. But on a day-to-day basis, we talk about it all the time. It's amazing the results considering some of the things that come out of that building through the mouth of Dana Brown, even if it's no fault of his own when you talk about injuries and how they handle them. But they continue to win, including last night where they had Colton Gordon on the mound and they beat Zach Wheeler. They have shut out the Phillies in 2 games. They'll have Hunter Brown on the mound today, an afternoon start, I think 1:10 our time. So we'll see if they can sweep the Phillies and have Hunter Brown do it. So, of course, they've got the World Series. But would we say that the process currently is one that we can applaud when we compare it to what the Rockets are doing right now?
Well, to me, it's also Dana Brown. You didn't win the World Series.
That's true.
That was the guy we let go immediately after he won the World Series.
Put together a great bullpen.
Yeah. So I do think that they, if we're talking about well run, like to me, they don't get credit for the World,
what
or
they did in the past.
They get minimized credit for the World Series because the people running it didn't run it then. So yeah, to me, it's between the Texans and Rockets, I think, just because of what you said with the Astros, like minor or the injury stuff, where I'm just like, guys, this is not what well-run teams do.
Yes.
And I think the margins are so thin as far as like they're all competitive. They all win their division. They all won their division last year. That I think just like, hey, when once a year you completely bungle the best player in the lineup's injury, whether it's Kyle Tucker or Yordan Alvarez, the other teams don't do that. The other teams don't make like a 2-week-long ass of themselves.
It's a compelling point.
Just like total time that the Astros are kind of embarrassing is way more than the other two.
Yeah,
teams.
there was no indication one way or the other about Albert Sengun being hurt or not hurt. Either he was hurt or he wasn't. It wasn't. This is a sprained finger. Actually, it's broken in 2 places. No, we didn't have any of that with an Albert Sengun hypothetical injury. When you mentioned the best player on the Astros 2 years in a row, or at least the best hitter 2 years in a row, having injuries that they completely misdiagnosed. So, okay, considering that and your point that this current iteration did not win those World Series, even though a few players remain from that,
Yeah.
They get pushed to number 3. Still competent, as you said, win the division,
Yes.
but the day-to-day processes,
yeah, it's just like
not great.
It's also like, yeah, I'm kind of just comparing Caserio, Stone, and Dana Brown.
The 2 guys known to be
Yeah,
making the big decisions. Okay.
Because if you want to go, like, if you want to loop in like 2017, well, do I loop in Daryl Morey stuff? Like, do I loop in the
It's
fact
true.
that the Rockets, other than the Silas years, like, really hadn't been bad since like 2002? Like, like that's compelling, but also they don't win a championship in that time. Yeah, like so to me, it's easier just to go like, hey, the last like
Since these guys were in power.
Yeah.
Okay. That's a good
It's
point.
just easy. Like, it just makes it a little easier.
Yeah.
Because the Texans also fall down the power rankings. If you're like, hey, remember when you hired Jackie, or remember you had Jackie Easterby on the staff?
Well,
like
both
3 years ago.
Both the Rockets and the Texans, who we've now put ahead of the Astros, have recent 3-year periods of disaster.
Yeah.
So yeah, okay. We'll start from when these current decision makers took over. So yes, the Astros fall down to 3. The Rockets don't have an apparent like misstep like the Texans do with their offensive line. So I think I'm going to raise the Rockets to 1.
Yeah, because they both do a good job drafting, I would say. Not like best in the league, but they're good that more often than not.
Yeah, they're
like
premium picks.
You feel good about who the Rockets drafted.
Aren't
the last
misses. Like
5 years.
Jalen Green would be the one where you're like, okay, that didn't particularly work out in the way you like, but it was enough to get you Kevin Durant. It wasn't like he was Kenyon Green.
Yeah.
So
Kenyon Green was enough to get you C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
And C.J. Gardner-Johnson is an apt comparison to Kevin Durant. Another great
Younger.
point by you. True, which is something people are focusing on, certainly. So they generally hit on their premium picks. Do the Rockets have a blind spot? I thought it was for Jalen Green, considering how they talked about him after the playoffs, about how the Warriors directed all their defensive efforts at him, but then they just traded him because Kevin Durant was available. So they clearly weren't beholden to where he was drafted and trying to make it work, even if they could get an improvement from a different player. So I think I like the Rockets at 1. I think the deal for Fred VanVleet throws them over the top.
I was going to say, is this like recency bias?
No, I think I was there with them because when you draft a franchise quarterback and you can't protect them, it's a problem. And you've thrown resources at it in a lot of ways, whether it be free agency, trading, or drafting, you still haven't found answers for it. That's an issue that needs to be fixed. We'll see if this most recent iteration of the Texans offensive line is the fix. If you go by what those guys did last year on different teams, you would say no. And if you go by Nick Caserio's recent drafting of offensive linemen, you would say no, but we haven't seen it. We will see. But I don't have that clear thing to point to with the Rockets and go, you really screwed that up.
I would say in the Texans' defense, like making the case for the Texans, is that you said that they drafted their franchise quarterback and haven't been able to protect him. If I were making the point for the Texans, I'd be like, well, we drafted a franchise quarterback and circled back and got a franchise defensive end in the same draft.
Oh, this is why it's a closer to than it normally would be.
And then, like, who's the guy on the Rockets? Like, who's the guy that they had to trade for him? They had to trade for Kevin Durant.
They did draft a recent All-Star.
Yeah, okay.
In Şengün.
Okay.
They have
but they don't have, like, the no doubt about it.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
They also drafted a guy who everyone believes is untouchable, and Amin Thompson, that no one would even consider the Rockets putting in a trade unless it was for Giannis.
I actually thought you were going to say Reed Shepherd there for a second. I was like,
What am I, nuts? I'm not Reed Shepherd Muse. What are you talking about?
Okay.
Yeah.
You'll change your tune after
I hope so.
2 summer league games.
You know what? When they pull the Jabari and take him out because he's too good for these guys. I hope that, you know what? I hope it happens. I hope Reed Shepherd is so great that it's a waste of time for him to play in
saw
summer
those
league.
Rio Grande Viper highlights?
I did.
Saw them.
Unfortunately, that doesn't matter when you're playing actual NBA players.
Yeah, but I think that, to me, like, the Texans drafted, I mean, shoot, if you think about it. Now, there are just more positions on a football field, and, like, every good team just has several blue chippers, where in the NBA, like, maybe you have one. But Caserio has drafted Stroud, Anderson, Stingley, and, like, I wouldn't put Bullock. Like, Bullock's the next step down.
Sure.
Or not Bullock,
Lassiter.
Lassiter is like the next step down of like, oh my God, this guy's amazing. But I do think that like the Rockets, do you want to say the Rockets' blind spot is like shooting offense? But even then, like they drafted Jabari Smith.
Yeah, they drafted Rich Shepard. So they have drafted guys who
it just takes longer to see it on the court in basketball than it does in football.
Yeah, the glaring weaknesses that the Texans offensive line have shown. The Rockets have been able to, if you want to call it a glaring weakness, work around their lack of shooting because of all the other attributes.
Yeah.
What we saw from the Texans last year was they could not work around it, and their quarterback had a worse year. Partly, I'm not saying it's all on the offensive line, but some of it had to do with them missing on that spot, whether it be through coaching or through the players that they acquired. So it's not a distant to the Rockets right now.
Yeah,
and the Rockets are, and the Texans are, if we just go by 2 seasons, did not improve over year one, but year one was really good.
Yeah.
The Rockets, as far as where they came from under Silas, jumped up to 41, and now they were the 2 seed. Didn't get out of the first round. So we can have the back and forth, but I think at a minimum, Rockets, Texans, whether you have them 1 or 2, are above the Astros.
I really think that from Sunday until yesterday at 11:15, I think that's when the Rockets pulled ahead. I honestly think that if we're still talking about mostly just pre-Durant trade, but I'll loop in the Fred, because the Fred thing speaks to how good they are with contracts. And, like they didn't give Green and Şengün last year the no doubt about it max. They
didn't just roll over and just hand it to them.
Where every other guy in the draft, better or not than those guys, got, like Franz Wagner got the 5 years. Thanks for doing business.
No doubt about it. Just sign right here, Franz.
And like Franz Wagner is not better than at least Şengün. We can have the discussion, probably not to start the show, on if he's better than Jalen Green.
You don't want to debate Orlando Magic prospects
versus a guy not on the Rockets anymore. But I would say that the weakness was that they didn't have a go-to scorer, and that you could look at Jalen Green as like the offensive line as far as like the weakness. The reason you did not advance in the playoffs was because of this guy. But 4 days ago, they traded him for a guy it's like if the Texans somehow traded all their offensive line
and Trent Williams all at the same time.
I was going to say they just traded for the Eagles offensive line.
Somehow, some way they got that done.
Yeah.
The Eagles would decide, you know what, we want to make things harder on ourselves. So we're just going to give you
hard
Malata, we're going to give you Lane Johnson and others and Jurgens, and see how you do and see how we do. The Texans have found their fix. Excuse me, the Rockets have found their fix. The Texans hope that what they've done this offseason will lead to that.
Cam Robinson, the KD of Kirby. Too good of a nickname.
I don't need him to be KD. Do you want to be Miles Bridges? No, Mikal Bridges, not Miles. Miles got some. You want to be Mikal Bridges?
I don't
Kirby?
want him to be Miles.
Yeah, I'll take that, because at one point when Mikal Bridges was going on his run in Brooklyn after he got traded for KD, oh, look at that, look how good he is when he has more opportunities, and then he reverted back to being the Mikal Bridges, who's a good player but not a number one. I just need that from Cam Robinson. Be a good 3. You want to be a good 3? I'll take it at left tackle, considering what they've done this offseason. Okay, we'll go to break with that. If you have any thoughts on best run organization in this town, certainly you can get in 713-780-3776. We'll get more into what happened with the Astros game last night as they take the second game of the series from the Phillies. Also, the draft is whatever. You can love it for the day, and in this case 2 days, with the second round coming up tonight, and then you kind of forget about it. But this guy doesn't play for my favorite team, but I now have my guy, the guy I'm going to be rooting for. Too bad he plays for a terrible city, but because of his after he got drafted, his sit down interview, we'll play the sound from that. I'm a big fan of Edgecombe now. Didn't think much of him. Not that he wasn't good, just didn't think of him while he was playing college basketball last year. But he gave a sit down interview, and if you can't root for this guy, I don't know who you root for when it comes to sports. So I'm never sentimental, but this one got me. You know how I know? Because I was like, what is this salty discharge coming out of my eye? I didn't cry, but I got a little choked up after he told a bit of his story. So we'll play that sound in a little bit. Once again, if you want to get in 713-780-3776. But before we do all that, I want to tell you about Monument Chevrolet. Monument Chevrolet is in Pasadena. They won't make you cry. Maybe of joy when you sit in your great new car. You can check out all they have to offer at monumentchevrolet.com. Whatever Chevy you want, you can take a look and find the perfect car for you on the website. And you know what you do once you find that car? Head out to Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225. Once you get on that campus, I call it a campus because it's widespreading, because they have the new car inventory, the pre-owned inventory. They have the cars for your fleet if you're starting a business or already have a business. Of course, they have their parts department, their service department. It's kind of a one-stop shop for you when you have a car or you're looking to buy one. They've been in business for over 50 years, and simply that means they've been doing a great job getting people into the cars they are going to love, and you should take part in that. Once you get on that lot, your family, they're going to treat you like family, get you into the best car, make it as easy as possible for you, and work with you to make sure you leave very, very happy. So remember the website, monumentchevrolet.com, and then once you head on out there, it'll be in Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225. And of course, Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
All right, welcome back. So the Astros won thanks to the likes of Colton Gordon and O'Kurt and Souza. King got in some trouble. 2 outs. The first 2 outs were easy, and then wound up with the bases loaded situation. He got a line out to get out of it. And of course, Hader comes in and closes it out. So 2-0 the final there. They beat a Zach Wheeler led Phillies team, thanks to Trey Turner not being able to bend down and cover a grounder. Paredes hits a ball in his general vicinity. It feels like a play Trey Turner should make. He doesn't make it, gets under his glove. Pena, I believe, comes around and scores. And then they had a tack-on run. Caratini hit a home run. So 2-0 the final. And O'Kurt, Souza, King, all have pitched well this year. The big surprise, and will continue to be a surprise, the fact that they're getting this type of output from the likes of Colton Gordon. Just going out there, giving us 5 scoreless innings and going band for band with Zach Wheeler. That's just the Astros way this year. You never heard of him? Don't worry, he'll contribute. Trammell, I found out that's how you pronounce it, not Trammell. Trammell was out there and made a great play on a ball in left. I think banged up against the wall a little bit, but he made a play. So you're getting contributions from plenty of guys, just little bits here, little bits there. And on a night where you're up against Zach Wheeler, you needed that type of pitching performance from the bullpen, and Gordon, you got it done. Just continue to win ball games. This wasn't a 1-run game, but another close game that they won, and your bullpen has so much to do with that. And when you have, as you say, as maybe you would say the other guys, because it wasn't Abreu leading into Hader, it was everyone else. And when your pitcher only goes 5, starting pitcher only goes 5, you got to find a way to get the Hader when you know he's available in a close ball game. They're rock solid, man. So as much as we are giving Dana Brown a little grief for the handling of injuries, building that bullpen the way he's had to do, you got to give him plenty of credit for that. And whether their starters are getting hurt, and by the way, Sean Dubin, not a starter, got a forearm strain. We didn't mention it on this show, so let's pack him up for 2 years. But just how it goes. But they have been able to build a bullpen, seemingly besides Hader and Abreu, like stitching things together, guys with not a lot of acclaim, and they have found a way to be really, really, really productive. And you're one of the best teams in baseball.
I mean, you said it. Like the first 8 innings last night was pitched shutout ball by Colton Gordon, O'Kurt, Souza, and King.
What are we talking about here?
And like it was obviously great outings for him, except
King got some trouble.
Yeah, but I still squirrels. But they're all fantastic outing. But it's also pretty consistent with what they've been so far this year.
Yeah.
So it's not. I don't know. It is incredible that they do. That their plan of just pick up relievers that have been DFA'd and then, hey, congrats, you'll pitch 7th inning for the Astros some nights, and it works out. It's I think we talk a lot about what they do with the starters, where they get a Yusei Kikuchi and they shave off 2 points off his ERA in a half a season that he's on the team. Like, I think they deserve credit for what they do with the bullpen too, because more often than not, they have a good bullpen. Like whether it is, paying Josh Hader the amount that you do, like that doesn't make you like great at developing pitchers, bullpen pitchers. You got one of the best closers in baseball. You're paying him like it, and he's delivering. But what they're doing with all these other guys, and what they pretty consistently do with all these other guys, I mean, the 2022 run, one of the key members was Rafael Montero. Now, you did re-sign him, which that's bad.
That was a mistake.
But the point still stands that they can take other teams' trash and just like, we could probably squeeze one good year out of this guy. Taylor Scott last year. Just, hey, we can probably get one good year out of our reliever.
And it continues, and it has led to what has been a really, really good start to the season. And you win another series, you take 2 from the Phillies, and with Hunter Brown on the mound, you should expect reasonably to take that one too.
Can I ask for a series shutout?
You look.
Is that
no
unreasonable?
run scored over the course of 3 games. It feels like it's unreasonable, but
but they're 2/3 of the way there.
But they got a shot. And
they're 2/3 of the way there. They have their best pitcher on the mound.
A potential all-star starter on the mound. So yeah, it feels unreasonable to ask for them to do it.
I know.
You likely won't have Hader available today. He's pitched the last couple, but you'll have Abreu back. So Brown to King to Abreu to close it out. That gives you a chance. Although, maybe they hold off on King because of how many pitches he had to throw last night. But yeah,
just go 8 shutout and then Brian Abreu.
Sure,
that's all you have.
That's all you got. That's all you ask for Hunter Brown. Maybe
do that.
Maybe you want to drill a Philly and start a ruckus just to be consistent from what you did last time. You might want to do that too. Intimidate
Alex
someone.
Boehm. I don't know.
Just picking.
That's just look at their lineup. That guy.
Hit that guy. So while we're not going to tell you to listen to another station while you're driving around, but it is a mid-afternoon game, so I would tell you guys, don't listen to that other station. You should keep us on. But if you're out and about, you should use the app. We got a new app. It's easy to download. It is right now for Apple. We're working on it for Android. So if you're an Android person and you want the new app, be patient. We're still working on that. But the app is pretty cool. You can take a look at it right now. We have all our social links on there. So if we mention like a social video that we just put up, in fact, Sam, our social media director, I'll give her that title. I'm not sure what her actual title is. Manager? I don't know. Because you kind of scoffed at the director title. Well, she's a one-woman department.
Our social media department,
Sam. She just put up a video with John and Lance reacting to the Fred VanVleet extension. If you're on the app listening, you can click on the YouTube link and go find that video right now, or the Instagram link, and you'll see a reel of what they talked about, a short little video of it. If you don't have the time to watch the whole thing. So the app is handy. It's easy to use. If you kind of hit the wheel, you can see all the options. You can actually just call directly through the app by hitting a button or two. So it's all there for you. Check out the new app, the ESPN 975 app. And there's a giveaway that I'll mention a little bit later that you can try to win through the app as well. Speaking of some business to take care of, Raheel Ramzanali will be back with us today. He's not busy, and he's back from vacation. So Raheel will join us at 11:15. He is the host of CityCast. And, of course, he's going to talk about that guy who jumped down on the ice at the Galleria and broke his leg.
Good. I'm glad.
We'll talk about that. There's some issues with the Harris County Jail, and also we might get to the potential THC ban, which isn't a thing, thanks to the likes of Ricky Williams tried to make sure that it happened, and Greg Abbott, last minute, was like, you know what, we're not doing this. So maybe we thank Ricky Williams, specifically Texas legend.
I'll thank Ricky Williams.
Well, for other things, maybe for all the great memories,
for everything, really, everything he's ever done. Without exception.
Maybe not that surprise retirement from the Dolphins. I'm not probably going to thank him for that.
I don't care. I didn't care.
I know you don't care about that. He did come back and play, and he was an Argonaut at one point. Remember, he played in Canada at one point. If he was a Toronto Argonaut, and also a great running back in the NFL. Okay, we'll go to break with that. We'll come back with some draft stuff. We talked about, at least I did fleetingly, mentioning VJ Edgecombe. We can wonder how the Nets decided they would take 5 players when everyone assumed they package a couple, trade some for trade picks for future first rounders. No, actually, we want all the ball handlers we can muster in a draft, and they tried to get them all, including the big man from Michigan, whose mom kept saying the wrong word. He had to keep mouthing her, "Hey, Mom, we're going to Brooklyn. Stop saying New York." His mom ain't making the differentiation.
I do understand. Oh, where's Brooklyn?
It's in New York to me. It's in New York, but apparently it's very different, particularly when the Knicks
exist.
Yeah,
and
so
are way better.
You got to be specific, but it's a lot to get to with the draft. And like I said, we'll hear from a Houston luminary as well. Calvin Murphy has some thoughts on the Kevin Durant signing. He also mentioned his love for Dylan Brooks, and now that Jalen Green's gone, why he thought that was a move that was coming. So we'll hear from Calvin Murphy. We'll hear from Shams on the Fred VanVleet extension. Plenty to get to. We got plenty for you to get to as well. Call in 713-780-3776. We will be back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
So the draft began predictably. We talked about it a little bit yesterday. Cooper Flagg 1, Dylan Harper 2, and then there was a thought that the Sixers would kind of kick this draft off and start the madness. They didn't. They just took a guy. Ace Bailey got his way and didn't go to Philly. He didn't get his way when he wound up in Utah. But the Sixers take VJ Edgecombe, the combo guard, 2-guard out of Baylor. Going to be a defender. In fact, there's a quote out there from him after the draft talking about, I hate when people score. I just hate it. He says, I hate to see other people score, man. I just hate to see other people score. I just do not like to see other people score. I don't think that's in reference to never passing the ball to his teammates. I think that's just about playing defense. But you never know. I don't know if they expounded on that and say, is that on both ends of the floor? Excuse me.
How many assists did you have?
Does that mean you don't like passing the ball either? I do believe that's about his defensive mentality. We'll see how much time he gets on the floor in Philly, considering they'll have Jared McCain coming back. They'll have Tyrese Maxey at the guard spot. Maybe they'll re-sign Quentin Grimes. So they will have options there. But you take a guy number 3. We know that doesn't guarantee they'll play. Look at Reed Sheppard. So it doesn't guarantee that'll play, but he does have a defensive mindset. He's a better athlete than Reed Sheppard. That might get him on the floor quicker because Reed Sheppard was supposed to be a good defender, and that was part of the surprising part of his game. You can guess why that's surprising if you want. What? Why is that so surprising? You guys figure it out. But VJ Edgecombe, less surprising that he's a good defender. He's a big-time athlete.
He's explosive athlete,
yes.
Not
surprising athlete. Yes, exactly. So we will see if it works out for him in Philly. I wish he was drafted someplace else because I really want him to have a good career. This is just part of his story. He was talking about his life and all these guys, once they get drafted, and it strikes me as I get older, listening to 19-year-olds talk about, man, I've been waiting for this my entire life. I was like, all right, buddy. All right, man. But they all kind of have that thought because, well, they probably have. They've had that dream since they were very young when they knew they could be ballers. And then you just think to yourself, your entire life.
You were born in 06. Dude.
Yeah, a lot of these guys were born in 06. What are you talking about your entire life? But for them, the entirety of their life has been about this moment, as short as the life has been so far. Here's VJ Edgecombe talking about his path.
You said you saw the emotions on your mom's face. Yeah. What were the moments you remember most about just the way your mom poured into you throughout your life and your career?
Man, long nights. I'm telling you, I lived off a generator. I ain't had no electricity. I lived off a generator for 7 years. Man, seeing what she had to go through to feed us, man, it's crazy. It's crazy, but I don't even know, man. My mind everywhere right now, man.
That's a guy I want to root for. I was rooting for him. I just wish I was rooting for him in a different place. But that got me. He even got me a little teary-eyed when he did it. I held it in. Grown man, not going to cry. But that's a guy I hope everything he wants and everything his mom wants works out for him because that's that thing about not having electricity and a generator. In this city, we know temporarily, we know what living on a generator might feel like just because of hurricanes and other weather situations. To deal with that for, 18, 19, almost half of your life? I wonder when that stopped because I don't know his entire story, but that's nuts, man. So congrats to VJ Edgecombe out of Baylor. Hopefully you have a long career and then you get traded out of Philly or something. Or whatever. It's not because of what you do, but because Daryl makes the wrong choice. Daryl Moore makes the wrong choice. You get to a better spot.
He makes a win now trade with Paul George and Joel Embiid
for somebody. Who knows? But there it is.
Look, you're on whatever now.
Yeah, anywhere but Philly, really. And I can root for you with not Boston. Root for you guilt free. But there it is. Congratulations to him and his mother. A big moment for a lot of guys. You saw that. You saw the emotion on Danny Wolf's brother's face when he was drafted, the big man out of Michigan. And then also Danny Wolf, as he was falling, he was being consoled during that process. But Danny Wolf's brother was brought to tears by his brother getting drafted to the Brooklyn Nets. His mother and his father were both there, and they discussed the draft and the process and getting their boy ready. His mother kept mentioning, "We're so happy to be in New York. We're excited to be in New York." And Danny was like, "Brooklyn, say Brooklyn." Apparently, you can't just say New York. You got to say Brooklyn. You got to differentiate.
Yeah.
Didn't know it was that big of a deal, because for most of us as an outsider, I'm like, everywhere's New York, right? Same Manhattan.
Yeah, I mean,
I call
you're
it New
one
York.
of the boroughs.
Yeah,
You're
Bronx,
New
New York. Queens. I would say New York, but apparently a faux pas. You can't do that. How was she to know?
Yeah, come on, Danny Wolf's mom.
You don't know the intricacies and
Can't
the
wait to
complexity,
go to Bed-Stuy.
yeah, of that region of the country and the kind of the
Shout out to my
back
guy,
and
Christopher
forth.
Wallace.
Yeah, she doesn't know any of that stuff. What's wrong with you?
I wish she did that.
She's like, "Don't worry, guys. I know Brooklyn, not New York. There's a difference. The people in Brooklyn are different from the people in Queens and Manhattan and the Upper East Side. I'm aware." Apparently, she's not. She'll find out pretty quickly because social media is telling her if she has an account. She's already been told.
Like literally standing in Barclays Center. Is that where the draft is now?
Was the draft in Barclays this year?
I'm pretty sure it's in Barclays.
Yeah, but when this looks like when people say,
I get it.
When we say Katie,
when she
people
got her,
from the outside aren't gonna know.
Yeah, when she got her
I'll just tell
flight-
someone Houston.
When she got the ticket to her flight, it said New York on
Yeah,
it.
it didn't. Yeah, it's what it is. Leave the woman alone, everybody. Don't worry. You're gonna have plenty of opportunities to be yelling at Danny Wolf. You don't have to yell at his mom.
We might not actually.
You think he gets traded, or he's just not gonna play ever?
I mean, he was the 28th pick in the draft.
I would just say Brooklyn has the space to play.
He was the 5th draft pick of this year.
Brooklyn has the space to play all of them. As far as like, there aren't a lot of progress stoppers in Brooklyn.
I get it.
But I know what you're saying. There's a lot of draft picks to make. Like I said, I think before we got to this segment, the assumption was they would trade some of them because no one takes 5 first rounders.
Yeah.
Like OKC partly controls the next, feels like 10 drafts. They're not gonna use all those picks.
Yeah, they barely have the roster spots for the one guy they drafted this year.
But Thomas Sorber.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean, yeah. One of these
Is Brooklyn
guys
going to have an entire Summer League starting lineup of first round picks from this draft? Is that what they're going to do? Are they going to roll all 5 of them out?
I don't know if they can all start together though, because they drafted 2 point
multiple
guards,
point guards in Summer League. Just play them all. Who cares?
Do it like how they did in the All-Star game when they'd bring in all the Detroit Pistons.
Yeah,
at the
or
same
they all
time.
the same Hawk. When the Hawks had their great year, they had all the Hawks on the floor at the same
ran
time.
an actual play.
Yeah, just do that. Who cares? It's Summer League. Have your starting lineup be
That's
all
Sean
first
Marks'
rounders.
victory lap. He puts his arms out. He's like, "Look at these 4 guys I drafted in the 20s." And Igor Dimin,
who everyone thinks you reached on. At least a number of people do. Can think of the press photos from the introductory press conferences. All 5 of those guys.
Yeah.
There at the same time.
Yeah. And we'll find out eventually who's the Ty Washington and Usman.
What the Rockets had 4.
Garubas
The Rockets had 4 guys drafted. Same year?
Yes, there's a picture of the 21. This was the 2021 draft where Alperen Şengün's the only person left from the 2021 draft.
That's true.
Because it was Şengün, Green, Usman Garuba, and Josh Christopher.
Well, more reason not to just hand it to the Rockets when it comes to who's more competent. You had that many draft picks, and that's what you did with them. Hey, you'll have your misses, right?
Yeah.
Thankfully, they got a big hit, which is what we'll focus on with Alperen Şengün.
Yeah, and maybe the Nets got. I forgot. I can't remember who they drafted because again, all their picks were
after the first one. Yeah, we're in the 20s,
yeah. It was 8, and then it was like 9, basically 19 to 27. They had every other pick or something.
Yeah. The assumption was just, hey, future picks. Keep building on assets. Something combine a couple to trade up for
Maybe
a guy.
they tried to trade up, and
nobody in the top,
and the Pelicans outbid them to trade up.
That's the other big story from the draft. The Pelicans' apparent idiocy. Joe Dumars back in a job and making moves, where he traded an unprotected 2026 pick to move up in the draft to take Derek Queen.
Yes. Traded from to move up from 23 to 13
to take Derek Queen. Of course, fine, you can love Derek Queen, but
you should not be trading unprotected picks if you're
the
New Orleans Pelicans. Full stop. Not even like
doesn't matter because you
ignoring the fact you picked 6th or 7th this year.
You're a
7th,
cursed franchise. The expectation is you won't be good next year. I know Murray is supposed to be coming back from his injury. I think it was an Achilles for him too. Zion off the court stuff, on the court stuff. Who knows?
And this pick that they traded is the best of Pelicans and Bucks unprotected.
Yeah.
You said Murray's coming back from an Achilles. The Bucks starting point guard also coming back from Achilles.
So the
actually not coming back. He'll be out the entire year.
So the Bucks have a chance to miss the playoffs. Of course, they have Giannis, and they're going to have to do everything they can to keep him happy if he stays. So they will try their best to supplement their roster. So maybe they don't miss it, but you still have a real shot of missing it. And we've seen the lottery. Even if you think you're going to not be terrible, we've seen the lottery tell us
if
that
you're in the lottery, you can win it.
You could be in the play-in and still get the number 1 pick or top 4. So you're throwing away a chance at a potential top 4 or maybe top pick overall, and that could be AJ DeBanza because of Derek Queen. You were so desperate, and even if you love Derek Queen, why make it unprotected? Is that the only way you could convince them to trade that pick?
Top 5, they're like, nope,
maybe
not going to do it. I have Brooklyn on the other line. We're hoping to draft Danny Wolf.
Yeah. Jeez. Well, shout out to the Pelicans for the idiocy. Hey, not that divisions matter in basketball, but hey, if somebody in the West is going to be dumb, thank you. As someone who watches the Rockets all the time, we appreciate dumb organizations in the West. Continue to do dumb things. It's great. Wow. For Derek Queen, who he's fine.
Yeah, but he's a big who the question mark is defense.
And he's not in the greatest shape.
And not in great shape, and he's going to be playing next to Zion Williamson, who his question mark is availability and decision making.
Yeah,
off the court.
Here's how you know a basketball.
Also defense.
Here's how you know a guy isn't in the greatest shape.
He wears the
long sleeve undershirt in college, and it's not 1985.
Yeah,
when you do that, you know, you kind of know. Good luck, New Orleans.
So is the power rankings of college basketball undershirt wearing, is it 1, the baggy cotton short sleeve, 2, the compression short sleeve like Cooper Flag, and then last is the long sleeve? I think long sleeve baggy is by far the worst.
It doesn't seem functional.
Only him and JP McCura from Xavier I remember wearing that.
When you do that, it doesn't appear functional. It appears you're somewhat aware that a basketball jersey isn't all that flattering if you don't have the physique to wear it. So you decide, you know what? Let's put on the baggy shirt. I don't think it could be a style preference. Or maybe it is. Maybe we're reading too much into it. We just look at his teammates and go, none of those guys are doing it.
Yeah, I've worn it before, like in junior high when I played basketball, but that's because it would be like 50 degrees, 40 degrees outside, and the gyms we're playing in weren't super good heating. Didn't have awesome
Understood.
heating.
We just know that Derek Queen doesn't have that.
Yeah, he played in the Big Ten. They were all whatever 60 degrees or however cold they keep.
Whatever they need them to be. Yeah. So we'll see what that means for the Pelicans. It'll be something people track. That's a problem beyond.
If he wears baggy.
No, not that. Not the Derek Queen thing. We're going back to. Sorry, transitioning back to the trade. That's a problem when everyone's not focusing on you possibly being good or what Derek Queen will become. It's about we're going to track that pick.
Yeah.
And see where you land because of our expectation that you're going to be bad. That's what people thought was going to happen with the Texans. The Texans were criticized for trading up because everyone thought CJ Stroud wasn't going to be this franchise-changing quarterback.
That's a good point.
So the thought was that pick that went to the Cardinals was going to be very valuable, and a top 5 pick turns out it was in the 20s because they hit on their quarterback. So if they hit on Derek Queen and he's a franchise changer, which no one believes he will be.
Yeah, it's different when you're doing that to trade up from, 12 to 3 in the NFL draft as opposed to 23 to 13 in the NBA draft.
For a big who may not start. They have Misi there, and you
Just in
mentioned
general,
Zion. Yeah,
if he's available at 13,
a big available at 13.
as far as year one impact, I think we can lower our expectations.
He's not going to change them from a non-playoff team.
And I get it.
to one.
ESPN ran the thing after they left the lottery of, well, you know, Giannis was picked 15th and Kawhi was picked 15th.
It wasn't year one. He didn't change the Bucks in year one.
Yeah,
and the Spurs were the Spurs.
Sat his ass on the bench in year one.
Yeah, the Giannis. He was a skinny dude who's still figuring some things out. Of course, we know what he is today. Okay, we'll close out hour one with that. But before we do leave you and obviously come back for hour two, I want to tell you about. I want to tell you about Top Dog. Right? No, that's at 11:42. We can wait. Thought it was at 10:42. We can go to break right now. Of course, Top Dog Fireworks. You can go to topdogfireworks.com. But I'll give you more in hour two. We will be back. So Michael Carroll's back. He'll join us tomorrow. Raheel Ramzanali will join us after this segment. Got me thinking. Sean, I don't know if we talked about it other than the trailer initially. Did you see John Wick Ballerina?
No, I haven't seen it yet. I might just wait until it's at home.
Theater. Yeah, you might.
Because I need to get on 28 Years Later.
I got to watch 28 Years Later, too.
Yeah.
Michael Carroll has seen it.
And then F1. They're piling up.
Yeah, there's plenty I have not seen. Michael Carroll, I think, has seen 28 Weeks Later. He gave a bit of a review online. We can talk about that with him a little bit tomorrow as well. So, yeah, it's like normally we'll get a call or two about TV and stuff. And I was like, I don't know if I got one right now for people to watch. I'm waiting. There's some stuff coming up, like we mentioned, Alien Earth is coming up, but that's a little far away.
Season 4 of The Bear dropped.
Yeah, I did see that.
Haven't started it yet. I mean, it dropped last night, so I haven't started it yet.
Yeah, but I will be someone who really needs to catch up. Maybe I'll use this weekend. There's no hockey. There's no NBA. Maybe I'll use this next couple of days to watch and catch up on The Bear. It's probably a good spot for that, as really there's only really Astros baseball to focus on right now. So yeah, but we'll do that with Michael tomorrow. I'm sure he'll have some suggestions for us. I did watch.
When's Gilded Age dropping?
It dropped last week. The first episode was last week.
Oh, it's week by week.
Week by week. Okay. It's in that Prime HBO spot. So they're only gonna do it one at a time.
On the list after most of the theater movies and The Bear, but I'll hit you back with what I think about Gilded Age.
I don't know if it's for you.
What?
I don't know. I said I don't know. It doesn't appear to be something that would be for you because you haven't mentioned watching period piece shows before.
Downton Abbey. I watched Downton Abbey.
Okay, this is somewhat like that, but it's less about. It has the upstairs downstairs quality. The rich people and the people working for them. There's some of that too, and there's like robber baron stuff in there too.
Ooh,
so it's a little bit like that. So but it's set in America. Maybe Downton Abbey for people without accents, without English accents. so
red, white, and blue. Downton Abbey.
Yeah. And as I've said before, I love a Farmiga, whether it be Thaisa, the younger sister, who's in her 30s, and just to be clear, everyone. And she's not like a teenager, but and then Vera, who's older than her. But yeah, so I love that show. It's fun. You don't have to always be an active watcher, but there'll be some funny jokes in there as well, just like rich people saying awful stuff about other rich people. I like to laugh at. So it's there for you if you want to watch the Gilded Age. Season 3 has premiered. I don't know if Calvin Murphy watches the Gilded Age.
I could see it going either way.
You never know what he's into on a Sunday night when there's no basketball to watch. But he was interviewed, or at least he had some time to talk about the trade, the big trade. Kevin Durant in town, will be a Rocket. Not officially yet. That won't happen until July 6th. But Kevin Durant will be a Rocket, and that means Dillon Brooks and Jalen Green are not Rockets anymore. So here's Calvin Murphy on the acquisition of Kevin Durant and also the departure of Green and Brooks.
Big for the Rockets. Big. They finally got a player that they can go to, the go-to man in the last 4 minutes. Somebody that's been there, done that. I'm surprised they were able to get him. I'm glad they got him. But, Dylan the Villain was my man. Hate to see him go. But it's all about business. I had a chance to say goodbye to him. And, of course, with Jalen, fourth year, I kind of suspected something was going to happen after that playoff series. But both of them are very talented, and they're going to do well. But to go back to your question, having KD here, it don't get no bigger than that. Right now, the expectations of getting to the finals are very, very, very high. I'm talking about with me now, not the fan. This is my 57th year with the Rockets. And when you can get something into the organization to excite me, you've done something well.
So that's the thing. The expectations. They were surprising and fun last year. Now, anything less, at least in Calvin Murphy's eyes, look, there are difference. I guess there's a difference between expectations and what's a disappointment. So if they don't make the finals, I don't know if Calvin Murphy would deem it a disappointment if there's a deep run. But you make that trade to accelerate your opportunities to win big. That's what Kevin Durant's here for. Whether he wants to play past 40 or not, whether he wants to sign an extension that isn't the max he can make, which somehow is out there, but we don't even know from where, honestly, whatever. But he's here, which means you need to be on a path to winning, because why else would you make the trade? So we'll see what else is there, because now with the Fred VanVleet extension, they will operate under the first apron. They won't be paying tax, which means they have access to the non-taxpayer mid-level, which will be $14+ million. You can add a legitimate rotation piece with that type of money, a good one. Who will that be? We've had these conversations, whether it be a shooter like Gary Trent Jr. or Malik Beasley or something else, whatever they think they are missing. But you have that utility to add a piece to your roster. So when we talk about them as a complete team, whenever that is finalized come October, as far as the opening game roster, should that team be a title contender? The betting odds say yes. The betting odds say right now, even without knowing what else will be done this summer, that's a team in the Rockets who are going to be in the OKC realm. They're not the betting favorites like OKC is, but they're a solid 2-3, depending on how you feel about the Nuggets and the Wolves. They're right in the mix. So I don't think Calvin Murphy is wrong in mentioning a title and what the expectations should be. I do believe that if you start to look at some of these builds, particularly if the team isn't already set and you're just adding a piece, like this team has playoff success and you're just adding a piece to put you over the top. That aside, because the Rockets weren't that last year because they didn't get out of the first round, it generally takes a year to go through it and then to tweak it the next offseason. You look at the roster, okay, maybe we get to the second round, we push a team or however it ends, and then we go, what's missing? Now you have 2 playoff runs with the bulk of the roster. Now you would have a real good idea of who's who and what are they capable of, at least in the short term, when you're trying to win a title of Kevin Durant. And then you could decide who's good for the roster, who is, and this is not even me talking about compiling guys and picks to go trade for Giannis if he would want to come here and play with KD. Just a smaller move. Like we've mentioned, what if Trey Murphy has another awful time in New Orleans? Does he become someone who is under contract even after this year, upcoming year, for another 3? He just signed an extension that's going to kick in. Maybe that's the guy you think finishes the build. And not only that, he's a younger player. So when Kevin Durant's time is gone, now you have, as I was talking to people, your knockoff KD. He's shorter, but given the opportunity this year to be more on ball because of all the injuries with New Orleans, he became a guy who, with the long limbs, he could dribble above the arc. He could get his own shot. Like I said, a great value KD, whatever you want to call him.
All right. You know what? You're Mikal Bridges until do it again.
Yeah, that's
do
what
it
I'm saying.
again. Mikal Bridges had a hot couple months.
And that's what Trey Murphy had before he got hurt. Mikal Bridges was great value KD. Now he's like, oh, you're just Mikal Bridges. You're not even. We don't see
he's his own thing.
We don't see the upside anymore. You're just Mikal Bridges. Trey Murphy is the next in line of those guys. Yeah. Happens to wear 25 just like Mikal Bridges does. Trey Murphy played at Rice. Did not know that initially. He transferred to Virginia. That's where I know him from. Yeah. But he did play at Rice. Okay. So City of Houston calling him home.
Yeah, maybe.
We'll see. So that's just an example of adding a piece that isn't a major star, but that could be a piece you believe puts you over the top. So I think I wouldn't say they need to win a title in year 1. I think because that feels like really high expectations.
There's like, I don't know how many teams go into a season. Maybe like 1 or 2.
How many believe saying they have to win?
Yes.
Yeah.
Like maybe 1.
Like this year, let's think. The Celtics definitely said it. The Thunder said it.
Probably.
The Nuggets, because of already winning, the core of that group had already won one, so they maybe not have to, but believe they should be. They probably believe they had a real shot of winning because OKC was young. They got knocked out in the second round last year. Who knew they were going to be this juggernaut? Anybody else?
I mean, the Cavs, but that's more by February or March.
Yeah, going into they think they were going to be as good as they were?
Yeah. Knicks.
Well, they built a team to try to beat Boston. Happened that they did, and and then they couldn't beat the next team.
Milwaukee.
Even that Milwaukee team would have been delusional to believe that they were a real title contender. I mean, it was Dame and Giannis.
That's like
and a bunch of stuff.
East Finals.
Yeah,
I think. Try to
if,
make these.
You get lucky. Maybe a guy gets hurt and just happen to be their guy. But a guy gets hurt, maybe you make a finals, but you're not really one of those. So,
to me, I think the Rockets. It's like must make second round. I think West Finals is like good season.
It's a great. I would even good to great if you make a West Finals.
Yeah. And then making the finals. It's like best case scenario.
Yeah. But if you make the finals, then you're probably winning it, considering the East. If you're going now, that's not a guarantee because we were saying that about OKC, and if Indiana doesn't lose Game 4, they're winning the title most likely. But if you run through the East, the West, you're a heavy favorite to win the finals. Likely.
Yeah. Let's see what the Cavs look like next year because I think the Cavs might just be the team that no team can actually get on their level
because everyone is either not as good or if they were going to be as good,
they've gotten hurt in the second round the last 2 years.
Do the Cavs have a star who can get out of second round? Because Donovan Mitchell has not proven that to be the case of yet.
Darius Garland.
Do the Cavs have a star?
Sam Merrill.
That's not a star. And the Cavs were apparently approached by the Suns when they were trying to trade Kevin Durant. Hey, you want to give us Darius Garland?
I'm sure they were approached for that.
And the Cavs wanted Durant and assets. They weren't just going to be like, we're going to give you Darius Garland and we're gonna give you another thing to make it work.
And then the Suns go, well, problem with that.
No, Kevin Durant said the problem with that is I don't want to be in Cleveland.
Oh,
he got involved, which is what he did quite a bit, and that's why he is now a Rocket.
That's my secret. Kobe Altman of the Cavs. I don't have any assets. Kevin Durant is my asset.
Yeah, what could possibly they have wanted?
The Mark Williams trade package, the 2 first-round picks.
Probably.
Even though one was 29 last night, so
but
some first-round pick.
But they needed something to make that deal work. Maybe throwing a Royce O'Neal. I don't know what they're looking for. Another wing. Don't you have enough of those?
Nick
you
Richard.
Mentioned Sam Merrill, Dean Wade, Max Strus. You needed a Royce O'Neal. Yeah. I don't know what the Cavs are looking for other than picks besides Kevin Durant. But that's the trouble the Suns are in, where you're offering them Kevin Durant, and the Cavs are like, we're gonna need more.
Yeah. What else?
We're gonna need more before we trade you our small point guard. Come on, ante up.
That's also crazy that they're like 6'1" point guard. That's what we need.
Well, at least it's not another shooting guard, I guess is what they're thinking. And instead, they did get another shooting guard in Jalen Green, who we just heard from Calvin Murphy, kind of felt like he was out, considering what happened in the playoffs. All right, when we come back, we'll hear from someone who was here and then was out, but he's back. Raheel Ramzanali will join us to talk about what's going on in the city of Houston. He is the host of CityCast. It's a podcast covering all the big things in Houston. We had a moment in Houston. I don't know how big it is, but it did go viral. If you missed it, a man jumped from, what was the second floor of the Galleria? Either way, he landed on the ice, and I hope he didn't cripple himself, but he messed some stuff up at least. We'll talk about that and more with Raheel when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
We got the host of CityCast with us. Raheel Ramzanali joins us. You can check out the website, houston.citycast.fm. And of course, listen to it wherever you listen to a podcast. Wherever you listen to a podcast, CityCast is available for you. And so is Raheel. And he's available to us. Again, what's up, Raheel?
What's up, Del? Sorry about the last few weeks. I missed out on my slotted time to come on the most popular show in Houston, the Del Olaleye Show.
No proof of that.
It's my proof. If I say it, it's real, right?
That's kind of how the world works now. If I say it, that means it has to be true. Yeah. So, according to sources, Del Olaleye Show, the most popular show in the city of Houston, and we're joined by the man who hosts the most popular podcast in the city of Houston. Sources, me. CityCast here, host CityCast for Raheel Ramzanali. So we had a very viral event happen in the city, and I was reading up on it during the break. Have you heard what the witness said at the time of the man? Of course, I'm talking about the man who jumped from the second story of the Galleria onto a sheet of ice and predictably injured himself in a way where he had to be taken to the hospital. Did you see what the witness said, that the man said as he was running away from the police?
Did he say Leroy Jenkins?
Close. He said, "Come get me," and then jumped, and then jumped to his doom.
Man, this story is so wild. I know you've talked about it throughout the week, and it is the most viral video in Houston right now, possibly across the nation as well. I'm seeing everyone share it. But just to break it down, one, the person who broke his leg, he recorded himself taking sunglasses and openly stealing, from what I gather. And then he runs, and then Slim Thug, yes, that Slim Thug of all people, got the video of the actual jump. I don't know if have you seen the actual jump? He looks down and just goes for it.
I did
and
see it.
Sure enough, it's crazy. He looks like Rick James on the couch after getting beat up. His legs aren't working. I mean, it's not funny.
It's a little
but
funny.
That's what it reminded me of. It's wild what's happening at the Galleria, man. And of course, the viral video, the craziness of it all. We take a zoom out of all this. Do you go to the Galleria? Do you feel safe going to the Galleria? Because now we see, 3 straight weeks of shootings. A couple of weeks ago, we learned about that. There was a man who just opened fire in the garage, and it was all captured on video. That man has been arrested. We see this video, the theft, in the comments on Instagram, on Fox 26's page. They posted that the Galleria is the second best mall in the nation, and notable Houstonians start teeing off on the Galleria. What? Why is it popular? Because you want to go there and get followed home and robbed? Do you want to get robbed in the parking garage? Do you feel safe going to the Galleria?
So I don't spend a lot of time in the Galleria. I know it's right near the station, but if I'm going to a mall, it's generally the mall near my home. And according to the witness who said the guy who broke his leg said, "Come get me," he says, I don't know why this guy tried this. There's a heavy police presence. The witness's name, Martin Norris. He says the police are everywhere in the Galleria, which I guess they're trying to give the impression of it being safe. But I have not been there in years, to be honest. It's just not I just don't think about going to the Galleria after work, so I just don't spend time there. I did not know that it had gotten that bad, but that parking lot is sketchy, particularly the covered parking lot, because as it's covered, there's not a lot of security there. If you're walking to your car, all someone has to do is see you walking out, and there could be real trouble. And it's not really open air, so it's tough. Could be concerned. You should be concerned if you are alone, just because it does give people who are looking to maybe hurt you an opportunity.
I think in general, you should be very alert and aware when you're in a parking garage. Have I told you I have a deathly fear of parking garages? I literally get anxiety when I'm in a parking garage. I don't know what caused this. I don't know why. But when I used to work at ESPN Houston, I would go to the Galleria all the time during lunch. I would go walk around, just, go buy things I needed, go eat, whatever. And I would always walk there because I didn't want to park in the garage. And this was, how long ago, Dell? What year? Almost 10 years ago, right? When I started at ESPN in 2015. So I don't know, man. Even when I go shopping there, I don't go on the weekend. If we need to buy a big ticket item or something, I always park in the outside lot across the street just to be safe. And then I always just make sure, am I being followed home? Crime is all about perception, right? The numbers might be down, and elected officials will tell us hey, no, things are good, but it's all about perception. And the Galleria has a major perception issue right now.
Even before ESPN 975, where we worked at 1560, that was the place we would go to. It was me, you. Did Frank come along sometimes? We would just go over there
Frank
and
will come, yeah.
have lunch. It was we were the lunch crew. Most of it was spent commiserating about how miserable some of us were. I'll keep their names out of it. But we would go over there. Yeah, for real. We would go over there and have we would go over there and have lunch. So yeah, I don't. I think we did. Did we do a lot of walking? I think we might have walked there at the time as well. So yeah, as you said, perception matters quite a bit. No matter what the numbers are, all it takes is one time, either for it to happen to you, or to see it happen to someone, or to read a story, and all of a sudden you're on high alert. And maybe that's just how life should be at this point. It's a tough way to go through life, but all it takes is that one time for you to be unaware, and then your life can change dramatically. This story that brings to our attention is funny because of how things came about, and no one but the person involved in the theft was hurt. But yeah, unfortunately, it's kind of like danger all around. And the Galleria, despite kind of the glamour of you saying the Galleria and all the high-end stores, you still got to make it to your car, and that can be treacherous, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's sad, man, because the Galleria it's a fun place, man. I know we don't go because we're older now, but for teenagers or people in their mid-20s, it's a fun place, to go meet up, to gather, to hang out, to go eat, to shop, whatever. But yeah, it sucks that this is happening right now at the Galleria.
And it's interesting because it is a tourist place. Anytime someone from out of town comes in, they mention the Galleria and wanted to go there. I'm like, oh, okay. I mean, you can get those capri pants someplace else, Auntie. You don't have to go to the Galleria for that, but if you want, I guess we can make that trip. Okay, so that's the big video in Houston, but maybe a bit of an underplayed thing is something you brought up. It's a big story, and frankly, it involves someone dying, so certainly something that should be discussed. Inmate deaths at the Harris County Jail. What's up?
Yeah, so I don't know if you know, in the last 3 years, have you heard about this at all? What's been happening at Harris County Jail?
I've seen a news report or two, but it's not something I've done a lot of research on.
No, and that's totally fair. A lot of Houstonians don't know, right? Because they think jail, and they immediately just dismiss it, right? They're like, oh, so what? Inmates are dying. Well, this is a big thing, right? When you're in jail, you're supposed to get your day in court. Well, in Harris County, going back to 2022, there were 27 people who died while in the custody of the county jail. 2023, 19 people died. It opened up an FBI investigation, though. It got really bad, right? There were several issues: overcrowding, not enough people working, just running out of space. There's just so many different things at play here. Well, the numbers kind of got under control in 2024, but we have another spike in the numbers in 2025. We're only 6 months through the year, and there have been 10 deaths already. And there were 3 in a span of 48 hours, Dell, just recently. Things are getting really bad at the Harris County Jail, and there just seems to be no solution, whether it be outsourcing some of the people who are being held right now in the jail to other facilities. Harris County has done that before, and then they decide to bring them back, hiring more people, retaining more staff. There's just so much at play, and this is a big thing that the sheriff's office, who manages the jail, needs to figure out. And then District Attorney Sean Tier, he was on CityCast Houston with me. He's a friend of the morning show, Lance Erline, John Granado. He's been on with them as well. We talked about it, how do you solve this issue? This is something that is going to, definitely impact his tenure as DA. And I think the county in general and Houston as a city, I know it's not a Houston problem when it comes to city government, but it defines our city that Harris County Jail keeps having this, keeps like running into this issue. It's really sad.
So yeah, you brought up a point that the thought of an inmate being in jail, most people think, at least, well, I'm sure they did something, at least they're away from me. But you don't actually think about what that person is and their life before they are incarcerated, as far as like the last 3 I'm reading on the Houston Chronicle all died from medical emergencies. Like, you think of what we see in movies and TV, oh, there's a fight in jail and someone gets stabbed and they're dying. These are people who went in ill, and sure, they did something, or at least they're alleged to do something that got them arrested and put away. But whatever they were dealing with health-wise still remains. It doesn't change just because you're now in jail. And so I'm just looking at the 3 people listed on the Chronicles, in the Chronicles article about it. All medical emergencies. They were at they had to be taken to a local hospital, and they died there. And these are all within the last week. Whether it be
48-hour span,
June 23rd, June 22nd, another June 22nd, all of them passing away after spending time in the Harris County Jail. And a lot of it has to do with what you talked about, lack of people there to even be aware of something like this, or lack of proper medical attention. So it is something that we don't acknowledge. We just, oh, well, that's a person who's shouldn't be part of society, no matter what the crime is. And then days later, after entering the jail, their family's planning a funeral. So that's.
I know we're running out of time here, but I'll leave you with this quote. And this is in Houston Public Media story. If you want to read that one, just go to houstonpublicmedia.org. But this comes from the executive director of the Texas Jail Project, Krish Gundu, and he says, quote, "After being in contentious noncompliance for over 3 years, Harris County Jail continues to be an engine of death, disease, and violence, as evidenced by the latest series of custody deaths and lawsuits for use of excessive force." And that just, it's chilling, man. It's chilling what's happening there. And hopefully we can figure this out.
Give that website where people can read more about that again.
HoustonPublicMedia.org.
HoustonPublicMedia.org. And of course, if you just want to take a look at what Houston CityCast has to offer, you can go to houston.citycast.fm. Certainly there are some lighter subjects if you want that, whether it be your guide to the Strand in Galveston. They're honoring DJ Screw tomorrow. There's a lot going on. They got the best food in Montrose. So I
don't want to cut you off. Sorry, I hate to, but Eric Sandler, Culture Map Houston editor, was on with me on yesterday's episode breaking down some food news, and we went viral on Instagram because I posted a clip about how fajitas are $70 right now. Like, it's so expensive.
Fajitas are, what do you mean $70?
Yeah, a fajitas for 2 people right now, $70.
Huh. Is that 2 fajitas per person that wind up? What are we talking about
fajitas
here?
for 2. Like, it's probably like a pound of fajitas.
A pound of fajita for $70. Man.
Yeah.
I don't want to mention the taco place I'm going to now, but it ain't $70. No free ads. But it ain't $70. What are we talking about here?
I know. And nobody's calling them out. Like, we keep calling out barbecue places for being super expensive. But these Tex-Mex joints are just raising the prices, and it's gotten so expensive. It started trending on Instagram. It ended up getting, like, as of right now, as we're speaking, there are 365 shares. So people are really upset about this. So if you want to listen to that episode in the full context of it, and also we're talking about the James Beard Award-winning Thomas Billy of Belly and the Beast. He won the James Beard Award. Check that episode out. It's on houston.citycast.fm.
Yeah, look, the other stuff, dark, ugly stuff. But for the casual listeners, like, guys, what are you doing? Well, $70 fajitas, people. That's what's going on in this city. It's an outrage, Raheel. An outrage.
It's an outrage.
It's an outrage. So I'm glad you brought that to our attention. Did you mention the names of these places, or is this a general thing when it comes to Texas restaurants?
In the episode, Eric called them out. Eric Sandler was not messing around, and I hope we get some change.
Okay, so if you want to hear that entire thing, you said you can go to Houston. You can listen to that on the podcast right now.
Yep, right
okay,
now.
so if you want to know the names of the fajita place or Tex-Mex places charging you a ridiculous amount for their chicken and beef fajitas, you can listen to Houston City Cast for that. Thank you, Raheel, for joining us. What did you think? We haven't talked any sports. What did you think about the finals?
Man, heartbroken. That I had no dog in that fight. I thought OKC was going to win that series in 4. I thought they were just that much better of a team. But man, the way Indiana played, the fight, the coaching, the guy stepping up, it was so much fun to watch. And to end the way it did with Halliburton's injury, as a basketball fan, as somebody who plays basketball and is still rehabbing from an injury, my heart just sunk, man. That sucked. I can't even imagine that in the biggest moment, hitting 3 threes to get things going, like the momentum was shifting. I can't even imagine that. That's one of those, like, I know he's a pro athlete. He's getting paid millions. He's going to get the best rehab, the best doctors, all that. And I still feel for him. I'm like, gosh, I'm sending good vibes his way because that is unimaginable.
Yeah, just the product of playing that sport at a high level. You hear him talk about it. He said, I would do it again. I would take that risk again because of what that game meant. And of course, you take the chance of the course of your career may be changing because the numbers are not good for guys not named Kevin Durant coming back from Achilles. Like Kobe was older, so you can take that into account. But you look at even some of the young guys, like Brandon Jennings was never the same after his Achilles. It is an injury that can severely hamper what you are as a athlete going forward. Now, of course, we talked about it earlier. I did with Sean earlier in the week. He has been paid handsomely, so the money isn't an issue. Just what he will be as a basketball player is in question. And you hope, because he's younger, and although Kevin Durant was older when it happened to him, that the path is a little cleaner, and with advances in medicine, he'll be better. I would advise you to, if you haven't seen it, if we're just talking about athletes to root for, I talked about it earlier. Look up what VJ Edgecombe had to say about how he had to struggle with his mom to get to the league. He's a new Sixer out of Baylor. That's a guy. When we try to maybe just look for a guy who's not on our favorite team, that hope he does well. I've already found mine for the 2025 draft, VJ Edgecombe. That story even got me. I'm cynical. I don't cry about anything. So that his story after the draft got me. So I would say you take a look at that, and then you can go on Twitter and be the phony that you are and quote tweeted it like you would and make it about yourself.
Oh. I will look that up.
All right. Thanks for Raheel Ramzanali. He'll join us when he can. We'll probably have him on more consistently when he's not got a vacation or busy with CityCast. The man's got stuff to do, so we enjoy it when he joins us. Thanks, Raheel.
All right. Thanks, Del. See y'all later.
All right. Raheel Ramzanali, the host of CityCast. You can find that podcast wherever you listen to podcasts. Okay. We got maybe one more segment to go, considering how things went. We went long for the hill. He's a special guest, so we'll figure some things out and get back to you before we close it out at noon. But first,
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
We're done at noon, but, the shows continue, and they're going to be out at Cactus Jack's in Baytown today from 12 to 6 p.m. Paul Gallant, and then the Killer Bees. And, of course, it's part of our summer circuit, so you can meet those guys and get a chance to win a prize, a great prize. The Power On Electric Bicycle Company has provided us with a pair of brand new e-bikes to give away. They're about a $4,000 value. All you have to do to have a chance to win is to stop in and register at the promo table. Got to be in attendance, and it's a registration once per event. So we're doing the summer circuit. You can register for the bikes at Cactus Jack's, and the next time we're out, you can as well. They're going to be out on Friday as well at Drift Bar. That is not part of the summer circuit, so there will be a promo table, but you can't register for the bikes, but you can hang out at Drift Bar with Paul Gallant and the Killer Bees. So they're going to be out and about the next couple of days out of studio. Today, Cactus Jack's. Tomorrow, Drift Bar. Okay, at the end of our time with Raheel, he mentioned the final. Well, I brought up the finals, and he mentioned Tyrese Halliburton and tearing his Achilles and how heartbreaking that was. Well, Adam Silver was asked about it last night at the draft, and the NBA is looking into why we have this influx of Achilles tears. It happened to Tatum. It happened to Dame. It's happened to Murray before the playoffs. So
I think the stat is that there was 9 this year, and the previous high was like a decade ago, and it was 5.
Yeah. So what's the issue? So the NBA is obviously taking a look at it. It helps the investigation process to speed up when it stars. Like if it happened to a bunch of 8 and 9 men in rotations, it may not have gotten a lot of attention, but it has happened to the best players in the game. And Adam Silver and the NBA are taking a look at it. This is what he said about that yesterday during the draft.
And in fact, we had already convened a panel of experts before Tyrese's most recent Achilles rupture. So we had 7 this year. We had 0 last year under the exact same circumstances. And the most we've ever had in a season is 4. NFL has had a rash of Achilles issues as well. So the purpose of convening those experts is to try to figure out what's going on. It's interesting, when we look back at the last 10 years, the majority of the Achilles injuries have happened before the All-Star break. So it's not clear it's the number of games. And as you know, modern NBA players, even when they're not playing games, sometimes in the summer, they're working harder than they are during the season when they're playing 3 games a week. They're often playing every day. Some experts think it may have more to do with youth basketball. It may have as much to do with what they do from 10 to 19. Increasingly, they're single sport athletes. These guys train also harder than when I talk to veteran players now. I was talking to Andre Iguodala the other day, the head of the Players Association. He's saying he's counseling a lot of these players that they need more rest on their body in the off season. I mean, you've got guys working out 3 times a day.
So he said a lot to say, we don't know why it's happening. We're going to try to figure it out. There are multiple theories about why this is occurring more often. They don't know. They got their experts on it, and maybe they'll have an answer, or maybe it's one of those things like the Yankees letter that never gets revealed. Different leagues, but sometimes these things come to nothing.
It could also just be, their evidence is inconclusive.
Yeah, there's nothing to point to exactly why this is happening. It just had a jump this year when he said they had 0 last year. So if they had 0 last year, what could have changed between now and last year?
It could just be normally you get 3 per year and you got 0 last year. And so it just kind of averaged out. You got a ton this year. And like he mentioned that a lot of them happen early in the season historically. Like obviously we notice and we talk about the ones that all happened in the 3 that happened in the playoffs with Dame, Tatum, and now Tyrese Halliburton. But if it is something where it's like, it seems like it's a hard nut to crack. I mean, I guess obviously, or else they would have already fixed it. But everything that he mentioned, it's like, that'd be a tough fix. Like if it's early in the season, like I don't really know. limiting games doesn't really help that. You
Yeah.
know, like shutting if it's not a wear and tear type injury, despite, you know, with the Durant one in 2019 and the Tyrese one where they're preceded with calf injuries. But yeah, if it's like a youth basketball problem, just all right, add that to the list of youth basketball problems.
Yeah, as if they didn't have enough. Tim Grover, the famous trainer for Michael Jordan, suggested that it is about how the guys are training, how they're training specifically, and because they're training, it's opposed to lifting weights, they're doing all the bands and muscle strengthening, stretching, and stuff like that, not just lifting weights.
I like Tim Grover being like,
well, he's got a vested interest in
Get on
saying
the bench,
this is the way this should be done, as opposed to the way you're doing it. I am a famous trainer. It's my business to do it a certain way. So
throw some plates on.
He has a
Enough of this
theory
resistance band.
that, hey, all the guys who used to just lift weights and run never had Achilles issues. You guys doing it the wrong way have all the issues.
Yeah, and you mentioned Kobe when talking about this with Raheel. It also, maybe just anecdotally, but I feel like it had the perception of it was kind of a old man injury,
And
or
then it
like
happened to Kevin Durant.
late in your career injury.
You played a lot of minutes.
Yeah.
A lot of high
And
tempo games.
Coming back early from
Yeah.
a related injury, I would say, a injury higher up on his leg. And so it could have been like a little bit of a compensation thing. He was jumping straight into a finals game.
Yeah.
He played most of the first quarter and he popped in the second. So
Mhm.
like there's a lot of factors there. But with Halliburton and Tatum, like these guys in the mid-20s.
Prime of their careers.
Yeah. So I don't know. It's a tough one.
Yeah, we'll see if all their investigating leads to anything, and more importantly, if there's a solution to this, or this is just going to be happenstance, and when it happens, and you just are just a victim of the luck of the draw, or you're unlucky when that draw comes your way. All right, let's get to Anton. He wants to talk about this. What's up, Anton?
Hey, how you guys doing today?
We're good. How are you?
Doing pretty good. I just wanted to talk about the Achilles thing. I'm in my 40s, so I used to play ball back in the day. I think that with the Achilles thing and some of these ankle injuries that these guys are having, I think it got a lot to do with their shoes. Because a lot of these guys are wearing like mid-level shoes now, not high top sneakers like they used to. And I think that's one cause of the problem. That was all I just had to say.
Appreciate it, Anton. Now, I've heard that before, and then I've heard people dismiss it out of hand. I would say let's not dismiss anything because no one has an answer for it. But I've heard Anton say that, or what Anton said, be out there about the shoes and what they're wearing, and then people go, can't be the shoes, which is funny because that was actually an ad campaign at one point. But
it must be
the shoes. So we will see. Anton, you might be right. I don't have an answer. Not a lot of people do, and maybe it's just bad luck, and we'll have none next year. But 9 is tough. And then when it happens to your stars, answers, I guess, should be looked for. I just don't know what you're going to find.
Yeah, it's just it's so tough, and it's so tough because there are a bunch of individual cases. So finding the connective tissue between all of these is tough, and then it being the right answer also. Like you can find a pattern, but the pattern might be unrelated. I have heard stuff about the shoes, wearing lower cut sneakers now with some of these injuries, and I think I'm open to it.
I'm open to any
it.
reason that can be found,
because Kobe was wearing lows when he tore his Achilles.
Yeah, and generally now Kevin Durant's a unicorn of an athlete, but generally guys who are his size weren't wearing low cut shoes.
Yeah.
Just because they couldn't do the things he did. They're playing in the paint for the most part. A guy who is healthy, and unlike some of the guys like Tatum and Halliburton and Lillard who have made plenty. Look, your NBA guys make plenty of money, but they not all have made generationally life-changing money. One of those guys is Austin Reeves. Austin Reeves has turned down a 4-year, $90 million max extension from the Lakers because in free agency, he can make a ton more. Like, if you sign the deal, he would start off at 19.9, so pretty much $20 million. He's bypassing it. Now, he's not going to make this money because he's Austin Reeves, but he would be eligible in free agency for a deal starting roughly at $42.5 million a year. If the Lakers brought him back,
So that's like 170.
but 4 for 182 if another team signed him. So he's decided to test free agency. Austin Reeves probably isn't getting paid $42.5 million from the Lakers in year one of his new deal. But is he capable of playing so well? And then the Lakers saying, sorry, too rich for us, that someone would give him 4 years, $182.9 million? I would say no. Then I remember Tyler Johnson got paid $90 million. So if it could happen to Tyler Johnson, it's a different era, so the money's different. But Tyler Johnson, not a wing, like a combo guard, smaller than Austin Reeves, but
bench player for most of his career.
Yeah, but wound up because of injuries and lack of talent on, I think, the Heat roster. Wound up having a really good year, and the Nets giving him an offer sheet, which the Heat dumbly matched, and they eventually had to get off of that with picks years later, I believe. So ridiculous money has been given out to guys who you don't think who you don't think are worth it. Austin Reeves is better than Tyler Johnson is. I don't know that he's 4 years, 182 max dollars from someone better. I don't know who is going to look at him and go, he is clearly at worst a number 2 for us.
Yeah,
because
is what
right
puts
now
us over the top.
Because right now he is a 3 with the Lakers, and I talk about it quite a bit here and other places when just having conversations. People underestimate how difficult it is to be a 1.
Yeah.
Austin Reeves has never had to deal with being even a 2. He's either played behind LeBron and Anthony Davis, or now LeBron and Luka. So by the time it's time for someone to pay him, you're not going to know if he's capable of handling what it takes to be a 1 or a 2. And are you willing to make him a max player after being able to play with LeBron and Luka? I wouldn't, but he's taking the chance. And look, there are levels between what he turned down and what a max deal is. So it could be somewhere in between. But maybe that makes the Lakers more willing to trade him now that he's decided he's not signing that max extension. So it's already been a summer so far of movement. Even before the season was over, we had a big trade, like hours before the season was over. So we'll see if Austin Reeves is the next player on the move, and we'll see who antes up for him, because he's going to want, if he does get traded, he'll probably tell you, I'm going to wait. So are you going to trade for Austin Reeves without the guarantee that you're going to get him locked up? That's another thing to take into account if you did want to make a move. Okay, that music means we're done for the day. And with that music saying we're done, what does that mean, Sean?
Oh, he dope.
LeBron was talking about himself, but maybe he has said that about Austin Reeves as well. Okay, but before we completely say goodbye, I want to tell you about Top Dog Fireworks. It's about that time. And you don't have to wait till July 4th. Trust me, I've heard it in my neighborhood. People start the fireworks way before July 4th. And maybe you're one of those people, and this is why you have Top Dog for you. So the best thing about Top Dog is they are giving you a chance to get things at the best prices. You can shop early for that best selection at the best prices. They have that buy one, get one free wall that you can take a look at. Over 100 buy one, get one free items. And then they also have their daily store promotions. There are 14 locations across the Houston area. And if you spend $250, you receive a reward as long as supplies last. And then if you don't know where to go, just go to topdogfireworks.com to find the location nearest you. And a portion of every sale goes towards supporting the local youth. So generally, fireworks are thought of as something for kids. I know adults do it as well. But help the local kids in your community by going to Top Dog Fireworks. And you can enter to win the Top Dog Fireworks Holiday Giveaway Contest. Each store location will have a winner of a fireworks assortment valued at over $450. And if you enter to win, even if you don't win that, you have the opportunity to win the grand prize, which is the Top Dog Beast assortment. That's valued over $1,100. To enter to win, just visit a Top Dog Fireworks location or their website, topdogfireworks.com, and complete that entry form and have a chance to have a great July 4th weekend and even the days leading up to it. Top Dog Fireworks.
Victor hits it high, hits it deep. He hits it up on the train tracks. Train number 17 has just left Union Station, 2-0 Astros.
Oh, give me that Caratini with a twist.
I take a Caratini with a twist right now. Hello and welcome aboard the Paul Gallant Show on this Thursday, June 26th. 2025. I am Paul Gallant, and this is the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. You know how to get aboard. Voice guy himself said it, 713-780-3776 to call. That's also how you text. You can get after us on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975, and listen on the brand new app. You heard it right. We are live out here in Baytown at Cactus Jack's, and I got to say, the last two times that we have been on remote, we have been at some cool-ass places. So right now, I am sitting up on a stage at a very large kind of barn house feeling bar. If you're, from in the loop, maybe you've been to the rustic vibes, but bigger, much, much better, I think, environment on a lot of different levels. You kind of have to get here to see it. They got live music here Thursday through Sunday, so they will be kicking my pasty ass off at some point after the Killer Bees for music here on this stage. There are TVs throughout the restaurant. There's even a playground out back for kids, so it's really for everyone kind of environment. And I see that something that they're starting on July 14th, prime brisket. Oh, my God. With an 8-hour smoke. I mean, I just sat down. Now I want to go to commercial break early and get some food. You heard Victor Caratini's home run last night. Astros won 2-0. That win plus a Mariners loss gives them a 5.5 game lead in the American League West. If you're paying attention to where they stand in the American League, they are now a full game ahead of the New York Yankees and just 2.5 games back of the Tigers for the top mark in that league. And as far as in all of baseball, it's just the Tigers and Dodgers who are ahead of the Astros right now, because the Astros have a tiebreaker over the Philadelphia Phillies since they've won 2 of the first 3 games of this 3-game set, which wraps up today. And they're doing it still in ways that are strange, because they're not scoring a lot of runs, but the pitching has held the second best team in the National League over the last 2 games to 0 runs, 18 innings worth of shutout baseball from the Astros pitchers. And yes, the offense, I mean, it's barely alive. You're barely getting anything out of it. But we all know the drill at this point on the Paul Gallant Show with the 2025 Houston Astros. What do we always say when things do well for this team and we can't really explain it?
God Wilson! God Wilson! God Wilson!
God wills it. That's right. God is clearly willing this. The Astros, God's team, that's what's happening right now. Because I can't really explain it. And last night, the wrinkle, as the Astros continue to do crazy things night in, night out, is that, one, Colton Gordon might be good. I mean, take a look at his last several starts. Guy's been putting in some pretty good work. Maybe he's not getting to the 6th inning every single night, but he's been damn good. And then last night, the Astros, who have left-handed pitchers again, won by shutting out a team with not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, but 5 left-handed pitchers. That's history. That's never been done. 5 left-handed freaks in a row getting it done for the Astros again against a great Philadelphia Phillies team. I don't know how they do it. Yes, God wills it, but this time it's a little different. I know Sean Mapes back at Mission Control is raised Catholic. I was raised Catholic. We were conditioned to believe that the left-handed folks out there were abominations. Can you give me that lady from Dune 2? Abomination. Yeah. When Paula Atreides gets in her face and says, "Silence, woman!" Doesn't say woman. She calls him an abomination because he's using the witch voice of the Varangassi or whatever the hell they're called. I forget the name off the top of my head. But listen, 5 left-handed pitchers throwing a shutout. I don't know what the God who is willing things is a Catholic God, because if you go to a Catholic school, you were basically forced to be a right-handed person as recently as the late 1990s, because I believe I was a left-handed person growing up. 5 left-handed pitchers get the job done for the Astros yesterday. I remember vividly when they had 0 lefties in the bullpen and they still won in spite of that. So this has really been an impressive stretch for the Astros, who are dealing with so many injuries offensively. But from a pitching perspective, they just keep getting it done, and it doesn't matter who's out there. It really doesn't matter. Tony the Handsome comments on Twitch at ESPN 975. The division is wrapped up. Yes, remember the show that called the AL West first? It was me. It was weeks ago. I don't even remember specifically when we called the American League West. We've also got some people asking questions about Jeremy Pena on the Twitch. Some articles are saying the Astros have lowballed Pena, which is a dumb take. He's been subpar outside of this run of the rookie season playoffs. I would agree with you there. I think that Correa perhaps has been Carlos Correa's influence, which has been written about in this article by Chandler Rome that came out in The Athletic today. I feel like he might be talking a little bit with Jeremy Pena about how to approach things going forward, to look for as much money as you possibly can get. And listen, with the year Pena is having this season, it could be a one-year anomaly, but it does stand to reason that he will continue to be this player, just given his physique, given his ability already as a defender, as a base runner. And on top of that, I mean, this season he has just been more patient at the plate. Like I think he's in a very good spot. If he wants to push for Scott Boras level money, why not hire Scott Boras and see what you can get? You know, what's the harm in doing it? I'm not going to fault him on it. I would agree, though, with Lone Ranger that the Astros did not lowball him there. But, yeah, there's an interesting article written by Chandler Rome about how Carlos Correa and Jeremy Pena are buddies now. So today, as the Astros wrap up this 3-game set against the Philadelphia Phillies, you've got Brandon Walters starting today. That game, check that. What am I talking about? You got Hunter Brown throwing this game. So Hunter Brown on the mound against somebody by the name of Christopher Sanchez for the Philadelphia Phillies. And I guess that things are shaken up a little bit in the rotation, where Framber Valdez is now throwing on Sunday, and there's no announcement for who will throw on Saturday against the Chicago Cubs. But the expectation is that it's going to be Lance McCullers, who's going to be healthy once again. And if you're paying attention to another afternoon game right now, the Minnesota Twins are playing the Seattle Mariners. That game's in a rain delay before it gets started. But the Astros have a chance to sweep the Phillies. They have already done more than necessary, or as much as necessary. They gained a game on the Mariners. They've taken 2 or 3 against the Phillies. And following up against the Phillies, they will play the Chicago Cubs, and we will see if they can take care of business against some of the best teams in all of baseball, because the Cubs are also sitting at 47-33, like the Astros. Phillies, I guess, have a tiebreaker over the Cubs. Astros now have the tiebreaker over the Phillies. The Astros, 3rd best team in all of Major League Baseball. We are live here at Cactus Jacks in Baytown. This is a fantastic spot. Seriously, come on out here if you're in the area. Behind me, I'm pointed out that there's a playlist behind me, and they're suggesting that this is Paul's video playlist, my music playlist. Why? Because Mariah Carey was on a little bit before. I'm more of a Shania Twain guy. I would have been putting Shania Twain up there instead of Mariah Carey. Again, like Mariah Carey, you know, all the stuff she does. What's the Christmas song? Blah, blah, blah. No, it's Shania Twain.
Shania was literally, though, like one song ago.
Yeah, it was Shania. Okay, I'm musically challenged. Thank you, Brian. For anyone who doesn't know, I don't know any of my music, and I thought for sure that was Mariah Carey behind me. Nope, I confused it with Shania Twain.
Well, you don't see color, so I understand why you made that mistake.
I don't see between strong, powerful, independent women. All strong, powerful, independent women look very strong, very powerful, and very independent to me. All right, it is the Paul Gallant Show, 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. If you want to weigh in on the Astros, who won with a bunch of lefty freaks, you can. We could talk about how, for whatever reason, left-handed people are viewed in such a way. Also, the NBA draft took place last night. It looked like the Rockets made a pick. They didn't actually, but let's talk about everything else that went down on draft night, because it was rather eventful if you were watching and eating popcorn, knowing that the Rockets have already done everything necessary to take that next step by getting Kevin Durant in. I am Paul Gallant. This is the Paul Gallant Show, live at Cactus Jack's. Stick around.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from Cactus Jack's in Baytown as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On E-Bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
We're live on the brand new ESPN app. If you haven't downloaded it, you're missing out. We have gone forward in technology. We have jumped from a compact computer from the 1960s to an iPhone of today. So make sure that you've got the new ESPN Houston app. Should automatically download for you if you have an iPhone. We're working on the Android side of things. It's also on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. You heard voice guy himself say it. We are live here at Cactus Jack's as part of our summer circuit. First off, this place rules. You sort of have to show up to understand why it rules. It's a really cool spot. So, hell, you're making a drive east, outside of the city, heading towards New Orleans or Lake Charles or something like that. This is a pretty good pit stop. Yeah, you could stop at, the Beaver Place. This is a better pit stop. I'm just telling you right now, TVs everywhere. There's an area for kids to play in, and it's a great spot. But also, you want to come here. You want to go to our promotions table. It's over to the left when you're coming in of our stage, or to the right of me, and you want to register there for a chance to win our grand prize of the summer, which is a pair of brand new e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company, $4,000 value. So, I mean, if you're right here right now, what are you doing? You got to register to potentially win. And also, we will be at Drift Bar tomorrow. How about that? Astros won 2-0 last night. They've taken 2 of 3 against the Philadelphia Phillies. They did it with a record 5 lefties pulling together for a shutout of Philadelphia. They are now the 3rd best team in baseball, and they have a 5.5-game lead on the Seattle Mariners. You do love to see it. A texter asks this question on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. The man comes from the 281. Jordan couldn't hit earlier this year. With us doing this well now, would you risk bringing back his 150 average or let it ride for a while? Oh, I love that. We've got peak Astros fan arrogance back all of a sudden, where we're saying to ourselves, I think we can afford to let one of the best hitters in baseball sit around and wait and take a sweet time to come back. Listen, while I love what they're doing, there's a reason that I keep on saying, God wills it, every single time we talk about these bizarre Astros wins. It's because I can't explain how they're doing this. The pitching has been great, but how are you winning all of your games with 2 runs, with 1 runs? I mean, the last 2 in particular. This is a good Philadelphia Phillies team. We played them in the World Series a couple of years ago. I just said, wait. Is that my official I'm a Houstonian moment? It might be. But they're not getting any offense. I don't care if Jordan was struggling earlier this year. You want Jordan Alvarez back. Don't get that cocky, okay? Still a lot of time left this season, and the Mariners at least can hit this season, it seems, for a change. Maybe they're pitching not as dominant as in years past. Anyway, the NBA draft was last night. If you were watching it, you might have thought, wait a second, did the Rockets not have to trade the 10th overall pick so that they could go and get Kevin Durant? They did. I was kind of bummed out to see that happen, where there's a guy who's getting up on stage and he's wearing a Houston Rockets hat. Kaman Maluak. Oh, that's a cool name. He will go to the Phoenix Suns. It would have been really funny if they were able to draft that guy and get Kevin Durant, because apparently the Suns are the biggest winners of round 1 for making that selection at 10th overall. He brings high-level intensity and rim protection timing, rebounding ability, blah, blah, blah. But the NBA draft, let's just talk about everything else that went down. It's not the television spectacle that the NFL draft is. I think part of that is due to the broadcast. It's not a great one. It's just not very good. You almost miss Bill Simmons on it. At least Bill Simmons was cracking jokes along the way. Maybe not as on top of things as he needed to be. But Cooper Flagg goes first overall. And I thought it was awesome that we got to see one more shot of Dallas's arena, I guess, for the number 1 overall pick. And when Nico Harrison was introduced, he was booed again. That dude is so lucky. And the fact that he said this last night actually angers me on behalf of Dallas Mavericks fans. Nico Harrison on the mound is winning the lottery, and the right to draft Cooper Flagg despite 1.8% odds. Quote, fortune favors the bold. So exciting. Things fell our way. Sir, fortune favors those who have rigged things to favor it for them. That's who it favors. The bold? Sir, that trade was Chris Broussarded. You know it. I know it. We all know it. fortune should not have favored you. And basketball should have done a better job of making that trade look like it was a little less rigged. That's all. So Cooper Flag goes first overall. I got to admit, the second overall pick, when I first heard the name, as someone who doesn't pay as much attention to the pre-draft process in basketball, I barely do it for football. When I heard the name Dylan Harper, those who are familiar, you might have been thinking about a different Dylan Harper. I'll just leave it up. The first thing that you search for Dylan Harper online is not the basketball player. It's not the first thing that comes up. That's all I'm going to say. You know, I got to be a little more on my behavior here because it's more of a family-friendly environment. But there's another Dylan Harper. The Reddit Bill Simmons pod did a scouting report on the number 2 overall pick. All of these would be Lance Zierlein, unintentionally erotic draft board related, and I think they're being used to describe the internet famous Dylan Harper. Good ball control, exceptional finishing, solid around the rim, multi-sport athlete, tight end freshman year of college, later moved to wide receiver, great on D, can play 2 ways, ability to finish with both hands. That's that. I didn't write that. That was the Reddit Bill Simmons report. But yes, there's another Dylan Harper. But this Dylan Harper is actually the son of Ron Harper, who you might remember for those championship Chicago Bulls teams in the 1990s. And something noteworthy for old Ron Harper, gotta say, congratulations to Ron Harper for winning in more than just basketball, because a lot of people believed that the woman that was standing next to Dylan Harper as he was introduced as the number 2 overall pick was his girlfriend. I believe that was his mother. Dylan Harper's mother might be the strongest and most powerful independent woman that's ever been seen. And yes, this draft involved a lot of bonk. Okay, we're not even 2 picks in, and we've already had 2 of the 3 storylines be about bonk-worthy items. What else happened in the first round of the NBA draft? Oh, Ace Bailey, who a lot of people thought was the 3rd best prospect, but he was so difficult before the pre-draft process because he only wanted to go to a select few teams. Washington, New Orleans, Brooklyn, is now going to the Utah Jazz. I don't know if Vernon Maxwell posted anything about that last night. I'm sure he had some fun. There were some hilarious memes about how Utah Jazz fans would handle Ace Bailey. I don't think that they would be particularly welcoming of Ace Bailey if he struggles a little bit, just given his pre-draft disposition. But I give credit to Danny Ainge, who I think is one of the best minds in all of basketball when it comes to putting together a team. Smart move to take him. Falls all the way down to what? Was it 8th overall? Yeah, you got to take him if he falls that far. So there's some really funny memes about Ace Bailey. To Ace Bailey's credit, I thought he did a very good job up at the podium, not acting like he was upset about being taken by a team in a city that he might not exactly like. I thought he did a good job of handling that. Some people were trying to do misleading fake news posts about the guy. Nope. Don't believe him. He was actually pretty classy about it. Colin Murray Boyles, meanwhile, not so much. For those who saw this man dropped a hard F-bomb and shook his head when he found out that the Toronto Raptors had drafted him. But don't worry for our friend who will now be facing very cold winters, an obnoxious fan base, and on top of that, the taxation that Canada levies on its citizens. It's also for Colin Murray Boyles a great day because the world was introduced to his woman, his strong, powerful, independent woman, Chloe Kitts, who is sitting next to him. This girl played basketball at South Carolina wearing a, let's just say, very flattering red dress. Listen, guys, I'm not the one who is making the television happen. The strong, powerful, independent women of last night's NBA draft, they made the draft, okay? It's about more than basketball sometimes. It's about a lot more. What else happened? Danny Wolf was selected by the Brooklyn Nets Someone went viral for crying. I thought it was going to be Danny Wolf when I saw this person go viral for crying. Guess who it was? It was his brother, who I guess used to play basketball, and he was crying like a baby, so he will now be a meme forevermore. It's kind of weird to cry like that when your brother, who also played the same sport as you, is going to realize his NBA dream. A little strange. Almost feels like he was stealing the thunder away from his brother, who was actually drafted into the NBA. But that's what we know today. Danny Wolf's brother is a bit of a crier, much like Billy Bob. It is the Paul Gallant Show, 713-780-3776 to call to text. Live on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975, and on our brand new ESPN Houston app. Make sure you've downloaded it. If you have it on Apple, it's already good to go. But if you have it on Android, you're going to have to wait a little bit to get the goods, if you will. We're live here at Cactus Jack as part of our summer circuit, so get your ass out here. It's a fantastic place to have yourself some food, a drink, family friendly. It's a very, very cool spot. And on top of that, since it's part of the summer circuit, you can come out here to register to win our grand prize of the summer, a pair of brand new e-bikes from Power on Electric Bicycle Company. It's a $4,000 value. Just stop by the promo table at the broadcast. Coming up next, I didn't bring my tinfoil hat out here, but it is a Tinfoil Hat Thursday. And on Tinfoil Hat Thursday, we are actually going to dive into openly dug up collusion by the National Football League. This is a fascinating story. And it all started because of Deshaun Watson. The Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, live at Cactus Jackson, Baytown. Stick around.
This is the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from Cactus Jackson Baytown as part of ESPN Houston's summer circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
And we are live here at Cactus Jack's. Fantastic place to get yourself some food, to get yourself a drink right off of I-10 here in Baytown. It's an awesome spot. I'm looking at the menu. I'm trying to think of what to get. There's quite a variety. I haven't had a meatball sub in a really long time, but I'm seeing the steaks. And I'm wondering if the company tab is going to cover the steaks. Middle management Joe, what do we say? What do we say? Ooh, Joe's looking the other way. I feel like that is my in. I might just order the most expensive thing here and just see what happens on that front. Anyway, guys, you want to come on out here. We are live here at Cactus Jack's as part of our ESPN Houston summer circuit. Every single week at locations all across Houston, you can register to win our grand prize of the summer, a pair of brand new e-bikes from Power On Electric Bike Company. It's a $4,000 value. For registration, you just got to stop by the promo table at the broadcast. It is off to the side of the stage where you can see me. I got my Astros 2017 World Series champion hat on. I have some just unbelievably Metro Ray-Bans on as well, so that I can look the coolest I possibly can, but also just keep focus on what's going on right in front of me. And on top of that, I got my Screwston Astros shirt on because tomorrow's June 27th. But on June 25th, the Astros took down the Philadelphia Phillies 2-0. They play the Phillies in the third game, looking for a sweep of Philadelphia, one of the best teams in all of Major League Baseball this afternoon with Hunter Brown on the hill. Hopefully they score a little more. They have scored 3 runs thus far in the series. Somehow the Phillies have scored 0 through 2 games, and the Astros got last night's victory done with 5 left-handers combining for a shutout. That is actually history. That had never been done before. So, now you know what's going on with the Astros. Every single Thursday at 12:30, I put on a tinfoil hat, and we talk about the biggest conspiracies in the world of sports. Let's get to it. It's Tinfoil Hat Thursday. If you got a conspiracy theory, throw it out there at 713-780-3776 to call to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. We are the most interactive sports talk show in all of Houston, perhaps even the world. Somebody posted this on X. He's a Houston Texans follow, James Roy, and I liked it. I bookmarked it. My sports conspiracy theory is that Scott Boras has been deployed by Major League Baseball to disassemble the Astros through outrageous contract demands for their homegrown stars until the talent dries up. That's the real punishment for 2017 instead of actually suspending players. That's an interesting one. The most recent example of this would be that Jeremy Pena, who is in the midst of a career season, just hired Scott Boras to be his agent. In Pena's defense, he is having the best season of his career. Wouldn't you do the same if you had the means? And I think that Scott Boras is very interested in a shortstop that can run, that's pretty good defensively, that has some power, that hits for average. I think that Scott Boras is pretty excited about acquiring this new client. Because if he does live up to his potential, who knows what the actual ceiling is for him. For what it's worth as well, all offseason, you have been hearing from both Dana Brown and from Joe Espada about the strides that Pena has made. And you're seeing it on the diamond. The guy has been absolutely awesome. Fantastic. What other conspiracy theories do you have in the world of sports? Well, we actually have one that has been opened to the world. The kimono has been removed. The NFL has clearly been guilty of collusion. Clearly. And it all started with Deshaun Watson getting that ridiculous, fully guaranteed contract with the Cleveland Browns so that he would waive his no-trade clause and go to Cleveland. Look, Cleveland Browns were desperate. I get why they did it. It has backfired spectacularly, the 5-year, $230 million deal, partly due to the fact that I think Watson's shoulder just isn't the same that it used to be. There might have been a little rust as well. And now, as he recovers from an Achilles injury of his own, he's just not the same player anymore. But that contract and the fully guaranteed nature of it freaked the NFL out. 5 days after that contract was handed out, the NFL's Management Council gave a presentation to the league advising teams to move away from giving out fully guaranteed contracts. They saw the Watson deal and thought, okay, there might be some teams that start to get desperate and throw stupid money out there so that they can get the best possible players who maybe are asking out. And also, I think that they're just looking at that and thinking, damn, in a league where guys get injured and all of a sudden stop being the same player, do we really want to set a new precedent? I'll say this, credit to Nick Caserio, Texans GM. When it came to second-round pick Jaden Higgins, he was the first general manager in NFL history to give a second-round pick a fully guaranteed contract. And I'm not sure where things stand with second-round picks right now, but I believe a lot of second-round picks remain unsigned across the league after that move that Caserio pulled off. So clearly there is collusion going on. It started with this NFL Management Council presentation, but also DeMaurice Smith and player representative J.C. Tretter, they knew about a lot of different things that were going on collusion-wise that the NFL and owners were clearly doing. They were actually able to get a sorry, I lost my train of thought there. They were actually able to obtain on record evidence that there was collusion taking place. So if you take a look at it, Lloyd Howell, a person who had replaced DeMaurice Smith as the head of the NFL Players Association, basically their executive director, gave a very cushy job to J.C. Tretter, which allowed J.C. Tretter to essentially set himself up to be the next executive director of the NFL Players Association. I know this is getting a little bit deep, murky in the waters here, but there's so much evidence of collusion by NFL owners. Number one, I thought this at the time, but not one team reached out to Lamar Jackson after the Ravens gave him the franchise tag and after he was clearly asking for a trade. Not one team did that. The Falcons had Desmond Ridder under center. He's not even in the league anymore. 2, Kyler Murray wanted a fully guaranteed contract. This is where they actually caught NFL owners with their pants down. Cardinals owner Michael Bidwill gave Kyler Murray a deal with a ton of incentives, and in a text exchange with Chargers owner Dean Spanos, admitted he was trying to limit guaranteed contracts going forward, especially for quarterbacks in the NFL. Dean Spanos responded saying, "Thanks, man. This helps us in negotiations with Justin Herbert." And for some reason, the NFLPA sat on this and didn't make this public because this is a clear evidence of collusion. They're trying to stop fully guaranteed contracts from going out there. And there's more, because you also have Broncos ownership talking with one another, forwarding the final offer that they gave to Russell Wilson, saying that general manager George Payton likes this deal for the franchise, but also likes the benchmark it sets versus Deshaun Watson for the rest of the NFL. So there's clearly 2 contracts that are evidence that the NFL is colluding to not give the best possible contracts out there, even if agents are asking for it, even if players and quarterbacks especially are asking for it. And, okay, maybe you don't care about that, right? It's millionaires versus billionaires. F them. But it's funny as to why this collusion was sat on. Apparently, the reason that the NFL Players Association kept the details of this collusion private is because J.C. Tretter repeatedly insulted Russell Wilson in text messages. He called him an expletive that Pablo Torre, who did the research here, check out Pablo Torre, finds out, wouldn't repeat. And at the very least, Wilson was called a wuss. And also this was said, instead of being the guy, Russell Wilson, who made guaranteed contracts the norm, Russell Wilson is the guy who ruined it for everyone. 4 sources believe that those little tidbits, those little disses at Russell Wilson led to J.C. Tretter, the head of the NFL Players Association, not wanting to be publicly documented trashing a fellow member. So the NFL basically won this collusion case because none of this evidence got put out in the open. None of these quarterbacks were even made aware of the communication that was taking place about them behind the scenes. And it was all because J.C. Tretter, who clearly wants to remain head of the NFLPA, but also be buddy enough with the NFL owners so that he keeps his job as well, he didn't want to look like an a-hole. So we'll see what happens next. But the NFL is 100% guilty of collusion. And my tinfoil hat theory a couple of years ago, was that they very clearly were happening it. The last conspiracy theory here. Every single player who tore their Achilles in these NBA playoffs was wearing number 0. There were 8 Achilles injuries this year, the most ever. This is the Paul Gallant Show, live at Cactus Jack's here on a tinfoil hat Thursday. You got any tinfoil hat conspiracy theories? Text them in 713-780-3776 to call the text, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. We have a brand new app. You should download it if you have an iPhone. And on top of that, you should come on out here to Cactus Jack's. Come out. Register for a chance to win a pair of brand new e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company. It's a $4,000 value. Coming up next, people are getting really excited about the Rockets ever since they brought aboard Kevin Durant. Let's get some more glazing of the Houston Rockets next. First, though, let me tell you about my friends at Top Dog Fireworks. Top Dog Fireworks. I even saw a location on my way out here to Cactus Jack's. They are now open, and they've got 14 locations in the greater Houston area. There's 100 buy one, get one free supplies to blow stuff up to choose from while supplies last. They have a wall of buy one, get one free. Go into their locations to see their daily in-store promotions. They've got great selections at great prices. If you spend $250, you'll get your reward while supplies last. Again, to find your Top Dog Fireworks location, go to their website at topdogfireworks.com. A portion of every sale goes towards supporting local youth organizations. And by the way, you can enter Top Dog Fireworks holiday giveaway contest at each store location. Each location will have a winner of a fireworks assortment valued at about $450. Everyone who enters has a chance to win the grand prize, the Top Dog Beast assortment, which is valued at $1,100. To enter, visit a Top Dog Fireworks location or their website at topdogfireworks.com and complete the entry form. It's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, and on the ESPN Houston app. Stick around.
You're locked in with the Paul Gallant Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from Cactus Jackson Baytown as part of ESPN Houston's summer circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
Live at Cactus Jack's. Fantastic spot for family. They got a playground here. TVs everywhere to watch the game. They got a nice outdoor patio. It's a cool spot. It reminds me a lot of the Rustic, which has a couple of in-the-loop locations. It's got a stage that I'm sitting on right now. I feel so cool. Sitting on stage wearing my Screwston Astros shirt and my Blu-ray Metro sunglasses. Couple of comments here on the most interactive sports talk show in town because it was a tinfoil hat Thursday. Some conspiracies came in towards the end of the segment. One texter, a Twitcher, HTX Rhino, says, conspiracy, Paulie opened in Baytown because it rhymed with Gaytown. Ha ha, got him. Paul Gallant, as some of my friends call me. Listen, the way I lean, you'll never 100% know. I'm totally comfortable in my sexuality. But you don't know what my sexuality is. How about that? But no, we're out here because this place is awesome. And come on out here because as part of the summer circuit, you can come and register to win a pair of e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company, a $4,000 value. If you're out here right now, come on out to the side. There's a promo table. And if you register right there, you can win those bikes. The service here is fantastic, by the way. At some point, I will imbibe in a cocktail. I'm still trying to figure out what to get. Still trying to figure that out. But anyway, some more tinfoil hat theories on a tinfoil hat Thursday. Another texter said, conspiracy, Rafael Stone is assembling the OG OKC Big Three. Well, he already has, but he's done it it would be like he was a very klutzy Thanos, like Thanos gets one Infinity Stone, but he accidentally drops it in the garbage disposal, or he gets the second Infinity Stone and then he gets drunk like Billingsley's dad, played by Tim McGraw in the Friday Night Lights movie, and he throws it out into a field and he can't find it anymore. That's how Rafael Stone's done it. But to Rafael Stone's credit, I think you can actually say now that Rockets ownership and Rafael Stone are among the top management tandems in all of basketball, especially when you watched last night in the NBA draft and you're seeing the New Orleans Pelicans do silly things like trading an unprotected first-round pick to move up in the draft when that move up to get the guy that they got, whose name is eluding me in the moment, that's not going to make them anything more than a 7 seed or an 8 seed this coming season, It was a wild trade by Joe Dumars. They moved up 10 spots and they traded an unprotected 2026 first-round pick. By the way, there's a chance that they trade the Zion Williamson to somewhere else at some point. The artist formerly known as Zion Williamson, or maybe the artist that will once again be known as Zion Williamson. That was a terrible move. Also, people were wondering, wait, why the hell are the Suns trading up to go and to get Robert Williams when he failed a physical with the Lakers? Doing the same thing. The Rockets aren't doing stuff like that anymore. Ownership, the Fertittas have stepped out of the way. I think they deserve a lot of credit on that front. Both Tillman and Patrick, who seems to be more hands-on now that Tillman's the ambassador to Italy. And Rafael Stone, who I thought was unbelievably unqualified when he first took the job, and who also I'd heard stories about how egomaniacal he was with his attachment to Kevin Porter Jr., who he really wanted to make his guy. And he seemingly had some similar attachment to Jalen Green. But I think he's gotten better as the job's gone along. I was destroying him the first couple of seasons, especially when that story came out. And I want to say it was in Clutch Fans about his obsession with Kevin Porter Jr. and the fact that he was looking the other way. It wasn't a good look, but no, Rockets management, Rockets ownership, it's back towards the top. Who would have thought it? Not me, certainly. So let's keep glazing the Houston Rockets here, because that is now an opinion across the league. How about my guys from the Ubuntu Celtics, the guys who finally got them their first title from 1986 through 2008. Paul Pierce, old poo pants in a wheelchair himself, and Kevin Garnett. Anything is possible. Here they are talking about your Houston Rockets with Kevin Durant now aboard.
They coming up. Nobody had Houston being number 2 seed. They got a baby Joker over there. Shinguini? Greeny, nice, Lord. He got the O and the I. He'll dunk you. He will flush your ass. No. He won't smoke. Yeah, like besides OKC, Houston, when I just look at their lineup and their team, they got the most dogs on their team. You can't say that, Pete. Dogs. Can't say that, Nah. Pete. Is Sengun a dog? He a dog. There's some other teams with some dogs. Is Amen a dog? Yeah, he a dog. I got you. I hear you point. Is Steven Adams a dog? Yeah, he a dog. I got you. I didn't say they wasn't dogs.
I just named they whole
Nah. There's some teams with some dog.
I don't know. Are the Rockets dogs? 713-780-3776 to call to text. Like the Texans think they're dogs. At some point, when I actually sit down and go through it, my big problem is with any task, I go way overboard and monomaniacal about it. Like last night, I spent a good hour and a half looking for a charger when I already have an extra charger. But I spent an hour and a half looking for it. I have no idea why I did that. But anyway, bringing it back. Wait a second. What? Is Walter Jr. doing Lexus ads now? Bizarre. Anyway, sorry, got sidetracked by one of the TVs in studio. Now there's a Rice Krispie treat ad on, which is my favorite snack that there is. Paul, get back on topic. Fine, we'll get back on topic. The Texans think they have a lot of dogs, and at some point I will sit down and I will make a compilation of every single time the Houston Texans have said dog, going back to the start of the Nick Caserio era. But the Rockets have a dog in Amen Thompson for sure. I think Atari Eason, who did not show himself to be a dog in the playoffs, if he was any dog, he was a Chihuahua, and that he was a bad dog, or a French Bulldog, and that he is a bad dog. Someone texted asking, Paul, are you a cat guy or a dog guy? Cat guy, I do like dogs, but there are certain dogs I cannot stand, and French Bulldogs and Chihuahuas are two of the top ones there. Tari Eason was closer to a Chihuahua during the playoffs. But dog. Shingun, I think, has the chance, as they call him, Shinguini, to be one. He needs to bulk up. He needs to get in bigger shape. The real big next question for the Houston Rockets is now about how much better both Amen Thompson and Alperen Sengun can get. Are these guys going to be star-level players? I think Thompson already is a star because I think he's the most athletic player in the league. I think that sets him apart from anyone. But he definitely has a lot to work on the offensive side of things. As far as Sengun goes, Sengun put in more effort on defense this year, which he deserves credit for, but it did feel like at times it maybe took away his legs, and he, for some reason, was just not very efficient underneath the basket. He needs to get into better shape, and he needs to get stronger because he also was having a tough time backing Draymond Green down during that series against the Warriors. So these are things that need to happen. But I think that both had the makings of a dog. I think Sengun showed some toughness in that series. He just needs to get physical and stronger. Draymond Green even said that he felt he was tough. And he said it multiple times already this offseason. He's been very complimentary of Sengun. I don't know if he's playing mind games here. I don't think Draymond does that. I think Draymond's pretty honest when it comes to how he feels about players in the league, especially guys like Dillon Brooks, no longer on the Rockets. Dillon Brooks was a dog, no longer there. Is Jabari Smith a dog? Jabari Smith is trustworthy. I think Jabari Smith needed to play more minutes in that playoff series. He didn't get the chance to. We don't know anything about Reed Shepherd. Cam Whitmore's in the dog house. Definitely not a dog to this point. But there are dogs here. I think I'm more with Kevin Garnett, though, than Paul Pierce, thinking that the dogs that the Houston Rockets have are puppies. They got the big paws. They're cute. You're excited about the long future ahead. But still a lot of ways to go. So there you go. You can text in 713-780-3776 is how you call. It's how you text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Ooh, this is a fun one. It is the most interactive sports talk show in Houston, and I'll play along with this on the Twitch. Mount Rushmore of dogs. Some nominees. Virginia Buttonweed says Lassie. Well, collies are kind of a-holes. Collies are beautiful dogs, but Revier, the Aggies dog, I'm sure that dog is just a I'm sure he's an arrogant a-hole. I'm sorry. And look, he's a beautiful dog. The collies are some of the most gorgeous dogs out there. But no, I'm not going to put him up there. I don't know if there's been a fictional Australian Shepherd, but I do love Australian Shepherds. Old Yeller got rabies, and they had to put him down.
Scooby-Doo.
Pooch, Scooby-Doo.
Scooby-Doo.
Sean, that's a good point. He could talk and solve mysteries.
Yep.
I like that. That alone puts him at the top. Yeah. Clearly smoked pot, right? I mean, like
Contact
Shaggy.
Contact high at the very least.
For sure he was high at all times. Like it might have been involuntary, but yeah. Like all of the mystery machines, they were hotboxing that thing. Like every single one of them. They're, Fred's acting like he's all prim and proper. I would never do drugs. BS. Fred's probably getting the powder. Anyway, bringing it back to the actual dog side of it, 713-780-3776 to call to text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. The Mount Rushmore of dogs. You want to keep that going. Also, how did the draft affect the Houston Rockets? We'll talk about that on the other side. I'm Paul Gallant. We are live at Cactus Jackson Baytown. Stay put. The most interactive sports talk show in town. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. And also on the brand new ESPN Houston app. You should download it if you haven't already. It's so much better. You can even chat. We have giveaways on it from time to time. Working on the Android side of it, but it is available for you on your iPhone. Who are the Mount Rushmore of dogs? First off, you absolutely have to put Scooby-Doo in there. After that, it gets a little tricky. Is Snoopy there? Snoopy can't play instruments. Snoopy daydreams about being a fighter pilot, taking on the World War I era Germans, who were not the Nazis, but were equally vilified back in the day. So I guess you could put him up there. Brian Griffin's an obnoxious drunk. So, no, like it was someone who looks down on you because he's read a couple of books. So, not a fan of him. The dog from Call of the Wild, Buck, that dog, I think, is up there. Because that dog was a domesticated one, and he went out in the wild and he became a wild dog. So he's definitely up there. I would say Ghost from Game of Thrones, Jon Snow's dog, is also on that Mount Rushmore. I
don't mean to gatekeep, Paul, but wasn't he a wolf?
Oh, he was a direwolf. I guess that's true.
I don't know
Fair
how
point.
inclusive you want your Mount Rushmore to be.
That's fair.
Are we doing wolves or are we doing dogs?
That's fair. That's totally
But
fair.
he was a pet. I can see where
yeah.
the line is blurred.
Clifford the big red dog, no, because who's picking up that poop? Who is picking up that poop? I bet that Clifford the big red dog's parents just left it on the sidewalk. I bet they never took care of it, not once. So, listen, that's something that I feel like you have to keep in mind. I will put Bud, Air Bud. He's definitely got to be on it. And I'm getting some other ones here. Balto. No, Balto. Yeah, Balto's a husky. Huskies are cute, but huskies are a little dramatic. So no, I'm not going to put him in there. Just not. How about this? Wishbone the dog from the PBS TV show about books. Because I learned a lot from Wishbone. I think he was a great teacher. So there you go. That's the Mount Rushmore of dogs. It is the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. If you want to jump in, you can at 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. The Mount Rushmore of dogs. We got a lot of people from the 281. Snoopy played the guitar, you uncultured swine. We can't put Cujo on. Wasn't Cujo eating children? Same thing with Hercules from the movie The Sandlot. Like, supposedly eating children. That's at least what the perception was.
Hercules turned out to be fine, though.
He did turn out to be fine, but like once the mystery was gone, he just became a disgusting, slobbering dog. You know?
He was very slobbery.
Oh, Beethoven.
Yeah, I never seen the Beethovens.
People will be mad if he doesn't get mentioned. I don't know if he's Mount Rushmore, but Beethoven was good. Deserves to be on the bubble.
Okay. Okie doke. That's I'll allow it. I do not. It's like a reference that's going over my head.
Okay. Yeah,
of
that's
which there are
probably
very
like
few.
a little too. It's like in the weird zone between our age group of when those movies came out.
Blue's Clues. I mean,
it's a good dog.
Yeah.
What
also
happened to
taught
Steve?
you a lot.
What happened to Steve? And by the way, we're having this conversation because Paul Pierce and Kevin Garnett said the Houston Rockets are dogs.
Yes.
Just wanted to make it clear.
Very professional reset.
This is a sports-related conversation.
Steve,
Blue,
he came back, didn't he? He left and came back.
That's true, but he was gone for like 20 years. Did Blue have him in like, and Blue probably dies at age 16, 14, dies of natural causes, and then Steve's out all of a sudden? Like
Steve was on the run?
I don't know. No, I think Blue might have kidnapped Steve and put him in a basement. And then it's like, I want all the money, and we're going to bring in this replacement, and we're going to pay him We're gonna pay him less.
Look at me. I'm Bluey. I'm the captain now.
Right. Oh, and you've also got Bluey.
Bluey.
So I don't have a kid yet. BMAC, are you watching Bluey yet?
No,
as a
my
dad?
daughter's not into that.
Okay. I got to ask Joe, because Joe's here as well, if Joe Jr. is watching Bluey, because I know some kids watch Bluey. I have yet to see it. Ooh, Scuff McGruff, the crime dog. That's fair.
He was a narc, though. I don't want to. I'm not putting a narc on our Mount Rushmore.
Well, okay, so vigilante justice that Scooby-Doo and the Mystery Machine.
He was
crew were
high. We
doing.
can't have them on the same list. You can't have McGruff, the crime dog. Scooby-Doo on the same list.
He was going through the
McGruff
right
would
channels.
bust him.
McGruff, Chicago, Illinois, 60652. It's sad that I
That
still
sounds
know
like
that
you're doing
song.
the Tally voice.
Hey, we're Tally did drugs, and
He and Scooby would have got along.
They would have gotten along a lot. So yeah, Mount Rushmore dogs. There was one that came to mind a moment ago, and my scatterbrain it went off because BMAC made it funny. That was a funny line. Scrappy Doo, no. I listen. I don't want to sound abusive towards dogs, but I think I would have left. Shout out to Robbie who came out here. I think I would have left Scrappy back at the home. I think I would.
Wow.
I think I would.
Yeah,
Scrappy's
sucks.
annoying as hell. Scrappy sucks. Yeah, Scrappy's the worst.
Scrappy doesn't get his forever home?
No.
You ever
F Scrappy.
You ever go to someone's house and they have a dog and you're like, this dog sucks. That's
Yes.
Scrappy.
Yes.
That's
100%.
Scrappy.
Yes. Oh, that's the absolute worst. Mount Rushmore of dogs. Ooh, I got one. I got it. Now people are going to get mad at this one, but I think this one that deserves a place at the table. I think Sean's watched this show. Cat Dog.
Oh yeah,
because it's half cat and half dog.
No.
What is that from?
It's a TV show
Nickelodeon.
called Cat Dog on
Yeah.
Nickelodeon.
Oh, no, I've never seen it.
Yeah. You know what? I'm putting him on because it's still got a little cat.
I feel like this
I
becomes
thought
a
that
hot
was going to
button
be
issue.
from
This becomes a hot button issue real fast.
For a second, I thought that was from Sean's favorite movie, Dogman.
No, Dogman also
Dogman.
sucks.
Dogman sucks.
Narc.
Oh, he is a narc.
He's
That
a
is
cop.
true.
Oh, that's true. He is a narc. Yeah.
And we've already established cop dogs are out.
No, yeah, they're out.
Cat dog,
Can't have a cat
though.
dog.
Cat dog, the haters will say he's 50% cat, 50% dog. So does he belong on the dog list?
Yeah, it's not quite a majority.
He was having a dog in him.
Because the cat's first and the
just-
dog's second.
Listen, we saw with the boxer in the Olympics, we see Simone Biles and that swimmer get into it. I just don't want that. I just don't want that to be part of the culture war to have cat dog. It's hot button these days.
Which one? I've always wondered this about Cat Dog, and sorry to make people think about this in the lunch hour.
Let's do it.
How does he go to the bathroom? Like which one?
Which half is cat?
Like, well, because cats do hairballs a lot.
Right.
So it might be more natural for the cat.
And I think the cat spit up hairballs in the
Right.
cartoon, if I remember this cartoon.
So maybe the hairball was.
So the cat was the upper half?
Well, the cat.
No,
they both had heads.
Look up a picture.
But what had the
Brian,
digestive
please
tract?
inform
All
yourself.
right.
Do your own research.
I sound
on cat
very
dog,
ignorant.
please.
I sound very ignorant.
It's like a
right now.
half. Like there's like a.
They're both faces. Both ends of the animal.
This is a two-headed animal.
Two-headed, yeah.
Okay.
Head to head.
And they're connected. They're like conjoined.
Yeah.
Sounding very Greek here. Mythology.
It is very Greek.
It's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Mount Rushmore of Dog Talk continues. This is a wild story that Sean Mapes has brought to my attention. Later on in the show, we'll talk about the Houston Rockets draft, and obviously they didn't do anything last night, but how did it affect them? This is a fascinating story. I'm going to read about it during the commercial break, but it involves a very recent Houston Rocket who went through some bleep. It's the Paul Gallant Show, live at Cactus Jack's. Stay put.
It's the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from Cactus Jackson Baytown as part of ESPN Houston's summer circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
It's also live on YouTube, Twitch, and the brand new ESPN Houston app. We're here at Cactus Jack all afternoon in Mount Bellevue. Sorry for those who are Mount Bellevue-ites who are like, that man ain't in Baytown. Sorry about that. It's a cool name for a town, gotta say. Also, that means that a little separation from Baytown. I'm okay with that. Okay with that. A little further than Baytown. This is a fantastic place to stop, though, if you're on your way to Louisiana. Like, you could stop at that place with the Beaver, but I think you should go a little further. It's got this kind of big barn house vibe. There's an indoor area with air conditioning. There's an outdoor patio area. There is a place for kids to play. 2 massive bars. It's a very, very well set up place. I guess it opened in 2023. So if you're on your way out here, and I know that we got a lot of listeners that are in the Beaumont area, if you're on your way over here, this is a fantastic place to stop before you hit all the misery of traffic here in our fair city of Houston. So we'll be out here, and it's part of the summer circuit where you can register to win our grand prize of the summer, a pair of brand new e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company. It's a $4,000 value. We'll get back to the Mount Rushmore dogs. This is just a wild story posted by TMZ. Dylan Brooks, who has not officially been traded to the Phoenix Suns, he is still a member of the Houston Rockets, has filed a request for a temporary restraining order against his ex-girlfriend and the mother of his 2 children. Her name is Heather Andrews. Brooks made the request yesterday. They have 2 daughters. One is 5, one is 2. Very sad that children are involved in a situation like this. I'm a child of divorce. Things were never even close to this bad between my parents. I would say, hey, grow up. It's been a lot of time since y'all got divorced. But get this, last time they were around each other, they actually interacted well. That was nice. Big of both of them. But to bring it back to this story, which is just absolutely horrible, Brooks alleges that Heather Andrews made violent threats against him, damaged his property, hacked into his various social media accounts throughout the relationship. Among her violent threats, he claimed, she said she would cut off his fingers. He met her during a visit to a Las Vegas nightclub in 2018. They began a relationship not long after. Within months of being together, she became pregnant. Shortly after that, Brooks said the emotionally abusive behavior started. Brooks alleged that she shared screenshots of their private conversations with several publications in an effort to sway public opinion against him. Damn. He also claimed that after she became pregnant with their second child, she was increasingly more aggressive and threatening. These threats included various different ways she was going to hurt him, personally, professionally, or both. In one of the included screenshots of their communications, Andrews allegedly wrote, I'll have someone cut each one of your effing little fingers off one by one so you can never play basketball. LOL. And actually now I understand why people are racist. She said this allegedly, I'll send someone after your mom, bitch. Woof. By the way, last year, Andrews obtained a temporary restraining order against Dylan Brooks for alleged harassment and threats. That's something I didn't see. So they're going to stand before a LA judge to present their respective cases next month. Awful. Really awful. I thought Brooks was a model citizen when he was here. I thought he did a great job helping Ime Udoka install his culture. I thought he was surprisingly better offensively than, you expected. And defensively, you always know what he brings to the table. I feel bad for him. I think I understand, and I'm not a father. I know BMAC, you're a father. Maybe someday I will be. But if you're in a situation where you have kids with somebody, how can you leave that person even if things get to the point where they're like that? Like it's not an easy decision. Even with the threats that are coming over and over again, especially when they're happening, the threats while she's pregnant. I just feel for Dylan Brooks. This is an awful lot. Obviously, we don't know all the details. There's two sides to this story, I'm sure, but we just got a lot from TMZ Sports, and I don't know. You just read the entire timeline of that, from them meeting at the nightclub to her getting pregnant very shortly soon afterwards to everything since then. Just in that little timeline I read to you. Good God. You want to chime in, 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. So, Hunter Brown's on the hill for the Houston Astros today. They're taking on the Philadelphia Phillies, looking for a sweep. They win the first game of the series 1-0, thanks to the Cooper Hummel home run in the 8th inning. Last night they win 2-0, a shutout courtesy of not one, not two, not three, not four, not five, but five different lefties on the hill. Colton Gordon, meanwhile, continues to be really good out there. I mean, Colton Gordon is the latest Astros pitcher that you throw into the fire and you're like, okay, what? Sure, I'll accept this. Last year you got it from JP France. You got it from Ronel Blanco. So 2 years ago with JP France. Last year from Ronel Blanco. Hell, I mean, I think Jose Urquidy, when he first came onto the scene, that was pretty damn surprising. It's just amazing what they get out of the pitchers. Yusei Kikuchi is the best stretch of his career when he was here last year. It's incredible what the pitchers for this team do. I am interested to know whether or not a departure from the Astros pitching coaching staff could potentially have an effect. For those who don't know, the Astros lost their pitching coordinator, Eric Neeson, to Wake Forest. He will replace Corey Mascara as the school's new pitching coach. He's 39 years old. Mascara was hired by Duke to be their new head coach. Neeson pitched at Wake Forest from 2005 through 2007, 10-year playing career, 6 of which in affiliated ball. The Mets drafted him in 2007. He has been in the Astros organization as a minor league pitching coach since 2021 before becoming the director of pitching in November. The role required Neeson to oversee Houston's entire pitching infrastructure. He made frequent visits to all the Astros minor league affiliates, and every now and then would join the major league coaching staff in an advisory role for a series or two. So maybe not as hands-on with the major league side of it, but everyone that has been a part of the Astros pitching program from the bottom to the top level of baseball has been fantastic. Top of the second for the Astros, it is 0-0. I believe the Phillies just put the first base runner on. So there you go. Mr. Mills asks, you having trouble reading other people's stories in those glasses, Maverick? Yeah, I have to actually go a little bit close to the computer while I'm wearing these. Here's the thing this is the reason I wear the sunglasses. And this is the same reason I wear sunglasses while in my car. Don't judge me, because I know you guys think this too. But when I'm doing a show and I'm by myself, if I don't have the sunglasses on, I will make eye contact with someone, and that person will take the eye contact as a means of like, oh, I want to have a conversation with them. And you can't have a conversation with somebody when you're on the radio, because I'm talking to y'all, but this guy wants to talk with me. So if I talk with him and he doesn't have a microphone, it sounds terrible. So this is how I avoid the situation entirely. I just wear sunglasses. And I also do that so that I don't have to look at homeless people that come up at the many intersections of the greater Houston area panhandling. Because I feel horrible, but as somebody who once gave a person who was not homeless about $100 because I was feeling extra charitable because the person told me that he was a Katrina refugee and that his wife just had a miscarriage with twins and he needed some money so that he could get to his car, only for me to find out, and like a ride to his car, only for me to find out I was definitely dropping him off at a crack house because I was watching The Wire and I was like, this is what a crack house looks like. So I left. That was my one act of charity, probably ever. Not going to do it again. And I wear sunglasses now when I'm driving because that way I don't have to look. Because I do feel bad. I was raised Catholic. You're constantly dealing with guilt. You don't know what to do with it. But that's why I wear glasses when I'm out and about. And we are live here at Cactus Jack's. Come on out. Lovely place. There's a patio. There's an interior. There's TV, so you can actually watch the Astros if you want. We're watching them right now. Up next, we are closer and closer to the start of the National Football League season. We are 69 days away. Nice. From kicking things off. Who's the best number 69 in NFL history? And a couple of other tidbits, including the Houston Texans training camp schedule. It's the Paul Gallant Show, live at Cactus Jack's. Stick around. 69 nice days away from the NFL season kicking off. Philadelphia Eagles dropping their second Super Bowl banner, hosting the Dallas Cowboys on September 4th. So, who's the best 69 in NFL history? I think it has to be Jared Allen, who just got into the Pro Football Hall of Fame, 5-time Pro Bowler, 4-time All-Pro, 136 career sacks. Mark Schlereth, old stink, he wore 69. Schlereth, definitely someone who's had a fantastic post-playing career. I actually enjoy listening to Schlereth. We used to have him on from time to time in Seattle. And also, John Runyon wore 69. John Runyon's a really interesting character because, one, John Runyon used to be one of the dirtiest players in the NFL, but John Runyon is now a suit, and apparently that never happened. And for those who don't remember, John Runyon is the one who basically did a character assassination of Aziz Al-Shaair after Al-Shaair hit Trevor Lawrence. And it was like, hey, bro, ever look in the mirror? You're going to do a character assassination? I mean, you've been on lists as the dirtiest player in the NFL before. Like, and this was during a time of Rodney Harrison where there was real competition. You were up towards the top. So that's the 69. The Houston Texans training camp schedule has been revealed. It starts July 23rd. So it'll be July 23rd through 26th, July 28th through July 30th, August 1st and August 2nd. August 4th through 7th, they're going to the Greenbrier again. Take me home, country road, to the place I belong. Sulphur Springs, West Virginia. You could be my Sulphur Springs. That's not a song. But it is a good song. Silver Springs by Fleetwood Mac. Anyone hear it? No? Stevie Nicks wanted to release it on the album, and they wouldn't let Stevie Nicks release it on the album. And it was one of the many songs about the band's interpersonal drama. And then they finally actually played it live in 1996. And apparently it was about her and the guitarist for Fleetwood Mac because they were shaboinking back in the day. And she was singing about the relationship having ended. And if you watch the end of the song that's live, she is basically staring deep into his soul, screaming at him in the song. And they are making eye contact, and it is awesome. Watch it online. They started playing it on the radio after that happened. Anyway, bringing it back to the Houston Texans training camp schedule, August 11th through 13th. August 14th, they practice against the Panthers in Houston, so you see Bryce Young in town. And then they play their second preseason game against the Panthers, noon on Saturday the 16th. They play the Vikings in Minnesota on Saturday the 9th. Then just one practice the week before their last preseason game, August 18th. August 21st, they have a joint practice with the Lions in Michigan, and they wrap up the preseason August 23rd, another Saturday, taking on the Detroit Lions at noon. They have a couple more practices, August 25th and the 27th. August 26th is when they cut down the roster to 53 guys, and, of course, the season kicks off on September 4th. Paul, why are you just reading a calendar to us? It's a great question. That's why I added that little nugget about Stevie Nicks and Fleetwood Mac. You'll learn something today. I randomly have my moments when it comes to music. Speaking of music, this song sucks. The song called I'm Jalen Ramsey and I'm demanding a trade again. Third time he's doing it, right? I don't like Jacksonville. It goes to L.A. I don't remember whether or not he asked out of L.A., but he did go to Miami. Now he's asking out of Miami. He's preferring West Coast teams. Rams, Chargers. I hope that he gets traded somewhere else. I hope he gets Ace Bailey. I hope he goes to the NFL's equivalent of Utah. Mainly because, okay, Jalen Ramsey, I get it. You don't want to play there anymore, but you're not like the Jalen Ramsey of old. You're still a good corner, but you're not the Jalen Ramsey of old. Do you really get to go wherever you want? So there's a part of me that kind of hopes he gets traded to the East Coast. How about the New York Giants? Like a bad team or something like that. We'll see what happens. Trade requests annoy me. Everyone's doing them now. And it feels like a lot of teams are now, instead of like standing their ground, they're like, screw it. Let's just get rid of them. Tyreek Hill, meanwhile, says he's going to try to keep him. Okay, good luck. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers Brain Trust got extensions. They've been pretty good post Tom Brady. So head coach Todd Bowles and general manager Jason Light received multi-year contract extensions, said Bucs owner Joel Glazer. Jason and Todd's excellent leadership and vision have been critical to our organizational success, and the winning culture they have established have us well positioned into the future. Jason has evolved into one of the top talent evaluators and general managers in the NFL, while Todd has led us to 3 consecutive division titles and is one of the league's leading defensive minds. It is an interesting note about the NFC South. It's generally been so random. No team is able to be consistent in the division, winning the title over and over again. And now, post Tom Brady, the Bucs are doing that. It is pretty crazy. Light's been there since 2014, and Bowles has been in charge of the Bucs since 2022. They have been in the playoffs, Tampa Bay, 5 years in a row. It will be interesting to see how they do this coming season. If you take a look at the grand scheme of the NFC, like, they're certainly annoying. And get this, the Texans' home opener is a Monday Night Football game against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. One of those doubleheader games. So it's at 6 p.m. That is going to be an empty-ass stadium. 6 p.m. on a Monday? I mean, give Houston more of a middle finger. It's impossible to get on 610 South going that direction. I'm going to have to go right after the show's done, and that annoys me. Anyway, it's the Paul Gallant Show. 10-minute drill. We are 69 days away. Cameron Jordan, remember him? Plays for the Saints. He believes that the excessive celebration penalty is the dumbest penalty in the NFL. Jordan said offensive players should be allowed to celebrate their touchdowns and that it's only fair to allow defensive players to celebrate as well. I get a sack on a quarterback, give me 5 seconds, put the spotlight on me. The NFL's losing the reins on celebration rules to some extent, but it's going to penalize any celebration that involves taunting an opponent. Jordan doesn't agree with that. I'm with you. I'm with him there. Like, taunting should be okay. It's good television. Like, I don't get what the reason for not being okay with that is. What is it? Is it, oh, the children? Think about the children. Like, I can't for the life of me think of why that's such a problem. What else is here? Oh, how about this? Again, it's a slow time of football season. Remember Kendall Lamb? Kendall Lamb has been all over the league. He had been with the Miami Dolphins. Now he's with the Philadelphia Eagles. Unfortunately, this guy is the byproduct, the victim. He is the victim of fake news. A website that often posts false information posted a quote of Kendall Lamb criticizing the Miami Dolphins, attributing it to an interview that Lamb gave to ESPN. He never gave that interview, but this quote went to Yahoo Sports, the USA Today, and Sports Illustrated. They still have the quote up days later, and some professional reporters for other outlets are spreading the quote on social media. Lamb had to post a video explaining he never said what he's alleged to have said, and that it hurts to have people continue contacting him and asking why he badmouthed his former team when he did no such thing. Said Lamb, quote, I keep getting sent this article, apparently, that someone said I slammed Dolphins culture. One, I don't remember talking to any reporter about anything that we recently dealt with Miami and the Dolphins. Two, I was never raised that way to sit there and comment on certain things as far as culture and anything else within the locker room. Three, I have no animosity, no ill will, or bad intentions towards Miami or anyone, blah, 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 blah. I feel bad for him. It's got to suck to have someone put words in your mouth or make accusations about you that aren't true, and then you're not allowed to say anything about it. You just have to sit in it because the people that you work for, they don't have your back. It's gotta suck. That may or may not have happened to me in Seattle. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. 69 days away from the start of the NFL season. You know how to get aboard the show. We also are on the brand new ESPN Houston app. If you haven't downloaded it already, download it. It's available on Apple phones, not quite yet available on Android, but it will be available. We're going to be here live at Cactus Jack's in Mont Bellevue through the Killer Bees, so through 6 o'clock. Come out here and watch the Astros with us. And each week, this is part of the ESPN Houston Summer Circuit. Each week, you can register to win our grand prize of the summer, a pair of brand new e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company. It's a $4,000 value for registration to stop by the promo table by our stage at the broadcast. Stick around. It's the Paul Gallant Show. We're live at Cactus Jack's.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from Cactus Jack's in Baytown as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
The Astros have won 2 in a row with minimal offense. They took down the Philadelphia Phillies 1-0 on Tuesday night and 2-0 last night. Tuesday, Cooper Hummel hits the home run in the 8th inning that provides the difference in a game where Framber Valdez looked really solid. He's looked better, but shutout innings. And the bullpen came in, the big guns, and they took care of business. But Last night, the Astros made history in their 2-0 win because they used 5 lefties to get a shutout of the Phillies. You got a home run from Victor Caratini, who continues to step up when needed. The Astros don't have any lefty bats. This home run, though, was from the right side of the plate, if I remember correctly. Today, the Astros are playing once again the Philadelphia Phillies. They lead the Phillies 1-0 in the top of the 3rd inning. I'm trying to see how they scored. In the 2nd inning, it was a Yainer Diaz single that drove home Jake Myers. Myers in this game, in the 2nd inning, he got on base via an infield single. Got to second when Cam Smith was hit by a pitch. Christian Walker struck out. What a surprise. And then Yainer Diaz singled. Myers scored all the way. Cooper Hummel struck out looking. Mauricio Dubon struck out swinging. Any run the Astros can get at this moment in time is an act of God. God wills it. God does will it. And we're thankful for that. Anyway, it's been a strange day for ex-Houston Rockets. Dylan Brooks is still technically a Houston Rocket, but he's been traded to the Phoenix Suns as part of the trade that's going to bring the Rockets Kevin Durant. He filed a restraining order against his longtime girlfriend and the mother of his 2 children today. The details about some of the threats his girlfriend threw at him, pretty awful. And then we've got something else for an ex-Houston Rocket that's also brutal. So I don't know how many people loved Dwight Howard when he played here. I liked Dwight Howard. I thought Dwight Howard was very good with the Houston Rockets. I felt like he got a lot of blame for the early years of James Harden, specifically the series against the Portland Trail Blazers that the Rockets lost in 6. And, of course, Damian Lillard hits that shot over Chandler Parsons in Game 6. But I go back to that series. Howard was so great, specifically in that last game. And James Harden, that was one of the first series where I was like, oh, this guy has stamina issues. He gets tired in playoff games. Playoff basketball doesn't suit him well. And then, of course, you had what happened in the 2015 series against the Clippers, too, which Dwight Howard was a part of. So, Dwight Howard, no longer in the NBA, definitely a bit of a strange guy, but the man loves dogs. And he posted on Instagram about his dog Sunday. I guess his dog got hit and run, died. Brutal. Coward stuff, hitting and running a dog. I mean, I don't know how you can do it. I'm very partial to German Shepherds. I think they're cute dogs. They're definitely a little scary, but yeah, if you go by the wrong ones, specifically the K9 unit ones, they could be a little intimidating. But I love that breed of dog. That was his dog. His dog's name was Sunday, and it just got hit and run. So he put an Instagram post up. Who could be so heartless to do this to such an innocent girl with no remorse? That's brutal. I feel bad for Dwight. And he asked if anyone has any information regarding Belgian Malinois. Okay, Belgian Malinois, different than German Shepherd. They look similar. That was hit by a car June 18th, 2025 in Sewanee, Georgia. Please let me know. That's brutal. So this is how we're going to get back into our Mount Rushmore of dogs conversation, because a lot of people were nominating John Wick's dog. John Wick's dog was very cute. And the part where John Wick's dog, after getting killed, crawls, or getting the hell beaten out of it by Theon Greyjoy, crawls all the way back and dies right next to John Wick. Oh, it's so sad. Sorry, I'm bringing up sad moments. We're going to make it fun again. Mount Rushmore of dogs continues. Sean Mapes back in Mission Control. We're live here at Cactus Jack's as part of our summer circuit. You had some nominations. Hit us.
Yes, of dogs that at least we hadn't mentioned on air. I don't know if people had sent these in, but Courage, the cowardly dog, going with the cartoons.
But he's a coward.
He's a cowardly dog, yeah. But he does save the day somehow.
He does save the day a lot, accidentally, seemingly. Yes, that is true.
Gromit from Wallace and Gromit. I think he's a pretty good dog. Inventor, or
that's
at least
true. I've never seen it,
Inventor.
But I know it's the claymation British show, right?
Yep.
Okay. That's a good fictional dog.
Lady and/or the Tramp.
More of
the
the Tramp guy.
Yeah,
I'm more of
awesome.
the Tramp. It doesn't even have a name. Did he have a name?
He's the
I
tramp.
don't know.
He's a tramp. What?
Give him a name. What? He like
I feel like
supplies he's a
Sean
whore.
Googled that one.
Yeah, you know what?
Who's gonna name
That's like
him?
some classism.
Who's gonna
That's some
name him?
The tramp's
He's a
name.
tramp. No one names the tramp.
He does not have a proper name that he uses himself. According to the Animated Dogs Wiki, other dogs like Tony and Joe call him Butch, but he doesn't identify with those names. The name Tramp was chosen by Walt Disney after considering other options like Homer, Rags, and Bozo. Damn.
Great name with the tramp.
In Italy, Tramp's name has been established. This is Disney Wikipedia official. Has been established as Biagio il Randagio, a Biagio the stray dog, which is also what Tony and Joe call him in this. Okay, so his name is Biagio. Don't call him a tramp. Don't call him a tramp.
Sorry, I didn't have the Italian cut of
You should
Lady
be.
and the Tramp.
It's anti-Italian discrimination. Oh, you're just gonna call him a tramp. Oh, he's a dog. He sleeps in the streets. Oh, he's going after the other ladies. He's going after lady over here.
He does. That's what he does in the movie.
Lady's prissy. Lady. Oh, look at me. I'm lady. I'm too good for you. The tramp, whose name I won't even ask for, bitch. And by the way, I could call her that. She's a dog. There's a term for female dogs. Okay.
Well done.
Thank you.
That is very true. I would say legendary dog probably of cinema, Toto from Wizard of Oz.
Ooh, that's true. That's true.
Got sucked up in a tornado.
That's
I don't
true.
know.
But I mean, he was.
What was that? I like my dogs that don't get sucked up by tornadoes.
Yeah.
Is that?
Damn right.
Didn't he wake them up when they all got high in the opium? I mean, the poppy. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge in the poppy field. Didn't he wake him up?
I think
thought
so.
he did.
I don't remember.
I think so.
I don't remember.
But I don't remember it perfectly.
Someone.
Oh, go for it.
No, you go for it.
The last one, I don't know his name, but the dog from Tom and Jerry that would always beat up Jerry.
Oh yeah,
the one that would clock in.
He looks like he was on steroids.
Yeah,
the
the
giant,
giant,
loving father.
Yes.
Just doing what dogs do, which is
He
beat
looks
the
like
hell out of Tom.
Doing his job.
He looked a lot like the Gonzaga and the Georgia mascots. When in reality, bulldogs look very different. I'm guessing this was like an American bulldog. This dog,
Or
that
like
would
bull
constantly beat 'em
mastiff,
up.
maybe. I don't know.
Maybe something like that. A couple of people have said Odie. No,
Odie sucks.
no, Odie's
He's a
Odie's
bee.
stupid. Yeah, we don't like him. I would say the same thing about Pluto. You know what? Pluto's goofy. I would have been able to tolerate Pluto from Disney. Scrappy Doo. I've said before I would have left him at a shelter. And Scooby Doo. Scooby Doo is definitely on the Mount Rushmore because Scooby Doo like solve mysteries, can talk a little bit, and like definitely was 420 friendly.
I think he might be the number one. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know if
I
there's a
agree.
dog better than Scooby.
Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick probably does not like Scooby Doo.
No,
I think,
but
I think you'd put him down.
Governor
Well-
Greg Abbott, more
Yeah.
on his side.
That's true. That's 100% true. Ricky Williams also on his side. Ricky Williams has been like the biggest advocate for like not following through with this complete ban of all hemp-related products. How about that? You're learning something new every day. Bringing it about to dogs. Who let the dogs out? Who?
Ricky
Some
Williams
people
was the dog when he played.
Some people are asking, how do you leave these dogs out? No, we talked about some of these dogs already, like Lassie and Old Yeller and some of these other ones already.
Has anyone brought up? I mean, Sean, I think went back to the 40s with Toto, yeah. But Hooch from the Tom Hanks classic.
I haven't
Turner
seen
Hooch.
Turner and Hooch, but
No?
there are enough references made to Turner and Hooch in the movies, in the TV show Scrubs.
Yeah.
that I feel like I need to watch it.
That and the Jim Belushi cinematic masterpiece K9.
K9.
I believe that's a German Shepherd in that movie.
AR Platinum has a good one. Does Triumph the insult comic dog
Ooh.
from Conan count?
I think he counts. Why doesn't
I
he
think he
count?
counts.
I think he's on the. I think he's on the Mount Rushmore too.
I would agree. He's fantastic. I would love to bring him on. Goofy. Is Goofy a cow or a dog?
Goofy's
He's
a dog. He's a
Yeah,
dog.
I think he's a cow.
He's a high class
Why do you
dog.
think he's a cow?
Because
Look at his ears.
I haven't seen him shirtless. He might have udders.
Google it. I bet if you Google Goofy,
No,
shirtless,
no,
you'll
this is
probably
big.
get
Tails
something.
don't have udders, by the way.
Well, Maybe he identified. He's goofy.
Okay.
He might identify.
I always thought he was a dog, and I always thought it was messed up that
I did
Pluto's a
too.
pet and Goofy is an equal to Mickey. I thought that was messed up that they did that.
Per artificial intelligence, Goofy is neither a dog nor a cow.
What?
Despite his appearance and some character relationships. He is an anthropomorphic dog and often associated with dogs. His official designation is Canis goofus. Okay, so I guess he is more of a dog. He's not a cow, but I guess he's married to a cow.
Yes, he is.
Clarabelle cow.
No disrespect, but yes.
He likes the boobs. I get it. Like some udders.
Chubby
All right,
Chaser Goofy. That's what
He likes a thick woman.
Yeah, he likes the thick women. Oh, he would have liked Total Recall, I think. Anyway,
you know what?
She
Yes,
was,
Goofy the dog. would have
Goofy's
loved
in the way
Totally.
there.
Goofy.
Gorge. Yeah.
It's Paul Gallant Show. B-Max hanging out here. Sean Mapes at Mission Control. We've been doing Mount Rushmore of Dog Talks. It's June. We're having a great time here at Cactus Jack's. This is a fantastic spot, so come on out here. Killer Bees are going to be here after me. The Homeward Bound dog. Yeah, Shadow. Shadow's a good dog.
Good one.
Got a good voice. Chance was kind of annoying. Chance voiced by Michael J. Fox. Anyway, I think Sally Field was the cat in that movie, too. Up next, how did the NBA draft affect our Houston Rockets? Are they in a better spot after the draft? We'll discuss that and more. It is the Paul Gallant Show, the most interactive sports talk show in Houston, live at Cactus Jack's. Stick around. The most interactive sports talk show in Houston, also live on the ESPN Houston app, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975, 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. So, last night, the NBA draft tipped off, and get this, everybody. And this isn't even my opinion. This is ESPN's opinion. Just go to ESPN.com and take a look at the biggest winners of round one of the NBA draft. The Houston Rockets, who selected Kaman Maluak with the 10th overall pick per ESPN, they won the draft. Maluak will bring high-level intensity, rim protection timing, rebounding ability, and switchable defense quality the team lacked last season, injecting much-needed youth and energy into a roster overloaded in the backcourt. That's right, a lot of guys for the Rockets in the backcourt with Fred VanVleet and Amen Thompson and Reed Shepherd and Cam Whitmore. Most importantly, he is one of the draft's youngest prospects with significant potential for growth. Physically and skill-wise, he's highly regarded by coaches and teammates for his off-court intangibles. Okay, sounds like he's going to fit right in with Ime Udoka coming from Duke. The Rockets. The Rockets won the draft last night. No, not the Dallas Mavericks with the first overall pick taking Cooper Flagg. Nope, not the San Antonio Spurs taking Dylan Harper, the basketball player, not the first search on your Google. The Rockets won the draft last night. And listen, he put on that Rockets hat, and this is a guy that's going to fit right in. And, I mean, you already got all the size in the world. You've got Steven Adams. You've got Jabari Smith. You now have Kevin Durant. You've got Amen Thompson. You've got Tari Eason. You've got height. You've got size. You've got length. And you're bringing in some more. Oh, boy. I think the Rockets just won the NBA title last night with this pick. So, you want to weigh in on that? What, Sean?
I said, yeah. How could you not feel great for it? I mean, he had tears in his eyes getting drafted. His dream.
He's a Rocket
being
now.
realized, putting on that Rockets cap. Which
he's a Rocket.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, we all saw it right there. The Rockets have basically won the NBA offseason twice in just 3 to 4 days.
Yep.
It's incredible.
The legacy of Houston Rocket big men continues.
It continues.
From Moses Malone, Ralph Sampson, Hakeem Olajuwon.
He's huge. This was huge.
Yeah. Yao, Dwight Howard, Alperen Şengün,
Omer Ashik.
Omer Ashik, yeah. Remember when PJ Tucker was a center for a little while?
Chuck Hayes, notable.
That's
Rocket
true.
Center.
Big when it came to his heart.
Yes. It's not the size of the dog, Paul.
Yeah.
The size of the dog or the fight in the dog.
Exactly.
Yeah. Bring it back to dogs.
Charles Barkley, who played for the Rockets, bigger than he probably wanted to be in other ways.
He was a big,
while he was
not
with
a
the
center.
Rockets.
Not a
But he
center.
was
He was a big.
Live up to.
But he always played bigger than he actually was.
Yeah.
Kelvin Cato, great Rocket Center.
How long do you think we could keep going while people are like shaking their fists at the car?
I mean, I would say it was the best Rockets draft pick since Rudy Gay.
Yeah. That's
I
what
really
it took
do.
me back
I
to.
think he could be as big of an impact on the Rockets as Rudy Gay.
I think bigger, honestly.
Yeah. I mean, literally, he's bigger.
He was traded for Kevin Durant, so he's bigger.
Kevin
This
Durant.
There it is. There it
Kevin
is.
Durant. Will Kevin Durant outproduce
Hey.
Shane Battier?
I gotta say, this is so easy to fix. Like, why do they have to put on the hat of a team that has traded them already?
Yeah.
It's so strange. Like, you have an opportunity for an optic right away so that you can post this on social media as a team and try to get your fan base to buy back in. If you're a Suns fan, you probably want to kill yourself right now. It's been a rough week. You just traded Kevin Durant for basically pennies, and everyone's looking at you and acting like you don't have anything going forward. And all of a sudden, like, you get this guy, but everyone thinks he's a Rocket. And they have to play dumb on the broadcast too. It's just so bizarre. I mean, you could move the draft back a few days, or you could I don't know, do something where free agency happens first, the league year starts first, and then the draft happens.
Or
so
you
then
could-
that way you can make this happen in like a more sensical order.
Yeah, or you can just like finalize trades involving draft picks before the draft. Like, just, hey, if it involves a draft pick this year and it's been made, whatever, since the offseason started, like, we'll just put them in the right hat. When so a team trades up in the middle of the draft, I can understand how, like, logistically that's like a little hard, and sometimes the trade gets announced after the pick gets made. And so I can see though, like the Pelicans one, like I can see how it's hard to get a Pelicans hat up there. But for the Rockets trade, they traded the 10th pick on Sunday. Like, there's plenty of time.
We knew this well in advance.
They had a graphic. They
didn't even say anything when the pick was made. This will be traded to Phoenix. Like, they could have said that. It's a very bizarre presentation, and it's once again why the NFL runs everything. The NFL's draft presentation is second to none. The NBA, you got people talking about it that don't know a damn thing outside of Bob Myers, right? I mean, you've got Kendrick Perkins. No offense to Kendrick Perkins, I don't really think much of him as a scout. You got Stephen A. Smith yapping, screaming, and playing solitaire. I mean, you've got a lot of. And I like Stephen A.
It should be Billis and Myers, and then maybe like a former player. Like
right.
That's what the crew should be.
It used to be Billis and Myers and Bill Simmons, and it was pretty good, actually. This not great, and it allows for things like the significant others of Dylan Harper's father, Ron Harper, or the significant other of that guy who the Raptors drafted. He was so mad
Murray
that he got
Boyles.
drafted. About Colin Murray Boyle's significant other, or, that's how the stories become this, because the presentation's bad and people actually had to go with this charade that the Houston Rockets drafted a guy that's going to be on the Phoenix Suns. Like, that was the biggest story in the NBA going into it. And you're basically acting like, well, the Kevin Durant trade technically didn't happen yet at the biggest event of your offseason. It's just it's such an easy fix. Like, that's what frustrates me. If there was some sort of convoluted reason as to why this had to happen, like, I would understand it. But, I mean, for God's sakes, that one guy who plays for that German team that we talked about yesterday, he left Game 5, the championship, Game 5, the clincher, to watch this presentation, and they can't even get the presentation right. So he left for that, and he's not even getting a correct presentation.
Especially when it's a week.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the crazy thing about it. Like, one of these things, when the start of the NBA year and free agency and the draft are 1 week apart, can't we just move each one by like 3 days and all of this fixes itself?
Totally.
It's such an easy fix.
You can
we're not talking about months. We're talking about literally a week.
Yeah.
And you can just like make an exception for, it's like, hey, if you've agreed in principle to a trade involving a 2025 draft pick by 9:00 the morning of the draft, like, we'll put them in the right hats. If you make a draft day trade, like, we'll have to do that as we go. But this Kevin Durant thing, there's another trade that also involved is it like a Pacers pick or something?
I think so, yeah.
Where it's like, guys, like, we knew about this trade weeks ago. Like, you
do a ceremonial hat switch or something like that too. I mean, like, to show,
or like a college football player picking up passes.
Exactly. Like, that would make sense. Like, everyone knows what's happening on the broadcast, and yet the broadcast doesn't acknowledge the thing that everyone knows, which is, it makes you feel like you're crazy out there. So I was kidding about the Rockets winning the draft. As far as how the rest of the draft went and how it relates to them, the Mavericks are only going to be a threat when Kyrie Irving is back, and we do not know when that's going to be. When Kyrie Irving is back, I am intrigued by this Dallas Mavericks team with Anthony Davis, Cooper Flagg, and Kyrie Irving. For now, afterthought. I know that they got all the way to the finals. That was with Luka Doncic. But when Kyrie's back, you got another threat in state. as far as the Spurs are concerned, I like the upside for Dylan Harper. I think, just remembering how Steph Curry came into the league with his dad, Del Curry, for such a long time. If your dad's Ron Harper, which also wasn't talked about nearly enough on the broadcast last night. I mean, part of the 90s Bulls. So, I mean, the work ethic it takes because your dad's reminding you of it at all times. And I think generally dads are better at communicating things to a son than anyone. So I think when it comes to that guy, I like the upside, but I definitely think it's going to be like a year and a half or so until the Spurs are where the Rockets are. It's not that far away, though. It's not that far away. And the West, man, it's gonna be a really good conference. It's so annoying that both Texas teams got the other top picks. It's just so obnoxious. I suppose it'll make things more competitive, and it's been a while since there's really been any heat between any of the teams in Texas from a basketball perspective. There's probably some Maverick Spurs heat in the early 2010s when the Rockets were still, like with Luis Scola as their best player. And yeah, there was a little bit of Rockets Spurs heat. They did have that one playoff series, and the Mavericks and Rockets had that one playoff series, but I was the one where Rajon Rondo quit. So it's annoying that these teams got rewarded, but I do think it's going to be a time before they are actually annoying on the court to the Rockets. You want to chime in, 713-780-3776. It's how you call. It's how you text. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. I guess we should be thankful that the Rockets did not draft Malawak because, Sean, if I'm not mistaken, we were talking about this during the commercial break, our beloved Cougs destroyed him. They took his life essence away.
Yes, he's 7'1", I believe, center for Duke. And when the Duke Blue Devils played Houston in the Final Four, Malawak finished the game. I think he played probably a little over 20 minutes. He finished with 0 rebounds against the Cougs.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, the Cougs are a great rebounding team, offensive, defensive rebounding team. I would like you to get 1 rebound. Like I just would want 1. Just give me 1 or 2. Like
just 1.
Every 10 minutes that you're out there, you can't grab a rebound.
Right. Yeah,
there's plenty of missed shots. Plenty of missed shots.
That is Sean Mapes back at Mission Control. Brian McDonald is out here hanging with me. We are live at Cactus Jack's as part of the ESPN Houston Summer Circuit. Come on out here. I'm up on the stage to the right. There is a registration table where you can register to win the grand prize of the summer, a pair of brand new e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company. It's a $4,000 value. I saw Ronnie from Dayton stop by a little bit earlier, regular caller of the show. If you haven't been here before, guys, you're missing out. This is a very, very cool place. You got Brown Eyed Girl by Van Morrison playing in the background. Seriously, it's a wonderful spot. Come out and hang out with us. We'll be here until 6 p.m. There's going to be live music here at Cactus Jack after that. On top of that, family-friendly environment. You got like a playground over to my right, a patio, an indoor area, all sorts of TVs, so you can watch the Astros if you want. It's the Paul Gallant Show live at Cactus Jack's. Stick around.
This is the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from Cactus Jackson Baytown as part of ESPN Houston's summer circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
The most interactive sports talk show in town, 713-780-3776 to call, to text, to YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Also live on the ESPN Houston app. We're live at Cactus Jack's. Fantastic spot. Getting a Miller Lite. Is that lame? I don't know. I will say, for all the people listening right now, I am a beer free agent. You want me to advertise your beer? Oh, I'll drink it. I am not picky when it comes to that. I am picky when it comes to food, which honestly is a little bit of a problem. The not liking cheese thing has been a weird thing to explain to the girlfriend and also to the girlfriend's friends, because there's no way you can do it without sounding like a little bee. You know, you'll always sound like, oh, I don't like cheese. So I always like kind of lie, and I'm a little lactose intolerant, but I'm not a lot lactose intolerant. You know, it like gives me gastrointestinal issues. Paul, no one cares. Shut up and talk about sports. Fine. Well, the Astros are again winning. They lead 1-0 in the bottom of the fourth inning with one out. It is, and I believe this table is made of wood, so I'm knocking on it. It is really crazy that the Phillies have not scored once in this series to this point, with the Astros pushing them towards a sweep. And again, Philly, for those who don't know, you take a look at their record, it's one of the 5 best teams in baseball. And the Astros get them for 3. Then they play the Chicago Cubs, who have the same record as the Phillies, at least as things currently stand, at 47-33. The Astros right now have a 5.5 game lead in the American League West. The Mariners were scheduled to play the Minnesota Twins, but that game has yet to start. They are still in the midst of a rain delay. But God keeps willing the Astros to win. I say that jokingly. Don't worry. I'm not being sacrilegious here. It's not blasphemy. I just do not understand how the Astros keep winning without the offense. I get how good the bullpen and the starting pitching has been, but to keep on winning and winning and winning and winning when you're missing as much as you're missing, I'm baffled. I'm truly baffled. Thank you so much. So, as far as the Rockets and as far as the NBA draft goes, you want to weigh in on what happened, you can. I don't think anyone got closer to the Rockets in the short term. And, hey, adding Kevin Durant definitely gives you a leg up on some teams that are young. Keith has a thought at 713-780-3776. We always love Keith's questions. They take us off the tracks very often. Keith, what's up?
Hey, Paulie G, love the show. Just had a crispy Diet Coke, feeling good. Had to call in on the NBA draft. Crispy DC, can't go wrong. At the resort. So I've been deep into the young Hansen tape, the Chinese player out of the Portland. They're calling him Chinese Jokic. He's got crazy game. He's got a spin cycle that would, rival a young Hakeem Olajuwon. This guy's going straight. The Blazers are keeping him despite having a ton of bigs. He looks crafty. He's got some ball handling. Young Hansen, he had to buy a ticket to the draft last night. He was up there in row 75.
Yeah.
And he reluctantly got his name called, and he had to walk down. Took about a half hour to get to the stage. But young Hansen looks like a baller, right?
Dude, he's tall. That was interesting, where he's sitting in the back. I thought he was excited to be drafted because he was a projected day 2 pick. I think that's why he was sitting in the stands. That was cool for him, I thought. I have no idea, honestly, what he will be like in the pros. But we will see what it take. Paul, really laying, really diving in there, really laying it all on the line.
Scorching hot.
That's a scorching hot take. We'll see.
Chinese Jokic. All right. Let's see if he can be Chinese Şengün first. All right.
Yeah, exactly.
How about
exactly. Yeah. And interesting. I didn't know he was Chinese.
Let's see if he can be Chinese Mountain Watch first. All right.
Well, that could be bad if he's going up against a team from Houston because, that means you don't get any rebounds. Yeah, listen, my take on everyone coming out of a draft is, and I know this is lame, but it's now we'll see. I don't know. I didn't put in the work. I'm not going to pretend I did. That's my big problem with everyone that does weigh in on it. I think there are certainly people who do put in the work, but I don't know who puts in the work, and it makes me frustrated with the people who speak very confidently about anyone going into the draft because I know that whatever work that they did, it's not the work that the actual professionals are doing. I suppose if you're going to use mock drafts as a gauge for where someone should go, fine, because those are usually based off of intel that teams share with people. But there's only a select few mock drafts that are like that. Other mock drafts, people are trying to force something to happen in a place because they're like, this guy would be great in this spot. And they know that there will be a lot of clicks for a specific player going to a specific team. So, like Ace Bailey to Washington, people wanted that to happen. But then Utah steps in and they go get Ace Bailey because they're like, screw it, we're just going to take him. What's he going to do? And Ace Bailey, to his credit, he handled it pretty professionally. I'm not exactly sure how well Utah is going to handle him. I think Utah was really hoping for Cooper Flagg or Greg Kniffel. I really think that was.
I can't imagine why.
Yeah, exactly. I can't either.
I have a history of tolerance and respect.
Very tolerant place. By the way, I've been watching this documentary called The West. It's a Ken Burns documentary, and in said Ken Burns documentary, I learned that American Primeval show that came out a little bit ago with Taylor Kish as the main character. I learned that it's based on a real story. And Brigham Young, ooh, maybe not the classiest of dudes, if you will. Anyway, it's the Paul Gallant Show. We are live here at Cactus Jack's. This place rules. What's going on, everybody? Getting closer to the Killer Bees taking over. You want to weigh in on the Astros? You want to weigh in on the Rockets? You can. And make sure that if you are here, that you go over to the right of the stage and you register for a chance to win a pair of brand new e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company. It's a $4,000 value. For registration, stop by the promo table. I am Paul Gallant. It is the Paul Gallant Show. Coming up next, how far is too far? We're going to really get into it. At what point is it acceptable to break wind near somebody else? That's one thing we'll discuss. And I can't believe that some people have to take some of the things that they've said recently on TV back. This one is really something else. How far is too far is next. Stay put.
It's the Paul Gallant Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from Cactus Jackson Baytown as part of ESPN Houston's summer circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
Also live on the ESPN Houston app, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. If you're coming out here to Cactus Jack's, fantastic spot. Make sure that you go over to the stage and that you're registering as part of the summer circuit for a pair of brand new e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company. It's a $4,000 value. I have cracked open my first. We're going with a little Miller Lite here. Yeah, staying casual. Perhaps I could have gone a little more aggro, but it is a Thursday, and I do have to do a little bit of a drive on the way back. But it's nice to meet everybody who comes out here, hangs out. This is a really cool place. I hope we do more shows here. I really do. I'm not the biggest fan of driving, but this is worth it out here. And if you're ever, on I-10, stop here instead of at the Beaver spot. I mean, it's got good food, good views. It's a really cool spot. Anyway, this is the most recent update I've seen on Kevin Durant. Shams Charania posted this, or said this when he was on NBA Live or whatever shows on ESPN. Was it his first take? I don't know. But Shams Charania was in studio and said, the Rockets really excited Kevin Durant. The plan for Durant is for him to retire in Houston. I'm told players like Alperen Şengün, Amin Thompson, Tari Eason, Jabari Smith, and Reed Shepherd really, really excited him. All right, let's see. Let's see what happens. I hope he stays happy. That is my one concern. But for the most part, I see how this makes a lot of sense for him. And, hey, if he's going to retire here, it would be very cool for him to finally get that championship where he's the top dog in our backyard. Number 3. For our beloved Houston Rockets. So every single Thursday at 2:30, we do a little segment. It's called How Far is Too Far? We had a very strange moment in sports broadcasting in the WNBA. In the midst of a women's basketball game, Rebecca Lobo, who you might remember from back in the day in the WNBA, she played for the New York Liberty, might have played for other teams too. She's a color commentator as part of one of their top broadcasts. And she said this and was basically elbowed into apologizing by whoever was doing the play-by-play.
So they disagree with you. They do, and I disagree with them, and that's fine. That's what makes America great, right, Pam Ward? I should rephrase that. Yes. But yeah, I did think opinion are perfectly. Yes, fine. That's a better way to say it. Sorry about that. And,
what are we doing here? Pam Ward, that was pathetic. So, first off, that is a common saying. That's been a common saying. And Pam Ward is old enough to know that that's what makes America great, has been said forever. The ability for us to have different opinions. By the way, it is great that we can have different opinions. I'm a big believer in that. In case you didn't know, I would think that Pam Ward would believe that too, given that, I don't know, she talks for a living. The funniest part after that very awkward silence is when Rebecca Lobo, who I guess is like, well, what did I do? What did I say? And then probably figures it out and said, like, I guess I have to rephrase that. And Pam Ward just quietly says, yes. It's so embarrassing. And I'm not trying to be MAGA Paul here or anything like that. Like, all of a sudden, the idea of trying to make America great is bad. Or saying that this country is great because we could have difference of opinions is bad. Bizarre. truly bizarre. So, Rebecca Lobo, look for a new partner, please. That's absolute BS. How far is too far? Continues. We've had a little bit of a farting epidemic in the internet world over the last couple of days. First off, I don't know how many people are familiar with pro darts, but in a championship bout between James Wade and Peter Wright, James Wade tooted, which led to Wright walking off from the match. The funny thing about this is that this is the second time that James Wade has farted in the midst of a darts competition. So this led to a little back and forth between Wade, the farter, and Peter Wright. Wade thought it was hilarious. Wright, not so much. Tooting in somebody else's, like, right next to them, I mean, you got to be really familiar with them. I think only friends are allowed to do that personally, and significant others. A well-timed fart can be pretty funny, assuming it doesn't smell like death. But we had another moment, and this went viral over the weekend, where a woman felt assaulted by someone tooting near her.
We just went to the grocery store right by our house, just to buy like junk food and stuff, because we're really tired. We just wanted some sweet treats. And we were walking down an aisle, and there were like two guys that walked up next to us. Peyton like walked away. My wife walked away for just a second, and they were like snickering to themselves or something. And I didn't really think much of it. So I'm just looking at the candy aisle trying to decide what candy I want.
Some treats.
And he walks by and gets like inches from me and just rips one, like farts like this far from me. That's disgusting to say. I can't even believe I'm having to say this, but he did. And about that time, Peyton walked up, like didn't witness what happened, but like seconds later, and I'm like upset, and I follow after him. I was like, is there a reason? You were just so disrespectful to me. Called you a man. Come here. And he never felt so dehumanized.
Oh, man, that last part. Now, to be fair, it seems like the man, when she called him out on it, called her a bitch. And I don't know that she was necessarily as emotional about this before that happened. It sounds like these guys sucked, just to be frank. Like they might have been Beavis and Butthead. However, posting a video crying about it on the internet, and it's about a fart, a lot of people are going to make fun of you for it. And I mean, I don't know, just the way that she was talking about, like, we're just at the grocery store looking for some sweet treats. And the fact that she's crying over a fart, I'm sorry. That made me laugh. Should it have made me laugh? Am I a bad person for it making me laugh? I don't know. Farts are funny. I'm stupid.
Yeah. I was thinking, like, I'm so glad that I'm the type of person I actually am and not the type of person where in the middle of it, she goes, and he farts. I can't believe I even have to say that. Like, that's like just saying the word fart it's like, oh my God.
Yeah.
Those kids suck. That did it.
Yes.
Or men. I don't know.
I bet it was Beavis and Butthead. Like, it just sounds like the kind of Beavis
It does
Butthead
sound
looking
very
guys. Like,
yeah.
just
watch this.
But, again, what they did sucks. The reaction is hilarious. I know the way she said fart like it's a bad word. By the way, when I was a kid, we were not allowed to say the word fart growing up. We weren't allowed to say it. You could not say the word fart in the Gallant household. You had to say stinker. Also, another fun thing, and again, like it's too far to break wind in front of somebody that you don't know.
Intentionally. That's
intentionally.
That's bio-warfare.
Yeah. That is kind of assault. Like a little bit, like it's just assault adjacent. But in our house, no matter how rancid the noxious fumes you created were, no matter how bad they were, As long as you said excuse me, they were fine. I love how I'm taking a beer from somebody as I'm talking about farting. Hey, thank you very much. Appreciate that.
I do like the respect, not just that someone showed you and you're showing them, but also
Yes.
of the like, hey, listen, we say excuse me and we forget it. Like
That's
we
what my dad and my
squash it.
mom said. Yeah. It's a great time. Absolutely.
Doesn't
great.
matter how terrible it smells.
Listen, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it in the presence of somebody. Don't do that. How far is too far? How about this? How far is too far when it comes to going over the speed limit? So we've had a couple of incidents with this in sports over the last couple of weeks. Shedeur Sanders has been pulled over twice for speeding since, I believe, June 6th. The most recent time he went 101 in a 60, his girlfriend was going in the 90s. He said afterwards, I made some wrong choices personally. Shedeur, I got to say this, like, hey, man, I get having fun and everything like that, but you sort of have to be on your best behavior if you want to figure, including not just on the field, but off the field, if you want to fight your way to the top of this Browns depth chart, which is definitely open. I mean, like Kenny Pickett and Dylan Gabriel are supposedly the two top ones on the totem pole at this moment in time. But this has happened twice with Shedeur Sanders. Also, Zach Edey was charged, of the Memphis Grizzlies, was charged with reckless driving after going more than 100 miles per hour in Indiana. We're all living in Texas, and in Texas, I know it is routine for people to go 20 to 25 miles per hour over the speed limit. It's even in the spots where the speed limit is 80 to 85. So my question is, how far is too far for going over the speed limit? I always feel a little bit nervous about going more than 20 miles per hour over the speed limit on the highway. On regular roads, it's 5 to 10 miles per hour. It really depends on where you're at and if you think that there are cops nearby. I've always felt as well that you respect the cops. If you see a cop nearby, you immediately slow down. I've been told, will generally acknowledge that you respected them, and then they will just go about their business. That's just my personal experience. Someone who, to this point in his life, has never received a ticket. Knock on wood. I probably do drive a little faster than I should. Never gotten a ticket.
That's
never
crazy.
gotten a ticket. I know. I could have gotten one for an accident, but I disputed it, and I got wiped away.
Wow.
Yeah, I know. It's crazy. I mean,
I don't think you get very often and you've told this story on the air before, a person who's failed the driver's test, but then also has never gotten a ticket 20 years after getting his license.
For those who don't know, Sean, thank you for reminding me. I took the Florida's driver's license test in Florida, and I definitely failed it. Like, I added up the score afterwards, and I was like, oh, man, I didn't pass. But I didn't say anything. And the guy said, congratulations, you passed. I definitely failed it. Because I tried to make a K. They said make a K turn. I'd never heard it called that before. So I made a turn like a K. And then I also had to drive 40 miles per hour in reverse for some reason, which made no sense. Like, what am I trying to escape a murderer?
That's a very Florida like combine drill that you have to do.
By the way, maybe let's put parallel parking on the test instead of driving 40 miles per hour in reverse.
Wait,
no,
you
there's
didn't
no
have the
parallel parking. No parallel parking. There's no parallel parking.
That's insane.
I mean, if you want to get your license, you can get it at age 15 too. Like, I'm surprised more people don't die on the roads. You got all the old people driving around in Florida, and you got like 15-year-olds that got no experience.
Yeah.
Yes, for sure. So,
but still,
anyway,
no tickets for you. Good job.
No tickets. Knock on wood. Hopefully, I don't get one on the way back. Anyway, it is the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. How far is too far? Continues. 76-team NCAA tournament. That's too far. That'll be determined in a couple of weeks, apparently. We are closer and closer to a 76-team NCAA tournament. Also, how far is too far? The Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders just got a 400% raise. So first off, is that too much? Second, should I watch the Netflix show about the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders, which one of our interns recommended that I do? Which of our interns did that, Sean? We were both in the
It was Praise.
Okay. Praise was like, hey, you should watch this, and was laying it out, and I'm like, I'm going to come off as a creepy old man if I watch this show. Like, I know my limits. I know at this point in time, like, what I can watch, what I can't watch, and what I can talk about on the air, and what I can't talk about on the air. Also, I'm in a relationship, so
Well, hey,
can't look elsewhere.
Maybe you pitch it to the lady. Watch some reality TV together.
Oh, it's reality TV. Okay, that's what you're pitching it as. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, that's how I would package it.
Yeah, that's
hey.
okay.
There's a new reality show. It's about the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders.
I don't think she'll be into it. She's not really into sports. Nah, I think we're gonna finish. We're gonna finish Righteous Gemstones, and I think we're gonna rewatch Mr. Robot afterwards. Mr. Robot is her favorite show. Mr. Robot's a very good show. Anyway, guys, it is the Paul Gallant Show, the most interactive sports talk show in town, on a How Far is Too Far Thursday. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. I'm going to have to do a little research here, but it seems like there's something going on in one of our highways. And we've also got a little bit of garbage time coming up next. The Paul Gallant Show. Stay put.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from Cactus Jackson Baytown as part of ESPN Houston's summer circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
Last chance to dance, the Paul Gallant Show. Rockets didn't do anything in the first round of the draft yesterday, even though television viewers were probably confused when a now Phoenix Sun put a Rockets hat on his head. The Astros lead the Philadelphia Phillies 1-0 in the bottom of the sixth inning, making it, if I'm doing my math correct, 24 straight innings that they have held the Phillies scoreless this series. This is a Phillies team that has the same record as the Astros, 47-33. The Astros have a 5.5 game lead in the American League West on the Mariners, who were scheduled to play the Twins, but that is still in a rain delay. They are only 2.5 games back of the Detroit Tigers for first place in all of baseball. They also trail, I believe the Dodgers are ahead of them when it comes to overall record. Couple of other tidbits before we get to garbage time. Former Ravens kicker Justin Tucker was suspended for the first 10 weeks of the 2025 season. The Ravens cut him. They said it had nothing to do with football. He wasn't playing particularly well last year, but the Ravens had to have known. And John Harbaugh, I think, actually accidentally tipped his hand, saying, like, well, you know, so it's a difficult situation. This relates to the allegations of sexual misconduct against him at a series of Baltimore area spas from early on in his career. And this is on a day where we heard that, like, former Rocket Dylan Brooks put out a restraining order against the mother of his 2 children, and where we found out that, like, Dwight Howard's dog got hit and run. The craziest thing in Houston taking place right now is this. Traffic on the North Freeway is closed in both directions because a woman involved in a crash is armed with a handgun. The crash happened I-45 northbound near Cypress Wood Drive this afternoon. A caller told Harris County Precinct 4 Constable's office the woman at the scene is armed with a gun and ignoring orders. I think there's another report that she pulled out a lawn chair. So I think she's sitting in a lawn chair with a gun in the middle of the highway after an accident. Stay away from that area. That is effing wild. Anyway, it is the Paul Gallant Show, the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Time for a little garbage time before we GTFO. Chip Carey is still the St. Louis Cardinals play-by-play guy, even though this moment happens.
Disability Pride Night is Thursday, July 10th, and with the theme ticket, fans take home a Cardinals cap featuring the Disability Pride flag and Cardinals in Braille. Details at cardinals.com/theme.
Oh, no, Chip. What will your father think?
Lead that one.
Oh, his voice was shaking there afterwards.
And I cut the awkward silence in half of that.
Oh, because it was about 30
It was
seconds
30
of awkward
seconds.
silence.
That was only 15.
What do you think Harry Carey would have to say about that?
Yeah.
Hey, everybody, my son isn't a homophobe. My son was just slipping his words. That word is similar to the word flag.
I will say there does need to be some reform in broadcasting school.
Yes.
Between this and the Rebecca Lobo clip that we played earlier, There
These
doesn't
are
need to
vets,
be
though.
There doesn't need to be 20 seconds of dead silence every time someone says something. I think the right move is to quickly, boom, back to the game.
Lean into it, have fun with it. Kevin Harlan would. That's
Yes,
why Harlan's the GOAT.
Or if it's something like this, be like, well, so and so has a 240 average. Like, just immediately, like, distance it with words.
That A's broadcaster, what's it, Jenny Kapnar?
Yeah.
She had a moment this week too where she accidentally said something suggestive.
Yeah. Well, there's also the A's broadcaster last year, or maybe it was 2 years ago, who said something about the Negro League museum that they visited. Used the wrong word.
Yeah. Listen, slip-ups happen. They generally are accidental. But there are certain words that you have to be very careful before you actually say them. So anyway, just keep that in mind. Before we get out of here are Skip Bayless and Ernestine Bayless talking about their hall passes.
So this would be like a
So-
fantasy of
Right. Well, this happened to me twice, but I'm not going to talk about that.
what happened before.
I ended up dating somebody that I used to have their picture on my wall, but I'm not going to go into it.
Okay. You weren't married.
No, I wasn't married at the time.
Okay, well
but
then
I was single. Oh, then it doesn't
messes
count.
up your hall
Oh,
pass.
okay, forget it.
So
okay.
you didn't need a hall pass.
I've always loved Al Pacino.
She would sleep with him tonight.
I love Al Pacino.
Okay, I'm going to give you a hall pass on Al Pacino.
It was on the news today. He went and he met the Pope.
Okay.
Tyler, did
Next,
you
he'll
see
meet
that?
you.
What?
Al, if you're watching,
Al.
you can have
I don't
her
have to have a kid.
tonight.
Yeah, tonight.
Free. I'm no charge.
Free, no charge.
I
I do know where he goes to the heart doctor.
You do in
Yes.
Beverly Hills?
Yes.
You
yes.
saw him there?
Yes.
Okay. Well, you should go hang out on that street, hoping he'll.
I
Come
once
back to the
gave him
heart
an
doctor.
eyes
I gotta give Skip Bayless a lot of credit for that moment. I gotta give him a lot of credit because listen, that's a lot to admit. I think a lot of people are clowning him right now. I kind of like how open he is right there. So how about that? Skip Bayless with a rare good broadcasting moment. That's gonna wrap things up for today's edition of the Paul Gallant Show. Big thanks to Sean Mapes back in Vision Control. Big thanks to Brian McDonald out here at Cactus Jacks. And, of course, big thanks to Cactus Jacks. This place rules. I hope we do another show here soon. Big thanks to our YouTubers, our Twitchers. Big thanks to our texters and our callers. And, of course, a big thanks to the people who are making our summer circuit happen. Make sure you come on out here so you have a chance to win a pair of e-bikes, Power On Electric Bicycle Company, $4,000 value for that. I'm merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful Thursday. The Killer Bees are next. You'll see me tomorrow at Drift in the Heights. Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I am Branham. Brian is here doing some extra work. He owes us a lot. Age back at the studio doing all the hard work. Christian Walker just doubled. That's weird. That's going to make a lot of hateful people unhappy. Definitely in Mont Bellevue, though. Driving here to Cactus Jack's, you have to do like the U-turn, and whenever you do the U-turn at the four-way, there is a huge little sign or whatever that says Mont Bellevue. We're a little more than 100. We're 1,000 feet away from the Mont Bellevue sign going into Mont Bellevue. So definitely 100% Mont Bellevue.
What does the commercial say? Where the junction of where Mount Bellevue
I think it said where Baytown and Mont Bellevue meet.
Yeah. So I was like, well, that sums it all up.
We're at the crossroads.
Yes. So that basically sums it all up so we offend nobody.
I will say the apron on our table here at Cactus Jack's, the signage, that their own signage says Mont Bellevue. So they're claiming Mont Bellevue.
There you go.
I think that's the definitive win in this argument.
I think there's no debate anymore.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
There's no debate.
The debate's over.
The debate's
It's
over.
it's
The Mont Bellevue sign's right there.
I know. I'm agreeing.
You could throw a rock to it.
Well,
some could throw a rock
could.
to it.
Some of us could, yeah.
Some could throw a rock to it. But no, a great spot, wherever it's at. You know where it's at? Paradise. That's what it is. Right off of I-10. A great spot. I already had some food. I was very hungry. I forget what it's called. I think it was called like the K-Bowl or something. But it was a combination of beef fajitas, Spanish rice, refried greens. Good luck. Queso. There's a happy hour going on right now, which chips and salsa gratis during happy hour.
Wait, say it again.
Chips and salsas gratis.
Really?
During happy hour.
Probably have to get some of that.
I didn't know that.
And they have some jalapeno ranch alongside their hot sauce. Alongside their hot sauce. You don't like jalapeno ranch?
No, I'm not saying jalapeno ranch will give you a little.
You made that noise with that, but you didn't make it with refried beans?
That's true.
I can handle
it. He set us up by saying good luck after he said
I heard
beans.
it. Yeah.
Hold on. So jalapeno ranch is more of a diuretic to you than refried beans?
Oh, no, I think they both do damage.
Okay.
Yeah,
all right.
For sure.
I would have refried beans higher on that power
I think
rankings.
in terms of like my system and how it processes everything.
Well, you don't like jalapeno in general,
the
right?
jalapeno is going to go right through me and have immediate results.
Sure.
And I think the refried beans would probably be on a little bit of a tape delay, if you want to use the broadcast term.
Yeah. But no, great spot. You were peeping the menu. Did you
I
have
love
a
this
spot?
place. I forgot when you're pew-pewing all week that.
No, it wasn't pew-pew. I was bang, bang.
Bang, bang, not pew-pew.
Don't
That's
pew-pew.
right.
That's
right.
weak.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot
Disrespects McFoley.
that this is a place because there's a softball complex across the highway with about 9 fields, and we've played multiple tournaments here. We always come to Cactus Jack's afterwards because the food's fantastic and the environment. You got the playground for the kids. You got the indoor-outdoor if you want the air or you don't. The TVs are all over. And then the stage that we're on, normally they have live music and everything else. This is a fantastic spot.
I kind of feel like an artiste sitting up here on this stage. I feel like I'm way more artistic and talented than I could have ever imagined, than I could have ever dreamed. They even have a full-service salad bar, which this might sound underrated. This might be like, what are these guys talking about? You get a nice, good salad bar for lunch to go with a nice ice-cold cold beer. That goes a long ways.
I've had their salad bar more than once here.
Good.
And it's really good.
Really?
Yep,
It looks
it's
good.
really good.
I walked by it, but I settled on chips and salsa in that power bowl of beef fajita, refried
You walked
beans,
past the
Spanish
lettuce,
rice.
and then you went
Well,
with
it's on
chips
the
and
way to the
queso?
bathroom.
There's multiple choices on the lettuce front, too, which
There
is
are.
also that's a key.
What was it, a romaine and maybe an iceberg?
Uh-huh.
I just thought
Yeah.
Mr. Caprese's salad would have gone with the salad bar. But,
Fair. That's fair.
Well, there was no caprese on that
There's no
salad bar.
caprese?
But
Okay.
it didn't come with what I ordered. And what I ordered was I was feeling a little heartier today. I was very hungry. I hadn't eaten today. I was putting the wraps on a 14-hour fast. So I felt like I was going to break
Is
that
there
fast
such
with something.
thing?
Yeah,
There's a
absolutely.
14-hour fast?
Are you doing that?
Are you
I
doing
try to,
intermittent fasting or something?
I try to do a 10-14.
Oh, okay.
I try to go actually I try to do less than that. I try to give myself an 8-hour window. I try to do 8-16.
And that, so you factor in the fasting with your overnight?
Yeah, I try to eat. I'm not good about it. It's more like kind of around the edges. But I try to go from noon to 8, which a lot of times turns into like 12:30 to 8:30. But I try to do that. And I'm only successful like 2 or 3 times a week out of the 7. But like you mentioned, a play spot for the kids. They can run around. The bar is not far from the kids, which I feel like that was strategic. You put the playground right next to the bar. That's next level
Because
thinking.
you can drink and keep an eye on them.
Mhm.
Absolutely. And you mentioned kids. I gotta share this with you guys to start the day. My 5-year-old Maddie owns my wife. She gets away with whatever she wants, but this morning was extra special, and I wasn't having it. I had been running around, walking the dogs, doing some things, and Maddie comes downstairs. Lisa's at the foot of the stairs, and she's like, stomach hurts, ears hurt. I don't think I'm going to camp today. I think I'm gonna take a sick day. And I go, I'm sorry, what? And Lisa's like, oh no, you got a remote today. I'm gonna have to get off of work because she's sick. I go, she's what? And she's like, she's sick. I said, I tell you what, I'll be right back. So Taylor had to go to her. I had to drop Taylor at her summer camp. And I go, Maddie, you got to come with me because mom's getting ready for work. Let's go. And she's like, what are you doing? Maddie didn't. I go, Maddie's coming with me because I know that if I say anything in front of Lisa's shutting it down. So we get in the car. And I was like, hey, Tay, I bumped her on the leg. And I go, you go with me on this one. She's like, okay, what am I doing? I said, just follow me.
Oh, yeah.
So we get in the car. And I go, hey, Tay, remember when Daddy's car had the check engine light on? She goes, yeah. I said, we went to AutoZone. And they plug it in. And they tell you right away, hey, this is what's wrong with your car. She goes, yeah, I remember that, Dad. I said, so, Maddie, you weren't with us on that. And I explained to her what happened. I said, so when we're done dropping Tay at camp, we're going to go to urgent care. And she's like, why? I said, oh, I don't know if you heard this or not, but urgent care has got exactly what the AutoZone has. If I take you there right now, they can hook you up to this machine where it's just like a thing on your fingertips, and it'll tell me if your stomach really hurts. It'll tell me if your ears are really sore, and then if they are, it'll tell me the medication you need and how long you might miss camp and everything else. But if they're not hurting you, it'll tell me that too. So we should go right after we drop Taylor, right? And all of a sudden, I got the massive, quick head shake. No. I don't want to do that. I go, why wouldn't you want to do that, Matt? And she's like, you know what, Dad? My stomach's feeling better, and my ears don't hurt. And I go, really?
That would be awesome if they had that thing, though.
It would be great.
That's a great invention,
That'd be a
really.
great thing for parents.
You go put it on like your finger, like do they check your
pulse?
Your pulse?
Yeah.
Is it for your pulse?
Yeah, they do the blood pressure here, and then they do that other
there.
thing, like your heart.
Yeah. You know what I'm talking about. They clip it onto your finger, basically, like a bag clipper on your finger. It'd be awesome if you could just plug that bad boy in, put your finger inside that bad boy, and like, oh yeah, you have this or you have that. That'd be great.
Yeah, you wouldn't have to spend money for all the different tests and MRIs and whatever's going on. So we get to the camp. And she's like, Dad, can I go with Tay today? I really want to go. And I go, I thought you were sick. And she's like, and I go, okay, guess what? You do this ever again because I know how you run your mom.
Yeah.
But I'm like, we ain't doing this anymore. She's like, okay, Dad, I won't.
See, Branham baby's like contrarian. Like if you have idea A, he'll be like, no, I want to do idea B. So like we're learning like the whole reverse psychology thing. So it's like, okay, we want you to do A, but we're going to publicly say B. That way you choose A. You know what I'm saying?
Yes. Sure.
I don't know where he gets the contrarian from, though.
I can't.
I don't know. I think it must come from his mother because it's. I would never ever be contrary to anything.
Well, one of my friends was like, "How at 5 does she think like that?" And I go, "Yeah, I mean, it's pretty ingenious for her to be thinking that she can play her mom like that and she can get away with it." And then I started thinking, well, since I just came up with the whole concept of I was like, she gets maybe some of that for me because I was thinking about how to get her out of it because she does this all the time. And Lisa folds like an envelope. Every time either one of them gets a teardrop or starts giving them the pouty eyes. Oh, no. They're fine. We don't have to do that now. I go, you just said that they didn't take out this or they didn't do that. She's like, yeah, but they're fine. I don't want to be upset. I'm like, oh, my God.
You could have just brought her here. She would have had a great time.
I could have thought of that.
Yeah, really.
Both kids could have had a good time.
She would have
slides, a playground, the whole thing.
There's a kids menu too.
Yeah,
there's a kids menu. That guy right there, who's here, watching our show.
He has that's a.
Oh, Jacob. Yeah, Jacob brought his.
No, I'm talking about the guy with the two kids.
Oh, with the two kids, yeah.
Although that's Jacob. Jacob's out here. I see he's wearing a Houston Cougars shirt. My kind of guy.
Jacob,
do you know Jacob? You were having lunch with him.
Yeah, he recognized my voice
Cougs.
and wanted a picture, and I sat down and ate with him.
It's my kind of guy. And he ordered fried okra. He's a Cougar fan and a fried okra fan. We're best friends. You and I. I've seen enough.
And Jacob and BMAC ordered the chicken fried steak the size of a base on the baseball field. The thing
It's
is
pretty massive.
Who are fantastic. Our marketing teams out here?
Yep.
one of them ordered which one of them ordered the chicken fried
Oh,
steak?
that was Natalia.
Yeah,
Natalia ordered
ordered
the chicken
the-
fried
yep.
She
steak.
had one bite though. She's saving the rest.
I mean, it is a massive
It is a
chunk
massive,
of meat.
yeah.
And it's a lunch special. It's like 15
Was that the
bucks.
lunch one?
Yeah.
She went.
I didn't realize I ordered the lunch one.
Yes, they have a great lunch special. Mine was for the lunch special. I'm full.
So
Stuffed to
there's
the gills.
So you're saying there's a chicken fried steak that's even bigger?
I think so.
Wow.
I mean, that's
I think so.
Okay.
That's pretty. I mean,
that'd be a pretty
that's
massive
a pretty
chicken fried
healthy
steak.
serving that they give you.
They do, but I mean, is that the lunch special chicken fried steak? He shook his head no. He shook.
Okay, that's the
Okay,
one the
then it
size of a base on the
Okay,
baseball
all
field.
right.
yeah.
I did notice there was a chicken fried steak on the lunch menu though, which is probably a little bit more, palatable.
But Natalia went with the spinach dip with chips first, and that's very hearty, and you get a big serving.
So she ruined
So
her
when she
appetite.
started there, she was
Oh,
like,
that's
"There's
what
no
happened.
way I'm even touching that."
That's
And I
a
was
rookie
like,
move.
Yeah, that's a large meal right there.
Yeah.
That's
very-
a rookie move.
Very impressed with the food. They have 350 beers right now. If you get the short boy, the tall boys, they're 550. They have some cocktails too on the happy hour. Paul has 2 different beers. They're both halfway empty.
Yeah,
or
yeah.
half full, depending on what
I
kind
think
of guy you
Jacob
are.
bought
Yeah,
him one,
Jacob
and
bought
then
him
he-
the
and then
darker
he
one.
ordered his
Yeah.
own. Yeah.
He has 2. It looks like a Ziegenbach and a Miller.
One's a Shiner. Jacob ordered him
Oh,
a Shiner.
Shiner.
Yeah, Paul likes Shiner.
Okay.
And he went meatball Sammy, no cheese. I heard him.
Wait, he ordered a meatball Sammy with no cheese?
He's
yes,
raw dogging that meatball sandwich.
I know he
is.
doesn't like cheese,
Yes, he
but
is.
man.
How do you get a meatball sandwich with no cheese?
He just did.
Paul just looked at me angrily. I'm just going to stare at you until you get mad.
Oh, you're Jazz Chisholm, or the umpire that threw Jazz Chisholm. Did you see that?
We just stared at him.
So he struck out and he was really upset with the
I
call.
saw him get
but
ejected.
he went to third base, and Trevino, who used to catch for the Yankees, now catches for the Reds. He tipped the umpire off, and he goes, "Hey, look, he's staring at you because he's still really ticked off." So the
Wow.
umpire starts like mean mugging him, and Jazz is like, "Are you looking at me? What are you looking at me for?" And the minute he did that, he thought he was confrontational. He tossed him.
Wow.
And so when Jazz got into the clubhouse guys reran the tape and said, "Watch, your boy set you up. Your ex-teammate got you thrown out." So he went deep the next day, and when he crossed home plate, he basically tapped him and goes, "That's for getting me tossed the night before." he showboated him on the home run. Not that Jazz wouldn't anyway, but
I saw the ejection. I didn't see the home run the next day.
Yeah.
That's awesome. What a great retaliation. Just go deep off of somebody.
Yep.
That's the best way to invoke revenge. But a busy show today. We'll be here, of course, until 6 o'clock. Get out here to Cactus Jacks. They have an acoustic concert after us, which I love me some acoustic music, so I might stick around for that. But great food, great drink. We're going to be here until 6 o'clock. Lots to talk about today as well. Astros won a baseball game yesterday. We'll talk about that. They're playing another baseball game today. We'll get to that at some point as well. The NBA draft happened yesterday. The best and the worst of the NBA draft. Look, the Rockets, even though they didn't have a draft pick, there's a lot of incentive to be paying attention to teams. And also, they had a draft pick at they traded a pick at number 10. Who would you have taken with that pick whenever the Suns were technically on the board? Bad Take Boulevard as well. And some Texan stuff. Joe likes when we talk Texans, so we'll talk Texan stuff. 713-780-ESPN. We're on the YouTube at ESPN Houston. We're on the TikTok at ESPN 975. I'm at Jeremy J. Branham on TikTok. We're on Twitter at ESPN 975. Blankers at Pac-Man Joel. Brian at Sacked by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. We are the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
guys, before we go to the break, I want to tell you the fact that if you're driving all over town, there's probably a good chance you're going to find some top dog fireworks locations, and they are the best. If you're getting ready for the holiday, if you're getting ready to really celebrate big, and you want to really add some boom to your 4th of July weekend, you got to go to Top Dog Fireworks. They have the best deals on the best fireworks, and right now they've got all kinds of offers that can incentivize you to get there as soon as you can. Start by going to TopDogFireworks.com and find out where all these 14 locations around Houston are and get to one. And when you get there, you're going to find out these deals I'm talking about, they're fantastic. If you shop early, you get the best selection at the best prices, but they have a full wall of buy one, get one free products, over 100 BOGOs for you to choose from while supplies last. And then the daily promotions are there too. Great selection, great prices, as I mentioned. You spend $250, you get a reward while supplies last. Find that Top Dog Fireworks location by going to that website, TopDogFireworks.com. And oh, by the way, for the pre-holiday festivities, they're going to have a holiday giveaway contest. Each store location has a winner for a fireworks assortment valued at over $450, but you got to be there to register to win. Everyone who enters has the opportunity to win the grand prize as well, the Top Dog Beast assortment valued at $1,100. Enter now by visiting a Top Dog Fireworks location or visit the website topdogfireworks.com.
You're back with the Killer Bees,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from Cactus Jackson Baytown as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
From Cactus Jackson, Mont Bellevue, bang, bang. Promo table's out here. In fact, a lady right now is signing up to win some of the e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company. $4,000 value. All you have to do is head to the promo table, ask to sign up. They'll do it. But out here until 6, our summer circuit, you can check out the full schedule, ESPN975.com. Tomorrow we'll be at a Drift in the Heights. They're going to have like every single one of their alcohol vendors out there. So it's going to be a fantastic time. Astro ticket giveaways throughout our show and Paul's show as well. That's going to be a lot of fun, just like today is a lot of fun. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Astros won a baseball game yesterday. We'll discuss the series finale when they go final. Who knows when. But yesterday's game, let's start with the pitching. We usually start with the pitching. And the Astros machine that is their pitching has been unbelievable. They shut out the Phillies again yesterday. Second game in a row, they shut out the Phils. And this time it was Colton Gordon who provided a strong starting start.
Yeah.
Starting start?
Strong
starting start.
How about just a strong start?
For Colton Gordon.
Yeah. Look, you know what? We talk about it all the time. The way this season has been kind of patchwork together, it's just crazy how from pitcher to pitcher, you see that when you need them, they step up. And maybe, you start relying on a guy that's gone good for a couple of games. He might kind of fall off a little bit. But then a guy like Gordon, who's been good, but has had some hiccups, he comes back last night against one of the better and hotter offensive teams in baseball and just shoves. I mean, just shuts them down. And I think that's the first time in his major league career that he went without giving up a run in one of his starts right when they needed it most.
Yeah, that was Ocho makes the list. Ocho yesterday saying that he was going to get lit up and not make it out of the first inning. And then Colton Gordon goes 5 shutout innings. He's solid. Like he's solid. I think he's a middle of the rotation starter in the big leagues. Win-loss record, like it's not a great barometer for a starter. I'd rather a guy win games than lose games. I'd rather a guy win games than not win games because it means your team is winning. Like if a starting pitcher can win a game, that's a good thing because it means your team won the game. He's 3-1 with a sub-4 ERA. Like that's a middle of the rotation guy in Major League Baseball, and I think it's sustainable. Yes, he doesn't have the best stuff in the world. Yes, his velo isn't going to hit like upper 90s, and he's not going to even live in the mid 90s. But he spots. He gets some spin. He gets some movement, keeps hitters off balance. I like everything I've seen from Colton Gordon, having realistic expectations of what he can be in the bigs.
No doubt. I think you hit it. If he has a just a little bit more velo on his fastball, I think he gets a lot of chase. I think he, like you said, he has a lot of spin. And I think that he pitches. Like between the years, he's thinking through counts to where he can spot up his pitches well enough to where he can get offenses on their front foot off balance, and he can have the kind of command he had last night. If he just kind of dials that in a little bit and kind of can pinpoint that a little bit more, I was thinking, 4 or 5. But, yeah, there's a chance in certain rotations that he could be a 3. But the bottom line is that for this team this year, when they called him up, no one was expecting that this guy was going to have a sub-4 earned run average and do the kind of things that he's been able to do for you in your rotation with all the injuries they've had.
Yeah, I think I think you're right. Like a good team that has like playoff aspirations, I think he's a back end of the rotation guy. I think for like the average team in Major League Baseball, he's a middle of the rotation guy. And again, it's the Astros finding a guy from like nowhere. Like we knew Colton Gordon because Colton Gordon's our friend of the show. He hung out with the Killer Bees at Constellation Field one day. Yes, he was forced to do it, but he did it. He did. He was
forced.
Nice.
He was a good guy.
Yeah, he was forced to talk to us, but he enjoyed talking to us. At least he was forced to say that. But no, he is a UCF guy, so Big 12 brethren, go Big 12. So maybe I have a bit of a bias towards him, but yeah, that was a good start for him. I think he needed it. And then the bullpen was King was a little shaky, but the bullpen with 4 shutout innings.
Yeah, King worried me a little bit, but he got out of his own damage, so that was good, and there was no damage done. But I just kept thinking somewhere Dusty Baker is rolling over in his retirement big chair, thinking.
Were you about to say grave?
No, I was not going to say grave, but I didn't want to be mean and say like a wheelchair or something like that because he's in his retirement phase. But somewhere the man who would love to have multiple lefties in his bullpen found a game where the Astros never in their history.
That's insane.
I believe it's Major League history, right?
I think it's been done in Major League history, but very I think single digits.
I thought it was first 2 that there was 4 that had never been done in Astros history.
Right.
But then with 5, it was like they just kept piling on. It was just a lefty fest, which I love.
Oh.
And it was phenomenal that they never went to a right-handed pitcher and you could throw 5 lefties at him.
Maybe you're right. It's the first time that it's been 5 lefties.
I think that might be it.
That might be the first time. I thought you meant just all lefties.
Oh, yeah.
That's been done a lot because guys used
all
to go
lefties because you could have 2 pitchers.
So first time in big league history with 5 left. That makes sense. That makes sense.
I mean, sometimes there was a one period where the Astros under Dusty had no lefties.
Yep.
Now they can go.
But that's
5.
what I was going to say. Obviously from a team to team standpoint, they'll have 1 or 2 lefties in their bullpen for just kind of spots in the order.
Dusty
yeah.
can.
But the fact that you can go 5 lefties is a huge resource for Espada.
Yeah. So, I mean, King got out of it at least today, maybe not so much.
Yeah.
And then Hader's been fantastic. 21 saves in a row now to start the year for Josh Hader, which ties an Astros record. He ties Dave Smith, who did it in 1989. 1989. So good to see that. I saw some conversation going around that Josh Hader should be in the Cy Young race, should be in the Cy Young conversation.
I'm not there yet. Now, if he does this for the full season, I mean, he hasn't blown a save yet. If he just does this, because I've seen it happen before.
Eric Gagne, I think
Raleigh.
Last one, right?
back in Milwaukee days,
years
in like '82, the legend of Raleigh Fingers, the ex-A's closer, he won both.
Did Eckersley win as a?
Hold on, he won both what?
I think he won the Cy Young and the
relief pitcher of the year.
Relief pitcher of the year in the same year.
Well, I would hope so. If you're a reliever and you win the Cy Young, you should
no, I'm sorry.
Relief
pitcher and MVP.
Oh, he won MVP as a relief pitcher?
Yeah,
really?
I believe that Raleigh Fingers won MVP and the Cy Young the year he was the untouchable relief pitcher for the Brewers when they went to the World Series.
I feel like voters have gotten so analytical now that they'll never give a Cy Young to a closer again.
I think that's true. I think that's absolutely right.
Clase finished top 5 last year, but he was nowhere close to the final results. He was nowhere close to first. Like he finished top 5, but nowhere near first place. I don't think that. I personally don't think a closer should be a Cy Young. Not if you're pitching one inning every outing and you're throwing 70 innings a year. Now, if you're going out there and you're going 2-3 innings every single outing and you're doing that 3 times a week, different story. I don't believe a closer should be a Cy Young.
1981, Raleigh Fingers won the American League MVP and the Cy Young. That'll never happen again.
No,
I can't see it.
No way.
Not with the way guys just vote on WAR now.
No.
Yeah,
There's no chance.
Absolute, credit to him, and he had a dominant year at that time. But in today's baseball, I just don't see that happening.
And then the offense yesterday, I mean, there's not a whole lot to talk about. You scored a run there in the first inning. Thank you, Jeremy Pena. And then you get the late home run from Victor Caratini. It's a myth that he can't hit lefties, by the way. I mean, that's pretty much it. You haven't had to score a whole lot of runs, but you've won a couple of ball games.
No, yeah, if you want to nitpick and you want to point at the offense, look, they're facing a really good team with good pitching, and they found a way to prevail. So I'm not gonna sit there and say the offense was less than. It's just that, you're going up against good pitching, and you've got to be at your best. And I was worried going the fact that they were able to protect that 1-run lead for as long as they did. I was like, just give us one insurance run. And then when Caratini steps up in the big moment, you're like, I think that's it. That's what they needed. And then you think about it, back-to-back shutouts, and you score 3 runs in 2 games. It's a nice effort. But these games really did feel like they meant more, and that there was like a little bit of a playoff vibe to them.
Yeah, I think from a fan perspective, you're onto something there. I wouldn't disagree from that front. The Astros have been asked about that in each of the last 2 games, and their answer has been like a hard no both times, which kind of makes me think that maybe they're like, hey, let's not talk about it that way.
Yeah.
I don't really see it from a player's point of view, but I do see it from like the buzz point of view, from a fan base point of view.
To me, after the first game, I wasn't there yet because I thought, look, good pitching matchup, so it was expected. But I could see how, and I think I mentioned yesterday on the show, I could see how the tensions were a little bit higher, that there was a little bit more emotion because you're playing another good team. It's a barometer, I said, against the Phillies, the Cubs, and some of these games you're playing between now and the end of the break. Back-to-back games where you're in a nail-biter and a 1-run game, whether it was true playoff atmosphere or not, it felt like one mistake could absolutely cost you the game, and I think that's what playoff baseball is.
Yeah. Anything else from the game yesterday?
I mean, we covered the lefties, too, so I think that about does it. But, again, the fact that the Phillies came in hot, you've already won the series. The way you've won the series is a pretty good indicator right now, and it's, again, you kind of tip your cap and shake your head going, I don't know how these makeshift lineups and what they're doing with the pitching staff, too, in terms of the guys they've found to fill in, has been able to do what they've been doing, but they are on an absolute roll right now.
Coaching staff, they're a machine. I mean, they know how to churn out really good pitchers. They make the absolute best of these guys, which is really impressive. Astros coming into today have a 5.5-game lead on Seattle in the American League West. They lead the Yankees coming into today by 1 game, so they're in second place in the American League, and they trail Detroit by 3 games, 4 in the win column, 2 in the loss column. So standing watching. And today's the halfway point of the year, by the way. Today's the 81st game of the season. 81 divided by 162 is 1/2.
Yeah, and
excellent math.
The fact
1/2.
The fact that whether you believed it or not, and at the start of the year, look, as good as the Tigers were last year and that they could be this year, I didn't think the Tigers would have the best record in baseball. And the Tigers have the best record in baseball. But the fact that you're 2 games in the loss column behind the Tigers for the best record in baseball with what you put out there from a lineup perspective and a pitching perspective, that is flat out unbelievable in a lot of ways.
Texture, let's talk about Altuve's slump. No, let's not. Let's not talk about Altuve's slump.
He just got a hit. He just got a hit.
I am on the right side of that bet as we speak today.
You were. He briefly got above the mark, but he then went under again with a couple of bad games.
And if you listeners haven't memorized every bet we've made on the Killer Bees, that bet is Jose Altuve, OPS 750.
Yes.
I have the under, and I also gave Brian odds. I put 1.5 beers up to 1 beer. So I gave Brian odds there. He's currently today at 738.
Brian could hedge it and just pay today.
No, he's
not pay today, but he could.
Why would
he couldn't do that?
Because there's a tab.
Yeah.
Oh, that's true. Oh, okay.
No.
See, that's what I was going with.
Provisions.
Yeah, you're going back to the Wakefield Crowbar incident.
That's right.
Well, I did pay for that drink.
Yeah, I just didn't get a net beer out of it.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it didn't benefit you that much.
I just didn't get a net beer. I would have gotten that beer regardless if you bought it or if it was picked up. All right, 713-780. That's why we're not doing that ever again. 713-780 ESPN. Killer Bees broadcasting live from Cactus Jack's Bang Bang in Mont Bellevue. Let's talk about the best and worst of the NBA draft from last night. a comedy of errors, whether it was ESPN, whether it was teams in the NBA. Also, who would you have taken at number 10? Because in 5 years, we're going to be looking back at the Kevin Durant trade, and we're going to be like, the Rockets could have had this. No. You have to make that decision right now. Who is that guy that you would have taken at number 10 that the Rockets missed out on because of the Kevin Durant trade? Not that anybody's mad about it. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from Cactus Jack's in Baytown as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's the Killer Bees, Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Cactus Jack's, Mont Bellevue, not Baytown. People are out. People are registering to win the e-bikes, the grand prize of the summer, $4,000 value. Paul's kissing babies. He's literally talking to a baby right now. Shaking hands and kissing babies. That Paul Gallant. He's about to shake another. Look at Paul Gallant go.
Look at man of the people,
Political
Paul Gallant.
Political Paul.
Well, he is running for office. I don't know
Tucker
if you've
Paulson.
seen that. Yeah.
What was he running for office?
Well, there's a guy running for mayor in New York.
I saw that. It looks like it. It does
exactly
look
like Paul.
Yes, I saw that.
Paul does not like that comparison.
Didn't he already win?
No, he won the primary against
yeah.
Cuomo.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the former governor. He beat Cuomo, and now he's the Democratic representative for mayor.
Yeah, I saw some scuttlebutt about that. I haven't really paid attention a whole lot. Best and worst of the NBA draft yesterday. What was it for you? 713-780-3776. First, though, who would you have taken at number 10 whenever the Rockets were technically but not technically on the clock?
I think because, like we talked about, I was just checking back and forth, but I did pay attention to that pick, and I do think that's what I would have done if I was the Rockets because of the fact that I'm thinking in the way Udoka thinks about. I've said I didn't think anybody that they drafted at 10 was going to be in their rotation next year. That's why I didn't want the pick in the first place. But I think if you get Malawach and you add him as a rim protector, like just a defensive replacement from time to time, especially if you're not going to have Londale, if you could just put in a guy that's plug and play to block shots, to run the floor, to play some defense, and then maybe develop along the way, I thought that was a guy that could fit this Rockets team if you were going to draft there.
Carter Bryant easily for me. I'm not a Malawach fan. I don't love his side-to-side movement.
And you saw him in person.
Yeah, I think he's kind of soft too. I wouldn't buy stock in Malawach as if I could buy NBA players stock. I wasn't a huge fan of his. I think he's going to be a backup center that can block a few shots. But again, I don't love his tenacity. Like he moves pretty good for a dude that size, but he has zero touch, zero skill. Question his toughness, and I actually think his athleticism laterally is overrated.
Yeah, I mean, I'll take your word for it because you've seen him in person. But, just from the standpoint of what the Rockets needed, they needed shooters. I don't think that anybody was there that I was going to say was going to be a guy that could be a better shooter than what they were going to throw out there in their rotation or be ready in the NBA to do that next season. And if you want to tell me that there was another big out there that could kind of fill that role, I think that if they were going to use their own pick at 10, it would have been for a kind of an athletic.
No, it's what you would have done, not guessing what they would have done. What would you have done? Who would have been the guy you picked?
I don't know, Bryant, like you do either. If I would have taken one player that I thought that could have in short doses been a guy that they could actually use next year, I thought Malawach was that guy.
All right.
The 0 rebounds that Malawach had against the Cougs bothers me. I mean, he played like 20-plus minutes in that game. He came out with 0 rebounds at 7'2". I think I would have gone with Queen.
Interesting.
Yeah,
They say he's talented.
Did you hear Zion Williamson thought that the Pelicans were trading for Dairy Queen and got real excited? That wasn't my joke.
I was going to say, where's AJ with the sound effects on that one?
Yes, sitcom laugh there, AJ.
Go ahead. What were you saying?
No. I think I like the big, but I don't want. I don't need the 7-footer that has no offensive game. I like kind of a little bit more of a tweener.
They're very different, Queen and Malawach, because Queen's like he's a little undersized,
6'9",
big.
yeah.
Isn't he all more
offensively offensively skilled? Like a lot of the comp I saw on him today actually was Alpi Şengün.
Really?
Yeah, like a skilled big man who isn't like your prototypical big man size, but can score offensively. But then you have questions about him on the defensive end.
Yeah, I could see him more like if you had a forward that with back to the basket could get you the fadeaway and have some moves around the paint where if you needed a post move, he could give it to you with some touch. But I don't know that I'd go to Alpi because I think he's a better kind of face up and fadeaway shooter than Alpi would be. And Alpi's more a traditional low post offensive scorer.
Yeah, I mean, Queen's low post was pretty good. Like with these comparisons are always silly because it's like this is what the best they could possibly be. I've always looked at Queen more as like a Zach Randolph type.
I think that's a better comparison. I do because I was going to say Dirk is too good for him.
Oh yeah.
Oh, Dirk's a 3-point shooter. Yeah.
Someone
was
was saying
shooter of Dirk.
Yeah, someone was saying he's got to fade like Dirk. Well, he's not Dirk.
Who was the other big man I'm thinking of that was kind of in the same vein of Zach Randolph? Who's the dude in Minnesota that the Knicks had?
Julius Randle.
Kind of like Julius Randle a little bit too.
Oh.
I could see him being a little bit of a Randle type, Derek Queen. I like his offensive game a lot. Defensively, time will tell.
Well, that's a great nickname if he and Zion start eating meals together.
Dairy Queen?
Dairy Queen?
Dairy Queen, yeah.
Of all the bad in the NBA draft yesterday, I thought that was a stupid trade for the Pelicans. And I like Derek Queen. I like Derek Queen as the prospect. But the Pelicans traded up 10 spots and gave away their unprotected first next year. And they won how many games this past season? Like 20-something?
They'll be terrible.
Like, that could be a top 5 pick.
Could be.
And they traded that to move up 10 spots in the draft. Like, they better win next year. They better win.
Queen has to hit.
They have to win.
Queen. I mean, you gave away C.J. McCollum. You're hoping that one of Jeremy's favorites, comes back to do it. Jordan Poole can do something, which he wasn't capable of doing in Washington. What's his name was hurt. From San Antonio after they traded for him.
Murray.
Yeah. Murray.
DeJounte Murray.
DeJounte Murray.
Yeah.
And so he's looking to come back. But yeah, an unprotected first is such a huge risk for a team that has way too many risks already. Because let's start and finish with the fact that Zion never finishes seasons healthy, never plays a full year. Don't care he got in better shape last year when he was dragging the organization saying they won't let me play back-to-backs. Well, you don't play enough anyway. There's no taking away when he plays, he can fill up a box score. He can be dominant. But he just doesn't play enough.
Yeah, I thought it was a risky trade. That's putting it nicely. A very risky trade. How about Hanson Yang at 16?
Yeah, he was supposed to be a second-round pick.
Yeah, he was way in the back.
He was in the upper deck.
Yeah, it took him a while
He
to
was
get
in the
there.
nosebleeds.
There were two guys that did that came from the second deck.
The other guy was an international player too. Was it? No, it was the Penn State guy. The
Yes, it
Yannick
was.
Conan
That's right.
Niederhauser.
I was going to say the hyphen.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it was that dude.
Hopefully they also didn't get announced during a Taco Bell commercial like Jokic back in the day.
Jokic,
Jokic was a second rounder though.
Yeah, that's true.
These guys were all first rounders, second rounder tonight. But I thought those were the two just very questionable things. And then you had ESPN that was getting banged. Did you hear whenever Cedric Coward was drafted? Did you hear who they announced?
No.
Take a listen.
So the Portland Trailblazers select Colin Coward here. This
Colin
is a
Coward
man
selected
with the
yesterday
ultimate
in the
bet on
NBA
yourself
draft.
story.
Those takes so hot that it got him picked number 11 by the Trailblazers.
Was that the inner arena feed or
That was the ESPN? What's her name? She's actually very good, I think.
Malika.
But she stumbled.
Malika
yesterday.
Andrews?
Yeah. That was
oops.
I mean, it's an honest mistake, but it's a mistake nonetheless. A mistake nonetheless. And ESPN was getting dragged too because just their coverage was not great. Like Stephen A. Kendrick
Stephen
Perkins
A.
were yelling. You have what's the Golden State GM Bob Myers?
I like Bob Myers.
You employ him and you're not even going to him for any of the draft stuff.
That's where I'm at. And they got dragged during the finals because of how bad their studio show was. And of course, the expectation is the TNT guys. So the fact that ESPN basically showed you why they're not going to have their own studio show next year was because Stephen A. was already getting dragged with Perk and everybody they were using. But last night, Stephen A. wouldn't shut up, and he was looking for every moment to be dramatic and screaming and yelling. And Bob Myers is a guy that's been there, done that, and has been across the league. His reputation is he's one of the better GMs in the long line of great GMs in this league. And Stephen A. wouldn't let him talk.
Yeah, I didn't. I was just reading the commentary on the internet. I had it on mute on my computer next to my TV, so I didn't really hear the coverage. I just saw a bunch of the commentary, and they were getting dragged yesterday. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Keith, you're in the Hive with the Bees. What's up, Keith?
Hey guys, love the show. A team that I thought kind of missed last night. 2 finals appearances. Since the COVID bubble year, the Miami Heat. Apparently they missed out on KD as well. Last night they drafted a young kid out of Illinois, Kasparis Yakichonis, to go with. He's a 6'6" guard, and their whole roster, I feel, is a bunch of 6'6", 6'7" guys. Bam is even undersized. He's playing, the 4 or 5 position. I know they wanted KD. I know they've been in, big superstar conversations the past 2 years, but it's just another miss because they've got, Jaime Hawkins is a 6'6" guard that is not playing. They've got, Hayward Highsmith. They've got all these 6'6" guards.
Appreciate it, Keith. Yeah, they have a lot of the same guys, right? Like positionless style, bunch of 6'6", 6'7" wings. I don't think we're making fun of some of these moves that are made. It's very difficult to call a guy a hit or a miss less than 24 hours after they were drafted. Let's give him at least the rookie contract. I did look into, however you say his name, the kid from Illinois. I looked into him quite a bit because he was projected to be a top 10 pick potentially.
Yep.
So I was looking at him because he was coming up in a bunch of mock drafts as a Rockets pick. So I was like, well, let me look a little deeper into him. I didn't like him at number 10 for the Rockets. Right. I thought that was too high for him. But getting him at number 20 I feel like is good value. So wait and see is where I'm at.
I'll say this too. For a lot of the different people that question a lot of the different moves, Riley, in terms of draft picks that he's made, has hit on a lot of guys that no matter where he's drafting. And there's a lot. I saw Bill Simmons, of course, which you can't trust, but Bill Simmons talking about how great Miami's draft was so far. But at the same time, the kid in the Big Ten was pretty good. And I think that he has a chance to help Miami because I think that, Miami is going to try and load up at a certain point in the next couple of years. But, the fact that they missed on KD, but but they're loading up. We'll see how it plays out in terms of how he's a fit in Miami. So what I was really getting a little bit tired of in terms of watching the draft coverage, but ESPN, I guess you give them credit because they were right on the players. But when you look at some of the guys, like when Ace Bailey said he did not want to go to Utah, and then he gets drafted by Utah. And then even when he tried to play it up at the podium, his answers were not anywhere everybody was believing that he wanted to go to Utah. And he was just like, I'm just there to help the team and play basketball. I'll let my people do. And you're like, come on, bro. You flat out said before the draft you didn't want to go to Utah. You didn't want to go to Charlotte. And that was one. And then the kid from Toronto. The kid from Toronto last night, right as he's drafted, drops an F-bomb. They said
he wanted to go to Toronto.
Yeah, they said he got drafted by the Toronto Raptors, and the F-bomb comes out immediately. And then I want to say
Don't you think he would have known by then, though?
He said he didn't because that's what I was going to go to. Then after that, he was doing an interview backstage, and they're like, "What was it like? What was it like when you were waiting?" And he was like, "Oh my God," he was saying he was cussing, and he was like, I couldn't take it. And then when I got drafted, it was like he was finally relieved. He wasn't relieved enough to not drop an F-bomb. Like he was not looking forward to going to Toronto.
Would you think it was a sigh of relief? Like sometimes, like, man, that was a long way. Like it's almost like an exhale. They didn't look good. I give you that.
His people should spin it that way for sure.
They definitely should spin it that way. Like I watched his interview afterwards on NBA. Like it was on Twitter. Like he actually came across like pretty happy to go there, but the way that it looked was awful.
Oh, that's how he did it. When he was doing the backstage interview, though, they were like, "What were you feeling leading up to you being picked?" He's like, "WTF, WTF, WTF," and I'm like, "Is that a WTF because you're going to Toronto, or WTF because you hadn't been picked yet?"
It makes you wonder how he's going to handle the day-to-day ups and downs, the swings of emotion if he can't handle draft night.
See, I read it differently, man. Like I read it kind of like he would just wear his emotions on his sleeve type, like which I don't really mind out of a player.
Depends on how they channel it.
For sure.
The F-bomb reminded me of when Wemby celebrated when the Rockets didn't get the pick for him. It seemed like reading his facial expression and the way it came out was like, I'm going to Toronto. And I don't blame him.
The Rockets do have a rooting interest on Phoenix and Brooklyn. So I was watching because, of course, the Rockets have Phoenix's 27 and 29 first. They have the right to swap picks with Brooklyn. Theirs and Brooklyn's in 2027. I thought the Suns did okay on draft night. Like, I don't love Malawach, but they also traded for Mark Williams. Like, okay, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. They have a chance to have a pretty good defense there, actually.
They're also desperate for bigs.
Uh-huh.
So that's just filling an immediate need for them, regardless of how he turns out long-term. Phoenix-wise, Brooklyn, Windhorst was dragging the hell out of him.
And then one more on Phoenix. Like, they traded for Liam McNeely at the back of the first round. Like, I thought Phoenix did okay for themselves. Of the two teams that I was watching, I thought Brooklyn easily was the worst of the two.
Yeah.
Easily was the worst of the two.
They took the kid from Michigan late, but basically Windhorst was saying the rest of the league was laughing at Brooklyn's draft and the five first-round picks that they had, and that they were compared to the two-way players they had this year to how bad Brooklyn's going to be next year. Well, that's great if you're the Rockets.
My least two favorite picks in the first round were Yang Hansen at 16 and Igor Demon at pick 8.
Oh, my God, it was too early, wasn't it? Yeah.
I don't think he's going to be a good pro, like much less a top 10 pick. Like he can't shoot. He buckles under any sort of pressure. He's a good passer. I think he's a Ricky Rubio type, but I don't think he's as good as Ricky Rubio. Not a shooter, doesn't really defend. Yes, he's long, and yes, he's a good passer. I don't see him being a good NBA player, and they took him at 8.
But you tell me.
8.
Because I thought that the rap sheet on him coming out was he was a three-point shooter.
Oh, he's not a shooter?
And I watched him in college a little bit. You watched him a lot more, and I'm like, this dude's not a three-point shooter. If you can't shoot the college ball, I don't think you're going to have any chance of being a good three-point shooter in the NBA.
No.
And then when I saw how high he went, I was like, that's not at all where he was projected.
No, he's like they were saying like Lotto, but I was stunned that he went in the top 10. He was a 27% shooter at college.
Yeah, he couldn't shoot it. I mean, I remember watching some of his college games where they were talking about he's going to be a really good NBA three-point shooter. I'm like, he's not shooting it well now.
He was a 27% three-point shooter, and BYU played a friendly offense, like where they were up and down the floor, getting good looks. Like they played very much an NBA-style offense where they were trying to score 100 points a game, which makes it easier to shoot at a higher percentage, in my opinion. And he still shot 27%. Like
that's not good, man.
I don't see him being an NBA guy.
Yeah,
I really
agree
don't.
with you.
I thought that was a terrible draft pick for Brooklyn. So that's good for the Rockets though, because the Rockets have the rights to swap picks with Brooklyn in 2027. Texter, all of the top picks are expected to contribute in their first year, unlike Reed Shepard. Guess who that is?
I was going to say Israel.
Guess who that is?
Excited by something that happened in the Astros game?
Yeah, Israel, when are you calling? Because I would bet that you were already on hold based on what we just saw.
He's already called once today.
Oh,
he
yeah?
did?
Yeah. Well, what always happens when he calls in the morning show, Lance literally walks out of the studio.
He does?
Yes, he literally walked. Today, he said something like kind of a parting shot at Israel. Then when Israel went on, he got up and went into the vending machine and got chips.
So that's his move. He loves to get
no,
chips.
I'm sorry. It was Skinny Pop. It was Skinny Pop popcorn.
Did he share with the Mega Ladies?
That I don't know. It sounded like he only bought one bag this time, so it sounded like it was only for him.
I mean, you could share a bag.
Power, by the way.
Power. Did he share with the Power Ladies? What did Israel say this morning? Do you know?
No, it was just it was really directed at Lance mostly. So.
Oh, really? He went
at
at Lance?
But Lance didn't hear it because Lance was out of the studio.
The NBA draft reflects how bad basketball has become, very unpopular. I don't know.
I don't think so.
Texture is definitely a sigh of relief, F-bomb, but media prefers the negative. See, that's the way I read it. I read it as a sigh of relief. Like, I have to imagine he already knew. Like, when does a player, for the first time, become aware that they're about to be picked? Is it ever whenever Adam Silver reads the name?
No.
Never. And that's when his F-bomb came. I think it was more of a sigh of relief. I really, really do.
I just think that when you look at it from that perspective, he basically said in the interview after he got picked and after he did the initial interview on TV that he couldn't believe that he hadn't been picked yet, and the emotions and everything were for the lack of his terms, were kind of getting the best of him. To where, you would think that at a certain point he and his agent get a text message that say, "Hey, we're going to take you here."
Yeah,
but I don't know.
Yeah, I'm gonna root for that kid. I think. Just because of that. The texture right here, that kid that got drafted by Toronto, when he stood up from the table and the camera was on him, you can read his lips, drop the bomb. Sounds like he's excited to go to Toronto/S. I think it's the guy that Phoenix took, a rim running big with good bounce, is who I would have taken if I were the Rockets. Do you think the Rockets are active today at all?
I do. I've said that to you guys leading up to this. I didn't think they were going to be active in the first. I think they're going to be active in the second. I think they're going to acquire at least one second-round pick. They do have their eye on a few guys. But I think that they'll get at least one guy to backfill the bottom half of the roster, because the second round picks are only $500,000 on your cap.
That Rasheer Fleming guy didn't go in the first round, which is stunning to me. That'd be a guy I'd like to get my hands on, but I imagine he's off the board like in the first 5 picks today. We'll see. Some of these other bigs are interesting, like they're good shooters, good skill, good offense, not much on the defensive side, which makes me think the Rockets would stay away from them. But that Stanford guy, the Raynow, like he's kind of interesting. Kalkbrenner's kind of interesting from Creighton as well. There's not a whole lot of second rounders that do it for me, though. Like Kobe Bria, if you just wanted to go pure shooter, I think he's the best shooter left on the board. Doesn't really do much of anything else, though. Just a shooter. Javon Small is a guy I like, Big 12 guy. He's not very small. He's 6'1", but I think he's more of a combo guard than a point guard. Like if you wanted to score, you could go that route. It'll be interesting. But I don't love a whole lot of prospects that are left.
How are we feeling about the fact that it's primetime national TV again tonight? I just think
I don't mind. I think it's actually smart from the NBA. Like you're creating content and you're getting a good TV window. Like, they shouldn't separate the draft. Why not? Like you're getting free content the next day. I really don't mind it.
If they're going to do it, it's good to have it at night, both nights, because last year, remember, they started it in the afternoon and no one was paying attention in the afternoon. I get it. You're splitting it up thinking you're going to get more attention, but only the diehard junkies are watching the NBA draft in the middle of the afternoon the second day. But if you put it on after everybody gets home from work, especially depending on what else is on TV, you might get more eyeballs.
Yeah, especially this time of year. Like, it's not a busy part of the sports calendar. So
plus, they knew the Astros had a day game. They knew the Astros played the Phillies a day, so let's put it at night. Look, even if you don't get the TV ratings, you're getting content like social media. You can Instagram stuff. You can do player interviews or whatever. Like, I think it's good from a content point of view. Do I really care? No, I don't care about the second round. I probably won't watch. I imagine I'll just scroll Twitter every now and then, or maybe refresh the draft cast every now and then. But I do think from if I were running the league and I had the decision, you can have the first 2 rounds on the same night, or you can separate the 2 rounds. I think I would spread it out for content.
Yeah, I think the NFL set the standard with that. They gave you the model, and obviously the NFL is on a global basis and on a nationwide basis the most popular thing going sports-wise. But I think that they set the tone to tell you this is the way you do a draft. You break it up if you're going to put it on national TV, because I think MLB, the fact that they just bury it and no one. It makes it harder. You have to find it. I don't think
that was more the old.
Yeah,
MLB
now
draft.
that with the MLB Network, it makes it easy.
But the MLB Network, right? It's not a national network. It's not even a national cable network to where, and it's also a different kind of a draft in terms of knowing the prospects the way we know college basketball players or we know NFL from college football. But I think that the way to do it, if you're going to televise it, is to break it up.
I watch MLB Network more than I watch ESPN.
Is that right?
Yeah. Absolutely. Now, it's not nearly as popular. I'm not trying to say that it is. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Speaking of MLB, Astros completed the sweep. They swept the Phillies, won an afternoon game. How'd they get it done? Let's discuss. 713-780-ESPN. Killer Bees broadcasting live from Cactus Jack's in Mont Bellevue on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. If you're in the market for a new vehicle, listen up, or a pre-owned vehicle, listen up. Monument Chevrolet is the dealer that you can trust. Why? Well, they're transparent. They're not going to hassle you with pricing. They're not going to try to pull one over on you, upcharge you. None of that stuff happens at Monument Chevrolet. Why? Because Monument Chevrolet is the trusted dealership. Family feel, friendly atmosphere. They hire great people, which leads to a fantastic culture. Monument Chevrolet has been serving the Houston area for 50 years, and they've helped generations of families get into new vehicles and pre-owned vehicles because these families keep coming back because they trust the people at Monument Chevrolet. So get a fair deal, a fast deal, an easy deal without wasting your time in these aggravating, stressful negotiations. No tricks. No time wasting, no hidden charges. If you've been waiting to upgrade your ride, now is the time to do it. Visit them online at monumentchevrolet.com. That's monumentchevrolet.com, or better yet, just go visit them in person, 225 and Beltway 8 at Monument Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
You're back with the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from Cactus Jackson Baytown as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Cactus Jack's, bang, bang. Great time here at Cactus Jack. Great spot. Area for the kids. Great food, great drink. Beautiful, beautiful spot. I do a lot of live music here. They're going to do some live music whenever we're done today, some acoustic music.
Right.
Love me a little acoustic. That's whenever you get to tell who are the true artists. True artist. Astros win today. They sweep the Phillies. 2-1 victory over the Phils. So they won 1-0 on Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
They won 2-0 yesterday, and they win 2-1 today. They outscored Philadelphia in the series 5-1. They scored 5 runs in this series and swept this series. Pretty impressive to sweep Philly. It's really impressive to do it the way they did with their pitching.
Yeah, no doubt about it. It's a shame today that Hunter Brown doesn't get the win because he was dealing all day. I mean, the fact that he had no walks, 9 Ks, 3 hits, he was dealing. He was dominant. He faced the tough situation with Schwarber at the plate where he had a chance to possibly give up a run and just went right at him and rung him up. And he is just more dominant with every start. It's impressive to watch him pitch.
Yeah, he was really good today. I was wondering too, because he was after 6 innings, he was at 87 pitches, and in his previous start, he was at exactly 87 pitches after 5 innings. And I was wondering, I was like, you know what? I wonder if he's going to get an extra inning, and he went an extra inning. So Espada went to him for another inning after 87 pitches today, but in his previous start, he didn't. So it's like, where's the consistency there? Then you start to wonder, and you're like, okay, well, he was more dominant today than he was the previous start. So I think Joe Espada here is actually managing from vibes, from feel. Joe Espada has shown in Hunter Brown's last 2 starts that he's managing with feel. He learned from Dusty Baker.
Maybe so. I mean, the opponent. I think the opponent matters too, and the fact that, like we were just talking about in the opening segment or two, the feel of this series was it meant a little bit more. It was a bigger barometer against a better team that had been playing good baseball to kind of want to go out and send the message while you continue to keep the tone going.
I really hope that was not the case. It's January 20. It's June, not January. It's June 26th, and you're gonna push a guy because of who the opponent is.
But I don't think you're pushing him. If he was closer to 90 some pitches, there's no way he comes back out. But because it was kind of borderline, he hadn't got to the 100 pitch mark yet. I felt like he was like, hey, this one, it's nip and tuck. Another one of these tight games. I think I can squeeze one more. And I think that if he got into some trouble, he probably would have been pulled pretty quickly. But I think that's where I'm coming from. The fact that if he was in the 80s, it's one thing. If he's pushing closer to 90 pitches, there's no way he goes back out there.
The previous start was against the Angels.
Yep.
5 innings, 87 pitches. It was a 2-1 game. Today, it was 6 innings, 87 pitches, and a 1-0 game. The situations are almost identical other than the stature of the opponent.
Yeah.
And I don't think Espada, agree to disagree. I don't think that the stature of opponent was the reason that Espada kept him in today and pulled him against Anaheim. I think the reason was they kind of could see where Hunter Brown was at in his start. The start against the Angels, he wasn't getting the swing and miss like he normally does. The strikeout numbers weren't there like they normally are. He had 4 strikeouts in 5 innings in that start against the Angels. Today he had 9. Yep. He finished with 9. I think it was Espada taking a temperature of where Hunter Brown was at. They're almost same exact situations. It's a 1-run game. One was in the 5th, one was in the 6th. But they let him go an extra inning whenever he was mowing people down and punching people out, as opposed to the Angel start where it was more of grit and a grind.
Yeah, and I think that, and I don't recall what the bullpen situation was like in Anaheim when he was coming out of the game in Anaheim, but I think he knew that he had been using a lot of his bullpen too, and it's probably as simple as having a conversation with Hunter Brown too, saying, how do you feel right now? Because they can see what they see, but talking with him as well and making the decision that, hey, he's still got plenty left in the tank. He's still, locating and dealing. And if he feels good enough to go out there, let's throw him out there for one more and see where we go.
Yeah, it was. I think it's a spot of going off vibes. I kind of liked it, but love everything you saw from Hunter Brown. That was awesome. Now, like you mentioned, Brian King surrendered he gets technically credit for a blown save. He was trying to hold it, but gave up the run. Played with fire yesterday. Today he played with fire, or he played with smoke, whatever. What's the line? You play with fire, you get burnt.
Play with smoke.
You play with fire, you get burnt. So yesterday you play with fire, didn't get burnt. Today you play with fire a second day in a row. You play with fire the second day, you're going to get burned. He gave up a run today, and then Abreu came on to get the final out of the 8th inning. The Astros got a go-ahead run thanks to Killer Cam. Cam Smith came through with an RBI single, put the Astros ahead, and then Brian Abreu got the final 3 outs. Abreu faced 4 hitters today. He struck out 4 hitters today. Dominant Brian Abreu is back after he had that hiccup about a week and a half ago where he had back-to-back starts there. Not great.
And he got Schwarber when they needed him in the top of the 8th. And I thought that was a huge out because, Schwarber's got the chance at any time on any one mistaken pitch to just absolutely rearrange your world. And the fact is that, he came through when they needed him big time because Hader had pitched, multiple games. You were worried about how, like I said, how exhausted your bullpen was. He comes up with a huge solid for you. Bails you out of trouble. Not that it was big, but you had a runner on when he struck out Schwarber and then goes 1-2-3 in the 9th.
Yeah, he was nasty. He was nasty. Brown was nasty. Abreu was nasty. You only scored 2 runs, but that's all you needed. That's all you needed. This team doesn't have to score a whole lot. And if you're looking at it from like an optimistic viewpoint, there's a lot of room for this offense to get better, right? Cam Smith's developing. Has been really good as a rookie. He's been really good. You expect him to continue this pace, maybe even get better as the season goes. We don't think Christian Walker is going to be this bad all year. Did have a double today. Go Christian Walker. Had a little double. You're getting Jordan back. You expect Yiner, who's been a much better hitter in the last 2 years than he has been the first half this year. You expect him to get better. Now, Myers, maybe he can sustain it. Pena, maybe he can sustain it. This offense has a chance to be pretty good long term. Currently, right now, 5 runs over 3 games ain't the best. Won all 3 games. But the long-term outlook, I'm actually optimistic about.
Yeah, I am too. And we've talked about this a little bit in the past where I'm not as worried as I was previously in the early part of the season about getting up to the All-Star break and hopefully looking for some help, maybe a bat or 2, because as you mentioned, you're going to get Jordan back. But the fact that they're able to do this much damage to secure this big of a lead in first place in the division, and Christian Walker he's helped you, here and there every so often, but he's not even close to what we expected of Christian Walker. If he can find it, and then you get Jordan back, and then you start worried about the fact that, if Yiner does pick it up at all, to your point, this lineup, I think, can be better than pretty good. I think it can be one of the better lineups in the American League if they get healthy and everything goes right. The one thing that you worry that's always a concern of mine is if there's any regression with Jake and or Pena, because they've been out of this world and way more than I could have expected. If there's any way for them to maintain even some, 3/4 of this, and you get the help that you're expecting back, I think this lineup can be really good.
Yeah, I think it has the opportunity to do that. All right, 713-780-ESPN. The Hive has thoughts about today's victory. Astros complete the sweep over the Phillies. Team's playing some good baseball right now. You're more optimistic than pessimistic, right? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from Cactus Jackson Baytown as part of ESPN Houston's summer circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Cactus Jacks, bang, bang, Mount Bellevue, awesome spot. Get on out here. We're here for the next little under 2 hours, but always something to do here at Cactus Jacks. When you're on I-10 in the area, this is the spot for a bite, for a drink, just for a good old time. Ocho on the Twitch. Why does Michael Schwab keep taking shots at Adam Spolane for one incorrect take? Backstory here, Swabby was on the Killicam, needs to be up on opening day. This was early spring training. Spolane quote tweeted him, laughed it off, said, ain't no way Cam Smith's on the opening day roster. And then anytime that Cam Smith does anything good, Schwab, I think, like retweets him or like update or whatever. He like dunks on him with a quote tweet.
I can see. I mean, I think that's a.
It's because Spolane kind of started it.
He
with
went
the
at him
initial-
hard.
Yeah.
With the initial quote tweet, he tried to embarrass Schwab.
Spolane initially dunked on Schwab
Yes.
and was basically calling him an idiot for suggesting such a outlandish thing. So Swabby is,
I think you get
quick to
you get
memory.
what you deserve, right? If
He's
you
victory
go,
lapping.
yeah. I think on the flip side, I know that when he made the opening day roster, Schwab was celebrating all over the
Oh,
place, and all eyes on me is what he wanted. So
The move that I like to do, like Ocho says, it obviously stung him because he won't let it go. Like, you probably should only do it once. Like, get him back once, whatever. Like, he hits you high and tight with a fastball. You get him between the numbers with a fastball, and you move on. You call it all even. I do keep a lot of bookmarks for Bad Take Boulevard, quite frankly. So, like, I'll bookmark a lot of things that could potentially be a bad take. And a lot of times I'll have to, like, unbookmark them and do nothing with them because they came out to be true. They ended up being good takes as opposed to bad takes. But something that I've started to do is I instead of, like dunking on that person or whatever, I just like it. Like, I'll like something that they said 3 weeks ago that was wrong, because then I'm not publicly throwing them under the bus. You can't see what people
true.
like,
Not
so
now.
you couldn't pull it. You couldn't not anymore. So you couldn't go into like my likes and be like, oh, look at him being a little petty and dirty and all that stuff, because you can't see what people are liking. So the only people that know that you had an awful take and that I'm aware of it is that person and myself.
it's a good play.
So it's like some psychological warfare without being publicly dirty.
That's a good play.
Yeah, I've seen that before. I think I had that done to one of my bad takes.
Really?
I can't
Was it
remember.
me?
No, I don't think it was. It was just random, but it was the same thing. It was like 4 weeks after it was said. I was like, oh, there's a like. Oh, from that? Oh, dang. I got dunked on. But you're right. I think it had the intended effect.
Because I think it's kind of, I don't think it looks great whenever you're like, update. At least people like, like if you know something.
I think most
once
people,
is fine.
especially
But
when
if it's like some national head,
Right.
like, okay, whatever. If it's Jeff Passan,
Stephen A,
whatever. Yeah, whatever. But whenever it's somebody like you probably know, like, hey, there's no need to do that.
No,
Not over
I
and
agree,
over.
because people that follow you at all, and especially when it's a little bit of a stretch take, they're going to remember it anyway, and they're going to follow it. But like you said, I mean, throw your one haymaker back, if you will, and then be done with it.
Yeah, even that one haymaker, like I'm good with one haymaker. I think over and over looks bad. Even that one haymaker kind of you look bad though. Even
It
whenever
absolutely
you're
can.
dunking on somebody, it makes you look like a pretentious.
Yeah, it's kind of how you do it. Like if you do, hey, just want to let you know this is going up. But if you go like attack mode and big time on it, then you're kind of piling on.
I like that. That's why I like the subtle like. Nobody knows except for you and that person. It's like poking them in the ribs a little bit. Like, hey, I know you did that. No one else has to know, but I know. But I know. I just want you to know that I know, and now you know that I know.
Mind games from Branham.
Little psychological warfare. 713-780-ESPN. But I have noticed that too, Ocho. It is interesting, the dynamic between Swabby and
Saying
Spolane.
Swabby might be a little petty.
Oh, he's definitely petty. He's definitely
I
petty.
like petty, so I don't mind.
But and look, he's constantly building his brand and pumping himself up.
Sure.
Too. So yeah, he's looking for every opportunity to get any one of those to kind of hit.
Yeah, he was a bit upset that Spolane went at him, and then he turned out to be right. Texter says AJ Hoffman, Chris Sale for Breggy any day of the week.
Ooh, I remember that one.
I mean, they've both been good though.
Yeah.
Like Chris Sale, didn't he win the Cy Young last year?
He did.
He did
for the Braves.
For the
yeah.
Braves.
Like, it's not like Chris Sale was a bum. It's not like he was Strasburg.
No, but his big take was that you give up prospects no matter what, 10 times out of 10 for a guaranteed guy that you know is a major league stud, no matter what, and worry about the prospects. And then when one of the prospects that they would have given up turned out to be Bregman, he got a lot thrown his way.
At least he wasn't saying like trade for Strasburg. Right. At least the pitcher he was saying was really good. A texter, make them feel it. It's actually Israel. Make them feel it all season long. Wait till basketball season. Laughing emoji. He's going to let us wear it if Reed Shepard's bad.
Every Reed game, yeah.
Sure. Every time that Reed has a bad game, he's going to let us play.
Start in the morning, Israel.
Texter says Palillo, quote, Duncan was better than Akeem, unquote.
Oh, he still believes that to this day.
Yeah, I know he believes it.
Yep.
Rockets still the winners of last night, even though the Suns got their pick last night. Rocket emoji. It doesn't really matter. Win 100-99 or 1-0. They lead the league in one-run games, 18-6, I think. No, I mean, you're right for one singular game that it doesn't matter how you win. But in terms of like long-term prospects, like you want a better offense than a bad offense.
I mean, look, no matter what, and you always hear the old adage, good pitching beats good hitting. But at the same time, these are the kind of games you're going to be up against in the postseason, and you'd like to have a lineup that's formidable from top to bottom as much as possible to compete. Right now, I think we all have looked at these lineups over the last couple of weeks and shook our head going, how the hell do they have the best record in baseball in the month of June, let alone even back before that with some of the guys they're throwing out there? They've just found a way to kind of patchwork and make it work for them. You hope it gets better.
Yep. 713-780-ESPN, HRMP listener line. Jordan's contract too team friendly to trade and possibly get a good haul. I mean, you're not trading Jordan. You're not trading Jordan. Plus, you don't want to trade a guy when their value's low.
Right. And at the same time, you know that you got him at a really good deal. And guys get injured. And sometimes you didn't see it coming. Sometimes you can say, oh, we saw it come. It doesn't matter. The fact is he's going to get hurt, but he's going to be back. And for what you're paying him, you're not trading Jordan out.
No, very optimistic with the position we're in. Offense help on the way and pitching help that we don't even need coming after the All-Star break. Did you see the projected starters for this week for the Cup Series, Friday, Saturday, Sunday? Jamie Moyer is the projected starter Friday. TBA, having a heck of a year, is the projected starter on Saturday, and then Fromber Sunday. The normal starter there would be Gusto. So Gusto is not starting in his normal turn through the rotation. And Espada would later say that if Lance McCullers fills up if he wakes up dangerous tomorrow, then he didn't say that, I added that. But if he wakes up feeling good tomorrow, he's going to be the starter Saturday. So, like, good news, bad news there, I guess. I guess it's good that Lance McCullers isn't going to be gone forever. Like, it was a quick stint on the IL, back on Saturday. The bad news, I think, is I actually like the way that Gusto's pitched in his last three starts.
The way it looks to me, because I was going to say the initials just changed. You go from TBA to LMJ real quickly, and he's going to pitch on Saturday. But from a Gusto perspective, I think they're probably thinking that, God forbid they have any more injuries in the pitching staff with the starters, but it seems as if Gusto's going to be a guy that they're going to kind of get back into his bullpen role or get him ready for his bullpen role so that he can help fortify the middle of the bullpen.
With the state of their bullpen arms and the injuries and like Dubin and releasing Forrest Whitley, I don't think that they have a choice. Because if my initial question is, if I had to bump a guy from the rotation, who would it be? I would bump Jamie Moyer before I jump Gusto. Now, somebody mentioned to me on Twitter that the Cubs hit righties well, and Gusto's not been good against lefties. So it's like, oh, okay. That makes some sense strategically against the Cubs. But if I'm talking about like a stretch of 3 or 4 starts, I'd rather Gusto get 3 or 4 starts over Brandon Walter get 3 or 4 starts.
Oh, for sure. I agree with that. Yeah, I think that his stuff is far better. I just think that, and the experience that he has helps too, but I think that his stuff has gotten better and he's gotten more comfortable. And we've talked about my issues with, he was kind of between being a bullpen guy to start, then they wanted to get him stretched out. I don't know if he ever really got there, but he's had enough good starts to where I think his stuff is better than Walter, and I would lean his way.
The way they are playing is good for playoff-style baseball, winning low-run games. I agree. I do think it's playoff type of baseball. Garrick on the decision to have Hunter Brown go an extra inning as opposed to the previous start where he didn't. Hader not being available probably influenced Espada's decision to bring Hunter out for the 7th. He likely wanted to only expose his middle relief to one less inning and be able to get to Abreu. I did go back to look at that Angel start, and both Abreu and Hader were available. So I do think that has some there is some justification to that side of the opinion. Hader wasn't available today. Loved letting Brown go another inning. Got to lean on your ace. They did today. They did the previous time. Was it vibes? Was it because he didn't have a full bullpen today? Did then? maybe it was all part of the equation. Having no hater on the back end played a role, I'm sure. Jason and Champions. Key from LA, don't know the Astros rotation, but will Hunter Brown be pitching July 4th weekend versus the Dodgers? Sure hope so. I don't know. I haven't mapped it out.
Yeah, I haven't seen that far yet, but I know that series is right around the corner because my family, I think, is going to be there for
really?
At least one of those games. And so they were kind of pumped up. My kids were pumped up that they could see their quote-unquote two favorite teams because they're being force-fed that other team on the West Coast. But, yeah, I mean.
Not bitter at all.
No,
huh?
not at all.
Not bitter.
Let's count the days. So,
yeah, we can figure this out.
So Hunter Brown pitched today. That's one. Let's say they stay into the 5-man rotation, right? So Hunter Brown pitches today. That's one. Fromber pitches on Sunday.
He's Sunday the Cubs series, yes.
So Fromber will be number 4 in our equation, in our key. So Cubs, you went Phillies today on the 26th, Brown. 27th will be your second starter. 28th will be your third starter. The 29th, Fromber Day, would be your fourth starter. You have an off day. Let's say they keep the rotation the way that it is. You play the Rockies on the first. That's your fifth starter. So then you go back to Hunter on the second, your number 2 starter on the third, your number 3 starter on the fourth, Fromber on the fifth, and then your number 5 starter. So you wouldn't get Hunter Brown currently scheduled to pitch in that Dodger series, but you would get Fromber.
Yeah, Hunter Brown will feast on the Rockies.
Of course.
Yeah, that's true. Of course.
He's a ground ball guy, though.
Yeah,
I was going to say the ball, you don't have to worry about carry as much, but. I mean, and then you have that stat about the fact that Coors is a tough left center field. So
it's just big.
Yeah.
It's just big.
You also lose spin and altitude, though, for pitchers.
And he does love to throw the curveball.
He deserves a gimme win here because he's lost. I mean, he's got some no decisions on some really good outings.
There was a point where he was only one win behind the Rockies as a franchise.
Magnus effect.
Magnus effect?
Magnus effect is what hurts pitchers in altitude. It lowers their RPMs.
That's right. The world's strongest effect competition.
Yeah. Let's go out to the HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Ponder, you're in the hive with the bees. What's up, Ponder? Ponder, turn off the elevator music.
Oh, no.
What is the elevator music? I can't hear.
There was a guy. Was it? I wonder if this was the same guy. But remember, there was that guy that happened on John and Lance?
I don't think it was Ponder.
And he found out because we put him on car wreck.
I don't think it was Ponder.
Okay.
I don't think it was Ponder because that guy would later. I think he later called us back. He's like, I forgot.
Yeah.
Right?
Well,
he said he forgot.
We played it on car wreck, and he heard it on car wreck, and then called John Lance the next day.
Yeah. Is
AJ,
Ponder their age? I hear something.
No.
I don't know what that is. Okay,
AJ,
hang up on him. No, don't keep him on hold. He blew his chance.
I was going to say, AJ, just keep it potted up in the studio, and you have to listen to it.
That works, too. But he's not going to get on with the Killer Bees. You don't put elevator music on the Killer Bees. You might be able to get away with that with Paul. You might be able to get away with that on the Olaleye Show. You might be able to get away with that with the Hall of Famers. You're not getting away with that with the Wall of Shamers. Ain't happening.
Facts.
Listen to us. It could be worse. 713-780-ESPN. Of the 3 major pro sports, we don't count hockey in Houston, NBA, NFL, Major League Baseball, I believe that Houston has the best chance of any city to Tiger Slam the next 3 titles. 713-780-ESPN. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from Cactus Jackson Baytown as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's the Killer Bees, Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
So there's been some conversation. The Houston sports in a great spot professionally, Big Three. Got my Cougs in there too. Go Cougs! But from and we don't worry about the NHL in Houston until we have to worry about the NHL in Houston, which I do hope it happens. I'm all in once it comes in. But prior to that, we don't worry about the NHL in Houston. So Major League Baseball, NFL, NBA. I think of the Big Three pro sports, Houston is in the best spot to do the Tiger Slam, to win the next 3 titles in those pro sports. What are those next 3? Well, Major League Baseball comes next. NBA Finals was last week. So Major League Baseball comes next, Astros. The NFL will be the next one where its championship is won. And then, of course, 355 days from now, the NBA championship will be won. There's 16 cities that have all 3. I believe Houston, amongst those big 3, has the best chance to do it. And I actually went to look at the odds. I pulled up the odds on this because you can find futures for the World Series. You can find futures for the Super Bowl. You can find futures for the NBA Finals. So what I did, I just went through betus.com. I speak for them in football season. What are the odds for each of these teams to win it all? All 3 big sports. And then I just added the odds together and saw which ones had the best odds. Now, odds-wise, from an odds perspective, Houston is 3rd. Houston is 3rd. I feel like it's bad value, and I would argue with Vegas here. And, of course, I know more than Las Vegas does. The Astros are plus 1,400 to win it all, to win the World Series. In the NFL, the Texans, they're plus 3,300, which I feel is not great odds. I actually made that bet whenever I saw it. And then in the NBA, the Rockets are plus 800 to win it all. So add it all up, 5,500. Which cities have better odds? Number 2 is Philadelphia. Okay, Eagles are good, no problem there. But did you see what happened with the Astros and Phillies today?
Yeah.
Did you see what happened with the Astros and Phillies when they played? The Astros swept the Phillies. Go back up to the Liberty Bell. What happened when they played in the World Series in 2022? Oh, yeah, the Astros won. And then plus the 76ers. Daryl Morey's never winning a championship. So cross off Philadelphia. Philadelphia, you get to the back of the line. Houston jumps you. And then the top odds of any of the cities with the big 3, he's going to be happy. Yeah. Los Angeles. But here's the thing with Los Angeles. You have multiple teams. You have 2 Major League Baseball teams. You have 2 NFL teams.
Oh, we don't have to
2 NBA teams. But what I did, to be fair, was I took the highest odds of either, whoever had the highest odds in each sport. The Dodgers are plus 275 to win it all. The Rams are plus 2,000, and then the Lakers are plus 1,400. So if you combine it, LA's plus 3,675, Houston's plus 5,500. But LA's got 6 teams, so I cross them off my list too. Houston has the best chance to pull off the Tiger Slam of the big 3 pro sports.
Yeah, I was thinking about this the other day from the standpoint of we talk all the time about the golden eras of the different teams in Houston sports. Right now, it's a golden era time to be a Houston sports fan, period. Because I'm with you. I think that I figured LA was going to be in there, and I would put the asterisk there that they don't deserve it with 6 teams to choose from. I think from the Houston perspective, when you look at where all these teams sit currently, they're all within the top 7 or 8. Just take the odds out of it and say, with all the prognosticators saying, who's the top 5 teams to win it all in the NBA next year? Rockets are one of those. Who's the top 5 team to win it in baseball right now? Astros are one of those. Texans in the top 10 for a lot of people, but, kind of depending on who you're listening to, it can fluctuate a little bit. But that's amazing right now to think of the fact that you don't have to deal with a cellar dweller with the big 3 sports teams that you have.
No, Houston. Give me Houston.
Yeah,
Tiger slam it.
LA was the first team that came to mind when I saw this on the rundown. I mean, obviously the 6-team argument I think is fair because you get obviously twice as many chances at it as the other teams and cities do. The only other teams that kind of came to my mind, but they're all kind of 2 out of 3. They really lack the third. Like Detroit, I think, obviously with the Tigers and the Lions, okay, but then the Pistons are terrible. The same thing.
Terrible. They're a playoff team, but
yeah, but
Pistons were 4th when you combine the odds.
Yeah.
Oh, were they really?
They were 4th.
Okay.
They were at 6,700
not
when you
terrible.
added all up.
I misspoke there.
Tigers plus 700, Lions plus 1,000, Pistons plus 5,000. So it hurts their algorithm.
I think
guess.
Philly and New York are also 2 out of 3. The 2 kind of sleepers for me were Denver and San Francisco.
So San Francisco was 5th when you combine the odds. plus 2,500 for the
I
Giants,
think the
plus
Giants is the
1,800
weak one.
for the Niners, and then plus 2,500 for the Warriors.
But Niners Warriors feel, they feel. I mean, maybe you could argue the Warriors on the way down. But I thought San Francisco and Denver were both sleepers. I mean, Denver's the problem is the Rockies. It's a 2 out of 3.
Denver. When you combine the odds, Denver was dead last.
It's a 2 out of 3.
Yeah, because you think
it's
it,
a 2 out of 3.
but I mean, I don't think the Broncos, even if they get better this year,
I would say 1.5.
Yeah, I don't. I think I don't put any stock in the Rockies. I don't put a whole lot of stock in the Broncos. I put a lot of stock in the Nuggets.
Okay, I put some stock in Denver. I mean, they obviously got a young quarterback that is ascending. Sean Payton won a Super Bowl year 1.
2 decades ago.
Yeah, and you got to go through Mahomes.
Well, it wasn't
you got to go.
I don't know if it was quite that far.
I think it was 2009 season. So,
I mean, the AFC is so tough that even if they
you
have a
would've had
better season,
Well,
I don't think they're
Texans are
going
the
through
same
Buffalo,
AFC.
Baltimore. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying.
If you would have had a kid in 2009, he'd have a driver's license.
okay, fair point. Fair point. It was a long time ago. No, I'm saying year 1, he took them from from the cellar to a playoff team.
I was banging on Peyton because he left New Orleans. I don't like the way that he did it. And I started to question, because I had a bias against him, I started to question his coaching prowess. And I will concede that the job he's done in Denver has worn off that bias.
I'm with you, because I took it a step further. I didn't like the way he left New Orleans. I thought that he had been away from the game for a while. And then I didn't like the way he was just dragging everything about the Houston Texans ownership and, basically tipping off
Cowherd
to get all his points out. And I was like, I'm not a big Sean Payton fan. And so I was hoping he would fail as much as I was talking about the fact that I thought he would fail. And he's been good.
Texture, Key from LA. LA almost had the slam in 2020. That wasn't the Tiger slam from Key from LA. That was the COVID slam, and it don't count. You won 2 COVID titles. Has anybody had the Caruso?
Caruso's the one that basically crapped all over the Lakers and said, now I got a real one, Key. What does that tell you? An actual player off a team that you're claiming in part of your slam slammed you and said, oh, by the way, I got a real one now.
That's right. It made me happy that Caruso and OKC won it just for that jab at LA. Has anybody had all 3 of the big 3 at the same time? I don't know.
I want to say Boston at one point.
They had the Patriots and Celtics. Were the Red Sox winning yet?
Celtics won in 2008.
Yeah.
Red Sox won in 2007.
So
and
if
the Patriots won.
No, you need the Celtics because you said Patriots.
No, Celtics won in 2008. The Red Sox won in 2007, but I think the Brady,
Google says no.
Yeah, Brady and the Patriots, they won like 02, 03, 05, and then they went all the way to 14 before they won again. So
Google says no.
It's never been done?
Google AI is not always the best, but Google AI says no city's ever held all 3 major pro sports championships simultaneously. Detroit is the only city to have won the NHL and NFL. Okay, who cares about NHL? I would imagine Boston had 2,
Unless you
though.
get a team here.
Yeah, they did with
Let's get a team here.
2007 Red Sox and 2008 Celtics.
They were probably the closest.
And the Patriots were only a few years removed, so
Yeah.
they were definitely the closest.
So no one has held all 3 the same. What a feat that would be.
So the Patriots weren't at least good that year?
No, they were good. They went from like 2005 to 2014.
How close were they?
Without
Do you think it'll happen in our lifetime where a city of those big 3 will pull the Tiger Slam? Not even the Grand Slam, just the Tiger Slam.
I don't.
No,
I don't think.
I don't think so either.
Odds. I'm just gonna play the odds.
I just think the way we look at it now with free agency and the way guys jump teams, and after they win a title, they're looking to get paid. I just don't think in the way the leagues are set up today. I just don't.
Is Cam Smith the greatest rookie Astro of all time? No, that'd be Jordan.
Thanks, Israel.
Boston Bruins also won. Yeah, but we don't care about the NHL until we get a team here. Then we'll care dearly about the NHL. Key from LA, so you guys tell me if the Rockets and Astros won in 2020, you guys wasn't going to claim that championship? Of course we'd claim it.
Claim it, but we don't. Yeah, we're not going to sit there and blow the horn of the.
Still less than.
We would say it wasn't as great as the other titles that those teams have won, though.
Key from LA, we're dealing with everybody that's already slamming the Astros' first World Championship, and they validated with the second one. So take it easy.
Wouldn't it be LA or New York? They got teams in every sport. So LA, when you combine the odds and you take the best odds of each pro team or pro league in that city, LA is one, as we mentioned. Guess where New York is at?
Towards the bottom, right?
Obviously
because football sucks.
Yeah, the problem is football. I mean, Knicks and the Yankees are going to be up there, but
they're 9 out of 16.
9 out of 16.
So little bit below average.
A little bit.
They now their baseball odds are high, 650 to win it all with the Yankees, 15,000 plus 15,000 to win it all in the NFL. And I think
I
that's
thought you were going to say the Mets.
I think
the
that's
Mets have
no,
to be
no. I didn't
decent.
count the Mets because I counted the Yankees. So I think that was the. I think it was the Jets. I think the Jets had better odds than the Giants to win it all at plus 15,000, which is astronomical. And then the Knicks were plus 900. So like it's the football is what really hurt them.
Yep,
really hurt them the most.
Chicago gets crushed by the Bulls. The Cubs are good.
Chicago's fourth
Yeah.
to last, plus 1,400 in baseball. The Cubs 33 plus 3,300 in football, which that's actually the same as the Texans.
Yep.
Bears and Texans have the same Super Bowl odds on BetUS, but the Bulls are plus 50,000.
The Bulls kill them.
Yeah.
Bulls kill them. Dead last is Denver, but
because it's the Rockies waiting them
the
down.
Rockies are plus 250,000 to 1. So like
if I think if we went with everyone's
or not
top,
to 1 plus 250,000.
I'll let you double check this math if you want, but I would guess if you went everyone's top 2, Denver would be top 3rd.
Might be.
But they're weighted so far down by the Rockies that it blows everything out.
Texture, what about Milwaukee? Milwaukee doesn't have all three. I didn't count Green Bay for Milwaukee. Should I?
Yeah.
I should
mean,
count.
most people do.
They
It's,
do?
it's not Milwaukee proper.
About an
It's
hour?
about an hour and a half.
Okay.
All right, I'll do that next time. Where is Dallas? Dallas is 8th. They're plus 5,000 with the Rangers. They're plus 4,500 with the Cowboys, and they're plus 3,300 with the Mavs. So they're dead middle. They're on the right half of the
If they hadn't traded
Mendoza
Luka,
line.
that might be different.
Probably,
I mean,
but
I think the big thing is Kyrie.
But NBA has their best odds.
They still have a good team.
Okay.
If Kyrie doesn't blow out his wheel,
Yeah.
Kyrie in the mix with that probably gives them way better odds in the NBA.
Yeah, Kyrie with
Cooper
AD
Flag.
and Cooper Flag, sure.
The Mavs have the best. Yeah, they have the best odds of Dallas Metroplex. But the Mavs have the same odds to win the NBA Finals that the Texans do to win the Super Bowl. Plus
Wow.
3,300.
I don't view that as the same, but that's interesting.
I don't think that the Texans' odds are very good. Like
No,
by,
clearly
by,
not.
by, when I say very good, I think it's actually like good bet.
Yep.
Like I think plus 3,300 on the Texans to win it all is good value.
Yeah, I don't think they're getting enough credit odds-wise, but that so be it. That's when you can pounce on it because I was surprised by the number being that high. But, I think that also when we talk about the gauntlet of teams besides the Eagles in the NFC, you've got Buffalo, Baltimore, Kansas City. AFC's pretty loaded too. So
Yeah.
the road helps because I think a lot of NBA teams can help their stock in the next year when you talk about all the guys that are going to miss the entire season that are on really good teams. When you talk about Halliburton and Dame and Tatum and guys where otherwise
All those are in the East though. So I think the AFC's like what the Western Conference
exactly
is.
what I was going to say. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Eastern
'cause of the
Conference is
quarterbacks.
wide open. Cleveland, if you're looking for a year for Cleveland to pounce, this is it. Because Cleveland and New York, this is your best shot to not have to go through a gauntlet just to get there.
Don't count out Detroit. What is the easiest sport out of the big three to win a championship? I'm thinking NFL. I think that it's less random in the NFL. Like it's NBA maybe. Major League Baseball, I think, is the most difficult because MLB is the biggest coin flip of the big three. Like anybody can win. If you get into the playoffs, you got a shot.
That's what we always say. Like if you're the hottest team coming in, even if you're a wild card, you could win it all. Baseball's just so long to establish like the best teams. The NBA, you look at the Pacers this year.
Yeah, they were kind of middle of the pack.
Yeah.
I think it's the NFL. I think the NFL is the easy. Like it's weird to say the easiest to win, but you see more of the top seeds win in the NFL.
You see less
than
Cinderellas.
Yeah. The NFL is a truer result, I feel,
I think
in the
that's
postseason.
fair.
Because, I mean, you get baseball, it's a 162 game season. The best teams are winning 60% of the time, and you get them playing in a best of 3, best of 5, best of 7. Yes, the NFL is like one single game, but they're playing 17 game seasons, and the best teams every single year, they have win percentages of like 750. NBA's, I guess, varies a little bit, but I would say NFL as well. Where's Cleveland in that lineup? Cleveland would be 10th out of the 16 here, plus 6,000 in baseball, plus
Browns.
20,000 in NFL, and plus 900 NBA.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
whether
Browns
you give
hurt
the Indians that kind of unsung vibe that they could do some damage come postseason, the Browns are going to drag your ass right down.
They did, yeah. They did a lot of that.
Dragging.
I was talking more about the backside. I was trying to think of a Deshaun joke, but I couldn't really think of one on the fly. Yeah, I heard behind, and I thought Deshaun, and I tried to marry the thoughts, and I couldn't quite marry it as quickly as I would have liked.
Gotcha.
Yeah. 713-780-ESPN. Let's get to Bad Take Boulevard. What are the worst takes of the week? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees broadcasting live from Cactus Jack's Bang Bang in Mont Bellevue on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. All right, Bad Take Boulevard, Killer Bees broadcasting live. Cactus Jacks, bang, bang, in Mont Bellevue. 713-780-ESPN. What are the worst takes of the week? What belongs on the list this week? We start with Intern Chase. Intern Chase makes the list. I think he was on Monday with us. So a little peek behind the curtain, a little inside baseball for you. People call a show. Intern usually screens the call. They'll plug it into the computer, which we see on a board. So they're plugging in the name, the town, whatever. Intern Chase, instead of hearing Greg in Katy, heard Greg and Katy. So when he put it on the board, he put Greg and Katy, and I thought it was a married couple that was calling in. Turned out it was Greg in Katy, not Greg and Katy, and Intern Jace screwed it up and makes the list.
You just made the list.
He wore it. He came in and apologized for it afterwards. I was like, it's not going to do you any good to get off the list, but we appreciate it.
Yeah, I didn't need the apology either. It was good fun. I really didn't care. It was just funny.
I know.
I think apologies are overrated,
So
too.
I'm
not a fan of apologies.
I was on one of my 50,000 PTO days that day.
Yep.
So you toss it to thinking it was a married couple on there.
Greg went into this long-winded take, and I was like, Greg, where's Katy?
And Greg was not listening to us no matter what we said. He just kept talking. And then Jeremy just started going,
like Israel.
Yeah, and Jeremy just started going, where's Katy? Wait, where's Katy? And he just kept talking.
Yeah, it turned out there was no Katy. He was just in the town, in Katy. So Intern Chase gets it. Apparently, someone texted this earlier to us. Actually, it might have been in the Twitch. I forget. Israel, whenever he called in to John and Lance today, called Reed Shepard a typical Duke player.
He did.
They say, oops. So Israel makes the list.
Yep.
Reed Shepard did not go to Duke.
You just made the list.
We know what he meant, but factually incorrect.
You think he meant Kentucky or
no? I think he meant random generic white player.
Oh,
yeah, but I don't think the Chi-Town hustler knows where he went to school.
Do you think he genuinely thought he went to Duke?
I don't.
No,
I do. I'm sorry, I do.
I don't think it's. I think
confused.
it's a greater. I think it's a greater than a 0% chance that he was using that as a burn more than a factual piece of information.
I could see that. I could see both. I could see both scenarios actually. But Israel, whatever. Israel makes the list. Yeah. Israel makes the list on this. So I pulled back this tweet because Jeremy Pena has been in the news and contracts and Boris and all of this. And 18 months ago, I said that the Astros should sign Yiner, Pena, Hunter Brown, all to long-term team-friendly deals. Whatever, that's not really the point here. So I went back and I looked at all of the comments under this on December 3rd, 2023, when I put out into the ether that Yiner, Pena, and Hunter Brown should all have contract extensions. Some of the comments on these are worth putting on the list. One guy named Eric said trade Diaz, which actually doesn't look the worst of all these takes at this point. Cheap Uncle Crane will not do so. And then he said too early. This guy named Forrest Gump. This one said, I agree on Pena, but I'm not interested in extending he said he agrees on Yiner, but I'm not interested in extending Pena. Kareem Abdul says I'd trade Pena before his value plummets. Jason says Pena, heck no. They need to be looking long-term for a shortstop, not locking up King Slider. Odawan, dude, come on. Deals like this are stupid. Also signing Yiner right now, and he's had, 350 issued ABs in the majors? He's got major holes in his swing, which might be fine. But the other part, Pena also has serious issues with his swing. Thank goodness you aren't a GM. How would you like to have Hunter Brown and Jeremy Pena locked up right now?
Yeah, right now.
Maybe you should be coming back to me and saying that you should be the GM. Chris, Yiner, yes. Pena, no. Daniel, with the team's current financial situation, I wouldn't touch any of the pre-art players and then he went into some contract stuff. Travis, I'd pump the brakes on Pena. You need to know what he really is first. J-Man, are they worth the investment? Alex, why? Pena's not ARB eligible until next year, and Yiner isn't ARB eligible in 26. Yiner is the only one I would consider buying out those ARB years. This is just wrong thinking. Yiner has a chance to be good. I don't agree about Pena. Pena is not someone I would just willy-nilly lock them in. I'm sorry. So a lot of bad takes there about the long-term extension of Jeremy Pena and Hunter Brown specifically.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, when you think about it, though, I mean, the only thing, because I'll wear it if Jake continues to hit like this, because, I was so anti-Jake that I was like, I don't believe he's ever going to hit. But if Jake comes around, I'll wear that one. I'm surprised as I'll get out about Pena as well.
What's your? I mean, he's hitting well, obviously this year. When you do the full backtrack?
I think I can go so far as to say that if by the end of the year that he's still somewhat as close and remotely as close as he's in now. If he falls off a little bit, fine. But
if he finishes the season hitting 295.
Oh my God. Yeah, then I'll eat it. Yeah.
Okay.
Texter the other day says the Astros are like the A's. That guy made the list.
That's a bad one.
It's pretty interesting.
Didn't I say the A's were going to be a 500 team this year?
Something like that.
Yeah. I thought their talent was really good.
They started off well.
Yeah.
They're off. I do like their offense. Their pitching staff leaves much to be desired. Plus, they play in a hitters-friendly ballpark. Cooper Hummel hate in the "What's Wrong with the Spottas" lineup on Monday. I do the gimmicky "What's Wrong with the Spottas" lineup. People post "What's Wrong with the Spottas" lineup. Tuesday, the Astros won 1-0. The only run being a Cooper Hummel home run. So people in the comments, Taylor Trammell should be in. Take strikeout Hummel out. Okay, that guy made the list. A guy named Ben Cooper Hummel is what's wrong, and then the Yawn Star Hummel and Dubon are what's wrong with the Spottas lineup. So those guys all made the list. David Aldridge, you remember the name David Aldridge, don't you?
NBA and TNT.
Remember David Aldridge's name, don't you?
Yep.
David Aldridge had an article in The Athletic the other day that said that the NBA should get rid of the draft and make all rookies free agents.
Oh, my God. And
you made the list, David Aldridge.
Everybody's playing in L.A., New York, and
you just made the list recently too. Like that's actually something that somehow is gaining momentum amongst NBA Twitter. I can't remember who else. I'll have to look it up, but someone else had that take besides David Aldridge.
It's
because I saw it like a month ago, and I almost put it on the rundown as just to make fun. I was like, nah, it's crazy. I just kind of dismissed it.
Am I wrong for saying that the other bad take on this is the recency bias of saying because of the fact that we've had the 8 Achilles this year, that suddenly that we need to change the game? We need to end the schedule. We need to reduce the schedule and or the fact that it's such a fast-paced game now.
No, put them on the list, too. That's a bad take.
That's awful.
Adam Silver is going to check in with AI on how to fix the Achilles.
Yeah, he said the data doesn't show yet that there's a correlation that's official between the style of play in the games and the Achilles injury.
There was a dude on TikTok with the name Jeremy Pena, but I don't think it was the real Jeremy Pena, that wished Jalen Green a happy farewell whenever he was traded. But he posted a pic of Gerald Green.
God,
whoops.
You just made the list. Best of luck in Phoenix, Jalen, with a picture of Gerald Green.
They don't look like anything like that.
No. They look nothing. They just have the same last name.
And I mean, how many years apart?
Gerald does look
Gerald
young.
Green?
I mean, to be fair, Jalen Green is dating somebody older than Gerald Green.
Okay,
that is true.
That's true.
So,
That's true.
that is fair. Probably has kids that are older than kids that
Jalen
Gerald Green
Green's
has.
an old soul.
Gerald Green looks young, too.
Yeah.
Gerald Green still looks like he could play in the league, without a doubt. He hasn't aged a bit.
I don't know why he's not playing in the Big Three and just coaching.
He's not playing?
I don't believe
Maybe
his
he's got
brother's
some injuries or
playing. I
something.
don't think he's playing.
Schwabe makes the list this week. Stick to baseball, Schwabe. Schwabe on June 15th. He quote tweeted an Athletic article talking about where Kevin Durant was going to play, and Schwab said, "We all know he's going to the Spurs." So Schwabe, you can make the list.
You just made the list.
I wonder if anybody's going to dunk on Schwabe like he dunks on Spillane.
Should Spillane take
Fire
the
it up.
moment
Yeah,
to,
Spillane, get back at it.
David Ortiz took a shot at Rafael Devers, and the shot was hilarious. He said, the thing is that to have someone like this at Boston, you have to just not be a hitter. You have to be the full package, all the way around player. David Ortiz was a 98% of the time designated hitter. Like, how are you taking shots at Devers saying you have to do more than just hit whenever you're in the Hall of Fame for only hitting?
Wasn't the one story, too, that he was reaching out to Devers and found out that Devers never opened any of his text messages?
He ghosted him.
Yeah.
So I found what I thought I remembered on getting rid of the draft. It wasn't the NBA draft, but Peter King thinks the NFL draft will go away and everyone will just be free agents.
Which draft?
The
Peter
NFL.
King, the NFL draft. Peter
How
King,
would bad little market teams ever get good?
Exactly.
They would never.
No, that's why I said it. And basically in basketball, too, it would be the big
He says
the
in our
big cities.
lifetime. In our lifetime, Peter King thinks the NFL draft will go away and everyone will just be free agents.
Yeah, that's a bad take. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Joe likes when we talk Texans, so we'll talk Texans. I saw this thing floating around, though, the other day about the Texans' offensive line and an adjustment that they made after the bye that leads to some good numbers on the offensive line. Is this real? Is this tangible? or is it just fluff? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees broadcasting live from Cactus Jack's Bang Bang in Mont Bellevue on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from Cactus Jackson Baytown as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Bang, bang. Killer Bees, Cactus Jacks out in Mont Bellevue. We're a rock's throw away from the Mont Bellevue sign for all you people arguing Baytown, including the person who wrote our script. But a good time. Promo team is out here. They're signing people up to win the e-bikes, the $4,000 value from Power On e-bikes. So if you're in the area, swing on by. If you can't make it out today, well, they're open late. We're going to have some acoustic music a little bit later. Also, just a great spot at any time. We're going to be out at Drift tomorrow as well. The new ESPN Houston app is live. Download the new version. New app allows you to sign up and enter to win our giveaways whenever we have them. Hit the go button, and you'll see the new features that will include immediate access to the text and call-in line, all of our social media platforms, and our YouTube channel. There's also a chat feature in the app that listeners can use to interact with each other and other shows. Tomorrow we'll have Todd Kylis on at 4:30, and then we'll have Jim DeShays a Chicago Cub color commentator, former Astro color commentator, and probably about the 7th best left-handed starter in Houston Astro history. Probably there.
That low?
Yeah, I think
Have you
so.
done the ranking?
Yeah. Were you not on the show that day? Of course you were. You're off all the
That's
time.
right. Yeah, it's when we were in.
Oh no, I think it was because the whole basis of the
we're in
segment
Kima, right?
was that
I would
Fromber
have-
was
I
now
don't
the
remember
best.
I think we're at the
lefty.
Kima boardwalk.
Are we?
Yeah.
I would have. I have Fromber number 1.
Yeah, I remember that.
Dallas is probably number 2. You could throw in. I mean, Bob
Wandy?
Nepper. He's in the mix. Bob Nepper has the most wins for a lefty, but he was sub 500. He was 93 and 100, and he had 366 ERA. So he would be ahead of Deshaies. I would have Wandy ahead of Deshaies.
Yeah, I think so.
I think Deshaies was right around 500 lifetime too. He might even have a losing record as an Astro. His ERA was so-so. It wasn't bad, but it was kind of so-so. Wandy has the second most wins for a lefty with 80 in Astro franchise history, but was also under 500. He was 80 and 84 as an Astro, and his ERA was kind of mid 404
Yeah.
ERA. I think you have to put Mike Hampton in the mix. 76 and 50, 359
Short
ERA.
window.
Not as short as you think.
No,
Well,
when he did
well,
the research, it's not.
Well, okay, correct me if wrong, but I'm sorry. What I mean by short window is like short window of dominance.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he had a 14.1 WAR in his Houston Astro tenure, which is the 3rd best of any left-handed starter.
How much of that was the 1 year where he won 22 games?
Second
though?
place Cy Young.
Yeah.
Probably a good amount.
Yeah.
Probably a good amount. But it's not a. I mean, it's not a massive list. Andy Pettit would be in the mix here.
Oh, of
short
course.
window.
Short window, good, a lot of
And then-
success.
I mean, and if you want to put Randy Johnson, yes, it was 1/2 a season, but was unbelievable.
So
in that
11 and
1/2
1?
season. Something like
I think
that.
it's like 11 and 1.
I think it was 11 and 1.
So
yeah.
I would have Deshaies behind those guys. Mike Cuellar. People forget about Mike Cuellar. Now, Mike Cuellar did most of his work once he left Houston, when he got traded to Baltimore, which I think is the worst trade in Houston Astro history. He was traded with Elijah Johnson and Enzo Hernandez to Baltimore for John Mason, Kurt Belfry, and that's it. And then Cuellar would then go on to finish like runner-up in the Cy Young like the next 2 years.
I mean, Carlos Gomez, Mike Fires, say hello.
Well, that was more off the field.
Yeah, fair, but
That
still.
wasn't Hader in that deal?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a pretty bad trade.
I mean, Fires wasn't awful for you. Like on the field, if we
Yeah,
eliminate all the rat
of
stuff.
Course, of course. But you can't, though.
Had a no-no.
I mean, you can. I mean, you can't technically, but if you're talking about players' performance on the field, Fires wasn't a train wreck.
No, he wasn't a train wreck on the field.
The worst part of that trade is what happened because you had Fires.
And you gave up Hader.
Sure, but losing a reliever isn't as bad as losing Mike Cuellar, who would like lead the league in wins.
2 years in a row, right? Or compete. 2
Something
years in a
like
row.
that. Like I think he finished second in Cy Young one year after you
I'd
traded
rather
him.
lose that guy than go through what happened.
See,
Because
that's why I said on the field.
Okay.
Like if you're going strictly on the field, let's make it a Josh Hader, Mike Cuellar conversation. Would you have rather lost Josh Hader, who turned out to be one of the best relievers in baseball, or would you rather lose Mike Cuellar, who turned out to be one of the best starters in baseball?
On that, I would agree with you.
But off the field, you're 100% right whenever you add that to the equation, which you have to. I understand what you're saying. 713-780-ESPN. I forgot what I teased here. What did we tease? Texans?
Yes, we did.
Yeah, Texans.
Yep. Joe yelling at us, hey, talk Texans. Arr. There you go. That's what the sounder sounds like. So I've been looking at this. Like a lot of people are looking at this Jared Patterson thing where he was talking about the offensive line last year and like when they started to change things up. And it was after the bye. And if you look at it, it's whenever they started to lean into the gap scheme over the zone scheme running the football. And when you pull up the numbers, they did run the football better post-bye than pre-bye. And Jared Patterson in this clip is talking about, well, that was kind of because of Pop. Pop kind of led us to that way. And, like, that's a good sign, I think. And, like, is that real? Is that tangible? And, look, run blocking isn't the same as pass protection. I understand that. So it's, like, hard to sync up the two sides of that. But I think to be really optimistic about that, like if we're going to jump all in and be like, well, look, this was the difference. Whenever they went to this scheme instead of this scheme, gap instead of zone, and we started running the ball a little bit better, awesome. Like if you really want to take a lot of optimism from that, I feel like you need to be able to pass protect better too, right? Like if we want to really dive into that, like, this is the thing that we can point at as to why our offensive line is going to be better. We ran the ball better after the bye. Well, how did you do in pass protection after the bye? Does that add up too? Were you also better after the bye in terms of pass protection? And I crunched the numbers on this, and they were not. I was hoping that they would be because it would give me more optimism about the state of the offensive line going into this season. But C.J. Stroud post-bye was sacked 3.7 times. Prior to the bye, 3.2. So, like, yes, the run game got better, but the pass protection got worse.
And were there any injuries during that final stretch of games?
Yeah, I mean, but they weren't to your key cogs.
Okay.
Remember, Shaq Mason was hurt, and then they put him back into the starting lineup against Kansas City.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to
think if there was any factors we're missing in that to where the pass protection might have been worse because someone got hurt and the scheme worked. I'm with you. I like the fact that if this was a Popovich move late in the season and it had success, maybe that leads you to believe that's part of the reason why they gave him the full-time job for this year, saying the fact that, hey, this guy knows what he's doing. If you could have just gotten out of his way and taken some of his suggestions, you might have been better all season.
Like, I like that they were better in the run game after the bye versus before the bye, and because they changed to a gap scheme instead of a zone scheme. That's great. That's wonderful. But I can only go halfway with the thought if you also weren't better in pass protection. And I know the pushback's going to be, you idiot, run blocking isn't the same as pass pro. But you are giving up a little bit something whenever you change the schemes.
You are. And I think that the other thing that, at least from how we're weighing all this, because I heard that, Sloak was catching a lot after this as well.
He was.
But at the same time, when you look at it, Mixon had his success no matter what they were running for a majority of the season. When he wasn't hurt, Mixon had success. Now, they had more success blocking from the run game perspective, as you mentioned, when they made the switch. But overall, the most important thing that you have to do, and I know you have to do both, but you have to protect CJ, because without your quarterback playing at a higher level and not turning the ball over and not making the mistakes that going through the clock in his head the way he did a year ago, it basically turned the entire offense kind of on its ear.
So are we going real tangible on this, or are we going kind of just it's BS, whatever?
I mean, can't both be true. The fact that from a running perspective, it was better, so
yeah,
it's real, and I think that it definitely made a difference. But the fact that the pass protection didn't get better means it's something that's not going to tell you that it's the solution, the end all be all, and just a no brainer.
Yeah, I'm with you. Like, it doesn't have to be binary yes no. It's more of like a halfway for me.
Yeah.
Like I'm a halfway glad. Like I'm halfway like yay. I'm halfway like homering it. But then when you tell the whole story, I actually don't like the way that it's presented, actually. Like, look at what happened after the bye when we changed from a zone scheme to a gap scheme. Like, they tell half of the story. That's the run game story. So it's kind of like a homerish approach to this take. Like, it's great that it helped the run game, but it didn't help pass protection, and I understand the two different things. But pass protection actually got worse once you made the change. So I don't love the way that the news is presented, quite frankly. I think it's like a homerish, like very optimism outlook.
It's framing the argument
It's
in a
framing
way.
it.
Yeah.
I don't love the framing of it. Like, I kind of see through the framing. So it kind of annoys me on that front, that I can see through the framing. Like, don't give me half the story, and the half that you're giving me is positive, and then the other half that you're giving me is negative. When you take it in totality, I think it is slightly a positive. I'm not going to a 10. I'm going to about a 5. Great. It helped the run game. Now, can it help pass protection whenever you add in a new offensive coordinator, when you move the pieces around? So I think it's a good first step, but I'm not going to jump to any conclusions on the half story that was definitely framed in one specific way.
No, but it's encouraging enough to say, hey, if Popovich gets to make all the decisions on the offensive line, I think that's where it's a bigger positive. And then when you bring in Kaylee and you bring in different schemes that can kind of help and assist, and new personnel that Popovich would know better than anybody in terms of who wasn't carrying their weight, who wasn't doing and in the meetings and on the practice field what they needed to do, that maybe that all adds to a much better and more successful blocking scheme this year.
Texter, you also lost your second best receiver, which makes it hard to get the ball off faster. Yeah, it's a fair point. I think touche. I think it's a great point, Texter. No argument there whatsoever. Texter, the Texans got the Rams week 1 versus that elite pass rush. Yeah, we're going to see.
Is that key again?
We're going to see. I don't know. 747 area code?
Oh, that's key.
He didn't put his name on it.
Yeah, that's key.
Branham, to put an end to your Mount Bellevue Baytown debate, if something goes down at Cactus Jack's, not that it ever would, Mont Bellevue PD responds, not Baytown PD, from your friendly local officer.
How does that listener know that?
Because he's an officer.
Well, I started to ask the question before.
From your friendly local officer. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your service too.
That'll wrap it all up.
Yeah,
that'll put the exclamation mark on the end of that discussion.
I think there's one more step. I think we need to put the local officer's theory to the test.
Oh, really?
Let's start some stuff.
Oh.
Let's create some nonsense here. Let's see who shows up. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Who are the top coaches in the NFL? Who are the top coaches currently in the NFL? 713-780-ESPN. Killer Bees live from Cactus Jackson, Mont Bellevue on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from Cactus Jackson Baytown as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
What did we decide on the big voice guy's name? Don? We're calling him Don?
Yep. Don, like
Put
Don Pardo.
Put Don on the list. Put Don. He said that we're broadcasting live at Cactus Jack's Bang Bang in Baytown. Big voice Don is wrong. We're in Mont Bellevue. 713-780-ESPN. So who are the best coaches in the NFL? 713-780-ESPN. 713-780-3776. Texter says both Harbaughs, Key from LA and Sean McVay. Then you can make your list. The idea was inspired by Pro Football Focus. Saw their list the other day. It was comically bad, but it inspired us to come up with our own top 10 coaches currently in the NFL. We combined ours. You'll see those on our Twitter a little bit later, or actually now at ESPN 975. We have a consensus Killer Bee top 10 head coach. But before we look at our consensus, let's go individually. Age before beauty, Blankers. What is your top 10?
I gotta pull mine back out. You go.
I'll go first.
I can find your. You want me to go first?
Yeah, go first.
Okay, my top 10. Andy Reid, number 1. I mean, obviously, I obviously weighted it towards mostly towards championships, but then after that, it was kind of who would I want to coach my team if they had to take over this year. Andy Reid's the obvious choice. After that, Sean McVay. Then I go John Harbaugh. What are you?
I noticed a spelling error on the graphic.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's right.
I double checked all those.
Yeah, the Harbaughs are right.
Oh, I had the error.
Yeah, the A is people put an A in there that shouldn't.
I had the error. That's my bad.
Yeah, I double checked. I put all those into Google to see if it spit back any spelling errors.
I made the list, Age.
Yeah.
Anna made the list.
All right, so Andy Reid, Sean McVay, John Harbaugh, my top 3. This is where I think we differed the most. My next one. I don't think you had. Well, I don't want to spoil anything, but Kyle Shanahan I have number 4. Then Jim Harbaugh, DeMeco Ryans, Sean Payton, Kevin O'Connell, Mike Tomlin, Dan Campbell rounds out my top 10.
All right.
Okay, I had it, Brian, and you can double check me because I made a late switch.
Oh, I'll pull up your text. Yeah.
So I think we all were pretty much similar. I had Andy Reid, Sean McVay, John Harbaugh, top 3. Then I had Jim 4.
Yeah, Jim Harbaugh. Yeah,
4. Sirianni is 5.
Wow, that's high.
Yeah, because he's your guy. That's why I did that.
I have a Sirianni bias.
I know. I put Shanahan 6.
Yes.
LaFleur 7.
Correct.
DeMeco 8.
Mm-hmm.
Kevin O'Connell 9. And Mike Tomlin, number 10.
That's a little low for Tomlin, huh? Where'd you have Tomlin, Brian?
I had Tomlin 8th.
I had him 10.
Okay. My top 10, I go Reid 1, McVay 2, John Harbaugh 3, Baltimore 1, Tomlin 4, Ryans 5, Peyton 6, O'Connell 7, Vrabel 8, Harbaugh 9, Campbell 10. Whenever you combine and come up with our consensus, the Killer Bee top 10 NFL head coaches, we have Reid at 1, McVay at 2, John Harbaugh 3, Jim Harbaugh 4, DeMeco Ryans 5, even though Ryans beat Jim Harbaugh in the playoffs this past year. Kyle Shanahan 6, Mike Tomlin 7, Sean Payton 8, Kevin O'Connell 9, and Nick Sirianni 10. So, Brian, whenever you were combining these and putting these together, what was the biggest discrepancy?
I think the biggest discrepancy was Sirianni because he only made the top 10 for one of us, but he was so high on Joel's list that he beat out guys like Dan Campbell was on 2 of our list. So was who was one of the other ones.
So who left out Campbell?
I did.
Joel did.
Wow. Why?
Yeah, I did because I want to see what he can be without 2 good coordinators. Because I think that he can talk about biting kneecaps off and be a motivational guy, but I got to see what he can do now that he's got 2 new coordinators and how much it was the coordinators.
Okay.
The other big ones, only Jeremy had Mike Vrabel on his list. Joel and I did not. And then I think maybe the biggest one of all, I don't know, Sirianni is pretty big because
Vrabel bias, huh?
The other one was Joel and I, me more than Joel, had Shanahan. Joel had Shanahan 6. I had him 4, so we both had him, decently high. You didn't have him on your list.
I have him 11th.
11th.
I have him 11th on my list. Yeah,
he's made 2 Super Bowls.
Win. win.
Oh,
Like
okay.
I am very
Dan
much.
Campbell's on your list. He hasn't made a Super Bowl.
Who went further last year in the
Vrabel
NFL?
hasn't made a Super Bowl. Kevin O'Connell hasn't made a Super
Vrabel
Bowl.
went to a conference.
D'Amico hasn't made a Super Bowl.
Can I make my points?
I'm making my point.
Vrabel went to the conference championship with a terrible team. This, like, the way that I constructed my list, I constructed it based on who I would hire as a head coach in order. Like if I'm an NFL owner, general manager, I have just, random team, average team, whatever, who I think would give me the best chance to win football games going forward. So like I really don't like the resume argument a whole lot. Like Nick Sirianni won the Super Bowl last year. I had Nick Sirianni 13th. Like, I don't believe in Nick Sirianni versus some of the other coaches in the NFL. I think the biggest reason the Eagles won the NFL championship last year, the Super Bowl championship, was because their team is unbelievable.
Agreed.
I give way more credit to the team. I give way more credit to Howie Roseman. They stripped Sirianni of play calling duties. They tried to take responsibility away from Sirianni. Hey, Sirianni, stop hanging out with our quarterback. You're getting in the way. So that part kind of is why I diminish Sirianni. Shanahan, I have concerns about the West Coast offense going forward. I think Shanahan is great from like an offensive mind. I'm wondering if that offensive system might be on its way out. But even if it's not, I'm not sure Shanahan's like this massive culture guy. I think he's more like offensive, like whiz kid, but doesn't have this great foundation of culture. And I am big on the culture. I think it's something that we've severely underrated, especially at the professional level. And you see some of my top coaches are culture guys. Like I think Andy Reid, yes, he's an offensive like whiz. I think he's the best offensive mind we've seen in NFL history. But I think he's a guy who has a strong foundation of culture. I think both the Harbaughs do. That's why they're both in the top 10. Mike Tomlin's a culture guy. D'Amico Ryan's a huge culture guy. Dan Campbell is a huge culture guy. And that's why I had Vrabel in the top 10 and not Sirianni.
See, the Sirianni argument to me is kind of the anti-Dan Campbell, because I to some degree, I still have question marks about him. But what I can't get away from is the fact that he made one and lost the Super Bowl and then lost both coordinators. And 2 years later, made another one and won it and has one on his resume. So to me, like in that short window of time to make 2 Super Bowls, to win one, you lost both your coordinators. You had an awful year in the year you were talking about, but then found the right offensive coordinator to replace the one that wasn't clicking, and you not only get back there, but you win. And I understand, because I agree with you. Howie Roseman is a genius, and I think that getting Saquon Barkley was huge. I just can't get away from the fact that you made 2 in a 3-year span.
I just don't put a lot of that on him. And maybe that's unfair because, I mean, they lose the 2 coordinators after the year they lose to the Chiefs. He kind of takes on a bigger role, and then the team tanks down the stretch. They start off 10-1,
That's right,
and then lose like 5 games in a row to close the season. Flame out in the playoffs to believe the Buccaneers, and then they're like, okay, we need more experienced coordinators. They bring in, I'm forgetting the guy that went to the Saints. Yeah. They bring in more experienced coordinators, and all of a sudden the team rebounds. So I don't know. I just put it on the coaches around them, and an unbelievable roster. Which obviously we mentioned Saquon, but the defense was, they killed Mahomes.
That's why it's tough to like come together with these, because it's everybody has a different definition. Like a lot of people might go resume. I went more of like 1 through 32. Who would I hire as a head coach?
Sure.
Because I think sometimes there's mediocre head coaches that win Super Bowls, but like, oh yeah, he's a Super Bowl champion, so we need to have him very, very high. I don't think Nick Sirianni's a top 10 coach in the NFL. Like I just don't. Yes, did he win the most recent Super Bowl? Yeah. Would I pick Sirianni over D'Amico? D'Amico hadn't even been to a conference title game. Nope, sure wouldn't.
Here's the other way that kind of like an alternative way of looking about where I was putting him too was from a Tomlin perspective. I know he's probably worn out everything that he could possibly do in Pittsburgh, but he never had a losing record. At the same time, the way I weigh things is if these guys lost their job tomorrow, how many of them would have another job? That's what would knock Sirianni for me. I'm not sure how many guys would hire Nick Sirianni. I think Mike Tomlin would have got teams lining up to hire Mike Tomlin. And it's everything that you said on top of it. It's culture. It's the ability to understand and deal with players. It's his defensive mindset, but it's also the fact that he just finds a way to win. And that's why I had to have him. I thought about, should he be on my top 10 anymore? Has some of the offense passed him by? He's just too damn good for too long. And if he lost his job, a team would come calling immediately and say, we want to hire you.
So Key said Sean McVay. We're all high on McVay, but we had McVay at number 2. We had Reed ahead of him. Texter Reed, John Harbaugh, Tomlin, McVay. Another texter says Mike Tomlin. Mike Tomlin disrespect is crazy. says a texter. Putting D'Amico in the top 10 is a joke. He coaches in a terrible division, so his numbers are inflated. So anti-D'Amico text there. Tampa's coach is top 5. I'm not putting Todd Bowles in my top 5.
No.
He's not in my top 5.
And hating on D'Amico, the quick turnaround, and yes, you hit on the quarterback, but that's between you and your general manager already in short time, building a relationship, making moves that work for your franchise, and then turning it around where we thought it might be a 3 to 5 year window at best to turn the whole thing around and have the success that he had and win back-to-back divisions. I don't think you can sleep on that.
I'm a big leadership culture guy. Like I think it's a very we sit here and we talk about these NFL head coaches like, well, is he an offensive mastermind? Is he a defensive mastermind? And then we devalue the leadership aspect of it. And I think the leadership's the most important part of it. Offenses can come and go. Defenses can come and go. You can hire the latest, greatest offensive coordinator. Would it help to be both? Yes. But I put leadership in a higher regard than I do like scheme. I'll always have that thought. Texter says Shanahan's getting too much love. Texter, totally agree with the Tomlin in there. Totally disagree with Tomlin in there. He cannot coach in the playoffs, and the Steelers have become a bit of a joke. Yes, I know he has a streak of 10 wins, but he's gone in the first round each of the past 5 years. That's from softball mom Allison, who does note her bias is towards the Bengals.
Yeah, okay. Well, that helps
fan.
Allison because he's gotten to multiple Super Bowls. He's won a Super Bowl.
I mean, to be fair, you had him 10. You had him the lowest of the three of us.
I know, but I still that's why I'm justifying that he should.
You're arguing for Tomlin, and you had him the lowest of the three
because a lot of people don't think he should be in the top 10 anymore. I'm arguing that he deserves to be in the top 10 somewhere.
Texter Quinn should be in the top 10. I had him 15.
He was 12 for me.
Yeah, 12. I mean, he's top half for me. I can't quite put him in the top 10 yet.
I mean, it's been 1 year. I mean, well,
he had some years prior.
I look, I know the Super Bowl loss for the Falcons gets largely put on Shanahan.
It does.
But you can't, I mean, Quinn still knows what's about to happen. I can't completely just
the argument is that he coached the defense and Shanahan coached the offense.
Sure, but Dan Quinn knows they're about to call a pass when all they need is a field goal to ensure the game. And obviously Matt Ryan gets sacked.
And you only ran the ball twice in the second half.
Yeah, like Dan Quinn's still on the headset. I can't absolve him of all blame there.
Texter says mound visits. Leadership, baby, mound visits. So Sean McDermott isn't a leader culture guy. He's got questionable leadership tactics.
Who does he look to for leadership? That's
questionable leadership tactics.
Go Google the story. Yeah, that's all we got to say.
I would have McDermott higher than I currently have him. I do feel, and not all of it's on him, I do think some of it's to do with Josh Allen. I feel like they have a roster that should have had more success than they've had.
It's almost like the second coming of the Bills run where you were good, just not good enough 5 years in a row.
Calling him Marv
Levy? I'm saying he's not.
Marv Levy
he wasn't
light.
Marv Levy light. He wasn't as achieved. He didn't achieve as much as that Marv Levy that run did. At the same time, they've been really good. They just haven't found any way to get over the hump. And you'd think at least 1 year in that run, they'd find a way to go further, do more, beat Patrick Mahomes, and then get there. Joe Burrow got there in a year. Yeah, that's where I would knock him as well.
Todd Bowles' top 5 is a Skip Bayless level take. Texter going after a texter.
That's ridiculous.
For the guy that hates on D'Amico, you also have to add the fact that coach helps picks the team that should be considered. It's case by case. Like there's some NFL teams that give the coach a lot more power than other NFL organizations, so it just depends. Like Bill Belichick had a lot of control over his roster. David Culley had very little control on his roster. So it's case by case.
Wasn't the Texans radio, I think, did a one-on-one with EJ Speed. He was talking about having looked at D'Amico, then talking to D'Amico about how D'Amico's been able to develop players into more than they maybe would have turned out anywhere else. When you look at the Fred Werner, before that, he had the defensive back that just signed a big free agent deal. Yeah, Hufanga. He's had guys, 5th, 6th, 7th round defensive draft picks that turn out to be all pros and really, really above average football players.
I think he brings out the best in defensive players, especially.
Agreed.
Yeah, I would absolutely give him credit
even
for
if we just want to go resume, the 2 years before he got here, they won 7 games. The 2 years he's been here, they won 20.
That's what I'm saying. The 2-year turnaround is unbelievable.
It's a 13-game difference.
Now, the point made about the fact that, which I brought up, the correlation is also the fact that there was synergy immediately between him and Nick. They were able to put this team together on the quick and kind of overhaul everything. They've had success as well. And I think the other thing that you mentioned, but I think D'Amico's good at, is he stays out of the offense, although he will listen enough to say, like, if it's a field goal, missed field goal, got to go for a field goal or punt or things like that, he will he will put his hand back in there when it's necessary.
Yeah. The texter says Pete Carroll deserves a top 10 spot. I had Carroll at 12.
Did you really already?
Yeah. Well, I mean, already. What do you mean?
I mean, he's just getting back.
He's 75 years old.
I know, but I'm saying he's just getting back into the league, and I don't know with time off and his age,
fair.
If he's ready to jump right back into the top 10.
I think that's why I have him 12. Because if he had been keeping going, I'd probably have him top 5, top 7. Because he is a guy who builds that massive, great culture. I love Pete Carroll. I think Pete Carroll's great.
Chews the crap out of some gum, too.
He does. Texter says, now do the top 5 worst coaches. Okay, let's do that tomorrow. We'll do that tomorrow.
That's a good one.
We'll do that. We're the worst coaches in the NFL. That's coming up tomorrow.
We don't know yet.
I have Liam Cohen 24. I did 1 through 32.
Oh, you did?
You actually
went all the way.
I went 1 through 32. I did 1 through 32, so my top 5 are easy. But we'll do it tomorrow. I don't want to blow the segment. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Hall of Famers sometimes don't do Hall of Fame stuff. That's next. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5, live from Cactus Jack's in Mont Bellevue.
Broadcasting live from Cactus Jack's in Baytown as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's the Killer Bees, Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
So Hall of Famers sometimes don't do Hall of Fame things. They're not Hall of Famers all the time, right?
24/7, 365, baby.
All the time. I mean, I can relate being a Wall of Shamer. I am a Wall of Shamer around the clock. I
24/7,
never,
365.
I never elevate myself above the wall of shame.
Talking about breaks, I get it.
So earlier today, our very own Hall of Famer Lance Zierlein had a gaffe, huh, Brian?
Yeah, so I was listening this morning, and I saw a tweet of he actually tweeted this out too. He tweeted out a picture of his sneakers sitting on like a little stool and said, "My ADHD got the best of me. I forgot these at the house." So I'm listening to the show, and Lance had sent John and Dale a text like, "Hey, I might be late." I didn't tell. I can't remember if he told them why in the text, but Lance ended up making it to the show on time. But the story of why he almost was late was unbelievable. Apparently, he gets all the way to the point of turning off into our parking garage, and realizes I don't have any shoes. So at that point, with 16 minutes to go before the show, thankfully he lives close. He had to decide: do I go into work with just socks, or do I turn back around, get my shoes, and drive back? And he did the latter and made it back about 30 seconds before the show started.
Oh, he made it?
About 30 seconds before the show started.
Well, if he made it, I mean, that's not bad.
The question is,
unless you
play the audio?
You fail and come up short, then that's a pro's move because you judge your time well
There's
enough.
nothing pro about getting to work and realizing you don't have shoes on.
Like, I don't know how anyone could do that.
What would you have done?
I'd just go do the show.
Without shoes?
Yeah.
With socks
Same.
on?
Yeah.
I would
I'm
have
already
just worn
there.
socks.
I wonder if Lance thought he had shoes in his car.
He's got everything in his office. He probably has something that could even fill in for shoes.
Like he and you'll hear this in the audio. Like I at least assume so, but he said it on there. Like he fully intended to walk to the car, drive without shoes on. Apparently, I guess he prefers that. Whatever. But I guess the thought was he either just forgot that he didn't bring the shoes, or he thought he had shoes in the car.
Yeah.
But I just can't wrap it. Like every step you take, every time you're pressing. Thank you.
Yeah.
Every time you're pressing into the gas pedal or the brake, the feedback, like, oh, I don't have shoes on. Oh, I don't have shoes on. And nowhere in that route until he got right up to the station.
I mean, I obviously am never going to understand what goes through Lance's mind. But at the same time, like, I don't understand ever driving. Now, I know that the theory is that when you're tired on the road, if you take your shoe off, that it's supposed to keep you awake.
I've never heard that theory.
I will do that in bad traffic.
That I've heard that is a thing. Like,
why not good traffic?
Well, no, I find like if I'm in bad traffic and I'm stop and go, I feel like I just get more cramped. So just to kind of relax and plus, it's hard to, if you're going full speed, 75 miles an hour or whatever, you don't really have the ability to take your shoes off. But if you're completely stopped, like it is sometimes when you're passing Minute Maid on 59, then you can take off your shoes.
I drive barefoot at times.
I don't like it.
But your shoes are with you. That's the problem.
I haven't really done it in a while. I actually made this I didn't make this mistake. I made a similar mistake on Monday. Like I was taking out Monday's trash day, so I was like taking out the trash before the show, like doing some stuff, going out to the truck, putting in my bag, and I just slid my Crocs in and was like, I'm going to put on my shoes later. I'm going to get this out of the way, and then I'll put my shoes on afterwards. And I forgot to put my shoes on and just stayed in my Crocs. So like I made a similar mistake, but I had shoes.
Yeah.
I was going to put on my, my Ons, but instead I forgot and I just left the Crocs on. Now it wasn't completely the same. It was only like a half measure.
At what point did you realize you didn't have your shoes?
Probably like 5 minutes away from the house.
Okay, so much closer than Lance was.
I mean, no, not really. But I mean, I don't care if I wear Crocs.
Yeah,
I work in
Crocs,
radio.
no big deal, right? I was going to say now, me, and it used to be because of the chance that at any minute a basketball game could pop up. But I've always kept at least one extra now because of I don't want to ruin good shoes if we have softball practice or something. So I always have like an extra pair of shoes in the trunk of the car that I could go to.
Yeah.
But how do I leave the house in either socks or just no shoes at all without any I would feel and know that I am walking away from my house without anything of substance on my feet.
I used to do it like when I was driving to like a bud's house or something. Like I would just hop it. Like this was back like in my early like high school days. Like going to a bud's house. I don't wear shoes around the house. So I would just hop into the car, drive to their house. I'm not going to wear shoes in their house. Just walk right in. So I have driven barefoot before.
You showed up at your buddy's house with no shoes on.
Yeah.
And you walked inside?
Yeah, you're not supposed to have shoes on.
But you have socks on?
No, I don't wear socks unless I'm wearing shoes. No, I would wipe my feet on the little doormat.
Now, is it your bud's house with his parents?
So, yeah.
Oh, my God. I think plenty of parents are going to
have
have
the
an
same
issue with
reaction.
that.
If this is in their 20s.
Right, and it's a bachelor pad, no worries.
Completely different conversation. But yeah.
If you're going to some guy's house that's living with his parents, mom or dad or both are going to have some serious issues with you.
Barefoot outside. Then you're walking in with those same bare
Putting them dirty dogs on my inside house, carpet and floor. Nope.
Nope.
Not happening.
Let's go. Here was Lance today talking about the no shoes.
At 16 minutes, at 6:44, you sent a text out to me and Dell that said, "I forgot my bleeping shoes," or "I bleeping forgot my shoes."
Yeah.
Where did what? Now what? Now how did what?
I left them on the. So I was pulling in and I realized, oh my God, I don't have shoes. I don't have anything in the car I can wear. And I had to make a decision. Do I just go do the show in socks and just walk around in socks the whole show?
So what'd you do, buy shoes?
No, I turned around and sped back to my house because lucky I don't live super far away. And I got back here about 45 seconds before the show started.
There you go. That's interesting.
I mean, you think about it. Where are you not going to be in a time crunch that you can still make good? Either way, you have to drive home without shoes. But if you have to speed home, you're setting yourself up for the potential for more things to go wrong than if you just go upstairs in the studio, you do the show, then you drive home at your leisure, and the rest of the day you can plan shoes, no shoes, I got them, I don't have them, as opposed to, well, I only got 13 minutes. I'm going to step on it, floor it, possibly get pulled over.
Because what we didn't hear in that clip, apparently he got a traffic ticket for speeding not that long ago and is on like the, what do you call it?
Deferred adjudication?
Yes. And so if he got another ticket, then
even more reason to not go back home.
Yes.
It's crazy.
And it's not like we've got this hoity-toity environment in the office, and especially when they're doing the show before most people arrive at the station. No one cares what's on your feet.
Yeah, John's not even there.
That's crazy.
Yes.
John's not even there.
Now, Dell would call him out.
No, Dell would call him out.
Yeah, but he called himself out anyways.
Right.
Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Robbie, you're in the hive with the bees. What's up, Robbie?
Hey, I just want to know, in y'all's opinion, do you think the Astros can take 2 out of 3 from the Cubs in this next series after they use their 2 workhorses?
Appreciate the call, Robbie, who I'm looking at right in your eyes.
Is that a first?
Robbie, I was going to say, why don't you just
It's
come
not
up
a
here and
first.
talk
It's
to
not
us
a
and ask
first.
another question?
Okay.
Yeah, Robbie's here in person. Robbie and
He's
Dave.
literally 10 feet from us.
Good to see your face, Robbie and Dave. You're prettier than I thought. You're more handsome than I thought you were going to be. Yeah, I think they can take 2 or 3. They swept the Phillies. They can take 2 or 3 against the Cubs. Plus, you got Lance McCullers coming back.
Here, I don't want to jinx them. I'm just going to say that for everybody that doubted every time, including myself, they put out one of these lineups in the last couple of weeks that looked like it wasn't capable of being a major league lineup, and how many pitchers have stepped up, and the fact that you're not going to see Hunter Brown in this series, but you are going to see Fromber on Sunday. You have the ability to see if you get a good Lance McCullers on Saturday. You have the chance to compete from that perspective as well. I'm not going to ever now, and they're good at home. I'm not going to bet against the Astros. I said, they do have a good chance to win 2 out of 3.
Yeah, they'll take 2 or 3, Robbie. Good seeing you. Thank you for calling in. Let's get to our car wreck of the day. What is your car wreck of the day? We'll discuss next. It is the Bees live from Cactus Jack's on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
This is Ron Ansana with your market scoreboard report on ESPN 97.5.
After yesterday's mixed close, stocks closed notably higher today with the S&P and NASDAQ both flirting with new all-time highs. NVIDIA reaching a new all-time high and eclipsing Microsoft as the most valuable company in the U.S., if not the world. The Dow rallied 404 points to 43,386 as interest rates dropped. The president putting more pressure on the Fed to cut rates, and several Federal Reserve officials continue to at least openly talk about the possibility of a rate cut sooner rather than later. The Wall Street Journal reporting that President Trump might even preemptively name a new Fed 11 months ahead of time who could pressure Jay Powell, at least publicly. Yields on the 10-year note dropped to 4.24%, while the S&P rallied to 6141, up nearly 49 points, and the NASDAQ up nearly 195 to 20,167. The dollar broadly lower on the Trump news with respect to Jay Powell. Crude oil futures up a half buck, with gold flat on the day, holding to $1.70 gain at $33.44 the ounce.
Thank you to Cactus Jacks for having us out. Fantastic food, fantastic time, fantastic people. Robbie was here to see us earlier. Jimmy and Jill. Jello shot Jill, apparently.
Oh, she likes to party, huh?
Well, that's how her husband introduced her.
Is that right?
Yeah. That's my wife over there, Jello shot
Would
Jill.
you ever call Lisa Jello shot Lisa?
No chance.
Okay.
We had Go Cougs out here earlier.
Oh, yeah, listener Jacob, yeah.
Yeah, Jacob, yeah.
Been a good time out of Cactus Jacks. Tomorrow we'll carry the good times over to Drift in the Heights. It'll be a good time there. All right, car wreck of the day. What you got?
We talked about this, fellas, a little earlier, but it has to be addressed. The NBA has got to do something to figure out this hat deal. Yeah. Like, the fact is that it used to be that you're not supposed to know, or address the fact that a trade's been made. Now the graphic says who's on the clock, and in the corner it says proposed trade to so-and-so in place or whatever like that. But then you still force the kid to go up and take the picture of a lifetime with the commissioner with the wrong team hat on, then throw him in front of the media with the wrong team hat on, and then the announcer has to go, hate to break it to you, or maybe it's a good thing, but looks like you're going to so-and-so. Like, we all know, to make it official, you have to go through to the new NBA year. But until you get there, no one's going to bitch if you decided to give them the hat of the team you were traded to, and then for some ungodly reason it doesn't go through. No one's going to hold you accountable for that, as opposed to every picture looking like, why the hell is Malawak wearing a Rockets hat?
Or is Rudy Gay wearing
back
a
in the
Rockets
day?
hat? Yeah. I don't know why they just can't move.
Just fix it.
Either move the draft a little bit later or move the year, like the calendar new year, a little bit earlier. It's a week apart.
Yeah.
Why can't they figure that out?
It's so weird.
It's just annoying.
I hate it all. I hate the hat. I hate the graphic. Everybody knows the Rockets aren't on the clock. Not only are you showing the graphic, but you're showing Bobby Marks' needs.
Yeah.
The Rockets are on the clock. What are their needs? Shooting. They traded for Durant. It's all right. Yeah. I hate it.
Needs
it's so
shooting,
weird.
so they draft a 7'1".
Yeah, I was going to say, how many people go, oh, they need shooting. Oh, they drafted a big man. Those idiots. How many people don't know what we already know, which is the deal's done?
Yeah, I'm
so
with
dumb.
you. It is ridiculous. I have a few. AV stole mine, too. There's an old lady in a rocking chair on 45. She's been there. She's been there all day. She was
just in the middle of 45.
Yes, and no one is moving on 45.
What part?
It's right at Cypress Wood area. I just missed her apparently. I just missed her on my way here.
Northbound or southbound?
I think
she's in a lane.
She's in the middle of the highway.
What?
I don't know. I don't know if it's north or south, but it's like blocking both traffic. Yeah, look at this. They're actually going around her. There's a woman sitting in a lawn chair in the middle of I-45. That's it. That is it. It's happening right now.
That's a death
All
sentence.
of the highways right now are backed up because of this. Because people are avoiding 45. They're going over to 59. Traffic right now is a mess.
Who tweeted that?
Thanks that she's been there all day.
Thanks to a lady in a rocking chair.
Where's the cops?
She's been there all day. They're in a standstill. She refuses to move. I don't know. That's weird. Go.
At a certain point,
Pick her
isn't
up.
that obstruction?
Yeah, don't you just put
to where
cuffs
you
on her
put
and-
cuffs on her and say,
Yeah.
"I'm sorry, then
Oh,
we're taking you in."
Definitely.
Especially before rush hour.
Yeah, it's at Cypress. It's I-45 North, Cypress Wood.
Yikes.
I'm going to have to find another way home. Justin Tucker, 10-game suspension. His career is over.
Oh, yeah, it's over.
George Pickens bailing on a youth camp in Pittsburgh.
Not a great look.
Not a good look at all.
He's done it for the last 3 years. And then ESPN's draft coverage for me being atrocious, awful. At least that's what the internet said. What do you got, Brian?
I'll give you two quickly. One, Lance's shoe debacle, getting to work and realizing you don't have shoes. I can't for the life of me figure out how through the myriad of steps along the way you don't remember, I don't have shoes on. And the other one would be the Pelicans trade up.
That's a good one.
I don't. But, they better be right about Queen, but losing an unprotected first-round pick when you don't think you're going to be a playoff team to move up, 10 spots? I don't get that at all.
Don't forget, listener Robbie, as much as we love him, the fact that he talked to us.
It was a great moment.
He talked to us for 15 minutes. He said goodbye to us for 4. And then when we got back on the air, he called us from right in front of us to talk to us one more time.
All-time moment on the show.
Big fan.
Yes.
I'm me of him, not him of us. Although I think that is true as well. Yeah, a woman got out of her vehicle, put a lawn chair in the middle of I-45, pulled out a gun.
Oh,
so
that's the wrinkle.
Why.
There's the wrinkle that we needed.
Both northbound and southbound lanes of I-45 near Cypress.
I don't think I want to pass the lady. Yeah.
No, I wouldn't pass the lady.
No.
Now she's got a gun.
Yeah, she might just decide, I don't like the way you looked at me. I don't want that.
She's already to the point of not making good decisions.
She's going to stand still with everybody.
Yikes.
Wow. All right, what's winning?
I mean, that lady, right?
Yeah,
I think so.
I think it's got to.
I think it's her.
She's got to.
She won something today. Call Rig of the Day belongs to her. All right, thank you, Cactus Jacks, for having us out. Terrific time. Can't wait to come back out. Bang, bang, Cactus Jacks. We're going to be out at Drift in the Heights tomorrow. Hope to see you there. Thanks to Age for doing the hard work. Brian pulling double duty before he takes another 2 weeks of PTO. He's blank. I'm Brian. We'll talk to you tomorrow from Drift. Good night, everybody.